I don't know. It seems kind of silly to do this whole, you asking me what happened on Shameless, even though I did a whole series on that last year. Oh, you want more? How could you possibly want more? Okay, Jesus, calm down, okay? Here's a 9-hour video for you. I hope you enjoy. I seriously debated not posting this since, I already did 3 videos on Shameless last year, and so why would I want to revisit it? But the other part of me really liked the idea of this series being contained in one video. There were some seasons in there that I just feel like I didn't do justice, so I added some little bonus features, if you will, some extras into this video that weren't seen in the previous 3 videos in this series because, I'm just gonna be honest, I left some things out. I might have forgotten some things. I might have gotten a few things wrong along the way. So this video serves as not only a mega cut of the first 3 videos in the series, but also a way for me to right some wrongs that I did along the way, hopefully making this a perfect series for you guys. Obviously, no series is perfect, but as close to perfect as you can get. Without further ado, I won't waste your time. Let's dive deep one last time into the lore of Shameless. Ah yes, the day has finally come where I sit down and chat with you guys about a particular TV show that I might be mildly obsessed with. This video series is going to be 3 parts. I was originally going to do 1 season per video, but seeing as that's just a lot of work, I decided to take them in chunks. This video will be focused on the first 3 seasons of the show. Also, before I really get going, I would really appreciate it if you guys could drop a like down below, comment what your favorite aspect of this show is, because I worked so ridiculously hard on this video. You guys don't even know. I originally wrote a script, okay? I filmed it. I edited most of it. Everything was completely done and I hated it. So I reworked the entire thing. Yes, I did. This is the culmination of 2.5 to 3 months of work. That makes this video the one that I've spent the most time on, which is not a shocker since we're going to be talking about 3 separate seasons of television in it. If you've seen the first 2 episodes of my Once Upon a Time recap, this video is going to be similar to that. In that series, I use a lot of videos from the show. It is quite hard to get past copyright when I do it that way, so I'm going to be using a little bit less with this video series, and it's also going to be less scripted. Like, I'm literally just going to be recapping the events in a more scripted way than I normally do when I do the recaps versus the analysis videos on Once Upon a Time. Because Once Upon a Time, I usually jump really far into the character motivations and the story beats and the plot lines and why everything's happening, whereas in like The 100 and American Horror Story and American Horror Stories, I'm really just recapping, saying this thing happened, this thing happened, this thing happened. This video is going to be kind of a mixture of the two. It's going to have the analysis elements of Once Upon a Time, but the recap elements of The 100 and American Horror Story. The first episode of Shameless was released January 9th, 2011, and while we're speaking on that specific year, I would like to point out that a handful of amazing television shows got their start in that year. American Horror Story, Once Upon a Time, Shameless, Black Mirror, Dance Moms, and I haven't seen the show, but Game of Thrones, all got their start in 2011. What was in the air? There's just so many iconic television shows that I grew up watching that came from that specific year. Shameless is actually a remake of the 2004 British series of the same name. Most of the first season follows a very similar trajectory, just with 5 extra episodes added throughout to double the length for the standard American television season. Both pilots are actually very similar to each other, and I haven't actually seen the rest of the British series, just the pilot, and from what I can tell, the episodes are quite literally identical. Most of the dialogue and character traits remain the same from the British version, but the style of humor is also wildly different. Early 2000s British humor is very hard to pass off as authentic in 2010's Chicago, so a lot of the jokes are changed or tweaked in the American version to fit the setting better. Watching the first episode of the British series was kind of like a culture shock for me because I've seen the US pilot countless times, but I've never seen the British one, so I knew what was going to happen, I just didn't know how it would be presented, which made for a very interesting watch. It's also a little hard for me to understand them, even with subtitles, because their accents are so thick and I'm just not used to hearing it. Maybe someday I'll make a comparison video of the 2 shows, but for right now I'm just gonna focus on the American version that I grew up with. The American reboot was actually developed as early as January 2009 at HBO but by fall 2009, it had been moved to Showtime. Basically, the show's pilot was done a whole year in advance, minus the Sheila scenes, which had to be reshot because the original actress Allison Janney left the show and was quickly replaced with Joan Cusack in August of 2010. Sometime in April that year, the show had officially been ordered for 12 episodes, which means they would go back into production that fall. The first episode finally came to the small screen on January 9th, 2011. Shameless is genuinely the second biggest show that Showtime has ever had, next to Dexter, of course. It also is the longest running show in Showtime history, surpassing Dexter by 2 entire seasons. A total of 134 episodes aired from January 9th, 2011 to April 11th, 2021. Shameless also had a very consistent audience of 1 million live viewers every single week. These 1 million viewers would literally tune in for 9 seasons, with some rocky periods here or there, but for a very consistent 9 years, it stayed exactly the same, and that is very commendable. That is very hard to do for a television show, especially one on Showtime, which is a small network. Despite the loss in viewership, Shameless is consistently ranked amongst the most popular shows to binge watch in the United States. At the end of the day, Shameless was a massive show that brought people of all groups together in its own special fucked up fashion. Growing up, I always felt a huge connection to the Gallaghers because they're just a more fucked up version of my family. At least that's how it felt to a child of divorce with a whole gaggle of rambunctious siblings. I won't lie and say it was exactly the same because I did have it a lot better than the Gallaghers did, but I really did relate to them growing up poor in America. And I think a lot of people do too. So without further ado, let's get on into Shameless Season 1. The series premiere opens up with a narration from the family's father, Frank, as a scene plays of all the family at a bonfire. Frank explains each of the kids' core personalities from his point of view. Shortly after describing each of the kids, a cutaway scene will play which either confirms or denies what Frank is talking about with each of the kids. For example, he claims that Lip is smart as a whip and has straight A's. And while all that may be true, as we'll come to see, in the very next quick cut, we witness him running from the police. I think this scene perfectly sets up the entire basis of the show. Some might say it does a little bit too much telling and not enough showing. I myself am not a huge fan when the show opens up with a monologue that explains the lore around each character, but here it actually works because it's used for satirical purposes. Each detail that Frank gives us is either a lie he's telling or a half-truth. He also claims that his 11-year-old daughter, Debbie, quote, raises money for UNICEF year-round, only for him to reveal the following sentence, that she doesn't actually donate any of it. This opening monologue is the perfect way to introduce us not only to the characters and setting, but also the very specific tone that this show has when it comes to the writing style. It also demonstrates to us just how much of an unreliable narrator that Frank is in the very first scene. Of all the characters we meet in the first scene, the audience no doubt feels like they know the most about Frank. We are also introduced to Kevin and Veronica, the Gallaghers' neighbors, who are also main characters in this show. And don't get it twisted, those two very much deserve to be main characters in this show. I would pay actual money to watch a spin-off of just Kevin and Veronica because oftentimes they have the best storylines. At the end of every season, I'm gonna show you guys specifically all of this says, but it's basically the timeline for each character. Each picture and each arrow basically correlates to that specific season that I'm gonna be talking about. So first we have Fiona. She basically took over the job as the mother for the kids when Monica, their mother, split. Fiona has to work multiple jobs in order to put food on the table for her siblings because Frank and their mother Monica, who is MIA, literally do not give a shit about the children. So Fiona, who's only 21 in season 1, mind you, is basically the one that's taking care of these kids and putting food on the table for them and paying their bills, you know, like going school shopping, getting groceries every week. This is basically their adoptive mother, just also happens to be their sister. Frank's oldest son and second oldest child, named Philip, aka Lip, everybody just calls him Lip, not a single person calls him Philip besides his teachers, and I think people who just genuinely do not know him like that. Lip is considered the smart one of the Gallagher clan, and he does really well in school. However, he also just happens to get into a lot of shit when it comes to the police. He's been arrested a couple times. Never one to respect authority. Philip definitely struggles with wanting to move up in life and possibly keep doing well in school, get a nice job, go to college maybe. Also just wanting to stay in the south side of Chicago with all of his siblings. Lip's potential to do really well in school and really well in finding a career for himself is constantly thrown in his face, and most of the time he really just wants to kick back and live life like the rest of his family. Next we have Ian, who's just 1 year younger than Lip. Ian's storyline in the first season is really just relegated to him exploring his sexuality and all the trials and tribulations that come with being gay in the south side of Chicago. Well, just in general in America, people aren't accepting, especially in the 2000s and 2010s. Another thing about Ian is he's very interested in going into the military someday, so we will see where that takes his character. Next we have Debbie, who in the first few seasons is definitely the most behaved Gallagher. She gets into some stuff later on, but in the first few seasons she's really just known as like the good kid, the nice kid, and like she's pretty smart herself too. Like Lip definitely does better grades wise, but Debbie is smart for her age. I will give her that. She also suffers from the wants to grow up at a little too young of age syndrome, and she is constantly trying to do things that she's just not eligible for yet. And we'll get to see that as the series goes along. But yeah, as far as her personality goes, she's just a really kind, sweet child in this family of rambunctious people. Next we have Carl, who is the most rambunctious of the siblings. He is melting Barbies, he is blowing things up, he's literally picking apart bones in the backyard all the time. They literally make jokes about Carl being a future serial killer. As you can tell, there's not a whole lot written about him, at least in the first few seasons, but as he gets older, obviously there's a lot more storylines that he's included in, and they give him a lot more to do. And finally we have Frank. Now Frank is, as I've said before, a deadbeat. He's really not a father to his children anymore. He really just comes and goes. Fiona says in one of the early episodes that he basically is only there at night when it comes to crashing, and then he's never in the same spot when she gets up for breakfast. There's a lot of dimensions to Frank's character, which I'll break down in this video and in the later videos in this series. The next scene gives us some insight into the kids' reality while living in poverty. Fiona passes around a cereal box for each kid to place money into.
Electric.
Yeah.
Each kid puts all the money they have on them in the cereal box for the electric bill. This clues us into how bad these kids actually have it. With no actual father there to provide for them, the kids really have to do it all on their own. The kids leave for school and Fiona leaves for her job, where she's harassed by two crusty men. So Lip arrives at a girl named Karen's house, and we meet mother to many. Mother of all mothers, Sheila Jackson, everyone. You'd be smart to show some respect for her around me, because I'm not playing about this character, okay? This is the best character on TV. Joan Cusack, the woman that you are. Sheila is a middle-aged, agoraphobic housewife, and let me tell you, she is just about the most thrilling character this show has in the first few seasons. What Jessica Lange did for American Horror Story is what Joan Cusack did for Shameless. I literally will never stop gushing about her and her performance here in this show. It is too iconic. She doesn't have a whole lot to do here in the first few episodes, which is pretty similar to how Jessica Lange was used in the first few episodes of American Horror Story, but Sheila does get a lot more to do as season 1 goes along, especially when it comes to Frank. And oh boy, when the show does focus on Sheila, it is a television goldmine. Lip is at their house to give Karen some pointers on a science quiz. While he's doing that, she decides to have a little bit of fun underneath the kitchen table. After Lip comes home, he's like rummaging around trying to hide his dirty underwear so that Fiona won't see the stain on it. He's hiding it behind the dresser, and that's where he finds a gay magazine, if you know what I mean. He's a little bit in shock because this reveals to him that his younger brother Ian is gay. While Fiona and Veronica are at the club, Fiona's purse is randomly stolen when this guy comes out of nowhere to try and stop it from happening. Fiona figures out that the guy's name is Steve, and all three of them are kicked out of the bar because they leave and try to come back in, but they don't have stamps. So they are kicked out of the club, basically, and then they all head over to Fiona's house so that Steve can get patched up by Veronica, who has training as a nurse. At the end of the day, Lip tells Ian about his transgression with Karen, and then immediately switches to confronting Ian about the magazine that he found earlier that day.
Unless you got sucked off by a guy. For instance.
Ian is a little bit gagged. Meanwhile, Kevin shows up while Veronica is cleaning Steve's wound. I really love how you can tell Kevin and Veronica are very good friends of the Gallaghers just from their first scene together. The actors did such a good job at making these relationships feel so lived in the first episode. They have inside jokes with each other, and it seriously feels like they've just always been best friends. We are with Steve in this scene, finding out about the numerous relationships within this not completely functional family. Kevin and Veronica leave, and that is when Fiona and Steve start going at it. As they make out with such passion, they hear a knock at the door which stops them in their tracks. And it just so happens to be none other than the local police officer, Tony, who carries Frank inside the house.
Who the hell is that?
My dad.
A few days later, Frank arrives at Kevin's bar, the alibi room, with his disability check.
Disability people haven't caught up with you yet? I thought they had some guy following you around with a camera.
They can follow me around all they want to. They have to actually catch me doing something.
Steve arrives at the Gallaghers. After they were rudely interrupted last night, Steve still expects Fiona to go out with him, but she turns him down repeatedly before claiming that he's desperate. One thing about Fiona is she's always going to put herself down when she's around Steve because of their different upbringings. Lip decides to bring Ian to Karen so he can experience getting you-know-what from a girl. Ian is clearly uncomfortable in this situation, and Lip is watching this all happen. Sheila is also in the other room, distracted by her baking while all this is going down. And this is when Eddie, Karen's father, walks in and drops an apple on the floor and then notices that Karen is underneath the table that they're literally doing it at.
What are you hiding for?
Elsewhere, Fiona receives a washing machine in the mail when she finds out it came from none other than Steve. Meanwhile, back at the Jackson house, Eddie has decided to move all of his shit out of the house. Sheila and Karen just kind of watch as he throws all his shit in a van and leaves. Fiona asks Ian if Frank gave him money for his upcoming field trip, to which Ian says no before Fiona walks over and takes all the coins out of Frank's pockets to hand to Ian.
Must get sick of having to think for everybody.
At least I can. Proves I'm wanted.
Got yourself a job for life with this joker.
Hey. Get up. Dad. Get up. Get up!
This scene is the first high drama one of the show. Up until this point, it's relied almost entirely on comedy, but this moment really showcases Fiona's struggle to parent these kids without her father's help. Fiona has a lot of these outburst moments, and the show really doesn't shy away from the reality of living with an alcoholic parent, as well as the daunting task of having to raise your siblings as your own. The next day, Fiona calls Steve, and he basically proclaims his love for her without actually saying it.
I swear, Fiona, you're nothing like anyone I've ever met. You make me want to enjoy my life again.
Keep in mind, this man has known her for 1 week. Steve meets Fiona at a restaurant where he brings up the fact that Fiona probably sees him as a snob. Fiona in turn takes this assumption as a snob move from him, so she tells him to stop making her apologize for her upbringing, something he insists that he's not actually doing. After a small argument between the two, Steve decides to reveal a crucial piece of his character, and that is that he sells and steals cars.
I don't buy and sell cars. I just sell them. But the cars I sell are mainly, not mine.
Still looking for fun, Fiona?
Meanwhile, Lip arrives at the cash and grab where Ian works and sees Ian and Cash, the owner, wearing each other's shoes. So he picks up on the fact that Ian is having sex with this older man. The next morning, Lip questions Ian's relationship with Cash. We can see Lip is kind of coming around to the idea of Ian being gay. He is not happy about the fact that he's dating an older man. Later that morning, Steve shows up for breakfast and is seemingly welcomed into the family. So this first episode borrows heavily from the British series. Almost every single scene is a carbon copy of the British one, just with a higher budget and more of an Americanized tone. The second episode of the season opens up with a bar fight between Eddie and Frank. The reason that Eddie Jackson attacked Frank is because of the whole Karen and Ian thing that happened a few days ago. Frank heads home and then decides to return the favor to Ian.
I'm just asking.
Guy in
the bar so I can pass it on.
Steve tries to defend the kids in this situation, but Fiona tells him to leave because it's really none of his business. He's still very new here. This becomes a recurring thing in the series. Frank shows absolutely no regard for his own children and will oftentimes physically or more commonly verbally degrade them in order to demonstrate how little shit he gives about them. Especially in earlier seasons, Frank shows a particular dislike for Ian, and the audience will become privy to exactly why that is later on in the season. Steve brings the kids breakfast, and Fiona decides to apologize for the outburst that happened the night prior. Moments later, Fiona realizes that she hasn't seen Frank all morning, and the rest of the kids echo this sentiment. We get the feeling that due to Frank being a complete deadbeat, him going missing isn't all that out of the realm of possibility, but because it is Disability Check Day, a lot of the kids are definitely very scared. After asking around the neighborhood and looking around for a while, the kids become increasingly worried about their father. Fiona's friend and the only good cop in this show, named Tony, files a missing persons report on Frank. Meanwhile, Lip heads to the alibi and learns from Kevin that not only was Steve with Frank at the alibi the night before, but it's possible that they could have left the bar together.
Frank Gallagher, did he leave with anybody when we kicked him out last night?
Maybe one person who would be caught dead with him in that condition.
And Steve was definitely gone by then, so Frank went with him.
And here?
Yeah, talking to your dad. Friendly enough. I mean, but it was hours before closing.
After learning that Steve has been keeping all this from the Gallagher siblings, he runs to tell Fiona.
When?
10? 10:30. Went to apologize, bought him a drink, and went home.
Why didn't you say it?
All of a sudden, Kevin barges in and announces that there was a body found underneath the L. So all the kids rush over to the L and find out that the body is not Frank's. Meanwhile, we catch up with Frank, and he has woken up in Canada. Frank is immediately arrested because of the lack of ID that he has on him. Back in Chicago, somehow Tony the cop finds out that Frank is in Canada. Gallagher's come up with a plan to smuggle Frank across the border yet again. And this is when Fiona randomly gets the urge to search through her trash can, and she finds what I believe are Steve's cigarettes, which have Canadian health warnings on them. This tells Fiona all that she needs to know.
How'd you get my dad to Toronto? Canadian health warnings. Because he took a swing at you?
No, because he's got a family that he doesn't give a shit about.
What my dad is, what my family is, has fuck all to do with you.
Steve heads back to Canada to smuggle Frank back over the border. Frank begins walking door to door to ask people if he can live with them, and each neighbor, each person that he goes to, says no. Lip is following him from behind on some kid's bike.
I don't like the way I'm being talked to around my own house. You never got me this, Dad. We're gonna have that, Dad. Yak, yak, fucking yak. All 6 of you. Never mind I'm a single parent. Never mind you wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for me. Life is hard. We all know that. Money is harder. I can only stretch it so far.
Forget you owe money?
Everybody thinks I owe them money. I didn't split like your mom did. I could have.
Lip eventually turns around and leaves Frank alone because he's so done hearing Frank rant about random shit. Frank claims he's exhausted of his children and the responsibilities he has to take on without the kid's mother. The obvious irony here is that Frank is so absent from his kids' lives. Fiona is literally the one doing all of it. This scene where Frank is walking towards the camera and basically airing out all his grievances about his kids is too good, you guys. It literally gets reposted all the time on TikTok, and every single time I watch it, I literally have to watch the entire thing unbroken because the performance here is on another level, okay? William H. Macy, he really is just that good. So, out of luck, Frank decides to go to the bar, and that is where he's confronted by Eddie. The two men decide to bury the hatchet, and Eddie decides to go on a rant of his own about his daughter and his wife. This is when a light bulb goes off in Frank's head. He sees Eddie moving out as this grand opportunity for him to go and try and manipulate Sheila into letting him stay with her, now that there's an opening at the old Jackson house.
Apology?
Not apology, just I'm Frank. Ian's dad, Lip's dad.
Oh, the twins. Oh.
No, I heard about what happened. Eddie leaving.
Oh.
I just wanted to say I'm sorry.
That's very thoughtful of you. Come in, Frank.
I
You have to take your shoes off.
After successfully manipulating Sheila, he asks if he can take a bath, and once his bath is complete, she brings him some of Eddie's old clothes, and let it be known that these two are very, very flirtatious with each other. Let's just say Frank propositions her, and not only does she agree, she grabs a towel and ties it around his head before dragging him into the bedroom like a dog on a leash and handcuffing him to the bed, whipping out the largest collection of adult toys that you could possibly ever come across. So this reveals to us that Sheila is a dominatrix in housewives' clothes. Some will say this is a little bit too far, and Shameless is very much known for pushing the envelope when it comes to this kind of thing. This is technically an assault, and the show pokes fun at Frank and Sheila's relationship going forward. As much as I hate Frank, I don't think he needs to be sexually abused, or that it needs to be played for laughs, for that matter. And I love the character of Sheila, don't get me wrong. Her weird sexual fantasies are part of her character, but sometimes in hindsight it is a little bit too far, especially since this is basically the R word and it's played for laughs. Back at the Gallaghers, Steve arrives with a van full of roses as an apology to Fiona. Fiona rejects it because she wants absolutely nothing to do with Steve, especially after the whole situation with Frank being smuggled over the border. She tells Steve to go home and she'll pay him back whenever she can for the roses. However, he insists that it's a gift. The third episode opens with a girl named Mandy flirting with Ian while he's at work. Ian pretends to be into her just for her to go away, and Cash is watching this whole thing, which is just a little bit creepy if you ask me. Like, sir, you are in your 30s. Mandy leaves, and after Ian's shift is over, he kisses Cash on the lips in an alleyway, so I think it's about time I talk about the age gap here. The show never spends time trying to convince us that it's wrong and illegal, and that's because it's trying to convince us the entire time that it's fine because Ian is gay, and in the showrunners' minds, it's only statutory R word if it's a straight man and a woman. There are a couple relationships like this throughout the show, and that's probably just because Shameless is a product of its time. Even in the late 2010s, age gap relationships were all too common in television. It wasn't really until the Me Too movement in 2016, 2017, 2018 that we started to see it a little bit less. Do we still have relationships like this on screen today? Well, yes, but I'd make the argument that for the most part, the TV shows aren't really trying to convince us that it's okay anymore. They won't go as far as to completely stop showing underage teens getting taken advantage of, but they will more often than not implement an arc for the character that demonstrates either a willingness to escape said abusive relationship or an instance where a close friend or family member tells them how fucked up it is. I can't speak for every single show, but you'd really think in 2024 we would know better. But there still are some creators out there that haven't learned, so I wouldn't be surprised if we haven't actually moved on from these illegal displays of what's actually considered to be normal on screen. At the Gallagher house, Mandy has joined Ian on the couch. She makes Carl leave so that she can be alone with Ian. Carl teases Ian by telling him he's going to be getting an STD before making his exit. After numerous attempts to get with him by Mandy, Ian turns her down. Fiona then arrives with Tony after a very spirited scene in his car. The next morning, Fiona and Veronica talk about Fiona's choices between Steve and Tony. She's very clearly into both guys, but she doesn't know who to choose. Fiona seems like she wants to be more inclined to choose Tony, but that's only because they've known each other their entire lives. Steve brings way more excitement to her, and she definitely is torn between the two. Meanwhile, Mandy's brothers, including Mickey Milkovich, show up to Ian's work to try and beat him up for an alleged assault Ian committed against Mandy. Meanwhile, at the Gallagher house, a social security agent arrives.
Isn't this a house?
Oh, Aunt Ginger.
Is she here?
She lives in a nursing home in Wisconsin.
I have reason to believe someone may be cashing your aunt's checks without her consent. I have your aunt's next social security check with me now. How about I come back in the morning, say around 10, and deliver the check to your aunt in person?
After Fiona confronts Frank about Aunt Ginger's whereabouts, Frank brings home a random homeless man that he finds on the street and dresses him as a woman to pass off as Ginger. Fiona then learns the truth about Aunt Ginger, and that is that Frank has been cashing her checks for the last 12 years because Aunt Ginger is, drumroll please, dead. Fiona tells Frank he's going to end up in jail if they don't sort this whole issue out. Fiona and Veronica then come up with a genius plan to borrow a woman from an assisted living facility that Veronica works at. The next morning, the interview goes really smoothly, surprisingly, and the social security agent ends up handing the check to Frank, who immediately gets it stolen from him by Fiona so she can pay the gas bill. The next morning, Ian tries to apologize to Mandy, and he eventually does tell her that he's gay, which suddenly prompts her to be a little bit more accepting towards him. She calls her brothers off and prevents any other attacks on Ian, and a beautiful friendship between Mandy and Ian is started. Fiona then returns Aunt Ginger to the group home, and and this upsets Debbie because Debbie got really close with this fake Aunt Ginger. She is giving a performance here. Fiona then shows up to Steve's work and finally asks him out. We now know that Fiona has chosen Steve over Tony. At the beginning of episode 4, Debbie kidnaps a literal child from a birthday party to play dress up with, all because Fiona won't buy her a doll. The Gallaghers devise a plan to return the baby without anyone thinking that they did anything suspicious to the child, because Debbie made the colossal mistake of changing the clothes that this baby was in. Meanwhile, at the alibi room, a group of girls hit on Kevin, but he turns them down and tells them he's engaged. Frank overhears this and tells the entire bar that Kevin and Veronica are getting married.
Carol! Carol! Carol, come here! No. Kev's making an honest woman out of your daughter!
You what?
Yeah!
Oh my God!
The Gallaghers successfully return Casey, who looks relatively unharmed, and Debbie gets a lot of money from the people on the street at the birthday party for returning the baby safely. Meanwhile, Kevin comes home and drunkenly proposes to Veronica, so Kevin and Veronica are getting married, baby. Oh, I also forgot to mention there's a scene where Karen is bathing and Frank walks in by accident, and he tries to leave, but then she asks him to grab a towel for her. Truly disgusting work by the writers. She's looking at him in a very sexual way, and it's just foul. One of the most regrettable things that the show does in its first season is portray every single victim as the person with the power here. Karen is portrayed as a sexual equal to Frank here, and while Frank is uncomfortable for sure, he ultimately doesn't stop anything she does or says around him. At the end of the episode, the Gallaghers celebrate Kevin and Veronica's engagement, and seemingly out of nowhere, Kevin seems a bit down considering the circumstances. When Fiona pushes to know why he's so upset, he tells her he's already married and cannot marry Veronica.
You know, for a guy who just got engaged, you don't seem very happy to be getting married.
It's because I'm already married.
The gag. At the beginning of the episode, Fiona tries to convince Veronica to call off the wedding while there's some reason trying to steal toilet paper from a public restroom. Due to Fiona's knowledge of Kevin's current marital status, she tries to get Veronica to back out of the marriage herself so she doesn't have to learn about Kevin's marriage right away. Elsewhere, Frank has an appointment with a doctor who believes he might need a biopsy due to him having a growth down there. And right after this, the doctor decides to schedule an appointment for the biopsy. Meanwhile, Kevin and Veronica both share the opinion that they might not be ready to get married after all, before deciding to just go ahead and cancel the wedding. That is until Veronica's mother, Carol, shows up with the news that Veronica's father set aside a big sum of money for Veronica if she ever were to get married. With this new information, Veronica and Kevin decide to bring the wedding back on. However, later that day, Kevin tells Veronica he can't marry her because he's already married. Later in the episode, Fiona suggests not filing a marriage license and instead having a fake wedding so that they can still get all the gifts from everybody at the wedding and also the money from Veronica's father. Frank has his biopsy the following day, and shortly after this attends a support group for cancer survivors. Frank is just so unserious in this scene.
Just knowing your tits are trying to kill you, that's gotta suck. Mine's in my balls. So they've got a reason to be pissed. Tucked between two legs.
Kevin and Veronica try to reject the priest that Carol provides them, and Carol says that they're literally not allowed to get married unless they have a priest, because that's what Veronica's father wanted. So Carl, Ian, and Lip decide to go kidnap a priest of their own. Later on, Ian visits Cash's house while Linda is away with the kids, and when he sees all the decor, he freaks out and leaves. This season in particular has a lot of Islamophobia. I was literally shocked when I was rewatching season 1 and saw the amount of jokes they make about Middle Eastern people in general. At one point, they literally make an Israel-Palestine joke that is horrid to hear in this day and age. By the way, I have some links down below if you would like to go down and support some GoFundMes for the current situation in that area of the world. Anyway, this show is not woke whatsoever, but it does talk about certain issues and has the let's poke fun at everyone mentality instead of deliberately choosing sides. However, the amount of racist and Islamophobic jokes that they make to poke fun at Arab people is deplorable, to be honest with you. I mean, seriously, the one and only Middle Eastern character this show has, Cash, is portrayed as a predator, and spoiler, doesn't stay around in this show for too long. So the morning after the bachelor's party, Veronica's older brother, who we've literally never heard about and won't hear about again, shows up and essentially tries to ruin their wedding. Veronica and Fiona tie him up to the toilet so that he can't ruin the wedding. After the reception, Carol hands Veronica the cash, and she finds out that it's only $500. So at the beginning of the episode at the Jackson house, Sheila refuses to make breakfast for Eddie.
The banana and blueberry are spectacular.
Oh, so good, Mom. Really?
Frank has completely moved in at this point and is clearly Sheila's new man, but Eddie has also moved back in after not really being able to move out, so all four of them are just coexisting in this house, and it's a very interesting situation to say the least. I mean, Karen even asks Frank to attend parents' night for her instead of Eddie, who is sitting right there as an option. Meanwhile, at the Gallaghers, the gas is cut because they were late on their bill. Steve tries to pay the bill for them, but Fiona claims that she has it under control. This is a recurring issue in their relationship. Whenever Fiona or the Gallaghers in general are down on their luck, Steve is right there willing to pay for it. But Fiona has too much, like, I don't know, pride to take the money from Steve because she wants every single thing to be fair, and she thinks that if he gives her money that she's gonna owe him, but Steve tries to tell her that that's just not the case. This is when Carl hands Fiona a note from his teacher. The note demands Carl bring a parent for parents' night because he's been very troubled as of late. On his way out of the house to take the kids to school, he hands Fiona the money yet again, and Fiona again hands the money back to Steve because she claims she can handle it herself. After Steve leaves with the kids, two big scary looking men threaten Fiona and tell her to get Frank to pay up. Fiona confronts Frank at the bar about this whole situation before demanding he show up for parents' night for Carl. This is when the two men from before storm into the bar and chase Frank out of there. Fiona meets with Carl's principal before parents' night, and he tells her to bring a parent or a guardian, or else he's going to have to call CPS.
Come back tonight with a parent, or a call will be placed to a place you don't want me to call.
We then get a funny ass scene where Sheila lets in the two men that are hunting Frank down. She just asks them to please put their shoes in bags because she is a germaphobe. Frank is chased by the men yet again. He does manage to get away from them. However, when he tries to get back into Sheila's house, the two men are waiting for him just outside. After Karen comes home, Frank tells her to divert the men's attention so he can sneak back in, and that's when she says,
"Promise me you'll come to school for me tonight, and I'll do it."
Don't fight, Jesus! Everything's got to be quid pro fucking quo. Go!
This episode also reveals to us that Lip frequently takes SATs for other students. That is until he's caught by a professor from the University of Chicago. He makes Lip take a new version of the test in a private session so he can see if Lip is truly gifted or if he's cheating. Now, Lip is just so smart, he gets a perfect score on this new version of the test, proving the level of intellect that we're dealing with this one. The professor offers Lip an internship, but Lip literally says he does not want to go to college. Like, he just wants to get a normal job. The college professor tells Lip that he has to call all the people he tested for and tell them that their scores are now invalid. At the parent-teacher conference, Fiona and the younger siblings band together to prove that their bond as a family are more than enough security for Carl to learn what's right and wrong. Essentially, they're trying to prove that their home is stable enough for Carl to live in. The principal does not believe any of this, and he threatens to call CPS if a parent or guardian does not show up. Steve waltzes in and solves everyone's problems. He pretends that him and Fiona have just filed for guardianship of the kids. The principal is still not believing any of this until Steve takes him aside and they smoke a little green together, and he ends up buying Carl some time. Elsewhere, Frank is learning about how well Karen is doing in her classes. Frank puts on a happy face even though he absolutely despises school and teachers and, well, just the American education system in general. That's when the two scary men come in and clear the room of people before threatening Frank one last time.
They said she was developing into an incredibly poised young woman.
Poised? Oh, she is. How am I gonna help her be the woman she's supposed to be if I'm locked up in this house? Life is going on all around me and I'm missing out.
At the beginning of episode 7, Mandy, Lip, and Ian find a broken down meat truck, and after sending the driver away on a wild goose chase, they call everyone in the neighborhood about raiding the truck. This episode also sees Steve bribing all the siblings to get them to admit to Fiona that they'll be fine without her for one night. Fiona just doesn't believe them and continues to turn Steve down on his offer. According to Steve, Fiona thinks the world would stop spinning on its axis if she takes one night off from the kids. We also get a line here where he tells her to put her oxygen mask on.
You know when a plane starts going down and they tell you to put your mask on before helping anyone else? Put your mask on, Fiona.
Yeah? Well, I've never been on a plane.
She really gagged him there. Steve eventually takes Liam and brings him to Sheila's without Fiona's knowledge. And let me tell you, Sheila is so ecstatic to be with Liam.
Look after Liam. I'd love to. I can keep him in my room until Karen goes to college.
However, Liam decides to play a surprise game of hide and go seek, which results in him opening the front door and escaping, prompting Sheila to attempt to leave the house for the first time in 5 years.
Liam, you have to come.
Sheila straps herself to the house with bed sheets, which is just so iconic, before heading outside and grabbing Liam. This has got to be one of my favorite Sheila scenes in this entire show. She just gets to be so outlandish with her performance. It also does bring a lot of light to people with OCD and agoraphobia and even some social anxiety. Not many TV shows tackle those subjects all that well, and while it is definitely played for laughs in this show, I think they ended up doing it really well. Fiona learns that Frank has been putting each of the kids in hundreds of dollars of debt by using their names to max out credit cards for himself. Obviously enraged by this, she heads to the alibi to confront Frank about it. At the cash and grab, Linda learns about Mickey Milkovich's frequent habit of stealing from the store, and then decides to reinstall the security cameras to ensure that nothing happens. She even threatens Ian and Cash, basically stating that she is going to be watching those cameras like a hawk. Ian and Cash believe that they can just move the cameras and create a bit of a blind spot where Linda won't see them having sex. However, their attempt to hide their transgression from Linda fails when she just manually moves the camera down and sees the entire thing happen. Imagine finding out that your husband is gay and is sleeping with a minor. Oh, it would be over. It would be over immediately. Veronica reveals to Fiona that her and Kevin are getting a foster child because they want to, quote, test drive a child before they decide to try and have their own. Fiona debates with Veronica about the possibility of her going on vacation with Steve. Veronica tells her she's just overthinking it and she just needs to go and do it. While chatting with a homeless man, Frank comes up with a plan to fake his death in order to throw those two men off his trail. He asks his kids and Kevin and Veronica for their help in getting this whole thing put together, as he has only 24 hours to successfully fake his death. Fiona then decides to go to the hotel with Steve. The next day, Ian confronts Mickey about the gun. After a short little tussle, both of them kind of look at each other, and in the heat of the moment, they both rip each other's clothes off. This is where it's revealed that Mickey, this crusty man right here, is queer. Mickey Milkovich is the prime example of the closeted gay homophobe trope that plagued our screens in the early 2000s to late 2010s. As society became more accepting of gay, lesbian, and bisexual people, and even transgender people, Hollywood had a lot of catching up to do. And I'm not saying that Shameless does its queer representation badly, because it doesn't. Ian does not feel like a gay stereotype, and that's why I love him and his portrayal so much, because they didn't make his entire character about his sexuality. However, Shameless does fall into the equally frustrating trap with its other closeted queer character, Mickey. And if you want me to shower their relationship in praise and flowers, think again, because I have some choice words for their relationship. Mickey is the quintessential straight-passing white man. He's portrayed in a very racist, homophobic, transphobic way, constantly yelling out slurs and profanities. The thing about Mickey is that in the first couple seasons, he's always dirty. I'm talking dirt in the nails, untrimmed beard, just nasty hygiene in general. I praise the fact that Ian wasn't a walking stereotypical gay who dresses in a more feminine way, but Mickey is on a whole nother level of anti-gay stereotype. He dresses not only like a straight man, but a straight man who has very right-leaning tendencies where toxic masculinity rules his behavior. For God's sakes, he literally has Nazi memorabilia in his room and was raised by a neo-Nazi himself. A show like Shameless has such a diverse audience, and a lot of people on the right side of the aisle tune in to watch the show. The show exposes that audience to a queer character in a way that doesn't make them automatically want to turn the TV off, which is pretty impressive. Shameless is able to do this because Ian is not just the same walking stereotype that the right of center audience would probably be used to seeing on their screens. Going forward, Ian and Mickey have a very long and complicated relationship, and I'll break down each terrible decision the writers make along the way. Just be aware of the fact that Ian is a good example of how to shift viewer perception of gay people, and Mickey is a horrible example. Fiona and Steve pick Liam up from Sheila's, who is upset to see him go. After arriving home, Debbie briefs Fiona on the plan to get everyone looking funeral ready for Frank. The two men arrive at Frank's wake.
Sorry for your loss.
It was a shock.
I'm sure. Accident, was it? Suicide.
They decide to call their boss, and he says he needs to see Frank's body. Fiona and the others tell Veronica to go distract the two men while they replace Frank's body in the coffin with a bunch of the meat that they had left over. The 8th episode opens with Frank collapsing in the middle of the road before we cut to 2 days later where he wakes up in a hospital bed and is given a proposition by his doctors who are doing a study on alcoholism.
We would like you to participate in our medical study.
Your what?
In my whole career, I've never seen such a spectacular display of alcoholism.
Thank you.
There's a side plot this episode where Debbie looks at Steve's phone and sees that he has a romantic sounding text from a mystery woman named Candace. Debbie brings her concerns to Fiona, who dismisses it at first, but then confronts Steve about it. He tells her that it is a coworker of his, but she still doesn't really trust that that's the truth. Then we catch up with Sheila, who goes on a men who are missing website because she hasn't heard from Frank in a few days.
Frank! Oh, Frank! Frank! Oh, I'm worried about you.
Frank finally returns to Sheila's, and after a short reunion between the two, he finds out that staying sober is going to be a lot harder than he had originally thought. He asks Sheila to keep him entertained, and that's when she whips out this absolutely mean dance.
That's good, Shields. That's really good.
Meanwhile, Kevin and Veronica meet their new foster child named Ethel, who was removed from a religious sect recently. Frank has returned to the Gallagher house and has begun to warm up to Debbie yet again because Debbie provides him with an endless amount of sugar that has essentially replaced his alcohol addiction. The Gallagher kids try to keep Frank busy in this really fun montage of them running up and down the stairs and all around the house. A little bit later, Lip tries to warn the younger kids about Frank and about the fact that he's probably not going to stay sober for too long, so they shouldn't expect Frank to be all happy and in their lives all that often. Meanwhile, Steve arrives to his mother's house, and it is revealed here that Steve is not his name. His presumed older brother calls him Jimmy.
We're all in the kitchen having tea.
Yeah, I'll be right there.
I'll tell your mother.
I mean, I got 3 fucking kids at home, and you're going balls deep in that? Killing me, Jimmy.
So Steve has lied about the name, he's lied about the background, and he's lied about the whole car situation, and the fact that he has a girlfriend that kisses him on the mouth when he gets to his mother's house. After a particularly hard day at work, Fiona asks Frank to get a job now that he's sober. However, Frank is too busy reading to the kids to answer her. While looking at her disheveled tips, Fiona breaks down in tears, still feeling like she's the only one pulling her weight. She has to work multiple degrading waitress jobs just to put food on the table for the kids. The next morning, Fiona and the others force Frank to drink again after he attempts to demolish their house. At the end of the episode, Debbie makes note of the address attached to Candace's name in Steve's phone. Debbie is genuinely the smartest sibling in this group of kids because nobody else has been able to figure out that there's something off about Steve. The 9th episode of the series opens with Debbie and Veronica staking out the address that was found in Steve's phone. Veronica is quick to shut down any speculation Debbie may have about what the address might be. Debbie tells Veronica she believes it's Steve's mistress due to the car's license plate, which says Delish. While at the club with Steve, Fiona reveals to him that usually at this point in the relationship, her boyfriends start ghosting her, implying that she has a gut feeling he's about to do the same to her. Steve brushes this off and they continue with their night. In the Jackson house, Eddie pleads with Karen to go to a chastity ball to, quote, confess her sexual sins and make it right with God. At first, Karen is completely unwilling to go anywhere with him, but after hearing him offer up his car to her, she decides to give it a shot. Elsewhere, Frank gets a call from his lawyer claiming that his settlement money is imminent. He heads over to his lawyer's office, which is completely cluttered, and she reveals to him that he will need to go get his wife Monica's signature in order to get the settlement money, due to the fact that she's a joint claimant on the lawsuit.
All I need is your signature and Monica's, and the money is all yours.
Me and Monica.
Yay, that was a hell of a warm-up. Unfortunately, those aren't the originals. You two will have to go down to the city legal offices and do it in person.
Frank tells his lawyer he has absolutely no idea where Monica could be, but he says he does have a phone number he can try. Because Frank is too scared to call Monica himself, he asks Sheila to impersonate a woman giving away prizes while on the phone with her. She calls Monica and tells her that she's won a teddy bear.
And a teddy bear, and a great big teddy bear. She's crying. Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah, no, I've never won anything either. I'm thrilled for you. anyway?
Meanwhile, Debbie arrives back at the house she was stalking the night before and meets the woman who lives there. It's revealed that this woman is Steve's mother, and moments after Debbie starts talking with her, Steve turns the corner and sees Debbie in the house. Debbie's suspicions are confirmed when his mother calls him Jimmy. Up until this point, Steve has built quite the reputation with Fiona's younger siblings. This would be the first instance where Debbie sees right through Steve. This honestly happens in real life too. Kids can see through to the soul of a person, and oftentimes more than other adults. Debbie had a bad feeling about Steve, otherwise why would she check his phone in the first place? Veronica was quick to dismiss Debbie and never really looked further into Steve. Lip and Ian were too busy with their own lives, so of course Debbie felt like she had to play detective herself. Steve chases after her and assures her that he loves Fiona and the kids so much, he even reveals to her that he actually bought the house next door for Fiona and Steve to live in, so that if Fiona were to move, they wouldn't be too far away from the original Gallagher house. At Kevin and Veronica's house, Ethel visits with her son. Yes, she has a son, and she is one of 5 sister wives. I think I forgot to mention that. Frank arrives to the store and the audience finally meets the kids' mother, Monica. Upon seeing his wife, Frank enters a sort of love-struck paralysis for a moment. He hasn't seen her in what can be presumed to be over a year, and he hopes that even in this tumultuous situation he's put her in, she'll fall back into his arms. That is until he sees her with a woman named Roberta, Bob for short. Now, if you're wondering how he and ultimately the show handles Monica being a bisexual woman in a lesbian relationship, well, not very well. They kind of just make a ton of jokes about their relationship. This is yet another example of the hit or miss handling of queer characters within this show. Monica herself is essentially presented as a woman who, quote, went crazy and turned lesbian. According to Frank anyway, she hasn't ever been into women before him or during him. It was only when they split that she started to explore her sexuality. Our introduction into Monica is also intertwined with the reveal that she left Frank for a black woman, something Frank is particularly very upset about because he's very racist and homophobic. Side note, the constant portrayal of black women, and in particular black lesbians in media, as overly masculine and manly is egregiously overdone. After Monica walks out of the store disappointed, she gets back in the semi-truck before seeing Frank and figuring out that he manipulated this whole thing. Monica and her new girlfriend chase after Frank in this giant semi, and Kevin, who just happens to be in the same parking lot as them, takes Frank to Sheila's. Meanwhile, Sheila and Debbie are baking together, and this is so cute and fun. I just love these two together. Frank storms into Sheila's with Kevin to avoid Monica and her girlfriend.
Lock the door! Lock the door!
So Monica arrives at Sheila's and she reunites with Debbie. Debbie obviously is in a state of shock because she hasn't seen her mother in so long. This scene gave me goosebumps. I was emotional. Monica claims that Frank almost destroyed her. Sheila interrupts them in order to give them bags to put on their shoes.
You mind putting some bags on? Can you put some bags on your feet? On my feet. I need you to put bags on.
So Debbie goes back to her house and tells everybody that Monica is over at Sheila's, and the mood in the room just completely drops. This is serious for everyone in this family. They haven't seen Monica in a really long time, and most of them do not have a good relationship with her. After Debbie accidentally reveals to Fiona that Steve bought her a house, all the Gallaghers gather together and head over to Sheila's to confront their mother. Meanwhile, Sheila tells Monica she needs to apologize to Frank.
Apologies for walking out on this piece of shit?
No, for walking out on them.
Oh my God.
Ian runs to Mickey's house and tells him to meet him at the Cash and Grab later that night. Cash also finds out that Ian is sleeping with Mickey at this point. Cash shoots Mickey in the leg because Mickey is kind of being an asshole about it. Meanwhile, back at Sheila's, Monica says she knew the kids would be fine with Fiona, which is not a justification at all. Just because the kids would be fine with Fiona doesn't mean that she necessarily needed to up and leave them. The Gallaghers learn here that Frank knew where Monica was and knew how to contact her and just never went back for her. And this obviously upsets most of the kids because Frank could have gotten Monica a lot sooner, but he chose not to. Bob then claims that Liam belongs with a mixed race family, which is just absolutely absurd because Monica hasn't even been in Liam's life. She is believed to have left the family like weeks after Liam was born. This scene is so good, you guys. You don't understand.
Berta and I want to start a family of our own.
Well, how about you finish this one first? You don't get to abandon your kids and then show up one day to take your pick of the litter.
Oh, now that's not fair.
Shut up, Frank. This isn't about you. This is about you. This is about what you didn't do. It's about what I did. I did a fucking great job. They did it all. No thanks to you because you weren't here.
Monica is really too stunned to speak at this moment. She tries to lessen the blow by saying that she's here now and that
Liam belongs with me.
He doesn't even know who you are.
I'm his mother.
You are my mother, too.
Fiona then claims that she's done raising the kids.
So I'm done. I'm done with the school and the bills and the clinics. I'm done.
Aside from the iffy portrayal of Monica and her lesbian relationship in this episode, this is genuinely some of the best writing and acting that this show has ever seen and will ever see. Monica is a character that I think inevitably had to show up, just to obviously be true to the source material and to also give the United States viewers an explanation as to why she left and what she's been up to, and what each of these characters' relationships with her were like. This episode answers so many of those questions and poses a lot of new ones, such as, what is Fiona gonna do now that Monica is back? Is Frank going to try and steal Monica away from Bob? Is Monica gonna try and stay with the kids? This episode is heavily based on the 6th episode of the British series titled Monica Comes Home. In the British version of that episode, Monica is found by Frank because he wants her to pay child support. Early in the morning, Monica is already struggling to balance everything like permission slips and school lunches. She's clearly very overwhelmed. Lip confronts Bob about them potentially taking Liam from them, and yeah, Lip, he kind of mothers here.
We having a problem, Philip?
I don't know, Bob. Let's see, you're camped out in my house. You're f***ing my mother, and you're talking about stealing my baby brother. Why would we have a problem?
Just as the rest of his siblings, Lip is very upset about the fact that Monica basically left them a few years ago. You can literally see it in his eyes in this scene, how betrayed he feels. For him, it's too little too late at this point with Monica. He doesn't want to try and rebuild his relationship with her because he knows that she's probably just gonna leave again. Monica tells Bob that she's beginning to have second thoughts about leaving with Liam. She asks Bob if they can stay and raise all the kids together. It's alluded to in this season, but not really confirmed until later on, but Monica has bipolar disorder, and that's why she's claiming to Bob here that she's better now because Bob is in her life. Monica and Bob also ask Frank to get Fiona on board with them taking Liam in exchange for Monica signing the court document so that Frank can get the settlement money. Unsurprisingly, Fiona is unwilling to let Monica take Liam. Later on, Monica and Bob head over to the fertility clinic to figure out if Frank is Liam's, which would tell them if Monica is legally allowed to take Liam without Frank's consent. Ian and Lip decide to follow Bob and Monica to the fertility clinic to get their DNA tested as well. Elsewhere, Steve is pulled over by Tony, who gives him a warning about his treatment towards Fiona. This definitely does shake Steve to the core. Monica and Bob find out that Liam is in fact Frank's, and word eventually gets out to Fiona and Lip, who confront Frank about the whole situation at the bar. This is what he has to say about the whole matter.
Ooh. I thought that was always a rumor about Nana Gallagher having an affair with that sax player.
Meanwhile, at dinner, Lip opens the DNA test results in front of everyone and reveals that Ian is in fact not Frank Gallagher's son.
Congratulations, Ian. You are not Frank Gallagher's son.
However, it is revealed that Ian might be one of Frank's brother's sons, meaning that Monica cheated on Frank with one of his brothers.
You fucked my brother. What's next? You gonna take up with a black lady, man? How can we get back together now?
I have never, ever had any intention of getting back together with you, Frank. You only tricked me into coming here to get some settlement money.
I wanted to see you again.
So you pretended that she won a teddy bear?
You know how much I love teddy bears.
In other news, Karen and Eddie decide to go to the chastity ball where she's supposed to confess her sexual sins. And upon doing exactly that, Eddie slut shames her.
I didn't have intercourse until the 8th grade. I didn't like it at first, but then around the 6th time, I started to feel good. But I didn't feel good about it. And then there was a time at Minnie Carlson's sleepover when we all got in the shower and started soaping each other up. And then her mom walked in and freaked out when she saw Mindy in the shower with a big
Whores don't get cars!
After getting home, Karen trashes all of Eddie's stuff in the basement. Sheila tries to comfort Karen the best she can in the moment before returning upstairs and seeing Eddie in his pool of sorrow about his daughter's past sexual encounters. Sheila has absolutely no care in the world to see Eddie anymore. She basically kicks him out at this point, even going as far as to go outside and ensure that he makes it into his car. This is a really big step for Sheila because it's the first instance where she's fully comfortable being outside with no help from bed sheets. At the end of the episode, all the Gallaghers convene in Fiona's new house and prepare to go up against Monica and Bob as a united front so that she won't take their baby brother. To their surprise, Monica hands Liam over to Fiona. After Monica leaves, everything basically goes back to normal. Fiona moves back in with the Gallaghers, Monica and Bob go back to where they came from, and Frank obviously loses out on all the settlement money because Monica never signed the court document. At the beginning of the 11th episode, Fiona tells Lip and Ian to go visit their Grammy if they want to know more information about Frank's brothers. Later on, at a PTA meeting, Fiona decides to try and make friends with the other moms who are just a bit snobby compared to her. However, there is one mother there named Jasmine who takes it upon herself to take Fiona under her wing and later on in the night takes her out for drinks. Oh yeah, and I would be remiss if I forgot to mention the fact that Jasmine, as she's leaving the bar, kisses Fiona on the lips.
Okay, bye.
Later on, Tony arrives at the Gallagher house to warn Fiona about Steve. He says that Steve is not the person that Fiona thinks he is. As soon as Tony leaves, she tries to call Steve, but Steve is not picking up. We also get a scene where Debbie and Carl help Frank look for jobs after he is informed that his disability benefits have been canceled. Lip decides to go see Karen before him and Ian go try to find out who Ian's father is. Since the purity ball, Karen has taken up metal music and has pierced her nose. She's also become quite destructive, ruining almost everything that Eddie had downstairs. Lip then decides to shame Karen because she's complaining about the fact that her father did the exact same thing a few days prior at that ball. Later on, Lip and Ian go visit their Grammy.
So what do you want? We're trying to find Dad's brothers. What might be my dad?
How so?
Monica boned a brother.
I never liked that woman. Clayton, Jerry, and my baby Wyatt. They're in the book.
Later on, Karen now has black hair, and so that's how you know she's really going through her edgy, emo, alternative phase. She's on a webcam cutting her hair shorter as she airs out all of her grievances towards her father. The next day, Ian and Lip meet one of Frank's brothers named Jerry.
What do you want?
Hi, I'm sorry. My name is Philip. This is my brother Ian.
Yeah, so?
Well, we're Frank Gallagher's sons, and we were wondering maybe if we could...
Ian and Lip arrive at their Uncle Clayton's house, and almost immediately the audience will recognize a striking resemblance between Ian and Clayton, almost confirming the fact that Clayton is Ian's real father. Even Clayton's wife, Lucy, is somewhat suspicious of the fact that the two look so similar. Ian storms out of the house before Clayton and Lucy can return. Lip is somewhat confused as to why Ian doesn't want to get to know his own dad. Ian tells him he likes the life he has. He doesn't want to be separated from his siblings and move in with a new family that he barely knows. He now has the closure he needed by knowing who his father is, but that doesn't mean he wants to get to know the guy either. Elsewhere, Steve is caught by Tony trying to break into a car. Steve is immediately arrested while Tony is off duty. After beating Steve up pretty bad, Tony decides to let Steve go on the condition that Steve leaves Chicago and never comes back, not even to say goodbye to Fiona. Meanwhile, Frank has gotten a new job since his disability checks have stopped coming in. Frank cannot stand to be a functioning member of society, so he believes that the only way to get his disability back is to permanently injure himself. He tries various ways at first, but none of them succeed. Finally, he does decide to take a staple gun to his hand, and that is what eventually sends him to the hospital. After leaving their Uncle Clayton's house, Lip and Ian are pulled over while driving Steve's stolen car. Tony arrives on the scene to find out that it's Lip and Ian that have been pulled over. Meanwhile, we find out that Fiona and her new friend Jasmine are at a St. Patrick's Day party. Fiona is really paranoid about Steve, seeing as she hasn't heard from him in a while, and he was supposed to show up at the party that day. Moments later, she gets a call from the police station revealing to her that her brothers have been arrested while driving a stolen car. At the end of the episode, we are greeted by one of the worst scenes this show has ever presented us. Frank comes home from the hospital heavily doped up on painkillers. He finds Karen sulking downstairs. After yelling at him to go away, Karen instead decides to take out her anger in a new way, which is 10 times worse than anything she's done up until this point. She decides to tie Frank up and take his clothes off and webcam them while she reverse R-words herself. What the fuck? This whole situation with Karen and Frank is absolutely disgusting, and I really don't think the writers knew where to draw a line when it comes to pushing boundaries. I don't think that we really needed to include this. I think this is what ends up ruining Karen's character going forward. The finale of season 1 opens up with the Gallagher siblings at the police station waiting any new information on Ian and Lip post getting arrested for the stolen car. According to Tony, Lip could be charged as an adult because he is 17 years old. While being questioned, Lip takes full responsibility for the stolen car and says that Ian had absolutely no idea. A little bit later on, Fiona and the younger siblings are still waiting at the police station. Fiona calls Steve in a panic as she suspects the car came from him. However, Steve is still not answering because of the deal he made with Tony the episode prior. The next morning, the Gallaghers have returned home, and Fiona heads over next door to where Steve would presumably be, and nobody answers the door. So Fiona is convinced that he's gone. Meanwhile, at the Jackson house, Frank joins Karen in the bathroom while she's doing her business, and he tells her that they cannot continue on with their transgressions because it would be wrong to do that to Sheila. A little bit later on, Karen decides to send the video of herself and Frank not only to her father, but everyone else at his work as well, just to embarrass him. Tony is able to bargain with his commanding officer to get Lip and Ian released from jail. After the Gallaghers return home, Fiona interrogates Ian about the stolen car. Ian still swears that he doesn't know anything about it. As Fiona gets up to leave, Ian finally comes out to her.
I'm gay.
I know.
Meanwhile, Steve flags down Tony's car, and before Tony can attack Steve for not leaving town like he asked him to, Steve demands Tony get Ian and Lip out of jail. Not knowing that Tony has literally already done this, Steve begs and begs and begs, and eventually offers Tony his house. Meanwhile, Eddie arrives at work and opens his email to the video of Frank and Karen, which was sent to him obviously by Karen earlier in the episode. Obviously enraged, Eddie leaves work early and heads to the alibi to try and kill Frank, who is being hidden by Kevin. Kevin only finds out why he's hiding Frank when Eddie says,
You fucked the wrong guy's daughter, Gallagher!
You gone?
Yeah.
Anybody got a spare pair of shoes I could borrow?
Back at the Gallagher house, Debbie tries to tell Fiona about Steve's double life, but Fiona thinks Debbie's talking about the fact that Steve sells and steals and buys cars, and that's just not the case. She's trying to tell her about the fact that his name isn't Steve, it's Jimmy. Fiona tells Debbie she already knows everything, but Fiona doesn't know anything. Later that night, Steve actually shows his face around the Gallagher house to apologize to Fiona for being AWOL and asks Fiona to move to Costa Rica with him. Fiona does not want to leave her siblings, especially with the fact that Ian and Lip were just arrested, so that proves that in her mind, her siblings still need her. Steve tells her he's leaving tomorrow and she's welcome to come with him. For a moment, it looks like Fiona might want to go with him. By the time he leaves, she is still undecided about the whole situation. Eddie returns to work and sees his co-workers watching the video of Karen and Frank that they were all sent. This prompts him to drive out in the middle of a frozen lake and drill a hole in it before tying a cinder block to his legs and jumping in. Later on in the episode, Lip does find out about the video between Karen and Frank. Lip steals a car yet again, and this time uses it to try and run his own father over. Later that night, Karen realizes she's made a terrible mistake before returning to Lip to apologize to him for sleeping with Frank and the whole situation with her blowing up on him a few episodes ago. The two of them talk about their issues with both of their fathers and are seemingly back together, or are at least friends again. At the end of the night, Frank tries to apologize to Lip from outside his window, but Lip doesn't want to hear Frank out at all, and in response to Frank's apology, Lip does this.
How can I ever really say I'm sorry? Shit. What the fuck?
At the end of the episode, Fiona has decided to go with Steve to Costa Rica. She packs a bag and heads off for the train station and looks like she's about to get on the train until the train leaves without her. Steve, on the other hand, boards his flight without Fiona, and the two officially part ways. Fiona instead heads over to Jasmine's place of work to apply for a position there, and that is where season 1 of Shameless fades to black. The season premiere opens up at the Jackson house. Frank and Karen are outside on a warm summer's day, watching Sheila hit 100 steps on the sidewalk near their house. Sheila has made quite a lot of progress on her step goals. Her goal is to eventually reach the alibi room where she can share a drink with Frank. However, Frank tells Karen that he's very scared of the people at the bar sharing stories about him to Sheila. We are also introduced to a new character named Jody in this scene. That is Jody. No, That is not Karen's sibling, that is Karen's new boyfriend. Jody is an interesting character. He kind of does nothing throughout the show, but is involved in pretty important storylines going forward. A lot of his appearances are used for comedic relief, purely based on Zach McGowan's comedic timing and occasional deadpan delivery. His character essentially revolves around being a mid-20s reformed sex addict who is dating a much younger Karen. I'm assuming Karen is 17 in this season because that's how old Lip is. Her 18th birthday could be anytime after September 2011 due to her being a senior this season, and as we know, the season starts in June and July of 2011. Later on, Sheila will show lots of gratitude for Jody and how he's such a stand-up guy for Karen when he's literally dating a child. Frank goes to the alibi to drown his sorrow over the fact that Sheila is gonna be there very soon, and to his right is a man who claims to have been able to get up and walk right after being tased twice over. Frank does not believe this guy's story at all and bets $10,000 on him not being able to get up and walk after being tased by Kevin twice.
Where's my 10 grand, mother?
So sure enough, Frank loses this bet and now owes this man $10,000. We catch up with our girl Fiona, who is working at a club with Veronica. Jasmine and her sugar daddy show up for their night out, and shortly after, Fiona's new man, named Adam, walks in as well. The next morning, Jasmine and her sugar daddy, along with Fiona and Adam, are on a double date of sorts, if you can call it that. Elsewhere, we catch up with Lip, Ian, and Mandy, who are at some kind of fight club where Lip is one of the participants.
Kick him back. Punch him like a bat.
So Mandy has been recast this season. In season 1, she was played by Jane Levy and is replaced this season by Emma Greenwell due to Jane wanting to pursue other roles. I feel like most people will remember Emma Greenwell in the role because she played her for a longer duration. I honestly forgot that Mandy was recast, not because Jane Levy did a bad job in the first season and needed to be recast, but because the differences in the character are honestly pretty subtle. However, there are a few differences. Jane Levy brings a sort of childlike playfulness to the very over-sexualized Mandy, whereas Emma Greenwell's performance kind of channels an Aubrey Plaza or Dakota Johnson performance. Mandy feels a lot less sexualized in season 2. Don't get me wrong, she's still portrayed as a sexual deviant at only 16 years old, mind you, but it's a lot less slut-shamey. I feel like the writers might have seen Jane Levy's exit as a way to amend that aspect of the character because, like I said, Mandy was quite literally a sophomore in season 1 who was constantly having to be portrayed in some sexual situation. After her date with Adam, Fiona returns home, and as she's about to walk inside, Tony is walking out of his new house that he extorted Steve out of in the last season. Things haven't really gotten any better between these two since Fiona chose Steve over Tony last season, and Tony has been unsuccessful in wooing Fiona since Steve has been gone. As Fiona runs upstairs for her early morning nap, Debbie welcomes in a house full of daycare kids. A little bit later on, Frank returns to the Gallagher house to take Liam in order to gain more sympathy while begging on the streets. And while begging on the streets, a car pulls up and takes both Frank and Liam. The car assumedly belongs to the guy that Frank made a deal with earlier on in the episode. We meet a new character this episode named Stan, who lives above the alibi room and just so happens to own the building. Stan is very old, and Kevin takes care of him while at work. Stan complains to Kevin about the electric bill being extremely high over the last month, which prompts Kevin to show Lip the reason why that is.
You know how I usually grow a couple plants, get us through the summer?
Holy sh!
Later on, they are airing out the plants in Kevin's apartment, and that is when Veronica walks in. And Veronica, by the way, had absolutely no idea the amount of product that Kevin was growing down in the basement of the alibi. The man that Frank owes money to lets him go, but keeps Liam as a bargaining chip for when Frank comes back with the money. Frank, who is essentially out of options at this point, heads over to a gay bar and starts prostituting himself. Meanwhile, at the cash and grab, Ian and Cash have basically broken up at this point. Cash has also begun to see someone else, and they are still doing it in the store. You'd think after all the trouble that they got into last season, Cash would know better. Later on that day, Lip finds out that Ian wants to get into West Point, and initially, Lip is kind of judgmental towards Ian about this whole situation and a little bit unsupportive at first, but after thinking it through, he does decide to help Ian with his grades and tutor him. At the end of the day, Debbie reports to Fiona that Frank never came back with Liam. All the Gallagher siblings march on over to Sheila's to confront Frank about this. They force Frank out of bed and demand he lead them to the man's house. Fiona marches into the man's house and completely empties her pockets, followed by the other siblings who do the exact same thing. Liam is let go and Fiona promises to bring the guy the rest of the money when she can. The next morning at the cash and grab, Cash essentially runs away with his new boyfriend and we literally never see him again.
Can you do me a favor, Ian? Can you give me a bit of a head start? You're leaving? Linda's got preeclampsia. I can't do it.
At the end of the episode, Kevin and Veronica ask Fiona and the rest of the Gallagher siblings to help them divvy up the rest of the product in the basement for a large bonfire. Fiona decides to take about $6,000 of that product to the guy Frank owes money to in order to settle the rest of his debt. The second episode opens up at the alibi room. A few people at the bar bring up an old friend of theirs named Dottie. Word gets out to Frank that she is awaiting a heart transplant, and this is when Frank smells an opportunity. As we know, Frank is a nasty person. He takes whatever he can and gives absolutely nothing back. The entire reason why Frank decides to go and try and stay with this woman named Dottie is because she has a very big pension waiting for her. The entire reason why Frank has decided to try and get in Dottie's house is because he thinks Sheila will kick him out once she learns of all the awful things he is capable of from his friends down at the bar. Think of it as like a preemptive strike on Frank's part. Elsewhere, Mickey is released from juvie to Ian and Mandy.
Here it comes. I smell like barbecue sauce.
Like what?
Oh, what did I tell you?
Fiona comes home after a long shift and puts her tips in a secret bank of cash for emergencies called the Squirrel Fund, before heading upstairs for bed, only to realize that there is a pregnant woman who barely speaks English in her bed. Fiona learns that Frank rented her bedroom out to this woman. The next morning, Fiona arrives at work and meets Jasmine's friend, Richard. Jasmine wants to set Fiona up as Richard's sugar baby, but neither of them really seem that interested in each other when they sit down for a talk. At the start of the third episode, Lip meets with a colonel in the military in order to try and get Ian into West Point. He has to first get this colonel interested in him in order to then put in a good word for Ian. Elsewhere, Fiona goes on a date with an old fling of hers from high school named Craig Heisner, who is apparently married. This doesn't stop Fiona and him from being very flirtatious with each other. After leaving the date with Craig, Fiona finds an unclaimed purse while on the L train. She decides to take the purse for herself because no one is around to claim it. Later that day, she takes her entire family out to a buffet using the money in the purse. Meanwhile, at the Jackson residence, Jody asks Frank for his blessing in marrying Karen. Frank does give his blessing to Jody. However, when Jody isn't looking, Frank steals the engagement ring from Jody so he can propose to Dottie. Fiona decides that she made a colossal mistake in spending all the money from the purse, and she begins to feel extremely guilty about the whole situation, so she contacts the owner and shows up to return the purse, swearing to the woman that she didn't take the money that was inside. Frank returns to Dottie's house to propose to her. At first, Dottie is completely unimpressed and uninterested in marrying Frank, but seeing as she is at the end of her life, she decides to give it a shot. Later on that day, Dottie gets in the shower and takes off her ankle bracelet, which beeps when she's actually in the shower and not around to hear it. You want to know who is around to hear it though? Frank. He calls the number on the ankle bracelet and informs whoever's on the other end, that Dottie is sadly passed.
There was a bus crash on Interstate 494. We've been informed there may be a heart available.
She doesn't need it anymore.
Fiona feels so much guilt about stealing this woman's money that she ends up going to the woman's house again to return a big portion of it. However, the woman, she presumes that Fiona did take the money, even though Fiona is still insistent on the fact that she didn't take the money. After the woman cusses Fiona out, Fiona decides to leave without giving the woman the money back. Feeling like she's in a particularly destructive mood, Fiona heads over and decides to finally have relations with Craig Heisner in his car. And to say that he's unimpressive in his efforts is a little bit of an understatement. Frank heads back to Dottie's house, and Dottie tells Frank that the heart that was meant for her went to someone else. Dottie feels as though she's at the end of her life and won't make it another 6 months for another heart to become available for her. She asks Frank to take her to the bedroom so that he can mercy kill her using sex. Frank agrees to this just as long as he can get a cut of her pension. In his sorrow, Frank returns to the alibi room and hands Jody his engagement ring back before Jody makes his grand proposal to Karen, and by grand proposal I just mean this.
Oh, Frank, the prayer worked.
Is that my ring? Yes!
At the end of the episode, Fiona calls Steve, yes, that Steve, who she hasn't heard from in months. At the beginning of the 4th episode, Debbie answers a knock at the door. The woman at the door claims to be a new mom for Debbie's daycare, so Fiona comes downstairs to give the new mom a rundown of the daycare situation. However, this woman is not one of the new moms. She is in fact Craig Heisner's wife, who has come to beat Fiona senseless.
Fiona. That's for fucking my husband!
Fiona runs over to Sheila's and hides under the kitchen table with Frank. I love it when the show gives us parallels between Frank and Fiona. Frank is usually on the run from someone, and here we see Fiona in a similar situation. The two have a very heartwarming moment with each other where they laugh and joke about how badly Fiona has fucked up. After returning home, Fiona notices a stress rash on Debbie's arm, no doubt due to the fact that she's had to take on so much responsibility while watching all these kids at the daycare. She decides that what Debbie needs is a party.
How about you invite some friends over and relax in the pool? They can come over, hang out in the pool, and then sleep over. It'll be like a birthday party, sleepover party.
My birthday is not until October.
Hey, it's somebody's birthday somewhere.
Lip takes Jody out to the alibi in order to get him drunk enough to spill some kind of dirt on him, all for Lip to plot his way back into Karen's life. When Lip finds out that Jody doesn't drink, he swipes Jody's wallet from his pocket and heads into the alibi bathroom. Shortly after, Karen walks in and demands the wallet. Feeling like his days are numbered at Sheila's house, Frank decides to try and make the world seem much scarier to Sheila so that she will cower in her house yet again.
So promise me you won't go to a market.
Well, Frank, you never told me which market.
Any of them. Ever.
His plan is to steal a really old gun from the alibi room. He then heads over to Mickey to get some kind of ammo for the gun. However, they don't make ammo for this type of gun anymore, so Frank just ends up taking a random bullet from Mickey, and this backfires on him, quite literally.
What the hell was that?
I'm sure it was just a car backfiring, sweetie.
Meanwhile, at Debbie's party, Popular Girl, Holly Herkimer, Little Hank, Carl, Lip, and Mandy Milkovich all sit down for a movie night. Mandy and Lip ditch the party to go upstairs and have a little fun time of their own. Downstairs, Lil Hank is trying to get with Holly, and Holly eventually goes upstairs to try and get with Lip. Due to the fact that Holly is much younger than Lip, Lip freaks out and everyone leaves the party early. The next day, Sheila is on her way to the alibi. This is the day that she is going to make it there when, out of nowhere, a plane leg falls out of the sky directly in front of her, and Frank's prayers are answered. At the end of the episode, Karen shows up at the Gallagher's house and punches Lip around before telling him to stay away from her, Jody, and quote, this baby.
Hey, stay the fuck away from me! Stay the fuck away from Jody, and stay the fuck away from this baby!
At the beginning of the 5th episode, Eddie's body is found in Lake Michigan. Police ask around about Eddie's passing. They think it had something to do with Frank. Frank is eventually arrested and shown the video him and Karen made together. The detective leaves to talk to Sheila about it. Later on, the detective returns and basically lets Frank go. Frank returns to Sheila's, and Sheila says she forgives Frank for being taken advantage of. This situation is so fucked. I get that Sheila is supposed to feel like a ditz, but I don't know, I feel like Sheila would even know what's going on between Karen and Frank. Meanwhile, Fiona attends a wedding with Richard. A bit later on at the wedding, Fiona is confronted by one of Richard's old college friends, and he gets her to admit the fact that she never went to Princeton like Jasmine claimed Fiona did. Elsewhere, Lip finds out through Karen that her and Jody are already married, and they went down to a courthouse a few days prior to actually get married in private. While at home, Ian is visited by a colonel, and he learns that Lip was actually able to get into West Point himself. Later on, Ian confronts Lip about this because the West Point spot was supposed to be Ian's, and Lip never did enough to explain to the colonel that he was doing this to get him close to Ian and not himself, if that makes sense.
You can get back to your whore. You can't be sure if your kid is your son or your brother.
At the end of the episode, Fiona is reunited with Steve while he's walking down the steps of Tony's new house. With Steve's return, Fiona looks like she has seen an absolute ghost. What does this mean for Steve and Fiona going forward? Could his marriage get in the way of a possible future between the two? Most likely, yes. The 6th episode of this season reintroduces us to the character of Grammy from season 1, who had a small cameo in the 11th episode. Grammy is released from jail at the beginning of the episode and shows up to the Gallagher's doorstep, and along with the help of Carl and Debbie, she retrieves a big stack of cash that was stored in the wall of the Gallagher's bathroom. Peggy pays Debbie and Carl off to keep this whole situation a secret before telling them her plan to get revenge on the guy that ended up ratting her out to the feds about the exploded meth lab that got her arrested. Later that day, Peggy shows up at the bar and is reunited with her son Frank. Frank looks like he's seen an absolute ghost when Peggy walks in.
Jesus, they let you out?
Yeah, they let me out.
What are you doing here?
I'm conducting the Chicago Symphony, Frankie. What do you think I'm doing? Buy your mother a drink and pretend like you're glad to see me.
The next day, Lip goes to the cash and grab to try and mend his relationship with Ian that was partially fractured in the last episode. However, Ian is ignoring Lip, like big time ignoring him.
How fucked up is that, huh? That's it. Nothing. Just gonna give me the chin.
Meanwhile, Peggy meets Sheila, and let's just say it doesn't go super well.
Marshmallow! My pony! Oh, he died.
You know, all this cooking we're doing is for my daughter Karen's wedding reception tomorrow.
Oh, here he is. Your ears must be burning. Christ in heaven. I thought I was gonna have to shoot myself. Are you sticking it in that? Bitch just took 10 years off my life. Let's get out of here before that nut job comes back.
You're a very rude person.
That's a new low, even for you, Frankie.
I'd like you to leave.
Frank and Peggy use Kevin's car to drive down to the doctor's office to threaten Peggy's former meth lab partner by giving him 24 hours to give her the $200,000 that he owes her. After arriving at the park, Peggy begins to feel a bit dizzy, so she sends Frank off to grab her pills. However, Frank instead decides to head back to that doctor's office to extort $75,000 out of him. Peggy finds out that Frank was only able to get $50,000 out of the doctor. Due to the fact that she knows he's definitely hiding some for himself, she stabs him in the leg and demands to see the rest of the money. Fiona agrees to go on a double date with Steve. She decides to bring her old fling Adam with her, even though they haven't really been talking all that often lately. While at lunch, Fiona heads to the bathroom, followed by Steve, who joins her. After a quick transgression between the two, which Fiona shuts down, down, both of them return to the lunch, hot-headed and very sweaty. Adam ends up putting the pieces together and figuring out what was going on in the bathroom. He decides to walk out on the lunch and effectively dumps Fiona right there. The next day at Karen's wedding party, Sheila and Peggy get into a huge fight, which just does not end well.
She's made some wonderful, wonderful friends along the way. Like Lip, the Gallaghers, ones in that house where the cops always came.
Jesus, is that bitch ever gonna shut up?
Frank's mother. We're just so honored that you're here. You weren't even invited.
Why don't you do yourself and everyone else a favor and shut up?
Have I offended you? In my home, where you're an interloper?
No one wants to hear it, you fucking windbag.
Oh, let him work it out.
And I don't know how an angel like that man could have come out of your poisoned womb.
Shut up, you batty bitch.
Your coochie smells of brimstone and sulfur.
I will fuck you.
The following day, Ethel and one of Kevin's basketball kids leave together with their respective babies. At the end of the episode, Sheila reveals to Karen and Frank that Eddie left his entire pension to Karen, leaving Frank extraordinarily disappointed. At the start of the episode, Jasmine arrives at the Gallagher house to invite Fiona onto David's boat. Fiona initially turns down the offer, but eventually decides to go with, as long as Kevin and Veronica can come with her. Shortly after their arrival on the boat, Fiona realizes that Steve and Estefania are also at this party. Fiona's obviously not ecstatic about the fact that she has to hang around her ex-boyfriend, who obviously ruined that double date a few days ago. Steve tries to make a move on Fiona, who is still upset at him for leaving her, rightfully so.
Vamos pra casa, por favor, eu bebi demais.
You should take her home. Night, Jimmy.
This scene where Fiona turns Jimmy down is really emotional. It's truly the first time since Steve came back that Fiona has broke down in front of him. She's trying to not let herself fall down a familiar rabbit hole with Steve, and ultimately just tells him to leave. Later on, Jasmine tries to comfort Fiona by kissing her, which isn't abnormal for Jasmine, but she also tells Fiona that she loves her, not in a friendship way, in a I love you kind of way. She's still very emotional about the whole Steve thing that just happened 30 seconds ago, and now Jasmine is trying to confess all her feelings to her, and Fiona is like, I need to go. Still in shambles over the Jimmy Steve situation, Fiona leaves post Jasmine giving her a kiss, because that just wasn't going to help her in that moment. I don't know what Jasmine was thinking. Back at the house, Karen makes Jody sign a prenuptial agreement, and later on she kicks him out because she decides she hates him completely out of nowhere. The next day, Carl blows up a meth lab that him and Peggy were starting up down in the basement.
You blow up our lab?
A little bit.
Oh, come here. We'll get it right next time.
Fiona confronts Frank about Peggy, and together they come up with a plan to rid themselves of her. However, upon returning home, they learn that Peggy was recently taken to the hospital and diagnosed with cancer, which seemingly solves their problems with Peggy because the doctors are not giving her very long to live. I think I forgot to mention this, but Lip has successfully gotten back with Karen now that Karen has completely tossed Jody to the side. Later on, we see Ian and Lip bury the hatchet.
I'm sick of living in the shadow. Who the fuck's asking you to? It's hard not to when all my clothes are hand-me-downs.
The next day, school starts for all the Gallaghers. Lip has declared to Fiona that he has officially dropped out of school and will not be returning for his senior year. This becomes a very hot topic of debate between Fiona and Lip, and they will spend, no joke, the rest of this season arguing about it. Lip is insistent about getting a job in order to provide for Karen, and his plan does not include him finishing high school, which is something that Fiona, again, like I said, is very upset about. At the end of the episode, Jasmine shows up to the Gallagher house, and
I got Estefania drunk so that you could have sex with Steve.
I didn't want to have sex with Steve.
Right.
I don't need you meddling in my life.
Meddling? When you need something from me, it's fine, but when I need something, suddenly little Miss Fiona just runs away?
Okay, you need to go.
Fine! I don't give a shit! You just kicked me out like David and Hal? You're all just a bunch of assholes!
At the beginning of the episode, Frank and Peggy are now living at Sheila's house due to Fiona kicking both of them out. Frank heads off to the store and leaves Peggy for Jody and Sheila to deal with. Meanwhile, at the cash and grab, Frank shows up and buys himself some supplies just after catching Ian and Mickey while they have sex in the cooler. Frank is so nonchalant after finding this out. Mickey is especially convinced, though, that Frank will rat him out for being gay. Meanwhile, Lip agrees to return to school if Fiona does as well, which leads her to find out that she can just get her GED instead. However, when Lip finds out she's essentially taking the easy way out, he says that the deal is off. Later that day, Kevin comes to talk some sense into Lip. It's a recurring theme for Lip's character to constantly go against the expectations placed upon him. Due to his upbringing and the people around him who have constantly put him on a pedestal, Lip oftentimes becomes overwhelmed by these expectations and tries running in the opposite direction.
It's not my problem.
I disagree. If you want to quit something, quit trying to make your life complicated. Go to school and enjoy being smarter than everyone and become master of the universe.
Now, what if I don't want to be master of the universe?
Tough! You gotta be one of those ridiculously rich, successful dudes and put my kid through college someday. But no pressure.
The next day, Lip attends class, and in the middle of this lecture, he just goes crazy and throws a chair through a window, which ends up getting him expelled. Another storyline this episode sees Jody and Sheila taking care of Peggy, and it is seriously some of the most entertaining television you will ever watch.
How do you do that? The nice thing. I was a shitty mother. Shitty, shitty, shitty. But what are you gonna do? Cry? No. I'm sorry I pointed that gun at you. I never should have said your hoochie smells like sulfur. I've always taken care of myself down there. Not easy the older you get. Well, don't I know it?
Peggy asks Jody to bring her to drop off the money she extorted from the doctor a few episodes ago to each of her sons, minus Frank, who stole some of her drugs the night prior. While Jody puts the envelopes of cash in the mail, Peggy wheels into the middle of the road and attempts suicide before Jody is able to make the rescue. After returning home, Peggy asks Sheila to mercy kill her because things for Peggy aren't gonna get any better. Sheila does end up doing this. The show ultimately plays this for laughs, but it is quite sad in my opinion, especially because I really was starting to love these two together. Elsewhere, Mickey quits his job and attempts to kill Frank before getting himself arrested when he sees a cop. Fiona comes home and gives Lip an ultimatum about this whole school situation. She tells him to either return to school or pack his things and move out. And to Fiona's surprise, he does just that before slamming the door on his way out.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm not going back to school, so I guess it means I'm leaving.
And at the end of the episode, Frank arrives at someone's doorstep in tears from his mother's passing, and when the door opens, Frank is greeted by none other than Monica. The 9th episode opens with Monica making breakfast for all the kids. Understandably, each one of them is very confused as to why she's there.
Army died. Debbie! Oh, Leo!
Still in the dryer?
Ian! It's Ian!
Hell is she doing here?
Carly! Mom?
In the Jackson house, Sheila is almost convinced that there is a ghost lurking around upstairs. Later on that night, Monica and Frank break into Sheila's house in order to steal the money that Peggy was hiding in the cushions. While this is all happening downstairs, Sheila thinks that she's a ghost hunter.
Is that you? I don't know exactly what it is, but I'm here to talk.
The next day, Lip moves in with Steve. We also get a scene here where Jody and Sheila are visited by a priest. They are aiming to open a hospice business in Sheila's house, and they want to know how to get rid of the spirit that is allegedly residing in the house. And that's when the priest says this.
Anything you need to repent.
No, relax.
Sheila.
Come on, my man.
Nothing comes to mind, but I'll pray on it.
Later on, Jody and Sheila have gotten quite close with each other. So close, in fact, that they do this. At Carl's football game, Lip arrives and sees that Monica has joined the party, and he is clearly upset at Fiona and blames her for letting Monica come back into the kids' lives while Lip was away.
What, I'm off the boat for 1 minute and there's a fucking mutiny?
Yeah, well, no one told you to get out of the boat.
Actually, you did.
Meanwhile, Karen comes home and realizes that Sheila and Jody are doing the dirty in Sheila's room. The next morning, Terry Milkovich comes storming into the Gallagher's house and attacks Ian seemingly from out of nowhere before revealing the fact that Mandy is indeed pregnant, and he believes Ian to be the father because Ian and Mandy are still technically together even though they're not really together. Jimmy tries to get with Fiona yet again at the beginning of the 10th episode when he shows up early in the morning at the Gallagher house. However, Fiona has absolutely no interest in getting with him. She tells him until he can make a decision between her and Estefania, she's not even going to consider being with him again. So the episode goes along and it feels like it's going to be a normal episode until Monica, from out of literally nowhere, finds the squirrel fund money. She runs up to Frank, who's in a grumpy mood, and basically shows him the money. Together they run off to go buy DRUGS and pretty quickly start arguing with each other while in a stolen car. Monica then decides to leave Frank in Indiana and return home. Meanwhile, Jimmy and Lip are trying to smuggle Estefania's lover from Brazil. However, the shipping container that houses him is lost. Monica's current manic episode has gotten so bad that she's blown the rest of the money from the squirrel fund on dolls for Debbie, who didn't have the heart to tell her that she's not into dolls anymore. Later on that day, Monica takes Ian to a military recruitment center in order to get him to enlist. However, they will not take him because he's literally not of age yet.
Gonna have to come and see me when you got your diploma.
What?
You're turning him down?
He needs to be a high school graduate.
Why?
The rules, man. I'm sorry.
Fuck the rules. Sign him up.
After returning to the Gallagher house, Monica has decided to completely remodel the kitchen, and in walks Frank, who is still very upset about him being left in Indiana earlier that day. After a brief fight between the two, they make up and run upstairs together, which grosses Fiona out. The next morning, Lip and Ian break into the Milkovich house in an attempt to plant a gun on Terry. When Terry catches them and pulls a gun out of his own on them, Mandy shows up and reveals that the baby is, in fact, Terry's and not Ian's. Monica's disease has gotten so bad that she thought it was a good idea to take Carl out for his first driving lesson, and let's just say it did not end well.
Look, innocent. Good. Why? You're supposed to be wearing a seatbelt.
So yeah, both of them are quickly arrested by the police. Later on, Lip is informed by a cop about Monica being in jail with Carl. He rushes out to get money from the squirrel fund in order to bail his brother and mother out of jail. And when he sees that the squirrel fund is missing, he confronts Frank about it, who has absolutely no idea what the fuck a squirrel fund even is.
The hell's a squirrel fund?
Empty your fucking pockets.
You talk to your father that way?
He eventually returns all the dolls that were bought for Debbie in order to get the money back to bail Carl and Monica out of jail. Later on, Fiona returns home and Lip goes off on her.
You're AWOL this whole time, now you're giving orders?
I was around.
Really? So you know Monica spent all the squirrel fund money? The first rule you learn in this house? You hide the goddamn money.
She seemed better.
Look at this place.
The sofa is in the kitchen? For fuck's sake, she tried to get Ian to enlist!
Thought it might be different this time.
Well, how'd that Kool-Aid taste going down?
Fiona is really put in her place here by Lip. This is when we see Fiona run upstairs and scold Monica profusely for getting Carl arrested and letting him drive a car.
Get out of bed! Get out of bed, Mom!
I find it so perfect that just as Fiona is trying to get her life together and she gets this nice job that's gonna make her a lot of money, Monica goes and pulls this shit, which just makes Fiona burst out with emotion. She should not have put her trust in Monica to become a reliable mother yet again. And this is a big learning curve for Fiona. She's definitely had the experience to know that she should not have trusted Monica, but she still kicks herself because she thought that Monica could be better. The aftermath of the last episode is felt in the form of Monica's crash, representing her first depressive episode showcased in the show. Up to this point, we've only seen Monica in a manic state, especially in this season. It was focused on quite a lot in the last 2 episodes. Debbie tries to bring Monica food in this scene, but Monica claims that she's not even hungry. Ian is the last of his siblings to accept Monica's current mental state, leading him to attempt to get Monica to go to the club with him like they did in the last episode. Frank ends up being the one to force Monica out of bed in order to get her to go to his brother Clayton's house so that she can seduce him into giving some of Peggy's money to Frank. Their attempt to take his money fails when he turns Monica down, which in turn makes Monica's self-image worse. Elsewhere, Jimmy has finally located Marco's shipping container before reuniting Estefania with Marco. Later on, Marco finds out that Jimmy and Estefania have been sleeping together and are in fact married, and when he finds this out, he makes Jimmy give him his identity before forcing him out of the hotel room. Meanwhile, Ian has met a much older man at the club whom he joins in his hotel room. This is totally seen as a normal situation with absolutely no problems whatsoever. Ian is also bare-ass naked in this scene, so you can imagine why it's so problematic. After coming home, Monica goes under the stairs and claims that she hates herself. This is ultimately so heartbreaking, and even Frank tries to up her spirits by singing to her, but nothing really seems to be working because she's unmedicated. Jimmy arrives at Fiona's and tells her that he kicked Lip out and ended things with Estefania. This prompts Fiona to kiss Steve for the first time since their whole thing on Jasmine's boat, as a thank you for finally throwing Lip out. She then lets him stay the night on the couch, and even invites him to Thanksgiving the next day. The next day at the Jackson house, Frank breaks in to try and steal some lithium from Sheila, who just so happens to have them in her drawer. Out of nowhere, Karen's water breaks, and everybody starts rushing around trying to get their hospital bags ready. This will be Sheila's first time out of the house since the whole airplane incident. Meanwhile, back at Thanksgiving lunch, Monica joins the rest of the family for the feast. Soon after joining them, she does go into the kitchen and attempt suicide, leaving all the kids absolutely traumatized. After taking Monica to the hospital, they get word about Karen giving birth, so they head upstairs to go witness it happen. Karen finally gives birth, and we find out that the baby is not Lips. The baby's father is in fact someone named Timmy Wong, who Karen was also sleeping with on the side. At the end of the episode, everyone heads home, and Sheila does end up taking the baby for herself, even though Karen doesn't want her to have it. At the beginning of the episode, Frank arrives to try and break Monica out of the psych ward. Meanwhile, Fiona, Jimmy, Kevin, and Veronica clean the kitchen up. Fiona starts breaking down in tears. She ultimately always blames herself whenever there is a catastrophic event that happens in the family. In this moment, her tears are partly for what she had to see in the kitchen, but are also due to how traumatized her younger siblings will likely be after this event. Jimmy tells Fiona he's going to stay with her that night to make sure that she's okay, and it seems like their relationship is on the up and up again. However, Debbie and Carl are way too traumatized to sleep, so they join Fiona and Jimmy in their bed, and then they share a good cry. Later on, Lip returns to the hospital to check on Karen, who is still asleep, and the following day, Karen tells Lip she wants nothing to do with the baby that she just gave birth to. Lip is honestly more upset about the child not being his than the fact that he won't be able to be with the child. Karen eventually returns home and tries to tell Sheila to turn the baby over to the police. However, the police really do not give a shit that Sheila is taking care of the kid, so they just let her have him. Karen is so unlikable in this season. From all points of view, she's still very clearly upset with her father, and the complicated nature surrounding her relationship and how she feels about him since passing clearly doesn't stop her from doing terrible things and acting out around people who love her. She's just a mean daughter to Sheila, and Jody is harmless minus the fact that he's an adult who obviously shouldn't have been in a relationship with her to begin with, but she just randomly on a whim decides to throw him out and go back to Lip, whom she was just doing the same thing to a few episodes prior. And now with this baby, she's refusing to let her own mother take care of it because she doesn't want to look at it. They completely ruined Karen's character, in my opinion, this season. Later on, Fiona confronts Lip, who is staying with Mandy at the moment, and she tells him that she passed her GED, so that means that he, in her mind, has to go back to school. He also says he's not coming back home to live with them. Elsewhere, Frank and Debbie try to break Monica and her new girlfriend Jill out of the sanitarium, but Monica and Jill end up stealing Frank and Debbie's car, leaving them stranded at the sanitarium. We will not see Monica after this for a while. Meanwhile, Steve introduces his whole family to the Gallaghers, and when his father walks in, it is revealed that it is the man that Ian was sleeping with just the episode prior. So Steve's father is secretly gay and is sleeping with a teenager. The next day, Lip has decided to return to school, and ultimately later on in the episode decides to move back in with his family. Oh yeah, and I forgot to mention, Karen runs away from home once Sheila tells her she's choosing the baby over her. Lip does try to get her to stay, but he is unsuccessful in his efforts. So yeah, Lip returns home and everything is as it's supposed to be at the end of the season. Season 3 is probably my least favorite season of the first 3 just because of the pacing feeling a bit off for me, and the timeline is all over the place. On the Gallagher's calendar in the first episode, it says that it's May 2012. Frank wakes up in Mexico in the first episode, and when he asks what day it is, someone tells him that it's almost Easter, which just doesn't make any sense if the Gallagher's calendar says it's May. Even the Catholic Easter is in early April. Season 3 sees all the cast from Season 2 return as season regulars, minus Karen, who left in the Season 2 finale. The show also upgrades Mickey, Mandy, and Jody to be main characters as well. So after Frank wakes up in Mexico, he asks around for today's date and learns that it is almost Easter. Frank then heads off for the border but is unable to cross because he is without a passport. Elsewhere, Lip and Ian steal a bunch of parts from the Institute of Technology, and Ian is able to get away, but Lip is arrested. Sheila and Jody's storyline this season is basically relegated to raising Jaime, and I will have to say this is Sheila's worst season. Most of the time she's just really tired looking, and I almost feel like her role this season is much more subdued. Like they almost forgot to write a storyline for her this season. It's really just centered on Jaime, which is a storyline in itself, but to me, it's really just not that interesting. Fiona confides to Veronica and Kevin that she's getting really bored of Jimmy, and honestly, Jimmy's really been getting on her nerves as of late. Despite everything being great between the two, Fiona finds it very hard to be around him, getting more and more annoyed with him each day. Speaking of Jimmy, he is supposed to be watching Liam while she's at work, and he is just randomly kidnapped by this guy in a black SUV who reveals himself to be Estefania's father. He has his driver take them to Estefania's house, where they arrive to find out that Marco is there. Nando is assumedly not a fan of Marco because 5 seconds after seeing him, he pulls out a gun and shoots Marco repeatedly. Meanwhile, at Lip's arraignment, Judge gives him 200 hours of community service. Elsewhere, Fiona works at a toxic waste company, and here on this day is fired. The next day, Frank is introduced to a drug runner in Mexico who plans to use Frank to smuggle a lot of product. Meanwhile, Fiona goes to ask for her old job back at the club. Fiona offers her managerial services for one night. She decides to use her last paycheck from the waste company in order to bet on herself for this club managing position. Meanwhile, Lip and Ian take the parts that they stole from the Institute of Technology to build themselves a robot and take it to a bot fight. And finally, at the end of the episode, Frank is reunited with his family after successfully being smuggled into the United States. At the start of episode 2, Frank is looking for a room to claim now that he's back. Debbie offers to share her room with Frank, who goes right up to bed. Later on, Lip asks Fiona for the rest of the cash to pay the property tax bill. This is where Fiona reveals to Lip that she used the rest of her last check to put down a deposit on a club night. Lip then lectures Fiona about spending money that they don't have because they were already late on the property tax bill.
And the last $50 to the property tax, yo. This should bring us right around where we need to be.
I didn't put in the money from that last toxic waste gig I had yet.
Okay, that's cool. Hand it over and I'll drop it off before I go to community service. Pay the tax man.
I don't have it. I used it to put down a deposit on a club night.
But the property tax, that's already 2 weeks late.
We're always 2 weeks late. I have the money back right after the party.
Wasn't yours to spend?
Yeah, it was. I earned it.
Oh, that's how we're doing this now. Okay, well, I'll take the money I made last week and buy an iPad. Ian, what are you gonna do with your paycheck, huh? New leather jacket?
I have an opportunity to make some real money here, Lip.
It's not that easy.
I've been in the club business a long time.
Yeah, sure you have. Slinging cocktails, okay? Look, you don't know shit about promoting a club party.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, Lip.
Elsewhere, Debbie brings breakfast over for Frank, who remains asleep. Later on, Fiona attempts to renegotiate the split of the club night profits.
15% doesn't work for you?
I heard Wendell gets like 30%.
He's my best promoter. He brings in like a huge crowd.
What if she brought her own booze? We'll get it from Kev, make more money, it'll work out better.
Gonna have to make it worth my while.
We could do the same split, except I keep the 85% and give you the 15.
Okay, bring your own booze. But I want 20%.
After this, Fiona returns home and asks to borrow money from Jimmy to pay for the booze for her club night.
Hey, what's going on?
Can I borrow some money from you?
Yeah, sure. How much?
$5,000? What?
Yeah, kind of strapped right now. I got like $300 on me.
Those my jeans, Frank? For like $120. I got them at Goodwill for like $40. Can you go to the bank and get more money?
I don't have any.
What about your parents?
I haven't got anything from them since I was 18.
Really? College?
Cars, insurance?
Okay, I haven't gotten any cash from them since I was 18.
For 2 years, you've been offering to give me money, and now when I ask, you don't have any? This is why I never ask anybody for help. I feel like a jackass now.
You get mad at me when I offer you money, and now you're getting mad because I can't?
I'll just figure it out myself, okay?
Jimmy tells her that he doesn't actually have any money at the moment, conveniently. So Fiona ends up writing the liquor vendor a check instead of using cash because she just doesn't have any. Meanwhile, Sheila accidentally leaves Jaime on the trash can as it's getting picked up by the trash man. Later that night, Debbie agrees to watch Jaime for Sheila so that she can get some sleep. Debbie brings Jaime to the alibi because she doesn't know who else to turn to get Jaime to calm down. So she goes to Frank, who gives the poor baby Valium. Fiona then asks Jimmy to watch the kids while on the phone with him. Jimmy is trying to steal a car during this conversation, and he is caught by Nando's assistant, who breaks his finger right then and there. The next day, Fiona is lectured by Lip yet again.
How's the club night thing coming?
Gonna be a big success. Probably make enough money to roll it into another one, take out a small loan, really get things going.
The ghetto girl thinks she can live the American dream, huh?
Maybe it's my time, Lip. None of your business, Mandy.
You see, it doesn't work like that, sis. Because when you're poor, only way to make money is to steal it or scam it.
This is when Frank brings all of his friends from the bar home with him because he has a room for them to share now. They're literally so disrespectful, okay? They literally ruin Debbie's room, start pissing everywhere. Frank, because he's so drunk, falls on Debbie's art project for one of her classes. This upsets Debbie so much that she grabs a pillowcase full of soap and starts beating the shit out of Frank with it. Meanwhile, at Kevin and Veronica's house, a strange woman shows up at their doorstep claiming to be Kevin's ex-wife, actually technically his current wife because they never got a divorce, and she claims that her son is Kevin's. Frank decides to get revenge on his own children for kicking him out by calling DCFS on them. After this, Frank heads to Sheila's house and finesses his way into staying there. At the end of the night, Fiona realizes that she didn't actually end up making any money off of the night because a lot of it had to go to vendors and fees that she had to pay. When she returns home, Lip lectures her yet again before revealing that he made the money all on his own. The episode opens with Frank stopping by Sheila's house. He offers to take Jaime to the doctor's appointment so that Sheila can get some rest. Elsewhere, Fiona and Debbie are buying groceries. This is where the cashier quits right on the spot after Debbie begs her to take her coupons. It's here where Fiona chases down the manager because she's looking to get a job there. While she is being interviewed, she begins to realize that this is not a normal interview. This man is expecting something out of her in order for her to get the job. After getting sexually harassed, Fiona and Debbie ride the L train home, where an older man has his full hog out while staring at Debbie. Fiona throws a can of soup at him before he exits the train. A little bit later on, Fiona goes to Veronica's house to bring her to the store.
You still have that mini camera you use for titty shots? I need your help with a scumbag at the grocery store. Hey, I know who you are.
V, why don't you go help Fiona at the store, and while you're there, see if there's some more broccoli?
An aspect of this episode that I don't like is the lip storyline throughout about him trying to take down a known PDF file who he also is attracted to. He also quite literally takes this mission so far that he sleeps with her on multiple occasions. This storyline is just so forced and unfunny in my opinion that it takes away from the episode as a whole. At the bar, Frank fakes Jaime's vaccine so that he can pocket the cash Sheila gave him for the copay. Frank sees a child with cancer on TV getting his wish granted, and Frank sees this as an opportunity. After spending a considerable amount of time with Jaime, he realizes that he can use him to get any of his wishes granted. When the organization sees through Frank's plots, he claims that Carl is the one that has cancer before returning with Carl, who has a freshly shaven head. They ultimately turn down any of Frank's demands before offering Carl a spot at a cancer camp instead of meeting some famous celebrity. I also forgot to mention the fact that Kevin's ex-wife has shown up in the last episode and basically started living with Kevin and Veronica. Veronica has essentially been pushed to the side now that Kevin's ex-wife has tried to get him to know his alleged son. Fiona gets so upset about the situation that she literally yells at Kevin in front of his ex-wife and his alleged kid. And at the end of the episode, it is revealed that this woman completely lied to everybody and that this kid is not Kevin's and it's not even hers either. It's her sister's kid.
Cheryl, would you just listen to me?
You could have had this and you want that? He's not yours, Kev. He isn't even mine. He's my sister's, you stupid piece of shit.
What did she say?
At the start of the episode, Mandy and Lip hear a voicemail from Mandy's long-lost sister named Molly, begging for Terry and the rest of the Milkovich family to take her in because her mother has recently passed away. This forces Lip and Mandy to bring Molly home with them. Meanwhile, at Sheila's, Frank stops by for breakfast and Sheila complains to Frank about how boring Jody is in bed.
You ever miss what we used to have?
Your crepes? Definitely. Jody's not much of a cook.
I mean the things that we would do together.
Our social calendar was never that full.
No, I mean, like the things. I'm talking about what you and I used to have in bed.
Oh. No.
You let me be in charge, remember? Jody only wants to cuddle and do it like missionaries. It's boring and uneventful. I need events. I want eventful play. I want to be in charge.
Well, then be in charge. Be forceful. Jody's malleable.
He's not. Would you talk to him? I have needs, Frank. I have needs. I don't think I ask for too much. I don't know what to do.
No, please don't cry when I'm eating. I'll talk to him.
Really? Well, you will?
Yes, if you'll stop crying and let me enjoy my pancakes.
I can stop crying. I can stop crying.
So Frank tries to talk Jody into being more open about his sexual experiences with Sheila. Meanwhile, Fiona finds out that her coworkers are performing sexual favors for their boss Bobby while on their lunch breaks. Fiona is excluded from taking these Bobby breaks because she is currently blackmailing him for trying to do the same thing while hiring her. Upon learning about this disgusting situation, Fiona tries to band together with her coworkers in order to take a stand against Bobby. However, most of them decide to continue to offer him favors in order to keep their jobs. By the end of the episode, it is revealed that Jimmy's parents are getting a divorce, and this directly affects Ned quite a bit. He rushes on over to the Gallagher house, completely drunk. He goes upstairs and tries to seek comfort in Ian, and he gets in Lip's bed instead. This is when all the Gallaghers find out about Ned and Ian being together, which is just a bit of a culture shock. Fiona is informed that there's going to be work done on the sewer line just outside their house. Fiona realizes that there is a possibility Ginger's dead body could be found by the maintenance men, so she tells Frank that it's his responsibility to dig up Aunt Ginger's body.
Who? The dead relative whose social security checks you've been cashing. You buried her, you unbury her.
Elsewhere, Veronica visits her doctor yet again and finds out that she still cannot have kids, biologically speaking, and obviously she knows that this is going to upset Kevin quite a bit because he's been wanting kids for seasons at this point. The next day, Frank fails to find Ginger, but does decide to head down to the alibi in order to get volunteers to help dig up the body. Meanwhile, Lip has been downright rude to Mandy on several occasions. He tells her to go home to her own house for once, in response to her asking if she can help with the ice cream truck. Meanwhile, Fiona is teased at her job by her coworkers and blamed for smoking in the bathroom, even though it was someone else. Kevin and Veronica decide the only way for them to have kids is to hire a surrogate. The first person that comes to mind is Veronica's mother, Carol, who reluctantly agrees to do it. After hours of digging, Frank's efforts to find Ginger have basically amounted to nothing. Fiona returns home and sees that he still hasn't found the body. That's when Jimmy arrives and starts complaining about his gay dad yet again. He's been going on and on and on about the situation all episode.
Whenever you need me, I'm like there for you, but the one time I need you, you're like, screw off.
This yard smells like a sewer. I got 3 drunk assholes operating power tools behind me, and the bitches at work locked me in a bathroom today. Oh, and we might all be on the verge of going to prison.
This is a pivotal moment for Fiona and Jimmy. Fiona gets so frustrated by Jimmy's moaning and complaining about his father that she yells at him and basically tells him that there is more pressing issues to deal with. From my point of view, Fiona is completely in the right here. Yes, Jimmy has his own issues that he has to deal with, but for him to constantly dismiss what she's going through in favor of worrying about who his dad is sleeping with just comes off as really entitled. Elsewhere, Mickey and Ian rob Jimmy's mother because Ned put them up to it so that they could grab a specific item for him. He told them that they could also steal whatever else they wanted to. Jimmy's mom shoots Mickey right in the ass, so they drive right back to the Gallagher house. Ian calls Ned and asks him to perform surgery to get the bullet out of Mickey's butt. Fiona eventually does find the body of Aunt Ginger and puts her bones in a bag, and this is when she walks in to announce that she's found the body.
Ian, what the f***?
I can explain this.
Who the hell are you?
I'm Brittany Sturgis from Child Protective Services.
The 6th episode focuses entirely on the children being separated from Fiona. Ian and Lip are taken into a boys' home for criminals and societal rejects. Debbie is placed with a woman named Mama Kamala who hoards food and toilet paper from her children and makes them work for it in order to earn their food privileges and toilet paper privileges back. Carl and Liam are kept together and sent to 2 gay, very rich men. Meanwhile, Fiona quits her job after her boss refuses to let her have the day off so that she can look into getting her siblings back. Elsewhere, Frank is tasked with watching Jaime while Sheila is away. Frank decides to leave Jaime alone in favor of hitching a ride out of Chicago due to the possibility of Ginger's body being found. Oh yeah, Frank still doesn't know that Fiona found Ginger's body because he's been so absent and doesn't even know that his kids have been taken away yet. The following day, Fiona confronts Frank at the bar and forces him to help her get the kids back. back. Jimmy, Fiona, and Frank arrive at the group home to talk to Ian and Lip and see how they have been holding up the last few days. Later on in the episode, we see Ian sneak out of the group home in order to be with Mickey, and Mandy sneak into the group home in order to be with Lip. Kevin and Veronica have basically tried everything in their power to get Carol pregnant, just short of doing it manually, and this is when Veronica suggests that they do exactly that. After learning that he and Monica must both take parenting classes in order to attempt to get the kids back, Frank asks Sheila to dress up as Monica and attend them with him.
I pretty much like being a blonde. I feel like cotton candy.
Meanwhile, Ian and Mickey are caught having sex by Terry, who stops them in their tracks, first of all, and then calls over a Russian escort to deal with Mickey by forcing the gay out of him right in front of Ian. Later on, Fiona arrives at DCFS to talk to her caseworker about getting all the kids back under one roof, and this is when she asks who ratted them out to DCFS. The social worker lets Fiona hear the phone call from none other than Frank.
I have to go to the restroom. I'd appreciate it if you didn't click on this file while I'm gone.
I would like to report a negligent situation. 6 kids living in squalor, no parental supervision. When the father is there, he's drunk. He hits them. Not that they don't deserve it.
Episode 7 opens up with Fiona consulting with a lawyer about the possibility of her filing for full custody of her siblings. After begging the lawyer to take on the case pro bono, the lawyer does agree to take on the case for them, and Fiona is officially taking Frank to court. At Sheila's house, Jaime's grandmother and father show up and demand to spend some time with him because they literally didn't even know that he existed until now. Sheila struggles with the idea of having to share her grandson, whom she's been solely taking care of for the better part of a year. But eventually she comes around to the idea of letting them take him for a night or two. Fiona's plan to get the court on her side is to write up a fake will for Aunt Ginger and fake Aunt Ginger's death. In the will, it will state that she is the beneficiary of the house, making it almost impossible for Frank to get custody because if Fiona has a stable job and a house for the kids, she's most likely going to get custody of the kids. She asks Veronica to secure an already deceased body that they can dress up as Aunt Ginger. Meanwhile, Debbie runs away from her foster house and raids the Gallagher's kitchen for food because Mama Kamala has literally not been feeding her. After Veronica, Lip, Ian, and Fiona stage the fake Aunt Ginger's dead body, Fiona calls 911 and claims that she was away for a few days and then came home and found the body like this. Oh yeah, we also see Karen return to Sheila in this episode. So Fiona and Frank both show up for court. The hearing is to determine whether or not Fiona will be able to become the legal guardian of the children. Fiona lays out all the reasons why she thinks Frank is a horrible father. The judge pulls Fiona aside and tells her he thinks he's going to award her partial guardianship instead of full custody because of her willingness to provide for the children. The judge breaks down the situation for Frank in the courtroom, and he agrees, ultimately deciding he doesn't want to be the one fully in charge of all the kids. This makes Fiona an official guardian for her siblings. Lip tries to file the fake will, however the courthouse tells him that it's already been filed just hours prior by someone named Patrick Gallagher. Now, if you don't know who Patrick Gallagher is, that is the Gallagher's cousin. We will see what comes of that in the next episode, but basically he out-Gallaghered them. At Aunt Ginger's memorial, Patrick tells Fiona he's taking the house from her. There isn't much that we know about Cousin Patrick and the rest of his side of the family, but we get the impression that he was simply just one step ahead of Fiona and the rest of the Gallagher kids. The next day, it is the first day of school for all the Gallagher kids, all the while Patrick takes a tour of the house while making note of the various remodels he's going to be doing once Fiona is kicked to the curb. Meanwhile, Frank has been sentenced to court-ordered AA meetings. He attends a meeting and immediately meets a man named Christopher. Christopher claims he's a raging alcoholic who needs a sponsor around him 24/7. When asked to be this man's sponsor, Frank initially declines the offer before realizing that this means he would be getting free housing at this man's house. Meanwhile, Fiona gets her job back at the toxic waste company. Steve starts his first day there as well, and after a particularly gross few hours, Steve leaves early and instead gets a job at a coffee shop. So the Gallaghers have this list of options when it comes to trying to keep the house. Option 1 is to try and convince them that Ginger had dementia when she signed Patrick's will, which is very unlikely because how do you prove that someone had dementia when they signed something but not when they signed another thing? Option 2 is just to go along with it and try and get a new house. Option 3 is to try and convince Patrick to back down, and option 4 is quite literally to kill Patrick. They decide to go with a mix of option 3 and 4. Fiona tells Mandy to order a hit on Patrick using her brothers. However, this proves to be unsuccessful, seeing as Patrick and his wife have guns of their own, and they scare Mickey and his brothers off before they can do anything. The next day, Jimmy is reunited with an old classmate from school. Jimmy becomes a bit envious of this guy and his life. He begins to consider going back to school in order to help provide for Fiona and her family. Due to option 3 being unsuccessful the day before, Carl decides to skip to option 4. He puts rat poison all over his sandwich, and this sends him to the hospital. Elsewhere, Frank learns that Christopher isn't even an addict and was just pretending for some reason.
Our relationship is based on honesty, Christopher.
I tried to drink alcohol. I just don't like the taste.
Jesus Christ, you're not an alcoholic?
Forgive me.
Well, then why go to AA? Why have me as your sponsor?
Please, Frank. Everything is going so good with us.
Next day at the probate hearing, Patrick shows up and the house is awarded to Patrick because his will was filed first. Meanwhile, at Sheila's, Miss Wong accidentally lets it slip to Sheila that Karen orchestrated bringing the Wongs into Jaime's life in order to get Sheila alone so Karen would be able to have time with Sheila without Jaime in the picture.
Oh, Karen is right. This is not a good place for baby. Karen? When did you talk to Karen?
And at the end of the episode, Debbie lies to the police about Patrick sexually assaulting her, and this gets Patrick arrested.
Jesus, what? 900, final offer.
500. No deposit. I need a 50-year lease, and I want that in writing.
Fiona starts a temporary position at a company called Worldwide Cup, which sells, you guessed it, cups. On her first day at the job, she's working as a call center receptionist. After her first couple of hours, Veronica and Kevin send her a link to a website featuring botched circumcisions. The two are arguing about whether or not they want to circumcise their kid, and they're asking Fiona's opinion about the whole situation. A lot of Fiona's coworkers see her looking at this website and report her to their boss, Mike. Fiona has a meeting with this guy, and he doesn't seem like that big of a stuck-up boss. He's actually very understanding about the whole situation when she explains it, and he tells her just to not take as many personal calls at her desk and not to go on websites that feature male genitalia anymore. This episode also focuses on Frank as he tries to get domestic partnership from the state, with Christopher, who is a little ashamed about pretending to be gay. After failing to get domestic partnership, Frank goes on a rant while at a mayoral rally about gay rights, which goes absolutely viral. After his mother sees this video for some reason, Christopher is forced to throw Frank out, leaving him homeless yet again. We also learned in this episode that Mandy has been applying to colleges for Lip without Lip's knowledge or consent.
You plagiarized Nelson Mandela.
Oh?
The MIT application essay.
You think I should have wrote it myself?
I think you shouldn't have applied to colleges for me without asking me.
I did ask you. I asked you like 100 times to get the applications in, and you ignored me.
For a reason.
What reason? That you're an idiot? You have any idea how much stuff I had to steal and sell to pay those application fees? It was a huge pain in the ass, and I did it for you. You know, you might even want to say thank you.
Later that day, Mandy also reveals to Ian that Svetlana is pregnant and her and Mickey are going to be getting married soon. This shakes Ian to the core. Honestly, Ian just needs to move on from Mickey at this point. I am so tired of that relationship. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Also, Lip and Karen are now kind of back together on the side, which is confusing because he was literally just upset at her a few episodes ago. And Mandy basically has a gut feeling about this, so she steals Lip's phone and texts Karen from his phone to meet her at the park, which allows Mandy to hit Karen with her car, sending Karen to the hospital. Frank has a meeting with the gay rights activists that he met in the last episode, where he is promised money in exchange for being a sort of spearhead for their organization. Meanwhile, Jimmy asks Fiona about the idea of him going back to med school, because that is one of his passions lately, is wanting to go back to med school. Fiona is okay with it, but she doesn't know that he's actually talking about the med school that he went to in Michigan and not just the one here in Chicago. Elsewhere, we learn that Karen is in a coma at the hospital, and Sheila and Jody demand to know more about her condition. They learn that there's a possibility that she may never wake up. Later on, Frank is found by a gay conversion therapy organization, and he is propositioned by them to work for them, like on the side of working with the gay rights activists. So Frank agrees to play both sides. We also get a scene here where Lip finds out through Sheila that Mandy hit Karen with her car. Elsewhere, Ian tells Lip about the situation with Mickey.
Terry made Mickey fuck her to fuck the gay out of him.
Oh, when?
After he caught us together.
Dude, how did I not know this shit?
I didn't tell you.
I don't know, did it work?
I mean, he might have faked it once or twice. He wants to be with me. I know what he felt with me. He can't fake that. And now this chick is pregnant.
We also find out that Carol is finally pregnant, so her and Kevin can stop sleeping together constantly. Later on in the episode, Jody wakes Karen up after doing this. Back at the Gallagher house, Jimmy reveals to Fiona that he has to re-enroll for college in Michigan exclusively.
I got invited to play softball tonight.
You even own a glove?
It's Chicago-style softball. You don't need a glove.
Look at you, trying to fit in.
I'm hoping they keep me around for a while. Come with. Should be fun. We can grab a drink after.
Hey, I may have to spend some more time in, Michigan.
What?
Med school. Admissions department called and said that I have to finish up there or I lose a bunch of credits. I can apply for schools here, but I basically have to start over and lose all the work I've already done. I mean, it's only for a year. I know it's a bit of a fly in the ointment, but they're being really cool, letting me re-enroll.
There's no other option?
Not really.
What, not really or no?
No.
Wow, that's...
You can come with me.
To Michigan?
It's not that far.
What? The kids?
Yeah, sure, if you want.
If I want?
Yes, of course, them too. Look, there's details to sort through, but they're all doable details. Totally doable details.
Uh-huh. I have to get ready for softball.
Jimmy arrives to pick her up from the game and suggests him moving without her to Michigan.
You knew you were gonna have to move back from the beginning.
What? No?
Please don't be the guy who lies. Please don't be that guy.
Probably, for sure, but yes.
I'm tired,
Fiona.
dude.
Fiona.
What?
I need to change. Debbie needs braces. I'm making espressos. You're selling cups. It's a year.
Stop saying it like a year is nothing. Like nothing can happen in a year. Like being away from each other for a year wouldn't matter. I gotta get up early in the morning. Selling cups.
In one of the last scenes, Frank is found out by the gay rights activists that he has been playing them and isn't actually gay at all. At the beginning of the episode, Fiona decides to hear Jimmy out about moving the entire family to Michigan. A little bit later on, she asks her new boss, Mike, if there is a Michigan office. Oddly enough, in the same conversation, he brings up a camping trip that the company is taking this weekend, and he invites her to come along as well. After her shift, she comes home and tells the kids that they might be moving to Michigan before hopping on Steve's phone to answer a call about him getting approved for a studio apartment. This obviously upsets Fiona because she didn't know that he was going by himself to Michigan. In fact, they did come to the conclusion together that they were going to be moving the entire family. The next day, Mandy tells Lip not to come to Mickey's wedding, effectively dumping him. Jimmy is taken by Nando because Estefania was recently taken by the INS. He throws his phone into the lake before boarding the ship, and we quite literally do not see him again next season, so say bye, Jimmy. This is Jimmy's official exit from the show, and while he might pop up later here and there, this is the official last episode he's credited as a main character. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that I absolutely despise Jimmy as a character. He's a little bit more tolerable this season, but when he starts bringing up his whole thing with his dad constantly, and then him starting to talk about med school and lying to Fiona about getting an apartment, he reverts back to the worst piece of shit. And yeah, I'm glad he's gone. Meanwhile, Carl and Frank decide to rob Carl's ex-foster parents. While at the campsite, Fiona accidentally kisses her boss before shutting down any further advancements between the two. Lip goes to the hospital to visit with Karen. She has lost the ability to make new memories. At the end of the episode, Frank is arrested for stealing the stuff from Carl's ex-foster family. At the beginning of the episode, Frank is released after passing out in his cell.
You have liver damage, esophageal varices, immune system dysfunction. Frankly, it'd be faster to tell you what you don't have. You need to stop drinking.
Spare me the sermon.
One will take you to processing.
Processing?
You're being released.
What?
If we keep you here, we'd have to treat you.
Elsewhere, Lip finally graduates. He finally gets his diploma in the mail, and at this point, he doesn't really know what he wants to do with his life. Frank comes home and takes Lip ice skating when he learns of his son's graduation. While the two actually have fun with each other for once, Frank has to ruin the moment by throwing up blood all over the place, which sends him to the hospital. Meanwhile, Jody has decided to leave with Karen and Jaime for Sedona, and they quite literally never return. It is really sad to see Sheila say goodbye to 3 pivotal people in her life, and it leaves the audience wondering what her storyline might be next season, but don't worry, she definitely has a better storyline next season than she does this season. This episode also marks these 3 characters' last appearance in the show, and while I'm glad that Karen was semi-redeemed, I still feel like writing her off was definitely the right decision, seeing as Lip can only go up from here in terms of his education. It's definitely a good decision to let him kind of go on his own journey next season without any girl trouble, because the majority of season 3 was spent with him being in a love triangle with Karen and Mandy. I also think it was a really good decision for him to completely break up with Mandy, because at this point, those two are just way, way, way too toxic for each other. Meanwhile, Fiona receives an envelope of money from Nando's driver before he assures her that Jimmy is in fact safe, but she won't ever see him again. At the hospital, Frank learns that he has cirrhosis of the liver. Shortly after, Fiona arrives to scold him and tries to convince him to get back on the wagon for his kids. Ian tells Mickey that he's done with him. He essentially breaks up with him before informing him that he's going to enlist in the army. In the closing moments of the episode, Carl shaves Frank's head to let in the sun rays, which echoes Frank shaving Carl's head at the beginning of the season. We then see a closing montage to the season. Ian leaves for basic training and officially exits the show for the first time. But don't worry, Ian will be back eventually. He's just not in the first few episodes of next season. Lip has gotten into MIT, so the audience makes the assumption that he will be going to college next season. Fiona is also given a permanent job at Worldwide Cup, and in the final scene, Fiona calls Jimmy.
It's Steve. Leave some words.
Last message. I promise. Wherever you are. Bye.
And that is where the 3rd season fades to black. The 4th season opens with a montage of Fiona and Debbie sharing a mirror while getting dressed. We also learn that Carl has been sleeping in Ian's bed since he is away at the military. There's a noticeable difference in Carl and Debbie's personalities since they have started puberty in this season. Debbie is portrayed as a bratty, like boy crazy middle schooler now, and we'll see where that takes her by the end of this season. And Carl is less of a psychopath and more of an ornery, depressed teenager now, even though he's like 11. The thing that is most confusing about this season is its timeline. Despite these changes in Debbie and Carl's characters, the season seemingly only takes place weeks after the last one ended because of Carol's pregnancy and Ian being in the army and Lip going to college. When I first watched the season, I had hypothesized that it took place anywhere from October to December of 2013, placing it a whole year after season 3 ended. We know, thanks to a line from the season 3 finale, that the episode takes place around Christmas time of 2012.
What, you got ROTC on the last day before Christmas break?
Yeah, they're having some sort of winter ceremony.
This means that Ian leaves for the military halfway through his senior year during Christmas break. We also learn that after spending an entire summer and most of the fall that year trying to get pregnant for Kevin and Veronica, Carol finally tests positive in episode 10, which takes place in November. But we learn that she had actually been pregnant that whole time that they had been trying, placing day 1 of her pregnancy in late July, early August, meaning she'd eventually have her baby in the earliest months of 2013. So I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that this season does take place in the first 3 months of 2013, right after the last one left off. This is truly the first season where the timeline starts to go downhill and just flat out lose all of its credibility. I would say it starts to make a little bit more sense around seasons 7 and 8, but for the next 3.5-ish seasons, the timeline just doesn't make any sense. So please bear with me. Suspend your disbelief a little bit when I say something timeline related, because that's not how it's presented to us actually. Another note, we learned from Carl here in this episode that Lip is in college at this point. I initially thought Lip was attending MIT because in the finale of season 3 it stated that he did get into MIT with the help of Mandy. However, I now think that he's going to school in Chicago because he will visit home quite often. We also learned that Debbie has been hanging out with Holly from season 2, who has been recast this season because Dev Cameron was busy filming Liv and Maddie at the time. Sheila stops by the Gallagher's house because she has a need to stay busy while her daughter, boyfriend slash son-in-law, and grandson are away in Arizona.
Thanks, Sheila. That smells great. Why is she here again? I don't care. Our laundry's clean.
We get another one-off line here from Debbie stating that it's been almost a week since they heard from Ian, which again confirms the fact that this season takes place right after the last one left off. A little bit later on, Fiona stops by Kevin and Veronica's to borrow a jersey from Kevin so that she can wear one while she's at the Bears game with her new boyfriend Mike. Veronica speculates that Fiona isn't entirely over Steve, and that's why she isn't all that enthusiastic about Mike yet. I mean, yeah, it's literally been less than a month since he left, so... Elsewhere, Frank is found by Tony the cop in an abandoned house, passed out. He brings Frank home to the Gallaghers, who haven't seen him in weeks. Carl is the only one home, so he takes him upstairs and, with the help of Sheila, cleans him off.
Can I help you with something? Oh, my.
Scoop under. Oh, Frank, you're filthy. You're filthy.
And it appears that he hasn't actually showered in weeks. We catch up with Lip, who's living on campus at the college that he attends. He enters his dorm room, and his roommate, Ron's stuck-up girlfriend, Amanda, flees the scene once he arrives. Lip later works as a busboy at the college lunchroom.
You guys done with these? Yo, you done with these plates?
With this being Lip's first real job, he's actually had a lot of growing up to do in the last 3 weeks that we just weren't shown, which is why I think half the writers thought the season took place a whole year after last season, and the other half thought it only was a couple of weeks. The changes in Carl, Debbie, and even Lip here are way too drastic to be only 3 weeks apart from last season. Carol and Svetlana's pregnancies also have me believing the latter because there's no way that they are still only a few months pregnant if it's been an entire year. Another thing I'd like to mention here is that the production history for the show is exactly why the timeline is making no sense this season. Season 1 was filmed during late 2010 and early 2011, which is also when the season takes place. Season 2 was filmed in the summer and early fall of 2011, which is also when that season takes place, which allows for the characters to age at the same rate as the actors. Season 3 was filmed in summer and early fall 2012, which is also roughly when the season takes place. Season 4, by comparison, was filmed in late 2013, leaving a 12-month gap in production compared to the usual 6-month gap. This gap in production plus the lack of gap in the story is what contributes to the confusion over when this season takes place. I think if they had written this season as a spring season, we would have solved every single issue I just brought up. If I'm not mistaken, the production started on this season in October 2013, which explains why it's snowy throughout the entire season. But if the season begins in January, timeline-wise, dies and has to quickly wrap up before spring starts in March, it leaves half the storylines involving Carl, Debbie, and Lip to feel so rushed as a result, because why is Lip already in college, like in the middle of January when he just graduated in December? That just doesn't make any sense to me. Why are Carl and Debbie so different than they were in season 3 if it's only been like 3 weeks? I think they could have fixed this entire timeline issue if they had just written it as if it was a spring season and began production a little earlier in the year, maybe early summer, and then they would have been able to pass that off as spring. But no, they waited all the way until October to start production again, which just completely ruined the timeline. Another thing they could have done is just skip forward to the next winter and change the story completely so that the cast didn't look completely older than they should be. Like, Debbie literally looks like she could be 14, 15, and she's 12, 13 in this season. Anyway, Mike arrives at the Gallagher's house to pick Fiona up for the Bears game. Later on at the game, Fiona gets to know Mike's seemingly normal family. This season is what I like to call the beginning of Fiona's like moving up in the world era. She started her office job last season, and while that was definitely a start to something, I don't think her boss bitch vibe really takes a hold until she gets like away from Jimmy Steve and starts dating this really normal functioning human being named Mike. Now, don't get me wrong, she has a lot of ups and downs here in this season, particularly downs. This is kind of like quite a difficult season for Fiona, but she picks it up again in later seasons and then truly just goes up for quite a long time. So yeah, I would pinpoint the start of her boss bitch era here in season 4 once she's moved on from Jimmy Steve completely. After returning home, Fiona finds out that Frank is back and demands Carl take care of him if he's going to stay there with them.
No, fuck no.
Tony brought him back. He's been asleep the whole time. I tried to wake him, but he's out cold.
Believe me, he's not sleeping.
Great. Now this? Needles?
He's really sick.
Oh, he's sick, all right.
I don't get a vote?
Not really, no.
I can take care of him.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Fine, he's your puppy. He makes a mess on the rug, you're cleaning it up.
Meanwhile, Debbie goes to the arcade with Holly and Ellie, her 2 friends, and flirts with a man who is most definitely an adult. The man's name is Maddie, and this creep can most definitely tell that she is underage, but it's presented to us as him not knowing that she's a teenager, which, again, is quite problematic. The next day, Frank and Carl wake up. Carl goes to the store and buys cooking spray and a funnel for Frank so that he can ingest alcohol rectally. Foul. Oh yeah, Frank also reunites with Sheila in this scene.
Hello. How you doing?
Good. You?
Good.
Meanwhile, Veronica wakes up really sick and bloated, so she takes a pregnancy test, and lo and behold, Miss Mother is pregnant. At the doctor, Veronica confirms the fact that she's pregnant, and again, the timeline for this makes absolutely no sense because, spoiler alert, she does end up giving birth in this season. She looks like she's freshly pregnant here in this episode, but by the end of the season, when she has the kid, it's still winter. That means that day 1 of her pregnancy would have been close to Carol's day 1 of pregnancy, which was all the way back in August, and she didn't show signs of being pregnant until here in January. I don't think the writers planned for her to be pregnant until they started writing this season anyway, so. At the bar, Mickey asks Kevin where Ian is at, since it's been weeks since he's heard from him, and this marks the second time in this episode that Mickey has pondered over where his boyfriend is, his secret boyfriend. Also in this scene, Kevin gets a call and finds out that the owner of the bar, Stan, is very sick, and Kevin should go and check on him, or like go and see him. A little bit later on, Kevin arrives at the hospital and finds out that Stan is not only sick, he is dead. Meanwhile, back at college, Lip struggles with the reality that he is not the world's smartest guy anymore when his paper gets a D. The TA tells him to work harder because he's not some big shot here in this college full of other smart people anymore. You know, like he's at the bottom of the barrel as a freshman. After her day at school, Debbie hangs out with that older guy, Maddie, yet again. Elsewhere, Veronica tells Fiona that she's pregnant, and Sheila comes downstairs to announce that she's tackling the kitchen tomorrow before leaving.
I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna tackle this whole kitchen area. It may take a few days, but I will make this kitchen my bitch. Now, good night.
Also, Veronica watches the kids while Fiona is away at Mike's, and Debbie is dropped off by Maddie. In this scene, we also see Kevin return to the house and tell Veronica that Stan is dead, before Veronica tells Kevin that she's pregnant. At the end of the episode, Frank tries to drink alcohol, but he starts coughing up blood because his body just cannot handle it anymore. At the beginning of the second episode, Fiona takes her younger 3 siblings to the clinic for a checkup. Seeing as this is the first time that they've actually had health insurance and are able to go to an actual clinic. Meanwhile, Frank attempts to use an eyedropper to get alcohol in his system.
For the love of Jesus.
He tells Carl that he needs a new liver because the one that he has is obviously failing him, before telling Carl to throw out all of his alcohol because he needs to go cold turkey if his body is going to survive much longer. Meanwhile, at the bar, Kevin and Stan's son named Alan are read Stan's will, where they find out that Kevin is the one that inherited the bar. When Alan protests this, Kevin agrees to pay Alan $500 a month instead, and then Alan does this. Just after inheriting the bar, Kevin is told by Kate, one of the employees, that they are not in good business right now. Fiona is sent on her first 3 sales calls by Mike because he wants her to be a new sales representative for certain clients. We also find out that Mike is really worried that Fiona isn't a reliable girlfriend because she missed out on a call with him, like she ignored his call, and so he's upset about that, and it becomes like a whole thing in this episode. Later on, Fiona successfully makes a sale to the Chicago Gliders before getting in her car and leaving. While driving back to work, she is cut off by a man on the freeway, so she flips him off before he stops his car, gets out, and beats up her windshield with a baseball bat. The company car, by the way. We catch back up with Lip, who attempts a tutoring session and flirts with his tutor, eventually inviting her to a sorority party. Later on at the party, his tutor tries to get Lip to help her get laid. Lip originally thought she was into him, however, he fails to connect with any of the girls at college. Meanwhile, Carl arrives at Veronica's to ask for drugs for Frank because his liver is failing and he can't have alcohol anymore, so he's turned to drugs. Carl then points out that Veronica is spotting, so she rushes herself down to the hospital to see what's going on. When Kevin arrives at the hospital, they find out that she's not only pregnant with 1, not 2, but 3 babies.
Spotting. Very common with implantation of multiple fetuses. Fetus? Multiple. Yeah, take a look. 3. Congratulations.
3?
I take it from your reaction you weren't planning this.
Planning this? Who the fuck plans 3 babies?
You need to make an appointment as soon as possible with your OB.
OB, I need to make an appointment with the vet. I'm having a damn litter.
Baby, you know what this means? I got a magic dick. I don't know whether to freak out or thrust my almighty dick in everyone's face.
You need to be freaking out. I'm having triplets.
Triplets? Triplets! I got a magic penis.
Would you shut the fuck up?
Carl heads downstairs and acquires some blood typing tests, which he plans to use to help Frank get a new liver. Back at the house, he tests Frank's blood and finds out that he's O positive. Meanwhile, Debbie has dinner with Maddie. She checks his wallet and finds out that he's 20 years old before telling him that she is 13.
Where is sir?
I'm only 13.
What? So, like, years old? Okay, cool. I hope you like chicken.
And he just lets her stay there and finish dinner with him. At the end of the episode, Carl tells Fiona that she needs to donate a lobe of her liver to save Frank, and when she says that she's not going to do that, Frank drops this bomb.
If Fiona won't do it, I'll get my other daughter too.
Debbie's too young.
My oldest daughter, Samantha.
What?
At the beginning of the episode, Fiona leaves Mike's house for work. Meanwhile, Frank arrives at the RV park to stalk his daughter Sammy and her son Chucky. You can't really see them all that well, but there they are.
So that's my daughter. Wow, she's kind of beautiful.
Looks like you in skank form.
Frank then pays off some kids at the park to bully Sammy's child Chucky, so that Frank can then come in to play the hero in order to save Chucky and make good with Sammy. After this, Sammy invites Frank over to dinner with her. A little bit later on, Frank realizes how similar they are as people.
We asked for chocolate. I can't eat butterscotch.
You allergic?
No, just hate it.
Me too. That and avocados.
Avocados are the worst. And squirrels.
Tree rats.
Hideous.
Elsewhere, Lip is late for work. He is lectured by his boss, and later on, he shows up late for class because he just has horrible time management issues. Back at the house, Fiona arrives home, and Sheila is trying on her clothes for a picture for Roger Runningtree, the man she met on Christian Mingle.
You frightened me. I'm sorry. I thought you were going out to dinner tonight.
I am. What are you doing?
Well, I was just looking for a scarf or a sweater or something provocative because Roger Running Tree wants a full body shot. I'm so sorry. I should have asked first.
No, it's okay. Go on, take whatever you want.
Fiona then attends a dinner at Mike's family's house. She meets Mike's older brother named Robbie, who recently was released from rehab. The way that this family talks about Robbie's addiction is much different than what Fiona's used to. It's like stepping into a whole new world for Fiona, where everyone is cordial and accepting of everyone else's problems, while also having the resources to deal with those issues, which is something that Fiona's family never had the privilege of having. In the scene, Robbie asks to go to the family lake house, to which the father says,
"Might be too soon." What am I gonna steal, your old waiters? There's nothing up there to sell.
Robbie and Mike then begin arguing. This seemingly perfect family has just begun crumbling.
No one is out to hurt you, sweetheart.
No one's out to help me either. Dad footing the $20,000 rehab bill wasn't helping up.
Fuck off, Mike.
Hey, come on.
Easy.
I'm gonna pay him back, so don't you worry about it, okay?
Well, that's not the point, Robbie, and you know.
Fiona then sees that their family isn't actually all that different from her family.
Nice meeting you, Fiona.
Meanwhile, at the bar, Mickey tries to sleep with a redhead woman to try and get over Ian, and this does little to satiate him because he's just not into women like that. A little bit later on, Lip calls his family, and you can tell it's such an adjustment for him to be at college.
Hey, you okay?
Yeah, I could be better. You know, it's
Different?
yeah, you too.
God, yes. Come on, I put on pencil skirts every morning, and I'm like, who are you? Yeah, the Gallagher's moving up the food chain.
Fiona hears partying in the background, so she tells him to go enjoy himself. But Lip decides to stay and study instead of going to the party amid his horrible grades. At work, Lip asks to take off early so that he can make it to one of his classes on time, and Lip's boss tells him he needs better time management. Lip does not want to hear this at the time because he just gave up his entire night the night before to studying, and now he's being told that he needs better time management skills than that. Elsewhere, Fiona heads to work, and Mike apologizes for Robbie's behavior the night before, eventually telling her that Robbie invited them to dinner later that day. Meanwhile, Frank attends Chucky's dodgeball game and tries to gather as much sympathy from Sammy as he can. Later that night, Sammy brings Frank home with her.
Frank, what's your blood type?
O positive. Why?
That's my blood type. I want to give you my liver.
It's just a lobe, right? It's not the whole thing. I'm not gonna like die without it or anything.
But we barely know each other. Put it down.
And a gentleman, too. Frank, I think I'm smitten.
Oh, jeez.
Even Frank won't stoop that low. To be clear, Frank's motive here is just to get a liver. He literally does not care about anything else, and he has not even told her that he is her father. So she thinks that they have this connection because she's, I don't know, romantically interested in him, but he is only interested in her for her liver. Meanwhile, Sheila has her date with Roger Running Tree.
Just a second. Coming! Hi, you must be Roger. Come in.
You're even foxier in person.
Oh, that's so sweet. They're beautiful.
I left my guitar in the Honda. I wasn't sure if you'd be interested in a little strum down.
Yes, I would. I would be very interested in a strum down.
Meanwhile, at a dinner of their own, Robbie abstains from drinking, whereas Fiona and Mike both drink quite a lot, especially Mike. On the way home, he sings in the back seat because he's so gone.
I'm proud of him. He kicks up a fury all week at the family farm, then settles down Friday afternoon to a delicious foamy beer and some lame TV. And that's enough for him.
Should be enough for anybody.
Not me. Well, life throws challenges at us to see what we're made of, right? Yeah, apparently, I'm made of bourbon and below.
Robbie says that he's an addict, and that's what he wants for his life. Once they get home, Mike goes straight to the bathroom, and Robbie and Fiona get to talking. Robbie then puts the moves on Fiona, and they start passionately making out before Mike comes drunkenly walking out of the bathroom, somehow just not even seeing them making out on the counter. Meanwhile, Debbie tries to sleep with Maddie, but he rightfully turns her down before wrongfully calling her beautiful at the ripe age of 13. The next morning, Fiona leaves Mike's house and takes the L home. Fiona calls Mike, and Robbie answers the phone.
Morning, sunshine.
Hey, I'm just about to head to the office. What should I tell people?
I'll bet you fucked my brother last night on the counter while I laid in a puddle of vomit.
Why do you have my phone?
It's on the counter. I saw you call it.
I'm not telling him. Ever. Okay? We're taking this to our graves. This did not happen.
Oh, yes, it did. And it's gonna happen again, addict.
The fourth episode opens with Fiona sitting on the train next to Robbie, who touches her in the middle of public, and she just doesn't stop him. The next day, she rants to Veronica about this, clearly regretting what she did. After Fiona hands lunch money to the younger kids, they completely treat her like shit, demanding more and more money, and when she tries to ask Debbie what's going on in her life, Debbie just flat out ignores her. At the hospital, Frank learns that it's going to take years for him to get a liver transplant surgery because the waiting list is so long, even if he's found a donor in Sammy. Frank tries to injure himself at Sheila's house in order to earn insurance money to pay for the surgery because he needs $150,000 to pay for it himself. After asking his lawyer about it, he learns that he won't get much money at all because he barely sprained it. He then returns home and asks Carl to break his leg for him, which he does. He just drugs Frank beforehand and dumps him on Sheila's porch. Meanwhile, at college, Lip realizes his clothes were taken out of the dryer early, so he runs to class for his midterm in sopping wet pants. His teacher refuses to let him in, and so Lip misses his midterms. Lip meets with the dean of the college, who tells him that he's a waste of his scholarship and that he needs to be doing better, and I just find it so funny that Lip is wearing this shirt during this scene. Couldn't have picked a better shirt for him to be wearing, honestly. Lip leaves the office and then starts destroying parked cars outside, and this is where the campus police chase him all the way down the street. Meanwhile, Mickey makes his wife and the other Russian hookers go on strike because they're not getting paid their fair wages. A little bit later on, he learns that Sasha, the pimp that was hiring all of his wife's hookers, has hired a completely new batch of them, which have replaced Svetlana and the others. Meanwhile, Fiona arrives at Robbie's house, and after an attempt to shut his advances down, she falls right into his traps yet again. This time, in the middle of them making out, Mike arrives at the apartment, causing Fiona to hide under the counter. Later on that night, Fiona confesses to Veronica that she does have feelings for Robbie. It's just a lot more complicated than that because she's also into Mike. A little bit later on, Lip returns to the south side and reunites with Mandy. Mandy tells him that she needs the morning after pill because she's not trying to get pregnant. Lip tells her that they'd be fine having a baby, even suggesting that he'd drop out of college to provide for the child. This is where Mandy hits Lip and then he proceeds to slut shame her. Later on, Lip returns to the alibi and shares a drink with Kevin before confessing to him that he's dropping out.
So you quit then what?
I'll figure it out. What?
Grow a pair.
Excuse me?
You heard me. Tough it out, man.
It's like I said, it's not only up to me.
You're resourceful. You'll figure it out. Do you want to end up like me? Clawing for every penny, praying that you can figure out some way to support your family? Because that's what I'm going through. I got bills up to my ass. Let me tell you something. It fucking sucks. College is a racket, huh? Hell, man, you got them to give you 4 fucking years for free. Why don't you get your damn diploma, spit in their faces, and have a fucking future?
This mirrors a scene that they had in season 3 together, where Kevin basically flat out told him to get his ass to college. Elsewhere, Debbie sends Maddie fake nudes. Then he tells her to come over because they need to have a chat about their relationship. Once she goes to his house, basically he turns her down because of her age. This is yet another example of the show giving us an age gap relationship that was completely unwarranted, first of all, but also in said relationship, they paint the younger person as the one with the power.
Don't you want to?
Sure, yeah, someday.
Why not now?
She goes home and starts crying before Fiona comes in and tries to comfort her.
Let me let you in on a little secret. I don't know what the hell I'm doing either. I just wish I could skip the part where I don't know the right thing to do. Get to the part where I do.
This is the first time in the season where Debbie has truly let Fiona in a slight amount, because before she was quite bratty with her. After wheeling himself over to Sammy's house, Frank finds out that he and his daughter are not a match because her white blood cells attacked his. This completely soils his plan to take a lobe from her liver. Frank then lets it slip that she is in fact his daughter.
Thank you, God. Thank you for the cosmic fuck you. Even my own daughter isn't a match.
What? What did you say? Your daughter?
I didn't say that. Oh, fuck it. What's the use? Hate me now, hate me later. You all hate me eventually. And for what? What did I ever do to you?
You're my dad? I almost put you in my mouth.
I didn't ask you to do that. Shit.
Get out.
What are you yelling about? I'm the one not getting the liver.
Get out!
Jesus God almighty. Okay,
No!
okay.
No!
I'm going. All right.
A little bit later on, Frank heads to the alibi before being joined by Sammy, who apologizes for throwing him out. The next day, Lip shows up to class really early and begs his professor to let him take his midterm. At the beginning of the episode, Fiona meets Robbie at a motel and declines his offer to stay there with him.
You know how last time when I told you to stop texting me and it turned into sex? This isn't that. I don't know why it took me this long to start hating myself, but I got there. It's a shitty feeling. I'm not punishing you or blaming you. I just really need this to end.
A little bit later on at work, Mike invites Fiona over to a birthday dinner at his parents' house, which will also include Robbie. Later that night at Fiona's birthday dinner, Robbie causes a scene and finally reveals that he's been sleeping with Fiona.
There's a lit dance floor and I guess a DJ or a live band, depending. We just sat at our table, got a... God damn it! Go.
What did you say?
Mike then tells Fiona to leave. Up until this point, Fiona has been treated with such respect from this family and has gotten so much goodwill from them, and now she's being shunned. Not that it's not her fault, though. She did have like 50 chances to turn this guy down, but she didn't. Earlier that day, Lip is found by military police, and he is informed by them that Ian is wanted for stealing a helicopter. Elsewhere, Frank's lawyer, Lou, tells him that he won't get a check for the broken leg for a year to 16 months. Frank returns home and walks in on Roger and Sheila's date, and this is where Roger suggests that they build a sweat lodge at Sheila's house to help Frank naturally heal. Meanwhile, Stan's son Alan demands the $1,000 check from Kevin, who doesn't actually have the money yet. Kevin asks Veronica to rent out the apartment upstairs to Mickey's Russian prostitutes as a second source of income for them to help pay off Alan. At Robbie's apartment, Fiona returns and slaps Robbie around for ruining this relationship for her. I mean, not only does this ruin her relationship, but it potentially costs her her job as well. The next day, it's Fiona's birthday. She calls Mike and asks if she needs to come by the office that day because she assumes that she's fired. The office throws her a birthday party, and it seems like nobody has really gotten word yet that they are no longer an item. Fiona goes into his office and apologizes to Mike before he tells her that she is getting transferred to another department so that she doesn't have to work for him directly. Overall, a pretty decent outcome for her. We have a side plot in this episode where Debbie and Lip confront Jimmy's dad, Ned, who remembers Ned, to ask him where Ian is. According to Ned, Ian crashed with him a few weeks ago and brought a few unsavory characters to the house, and since then, basically, he hasn't seen him, but he does know that he has been living with his mother, Monica. Interesting. Okay. While on the train, Debbie confides to Lip about her adult boyfriend that may or may not be her boyfriend at the moment. They then arrive at an abandoned house and find all of Ian's stuff. Before learning that he's working at a gay club, they go to the nightclub and find Ian.
You look great.
Thank you. You do too.
How long you been working here? A couple weeks. This place, it's awesome. It's super convenient. You guys want drinks? They're on the house. I'm good. Appletini. MPs came by looking for you. They want to arrest you for going AWOL, stealing government property. Top shelf. They say you stole my helicopter. That's hilarious.
He's definitely on something. While gathering supplies for the sweat lodge, Frank introduces Carl to his sister Sammy and nephew Chucky. Back at the Gallagher house, Fiona answers the door and Robbie brings Coke over for her to celebrate.
What the fuck are you doing here?
I thought we could celebrate together.
Or I could stab myself in the eye with a pencil.
By way of apologizing. Now it's a party.
Fresh out of rehab and you have Coke.
Oh, booze is the problem. I can do Coke, a little weed, but as far as booze goes, I'm clean.
You sound like Frank.
Who's Frank? Oh, you got a mirror?
Oh yeah, right here. Oh wait, it's a baseball bat.
She chases him out of the house with a baseball bat and he leaves the Coke there. Meanwhile, people in the neighborhood help build the sweat lodge, and after Frank spends like an hour in there, he passes out. Back at the Gallagher house, Kevin, Veronica, and Fiona have a Coke party. Just randomly for her birthday. Debbie and Lip then arrive, and Debbie goes into the kitchen and finds Liam legitimately passed out in the kitchen because he got into Fiona's Coke.
What's on his face?
Oh my god, oh my god.
Step back. Step
Oh
back.
my god.
Step back.
Not
Step back.
breathing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Liam?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Call.
Liam, step back. Give him some room. Liam.
Oh my god.
Liam.
This sort of thing was predictable when Frank and Monica were really around with the kids, but it comes as a complete shock to everybody that it happened when Fiona was in charge. At the hospital, Fiona is in a complete panic.
Liam Gallagher?
Have a seat. Someone will be out with you in a minute.
What was that?
Who's Fiona?
That's me.
Put your hands behind your back. Fiona Gallagher, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one will be appointed to you.
You know, things were going so well for Fiona this season. She had a great job, a great boyfriend, and started to really live a more normal life with no stress. And here she goes and just fucks it all over for herself.
Do you understand your rights as I've read them to you?
Episode 6 opens with Fiona being processed and placed in a holding cell overnight. At the hospital, early in the morning, the doctors tell Lip that Liam had acute cocaine toxicity and has had to be strapped down because he's had some violent seizures throughout the night. Meanwhile, Fiona is transferred to Women's County. She is then stripped in a scene that I really did not need to see. Kev tries to make a case for Fiona, stating that they were watching the kids, it's just that accidents happen. The show's decision to sort of turn Lip against Fiona this season makes so much sense because Lip has just started getting better grades, and it sucks for him to now have to try and juggle that along with his family constantly messing things up for him. He's now being placed in the exact same position that Fiona has been in the last 3 seasons. Elsewhere at the hospital, Frank is informed by the doctors that he does not have very long after his latest stint in the sweat lodge. He is officially told that his diagnosis is cirrhosis of the liver, even though we kind of already knew that. The doctor tells Sammy to consider getting him into hospice. The next morning, Sheila greets the mailman and then makes breakfast for Roger and the kids. It's here where Roger tells her that he plans on taking the kids back to the reservation that day. Meanwhile, Fiona frantically calls Lip from jail, and he really doesn't give her much because he's still kind of upset about the whole situation.
Lip?
Yeah.
How is he?
Liam?
Yes, Liam, Jesus.
He's alive. He's in the pediatric intensive care unit.
But he's gonna be okay?
Yeah, he's strapped down because he was hurting himself. He's on a ton of drugs and an IV and could have permanent brain damage, but he's gonna live. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Lip then hangs up the phone and learns that Liam could be ready to leave within a day or two, which is good news. Although the hospital is refusing to release Liam to Lip unless a guardian or a parent shows up, so he goes and tries to find Frank, who is kind of been MIA in the kids' lives this season. After touring a few different hospice centers, Frank wheels himself outside because he gets too freaked out to stay there. Back in jail, Fiona meets with a public defender before her arraignment.
He's gonna ask you how you plea, you say not guilty. Then he's gonna set a bail amount. Then he'll give us a preliminary hearing date. You post the bond and you get the hell out of here.
It was an accident. I had no idea that my brother was still
Fiona.
loose.
Fiona, right? That's a conversation for later. Right now, we have to get you in front of the judge. Gallagher, I'll see you inside.
She pleads not guilty and is given a $100,000 bail before getting carted back to the holding cell. Afterwards, the lawyer tells Veronica that they only need to put up 10% of the bond for it to be accepted.
County only requires 10% for the bond.
10 grand?
They accept collateral of equal value, a house, a car. I can try to get it reduced at her preliminary hearing. If the victim recovers, Liam recovers, that could influence the judge to lower her bail. Gotta go.
A little bit later on, Debbie spends the night at Maddie's house, disgusting, and she seemingly thinks that her and Maddie are still together, despite Maddie insisting that they should still be friends. Back with Fiona, she talks with her lawyer and refuses to provide a name of who gave her the coke. Even though it would reduce her sentence by quite a lot, Sheila then says goodbye to Roger and his kids, who leave for the reservation. Hours later, Lip finds out that he got a B+ on his recent essay, amid all this chaos surrounding Liam. The next morning, Fiona magically makes bail, and when she's released, she finds out that Mike is the one that put up the rest of the money.
Hi.
Hey, Carl called me.
My brother, Carl?
Said you didn't know any other rich people.
Probably doesn't.
Sheila makes breakfast for herself all alone in that house before she starts packing her bags and going to follow Roger on the reservation because she's tired of her life here in Chicago. At the end of the episode, the Gallaghers meet Debbie's boyfriend Matt, who drops her off to pick up Liam, and they also meet Sammy and Chucky because Frank has kind of largely been away from the rest of the Gallaghers this season.
Where were you last night?
Matt's. Who's Matt?
Oh, you're Matt? The Matt? How fucking old are you?
Who's this?
Our new big sister and nephew.
Debbie, hi.
So yes, Liam is finally released to the Gallaghers thanks to Frank being present, and Fiona returns to an empty house. This episode is great in my opinion. The ramifications of last episode are truly felt in this one. It's easily the most drama that the show has offered us since Monica's return at the end of season 2. Season 4, by comparison, is actually a much darker season than the first 3 seasons were. The depressing vibe is only furthered with the colors in the season being noticeably desaturated, and with the season being set in winter, which perfectly goes well with the depressing storylines, like Frank being on his deathbed, Fiona's life falling apart after poisoning Liam. The season's tone is part of what makes it my absolute favorite season of Shameless. This episode opens with Lip taking over as the leader of the household. Everyone is extra strict about drugs lately, with Liam being home in case there are any DCFS visits. Sammy defends Frank's right to smoke in the house because of his condition.
I don't think you guys understand.
Oh, understand?
We've lived with that narcissistic asshole our whole lives.
No, you're trying to play big sis.
You're lucky we don't bounce you to the curb.
Yeah.
So if we say no more weed...
We mean no more weed.
Okay. Fine.
Fiona cuts her wristband off from her stint in jail before saying good morning to Liam. After she offers to watch Liam while Lip is at school, Lip tells her to sort through her shit.
And Lip, here you are. It was an accident.
I'm gonna put your coat on downstairs. Is that okay? Yeah? Yeah? Sort your shit out.
Lip returns to school and has to bring Liam to class with him. However, his roommate's girlfriend, Amanda, offers to watch him. Back at the Gallagher house, Frank is not looking good at all. Sammy, in fact, actually asks him about some of his past memories, leading him to believe that she thinks he won't survive. She then tries to prove to him that she's not like his other kids when she offers him heroin. Fiona has her preliminary hearing where the judge orders the state and Fiona's lawyer come up with a plea bargain outside of court. Meanwhile, at the OBGYN, Veronica finds out that she basically lost one of her kids, like the other two basically absorbed the third triplet. At the apartment, Maddie breaks up with Debbie because she's just too young, obviously, and he says that they can try again when she's 16. Elsewhere, Mickey reunites with Ian at the gay bar, where he tells Ian about his family's situation with Liam and how Frank is dying. Later that night, Mickey takes Ian home with him. Back at the Gallagher house, Lip lashes out at Fiona for wanting to take her trial further to prove her innocence.
Yeah, my lawyer's gonna try to get me probation if I plead guilty. Might have to serve a little time, though.
Yeah, how long?
90 days, or less.
Suppose we'll manage.
Or I could go to trial.
Why would you want to do that?
Why wouldn't I do that?
Because you'll get convicted.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do.
I made a mistake.
You're guilty.
It was an accident.
You almost killed Liam.
You don't think I know that? You don't think I'm blaming myself enough already, so I need you to do it too?
So how long are you in prison if you lose?
5 years.
All right, so that makes me almost 25, still at home, taking care of the kids.
I know I can win. I didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah, but you did it.
I turned my back for like 2 seconds. And now my life is ruined? How is that fair?
I can't go back to jail.
Of course, this is all about you.
Yes, it's about me, okay? Because it's never about me, and I'm finally making it about me.
So what, I'm supposed to drop out of school while you do 5 years?
I'm not guilty!
Liam almost died! And that was you! All fucking you! Your coke, your boyfriend, your fucked up life! It's not mine!
Later on, they kick Sammy out after finding Frank with a needle in his arm. So Sammy, Chucky, and Frank head over to Sheila's house, which has again been abandoned by her since she's away at the reservation with Roger Runningtree and his kids. The next day, Fiona takes a probation plea agreement where she cannot leave Illinois for 3 years, vote, and must be under house arrest until notified.
Then how do you plead to possession and child endangerment? I'm guilty.
A generally decent outcome for this crime, seeing as she doesn't have to serve any jail time. At the beginning of the episode, it has been a few weeks since the last one. Fiona deep cleans the house in an attempt to impress her PO who is visiting later that day. The officer tells Fiona that it could be up to 2 weeks until she's allowed to look for work. At Mickey's house, Ian wakes up and is threatened by Svetlana, who tells him to leave. Ian returns home and reunites with Fiona.
What? No!
Give me a...
Oh my god! Oh my god, is this for real? Are you really back? You bastard, I missed you so much. You're a piece of shit. You had me so worried. Not one call?
I texted.
Yeah, real detailed. Miss you guys having fun.
I didn't want you to work.
Well, I worried more, asshole. Where the hell were you?
The Army. I left. Stuff got nuts.
What stuff.
Oh, military trying to control me.
Well, isn't that what the military does?
Not sick of it, but hey, I met some amazing folks. Got all these great ideas. I'm a different person.
Ian finally is reunited with the rest of his siblings later that day, and as well as Mickey, who shows up looking for him. Ian agrees to stay with Mickey as long as Mickey agrees to do sexual favors for him on the regular, to which Mickey agrees. The next morning, Fiona tests out the range on her ankle monitor. In the Gallagher house, Mandy arrives to tell Mickey that Svetlana's water broke, and Mickey is less than thrilled about being a father, stating that he's not even going to go to the birth. Sammy and Frank plan to scam people out of their money by pretending to sell Sheila's house. Elsewhere, Fiona tears the house apart before Robbie shows up.
Mike told me. The coke, the kid, jail.
I didn't make it to the sidewalk without bells going off.
Could I be expecting a knock on my door?
What for?
It was my coke.
That's why you're here. To see if I ratted you out to the police.
And to check on
Fuck you.
Yes or no?
No, asshole. I should have. They would have let me off easier.
Yeah, why didn't you?
Because I hate myself for a number of reasons right now, and I'm not going to add being a snitch to the list.
Okay.
You ruined my life, you know that? Dropping that little bomb on Mike in front of your family.
I did you a favor, okay? The cup job sucks, and my brother's a boring yuppie asshole, all right?
Veronica comes over and Fiona gets drunk and burns the dinner.
You smell that?
Oh, shit. Oh, shit! Shit! Oh, fireball!
You just let it burn?
We got distracted. Oh.
You're shit-faced.
What is it, a felony for a Gallagher to drink?
Calm down, it's my fault. I bought the vodka.
What, poured it down her throat?
Oh, you're the one who told me to relax. Somebody shut that thing up!
Fuck, burn the house down, okay? Burn the food, too. You know, I can always steal some more from my shitty work-study job, right?
I'm going through something here.
Yeah, it looks like you went through about 5 beverages in an hour, Fiona. Have another one. Now, bang the boss's brother. Leave coke out on the table for the kids. Get arrested. Do whatever the fuck you need to do. I've got this. Hey, Carl, go upstairs, get your toothbrush and something to sleep in.
He has a suspension meeting tomorrow.
Oh, no worries, no worries. I'll get him to Sheila's in time. Stay up all night studying. I mean, what the fuck? It's just an applied physics quiz.
While Lip yells at Fiona, Kevin shows up to the house to inform everybody that Carol's water has broke.
Hey, come on, Lip, please. You don't have to take them.
Yeah, you're right.
Come
Don't.
on, what about dinner?
Enjoy.
And a little bit later on, Amanda crawls into bed with Lip and does this. So back at the hospital, Carol finally gives birth and decides she wants to keep the baby. Kevin is a little bit more upset about this than Veronica is, because Veronica sees this as a positive, you know, hey, at least now we don't have to take care of your and my mom's baby. The next day, Fiona calls Lip from Liam's bed and basically asks him to throw her a bone. Later on, he returns home and lets Fiona take care of Liam for once. Also, Frank meets with Carl's principal and basically tells him that his son can bully whoever he wants to, because those kids that he bullies are going to go on to be doctors and lawyers and other important people. The episode opens with Fiona getting ready for her job interviews, as she's now allowed out of the house temporarily. At one of these interviews, she admits to being a felon and is unfortunately turned away by the interviewer. Back at college, Lip asks Amanda to watch Liam for her, to which she takes off her shirt and expects sex out of this, and then this is when his roommate walks in. Amanda then asks if Lip can pretend to be her boyfriend so that she can scare her parents. At Sheila's house, Sammy tries to make Frank comfortable. Meanwhile, in detention, Carl meets Bonnie. She drugs their teacher so that they can leave detention early and go run off together. The next day, Sheila returns to her house after a 3-episode absence to find out that all the furniture has been sold. She tells Frank and Sammy that Roger is on the run from the government, and that's what caused them to break up.
Kinda hard to get mad at you about selling all my furniture when you're like this, but I know what it's like to have your back against the wall. Roger Running Tree and I broke up. It wasn't meant to be. He's got anger issues. Plus, he's on the run from the federal government. Something like collecting false reparations. It turns out he has less Indian blood than I do. He's mostly Mexican. But the children, Frank, oh my gosh. And Roger and I, we were gonna get married and adopt them before he showed his true colors. Frank, they're alone in the world. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Oh, all I need is a marriage certificate. Frank, will you marry me? Lowenthal Bridal? Hi, I'm getting remarried. Oh, thank you. I'm over the moon about it. Yeah, and actually, I bought my wedding dress from you 22 years ago, and since then I've lost a considerable amount of weight. Anyway, I was wondering if you could take it in for me. How many sizes? Well, I would say a few. Can I call you back? I need to talk to you about something very serious.
I can explain the furniture and the broken window.
How do you look in lilac?
Huh?
Your dress. I want you to be my maid of honor.
Maid of honor?
Yes, Frank said yes.
What?
And well, your opinion is very important to me because I'm going to be your new mom.
Really?
Yeah.
I think Grandpa's breathing.
Oh my God. I got it.
Okay.
A little bit later on, Sammy brings Kevin, Kermit, and Tommy to Frank since he can't leave for the alibi himself. Back at college, Amanda makes a very detailed schedule for Lip. This Amanda girl is really sweet, but also at the same time, like, very controlling of Lip. So far, it hasn't been, like, detrimental to their relationship. After class, Lip is chased by Kenyatta, who learned that he slept with his girlfriend, Mandy, a few episodes prior. Lip is able to get away when he tells the cops that the guy sold him crack. Oh, that's not... Debbie then visits a pet store and steals a snake before placing it in Seema's car to get back at her for stealing her boyfriend from her. Later on, Seema arrives and threatens Debbie. Elsewhere, Bonnie and Carl sneak out of detention to rob a convenience store. Carl has now started his criminal history, and trust me, it is long. Out of options at this point, Fiona returns to Worldwide Cup and begs to be, like, demoted instead of fully fired. And this is what the sister of Mike has to say.
You have a hell of a lot of nerve. You know, I withheld judgment when my brother brought you home. I said to myself, she can't help where she came from, how she was raised, who her parents are. My mom and dad invited you into their home. They let you sit at their table with our family, and in return, you destroyed Mike. And now you come here and you ask if we will lie for you to the federal government. You think that you're a good person. You're not.
At the end of the episode, Fiona confronts Robbie, saying that she regrets not telling the cops it was his coke, something she will continue to regret as the episodes continue. The day after last episode, Fiona is partying it up at Robbie's house. After swearing to be on the right track to Lip in the last episode, she's clearly running in the wrong direction. Later that morning, Fiona wakes up clearly on ecstasy. Meanwhile, Sheila plans the wedding while Frank is literally on his deathbed. Sammy tries to tell Sheila that she let Frank go because she heard the death rattle. Sheila then runs upstairs and discovers that Frank is most definitely still alive. While Sammy buys drugs, she learns through her drug dealer that they can just do like this underground, really sketchy liver transplant on Frank. Randomly at the hospital, Veronica gives birth to the twins.
Would you like to stand around here with us?
I'm good.
You don't want to watch?
Oh, honey, I was over there earlier and I saw some hardcore shit, like horror movie shit. No, I'm gonna stay with you.
And this is what really confuses me about the timeline. She is only said to be pregnant in the first episode of this season, which takes place in January, and this is early March? Maybe? Mid-March? Maybe? So she had a 2-month pregnancy. Tell me how that makes any sense. At the Gallagher house, Debbie tells Ian to call the hospitals and shelters to find Fiona, who never came home the night prior. Fiona wakes up in the backseat of a van before they arrive at a gas station in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Fiona is then left at this gas station by the rest of the drug addicts. The employee inside the gas station calls Lip and offers Fiona her coat, but Lip doesn't answer, so Fiona leaves a voicemail. Later that night, at an abandoned warehouse, the doctor performs surgery on Frank.
I'm sorry, what was I saying?
Oh, something about arteries and...
The operation will take 6 hours. When we're finished, you will call 911 and take the patient to the ER. It's time.
Good luck, Daddy.
The next day, Lip arrives in Sheboygan and embraces Fiona and apologizes, and even says that he's taken her for granted all these years. After his surgery, Frank is taken to the hospital, where it's revealed that he didn't actually have a liver transplant. He actually had a kidney stolen. Elsewhere, Ian and Mickey try to take Mandy from her abusive boyfriend Kenyatta. Ian even threatens him with a knife before Mickey grabs Ian and asks him why he's so on edge lately. Back at Kevin and Veronica's house, there's shooting out in the street, so Kevin brings his gun and finds out that it's just like those little pop-it things that you throw on the ground during the 4th of July. And so he walks back in the house with his loaded gun, trips on one of the toddler's toys, and the gun goes off, and he almost hits his kids and Veronica, so Veronica then tells Kevin to get rid of the guns. Back at the hospital, Sheila and Frank are married while he's on his deathbed. Right after this marriage, Frank is rushed over to the operating room by some of the nurses, as everyone is told by the doctors that he was moved up the waiting list and will be getting a liver. At the end of the episode, Fiona turns herself in for violating probation and is yet again arrested. The penultimate episode of season 4 opens with Fiona being taken to Decatur Correctional, 3 hours away from Chicago for 90 days, which actually isn't that bad of a sentence when you think about her violating her parole. Frank is in a coma-like state post-op. Sheila brings the Native American kids with her to meet their new dad, Frank, who is again still in that coma. However, Carl is able to wake Frank up by just simply doing this.
What the hell are you guys doing?
We're waking Frank's spirit.
Why don't you just do this?
The doctors reveal that Frank has post-op delirium and is still not really with it. He has lost the ability to remember people's names around him, but it's only temporary, the doctor says. Meanwhile, Lip makes dinner for Amanda's parents in an attempt to scare them. Carl brings Bonnie's family over during Lip's dinner with Amanda's parents, and they are totally scared, with all these kids running around. Meanwhile, Mickey insists that his son Yevgeny's baptism carry on without Terry, who is getting out of jail that afternoon. When Terry arrives at the alibi for Yevgeny's party, Mickey comes out to everyone as Ian tries to leave him.
Hey! Excuse me! Can I get everybody's attention, please? I just want everybody here to know I'm fucking gay. You happy now?
This ends with Terry getting arrested yet again for trying to kill his son and his son's lover. We find out that Seema has her stepbrother torture Debbie by getting the brother to lead Debbie on. A little bit later on, Maddie tells Debbie that he broke up with Seema after seeing the pictures that were posted online. Maddie then asks Debbie to the school dance. Sir, you are 20. The finale opens up with Frank regaining his memories post-op. He finds out he's married to Sheila and has 5 new kids to care for.
Mrs. Gallagher, I told you to stay off the bed. You're gonna rip out his staples.
Mrs. Gallagher?
I don't think he's confused anymore.
Mrs. Gallagher? We're married?
Still sounds pretty confused to me.
Since when?
Oh, honey, you're a hoot. I think he's in pain.
In jail, Fiona is taunted by a fellow inmate trying to get her to take a pill. Later on, she is taken from work to get a test done. She thinks that they suspect she took the pill that was left out for her earlier, but it turns out that she's getting released because of overcrowding.
Where's Miss Johnson?
Here with me.
I didn't take it, bitch.
I haven't done any drugs. Okay, if something showed up in that test and there was something wrong with the test, or somebody put something in my food, or something. There's a woman here, she's been giving me a lot of shit.
Get your stuff. Get out.
Very convenient for Fiona. Later on, her probation officer reveals to her that she is getting a job at this diner and has really no say in it. Elsewhere, Amanda invites Lip to a sorority ceremony later that night. At dinner, Lip sees Mandy at her work because he's there with the rest of the sorority. At the Milkovich house, Ian begins showing signs of manic depression. He's completely bedridden, which is a 180 from the last few episodes where he was very excited and extraordinarily happy at like all times. Back at the Gallagher house, Bonnie leaves Carl after Carl buys her a gift. It's clear that she just didn't like Carl that way. Sheila is told by the Native Council that she is not allowed to take care of the 5 kids and that they will instead be taken to their grandfather. The next day, Debbie wakes up to Fiona making breakfast.
Fiona. Hi. I'm making French toast.
Oh, Jesus. Are you crying? Oh, don't cry. I'll start crying too.
Debbie embraces Fiona and welcomes her back home. Debbie and Carl then tell Fiona about a more pressing issue, that being the fact that Ian cannot get out of bed.
You want to go for a run? Get some fresh air? Okay. How long has he been like that?
Since yesterday morning.
And he hasn't gotten out of bed?
No, he's just sleeping. I can't get him up. I tried.
Yeah, so did I.
And what about before? What was he like?
Staying up all hours of the night, dancing, telling
fucking jokes. He kicks my ass every day. I can't keep up with him.
We gotta get a hold of Lip. He should know.
Know what? What's wrong with him? It means that we all get fucking depressed. How the fuck can we not living around
It's
here?
not that kind of depressed, okay? Look, I could be wrong, but it could be bipolar disease like our mom. It's like high highs followed by low lows over and over again. We'll get him an appointment at the clinic and we'll see what they say.
No, look, he's low. We cheer him up.
It's not like that. He may have to be hospitalized. It's mood swings, okay? It's almost impossible to handle.
Don't fucking tell me what's impossible. We're taking care of him here. You, me.
Back at the hospital, Sheila tries to keep Sammy from Frank because she thinks that she knows better than Sammy when it comes to taking care of Frank. This is when Carl arrives and wheels Frank to Lake Michigan, where he can, quote, yell at God.
That's it? I'm still here, you fucker! You lost, asshole!
And at the very end of the episode, we are shown none other than Jimmy Steve stalking the Gallagher house. Season 4 is one of my all-time favorites of the show. Literally every single character is put through the ringer this season, from Veronica and Kevin's pregnancy struggles to Lip trying his best to tackle school, work, and family. It's all done very well. This season is a huge step up for Lip, who spent the majority of the last 2 seasons complaining about being smart and all the opportunities that come along with that. Now he tries to not only step it up with things in the family by taking over some of Fiona's responsibilities, but he also tries to step up in school and improve his grades, which have not been doing very well in the first few episodes. There's also Fiona's poisoning of Liam, paired with her horrible relationship choices and troublesome run-ins with the law, Frank's search for a new liver, Ian's irrational and manic behavior, Debbie getting literally groomed, Carl coming to terms with the possibility of his father dying, and eventually getting dumped by his first girlfriend. Literally everybody in this season is dealing with something pretty depressing. The humor in season 4 appears to be toned down slightly to showcase a more bleak and depressing era in all of these characters' lives. So, season 5 begins a whole 2.5 months after season 4 ended. I know this because in the episode it stated that it is the first week of summer, and season 4's finale was said to be around the end of March. Season 5 has a very long timeline that at times is very frustrating, so please just take everything I say with a grain of salt when it comes to the timeline, because it's just not going to make sense all the time. The season opens with Frank and Sheila waking up to Chucky snuggling up to them in their bed because Sammy brought a strange man home with her the night prior, forcing Chucky into the main house. A bit later on, we catch up with Fiona, who's in a much better place than last season. Her and her boss from the diner set up the family pool before having a little bit of a sprinkler fight with Liam. After this, Sean leaves to pick up his son from his ex-wife. Meanwhile, we learn that Ian is living with Svetlana and Mickey, and the trio are running a slew of scams in order to help provide for Mickey and Svetlana's son. Later on, Ian goes jogging with Fiona, who insists that he go see a doctor. Ian tries to tell Fiona that he feels great and he doesn't need to go see a doctor because he's basically recovered from that little depressive episode. Elsewhere at the Ball family residence, Veronica struggles to parent the newborn twins, whereas Kevin, on the other hand, has taken to being a new dad pretty well. This will ultimately cause a huge rift in their relationship, and we will see how that develops throughout the season. Back at Sheila's, Frank has started losing weight thanks to his anti-rejection drugs. He keeps this fact from Sheila, who has really taken it upon herself to make sure that he's taking every single one of his medications and make sure that he doesn't have any symptoms from any of them, like the weight loss.
You've done a wonderful job maintaining your weight, Frank. How are your headaches?
You can't feel a person's headache by touching his head.
That's true. How's the depression? The doctor says exercise could help. And I could do with it.
Sheila, stop. We also learn in this scene that Frank begins a secret project down in Sheila's basement that he's been keeping from both Sheila and Sammy.
I'm not hungry.
Are you experiencing a loss of appetite?
No, I'm...
Christ! Oh.
What happened to that socket wrench?
What is this secret project of yours?
Well, it wouldn't be a secret if I told you.
I like French toast.
You know what? I bet your mom is home making breakfast. Why don't you go see?
Morning, Dad.
Sammy walks in and tries to help Frank with his blood pressure, to which Sheila says,
Done and done by those of us who didn't have a man in our trailer and kicked their son out.
These two are sort of fighting over Frank's approval for the best caretaker, leads to some of the best moments throughout this season. When Sammy lets her filthy one-night stand in, the germaphobe in Sheila begins to run wild a little bit.
Oh, that's all right. I'll just take Java.
You can have some of mine.
Frank, you have got to do something about your daughter. Hello? I know that you're acting out your father issues by dyeing your hair with that trashy peroxide and dry humping that man on my couch. I don't think it's nice to expose your child to this behavior.
You're not my mother.
My Hummel!
For a Hummer.
No, it's a Hummel, not a Hummer. You know how expensive this was?
A little bit later on, Debbie shows up and brings Frank a propane tank. With Sammy and her one-night stand out of Sheila's house, Sheila walks back in the house and sees that they've done it on her couch. So she deep cleans the entire house.
Oh, God! Damn it! What kind of a woman has sex in another woman's living room, for God's sakes? Oh, no, she. Get it! My sex toys? Ah!
Before changing the locks and forcing Chucky back into the RV. Meanwhile, we learn that Mickey has started a scam with some of his brothers and friends where he drives around to people's houses who are moving and sells all of their furniture without their knowledge. We catch back up with Lip on his last day of school as he's moving out. He brings Amanda to the airport, and they both don't really know if they're going to see other people over the summer. After returning to the South Side, Lip gets a job at Tommy's construction company while at the Alibi. Meanwhile, at Patsy's, Fiona serves a woman named Angela who tips her $100 before leaving without touching her food. After Fiona serves a band and flirts with the main singer, Sean stares her down as if she's his property even though they're not together. A little bit later on, all the Gallaghers meet at Patsy's to celebrate Lip finishing his first full year of college. It's here where we learn from Frank that his new liver can quote-unquote sustain 1 beer a day. During this lunch, Ian and an employee of Patsy's go into the bathroom. Back at Sheila's house, Frank reveals to a new friend that he is making a homemade alcohol titled The Milk of the Gods. So it's supposed to be like a really strong alcohol that Frank made himself. A little bit later on, Fiona and Lip ask Mickey to take Ian to a doctor because he's showing more signs of bipolar disorder. And at the end of the episode, Fiona throws a midnight pool party because it is the first day of summer. The second episode opens with Fiona getting off of probation as of today. Lip begins working for Tommy, where he has to haul broken pieces of rubble into a truck. Not exactly his dream job, but definitely something to get him through the summer. Meanwhile, Fiona hits an NA meeting with Sean. While there, she attempts to flirt with him, but he basically shuts all of her advances down.
Are you ankle flirting with me?
You've got excellent ankles. Now you can see both of them.
No, Roger. How'd you get that off on a Sunday?
Screwdriver. A little bit of elbow grease.
You're in trouble, Kelly.
A little bit later on, during her Patsy's shift, Fiona gets into a fight with a customer over not receiving a tip, despite her wonderful service.
Excuse me? Was there a problem with your service? Because a tip of 15% or more is standard.
You were slow.
Slow? Is it that I was slow, or is it that your bloated metabolism can't handle a 5-minute wait for the 10 pounds of bacon you shoved down your fat throat?
Hey, enough!
Sean gets really defensive with this man, even going as far to assault him before sending him away. Meanwhile, at the pool, Holly starts making out with Carl, which makes Debbie jealous because Debbie stopped being friends with Holly and Ellie since summer has started. Elsewhere, Sheila gets an offer from a couple of lesbians who are trying to buy up all the properties in the neighborhood, and she tells Frank that this offer they made her was double the market value for the house. Sheila really wants to leave Chicago with Frank. She wants to go down to Arizona and see Jody, her grandson Jaime, and her daughter Karen.
Double, Frank?
You didn't accept it, did you?
No, but why not?
Double? It's got scam written all over it.
Father's Day
Frank. Sorry about that. Frank, can you imagine what we would do with that money? Yeah, we could travel anywhere in the whole world. We'd never be able to find us.
Frank, on the other hand, is focused on his work and not selling out to the rich lesbians in the neighborhood. He said that by doing that, it would contribute to the gentrification of Chicago, which he does not stand for whatsoever. This is when a mysterious man pops up at their doorstep.
I'm looking for Frank Gallagher. He was the recipient of my son's liver.
Oh, come in.
They can't have it back.
Oh, don't mind him. That medical marijuana makes him a little loopy.
Hi, I'm Frank's daughter, Sammy.
Hello. My wife and I were going to have a little supper this afternoon for all our son's organ recipients. A little celebration. You're all that we have left of our son. So would you, both of you, are you Mrs. Gallagher?
I am. Yes, I am Mrs. Gallagher.
Great.
We will be there, good sir.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you. Sure.
I would love
Sophia,
to come,
I don't
actually.
think you're invited. We talked about you.
Ow, stop it!
No one's touching you.
A little bit later on, Sheila tries to convince Frank to let her sell the house yet again.
The Burning Man, Frank. And mostly Frank couldn't get away from Sammy. She just brings something out in me. I don't fully understand it. It's hate. And I'm willing to sell this house that I love to get away from her.
Shields, I get it. I will not participate in the destruction of my neighborhood. No, I launch my beer, which will be a far greater legacy than any Burning Man will ever.
I want to see the Burning Man. I want to see the Burning Man.
I don't get it. Is he alive and burning? Does he burn himself a little bit each
I
day?
don't know. I don't know how he burns, or I don't know, and I want to know.
After Frank and Sheila abandon her at the house, Sammy breaks in while they're gone, and Chucky literally takes a shit on their couch. So later on, Sheila does return home, and
I got a feeling that I'm underneath. And now that I'm underneath.
meanwhile, Svetlana helps Kevin breastfeed the babies because Veronica's having a lot of trouble doing that herself. Oh, also, Debbie stops by to ask Svetlana what she can do to make herself more attractive to boys, and Svetlana cuts her hair to shoulder length. Also, Kevin has his hair buzzed in this scene. Back at the Gallagher house, Sean shoots down Fiona's attempts to get with him because he's an addict, and them being together would be pretty bad according to Sean. And towards the end of the episode, Fiona and Veronica arrive back at the ball house to see the two new haircuts on Debbie and Kevin, and let's just say neither of them react super well.
What happened to your head? What the fuck? Okay, first of all, why was there a hooker's tit in my baby's mouth?
All right, with the hooker, it's Svetlana.
Hey, what's going on? Oh, shit. Kev.
Hey, Fiona. Hey, V.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
What the fuck? Did you do this?
You know what? I think it's time for a baby's nap.
If it was lice again, I could have washed it.
No, it was hot, and the kids were pulling on it.
How could he do this?
It's just hair. It'll grow back.
You fed our baby hooker's milk and you shaved your head.
Let's go to the bar.
Who the fuck are you?
It's just a fucking haircut.
Episode 3 opens with Mickey's Russian prostitutes being deported. This forces Ian, Svetlana, and Mickey to think up new scams and new ways of earning money so that they can continue to contribute to the bill. Elsewhere, Debbie throws a party at the Gallagher house and uses Frank's beer as a selling point. Frank doesn't actually know that she's taken the beer from him, but she takes about, I think, like 10 mason jars worth of it or something like that. It's here where she coerces a very drunk Maddie to go upstairs with her.
It's okay.
I'm feeling dizzy.
Meanwhile, Fiona goes out on a date with Davis, the lead singer of the band that she has been flirting with the last few episodes, and finds out that he is not single.
Davis.
Hey. Your girlfriend?
Yeah. Fiona is Gus's friend.
She instead pretends to be with the guitarist Gus. He plays it off like he is with her because obviously it's a very awkward situation. At the end of the night, Gus then asks Fiona out on a real date.
Want to grab a coffee?
What about tomorrow?
Yeah, sure. There's a spot right around the corner from my place. How's 11?
Sounds great.
It's also here where Mandy and Lip sleep together, I think for the final time in the series, because there's like this threat of Kenyatta taking Mandy away from Chicago, and this is definitely like a goodbye lay for both of them. Elsewhere, Sheila tries to get Frank to notice her.
Oh, hello, Frank. I was just marking different spots that I will travel to when I sell this house.
You're not selling the house.
I am my own woman. Oh, I got a new dress today. And I got my hair done and my makeup done at Sephora. I said to myself, well, if he notices just one thing, if he just notices one thing, well, maybe I would reconsider. This is earnest money to buy this house, which means they're earnest.
Oh, God. Oh, God, I can't. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm still too weak. What if this neighborhood, only thing that's ever meant anything to me?
I thought I was the only thing that ever meant anything to you.
And you, of course, and you. Yeah, you're my everything. You are my dawn. You're the moon. Sheila, I'm begging you.
The next day, Debbie wakes up to a text from Matt.
Last night, did we,
I know, it was wonderful.
So that did happen?
You don't remember?
I was plastered. Debbie, I was barely conscious, okay? You date raped me.
You were on a date?
No, Debbie, you statutory raped yourself. I could go to jail. Don't call me.
Elsewhere, Lip learns that Mandy has left Chicago with Kenyatta before he could convince her to stay with him. As the seasons go on, more and more of the core cast leaves, and there's actually another huge departure in this episode that we'll get to towards the end, and it very much affects the show as it goes forward. Also, Fiona and Gus go on their date and then immediately go back to his apartment to sleep together. They basically have a sex bender over the next entire day. Meanwhile, Sheila meets with an RV dealer and brings the RV to the house for Frank to see. Also in this episode, Frank sets Sammy up with one of his neighbors in exchange for brewery equipment. Despite really wanting to buy an RV and go explore the country, Sheila decides to keep the house because Frank wants her to. When Sammy finds out that Frank used her as a bargaining chip, she runs downstairs and begins attacking him.
You dangled me like a sex carrot to get brewery equipment?
I don't like your tone.
He promised that man that I would put out on the first date.
I've seen you put out after the first drink.
Get off him! Get off him!
You heard what you call me?
All right,
that is not right. No, she
All right,
should
calm
not
down.
be your wife like that.
I hope you die in a bottle of diarrhea!
That is unacceptable.
Both of you, just shut the fuck up! I got a raging lunatic succubus of a daughter on one hand and a lumpy, smothering pervert of a wife on the other. And you are both driving me fucking insane. You are needy, you are slutty, your son is a lump of pure misery, and you have disgusting personal hygiene. You are a certified whack job. What? You take great pleasure in shoving fake penises up the butts of the men you love. And I cannot stand your unreasonably complicated cooking. Oh, Jesus Christ.
And randomly, the house literally explodes. It like goes up in flames. This gives Sheila an out, so she gets in her RV and drives away, and we literally never see her again. Sheila was one of the best characters this show has ever seen. I really would have loved Sheila to have stayed all 11 seasons because she was genuinely so integral to the show. Every time I rewatch the show, I just get really sad when I watch the newer seasons without her because she was such a great character. And Joan Cusack deserves a round of applause. In fact, many rounds of applause for her show-stopping performances. Overall, this season is still decent after this episode, particularly episode 6 onward, but Sheila's exit definitely marks a turning point for the show in terms of quality. Particularly the comedy from this point forward becomes less and less funny. At the beginning of the episode, we learn that Carl has started selling drugs. Meanwhile, we catch up with Frank, who finds out that he bought a Porsche the night before using the insurance money from Sheila's fire. However, he has basically lost track of where he kept the rest of the money. So basically this whole episode, he tries to retrace his steps to try and figure out where that money is. Meanwhile, at Patsy's, Gus visits Fiona and proclaims his love for her.
Mention that I'm falling in love with you.
No. Thank you.
Elsewhere, Debbie gets in a fight with Holly after she accuses her of R-wording Maddie. After they start fist fighting with each other, a guy named Derek shows up and Debbie is immediately in love with this man. A little bit later on, she goes to the gym where he works out and officially introduces herself to Derek. A little bit later on at the club, Fiona and Veronica go dancing because Veronica needs to let off some steam. She accidentally, how do I put this? She grinds on a guy and quite literally gets off. The next thing I'm about to say is insane. She returns to Gus, and the next morning, the two, on a whim, just decide to get married.
Eating pancakes with our hands.
Want to get married?
What?
My folks met on a Tuesday. Married 2 days later.
I'd marry you.
Oh, would you?
Well, is there a reason I shouldn't?
No, I'm a good choice.
I'm a great choice.
Well, if it were up to me, I'd do it today.
Do it right now.
Oh. All right.
Keep in mind, their relationship is only a week or two long. Like, it has not been that long since they met. This just might be one of Fiona's dumbest decisions, in my opinion. But, like, honestly, it's a pretty innocent dumb decision. Like, yes, there are a lot of ramifications that go along with getting married to somebody. But, like, so far, there aren't any red flags about this guy, Gus. So can you really blame her? Elsewhere, Carl and Frank investigate his bender. At Patsy's, Gus's band shows up to sing the wedding song to Gus and Fiona, which reveals to everyone inside that she's married. Meanwhile, Lip bonds with Amanda's dad while staying with them in Florida. Together they geek out about robotics, and he even offers Lip an internship when he's done with college. Veronica comes home and tells Kev about her transgression from the night before. Oh, also in this episode we get a side plot where Ian steals a bunch of suitcases.
Where are the belts? I put them there. Obviously, they've been moved.
Your boyfriend's losing his shit.
Nikki, help me keep this organized, okay?
At the beginning of episode 5, Fiona and Gus both realize they don't actually know that much about each other.
Little heroin to start the day?
It's insolent.
What else don't I know about you?
Yeah, that tends to happen when you marry somebody that you've only known for like a week. Fiona heads back to the house and tells the kids that she has an announcement for all of them later that night. Meanwhile, in the Milkovich house, Mickey's brother shows him a wanted poster with Mickey's face on it, prompting him to pull the plug on the moving van scam. A little bit later on, Ian does a RN video. Back at the Gallagher house, Sammy demands Frank give her the insurance money, the money that he spent during the episode prior.
I'm sleeping!
We need to go see your lawyer lady. I need that new trailer.
Also in this scene, we see Sammy's trailer get towed, but she doesn't seem to care because Frank has promised her a whole new one using the insurance money. Also, Kevin and Veronica's relationship continues to struggle as she tells him to go out and get off on another woman like she did the episode prior with another guy at that club with Fiona. So Kevin actually does this. Also, Frank tries to scam his way into David's house. After training with new bestie Derek at the gym, Debbie punches Holly and Ellie around and the encounter is filmed. At Patsy's, Sean and Fiona kind of have an estranged relationship now since Fiona's married, and Sean low-key did have a crush on her. He pushed her away, so I mean, it's kind of his fault. Also in the episode, Fiona and Sean find their coworker Jackie after an overdose. Jackie had a custody hearing that day for her child, but missed it so that she could get high, which violates her parole and most definitely costs her her child. This whole ordeal also causes Fiona to miss her marriage announcement with Gus at the house, so Gus is just like there eating alone. Meanwhile, at the bar, Lip seeks to prove to Mickey that he is Southside enough when they use AR-15s to destroy a bunch of buildings in town. When the cops show up, Lip narrowly gets away because he was abandoned by Mickey and the rest of the Milkoviches. Back at David's house, Frank has sex with David's mom, which is just like kind of gross. Later on that night, Kevin returns home from his transgression and Veronica reveals that it did little to make her feel better about what she did the episode prior.
At least we can put all this behind us now. Oh, see, I knew it. I knew it was a trick. You said this would fix everything.
I thought it would, but it's like putting a Band-Aid on a stab wound.
She reveals to Kevin that she's never actually been scared about their relationship until now. It's here where she gives Kevin an ultimatum. If he walks away from her to go check on their crying babies mid-conversation, then she's leaving him. The next day, Lip leaves for college early to become an RA and help set up for the orientation to escape his worksite job. It's here where Fiona reveals to him that she's married before he goes.
Hey, what was that big announcement? You're not going back to jail, I hope.
Please.
Are you pregnant?
No.
Married?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Fuck to who?
Gus?
Who the fuck's Gus?
I've mentioned him before.
Yeah, in passing. Jesus, are you happy or?
I seem happy.
Yeah.
I'm a little freaked out, too.
Wouldn't be.
Later that day, Sammy complains about the fact that Frank still hasn't gotten her a trailer, so Debbie reveals to her that, Frank is lying. Like, he doesn't actually have insurance money. She chases Frank out of David's house. Also, Ian comes home with the money he made from that adult video, and Mickey realizes that he's quote-unquote out of his mind.
He didn't use a rubber? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Relax, psycho.
You are out of your fucking... Don't touch me. You need to pack your shit. I gotta take you to a hospital, Ian.
This is where he tries to throw Ian out, because in the last few episodes he's done a lot of manic shit, like collect all of those suitcases, go out and literally sell his body to people. This doesn't work though, because Ian just randomly takes Yevgeny from them and drives off into the sunset.
Yevgeny!
At Patsy's, Fiona does apologize to Gus for missing their announcement the night prior. She also confesses to him that she's not exactly sure if they made the right decision in getting married. After Gus leaves, Fiona sees Angela sat at her normal booth, so she walks over to her, and none other than Jimmy Steve is sitting next to her.
You came back after all.
I did.
I'll let you two catch up.
I am so tired of this man. This episode picks up right where the last one left off. We see Fiona punch Jimmy in the face as his appearance and return comes as a complete shock to her.
Motherfucker! Jesus! Where the fuck have you been? You disappear? You don't return my calls, my texts?
I had something come up. Oh, fuck out!
Fuck!
Stop hitting me!
Where?
On a boat. A yacht, actually.
And not a call, not a text.
I was handcuffed to a metal pipe in the engine room, pissing into an old Meligata can.
For a year.
At this point, Jimmy has been out of Fiona's life for an entire year. It's confirmed that Jimmy was taken by Nando in either November or December 2012, and this episode takes place in September 2013, so it is about a year. However, at the end of season 4, we see him pull up to the Gallagher house in March 2013, which brings his about a year line down to 2 to 3 months.
Who the hell is that?
That's my partner.
Your partner. As in your girlfriend?
No, my partner as in crime and shit. You're the one to talk. You got married?
What was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to sit on my porch knitting, hoping one day you'd show back up?
I think you deviated my symptom.
Good. You're lucky I didn't have a knife. Oh, Jesus. Fuck.
I know.
You were going to college. You were becoming a doctor, and then you just vanished.
So what now?
What do you mean, so what now? I'm married.
Uh-huh.
Jesus. You're such a fucking asshole.
Fiona leaves work early after getting a call from Mickey about Ian running off with his baby. And yeah, Ian is definitely on the run.
It's fantastic. No snow, ever. Nothing but sun and white beaches and palm trees and pools. Pools in every fucking backyard. Every backyard. Can you imagine that?
Elsewhere, Lip struggles to balance the needs of all the college kids. Fiona calls Lip to come back to the south side after only leaving earlier that day. Meanwhile, Frank tries to apologize to Sammy, who has recently taken over for Fiona as the head of the household.
And there are new rules around here. No money, no food. You want something to eat? You pay. There's a curfew. No more coming in at 3 and waking the whole house up anymore. Doors will be locked at 10 o'clock. 10?
Promising a 10 p.m. curfew for all the kids in the house, the Gallagher siblings attempt to make a plan about Ian.
Yes, he's not answering.
Who's Ian, the one with the red hair?
Yes, sweetie, he's the gay one with all the problems.
His being gay doesn't have anything to do with his problems.
I didn't say gay was the problem, just that he is gay and he has problems.
He left like 18 hours ago. He could be anywhere by now.
This is where Jimmy arrives and the rest of the kids find out Fiona is married to Gus.
I have no idea.
Hey, Lip, how you been? I thought you were married.
I am.
You're married?
Uh-huh. To who?
To Gus.
The musician? Is that Gus?
No, that's Jimmy.
Who's Jimmy?
Her old boyfriend.
Gus is an incredible musician. I met him at work, and he's a great guy.
When did you get married?
A few days ago.
And you've been keeping it a secret? Why?
Excellent question. Why keep wonderful musician Gus a secret if he's so great?
Out now.
Fiona tries to tell Jimmy to leave her alone, but she eventually invites him in again and they sleep together.
I love you.
The next day, Sammy offers to take over for Fiona fully because she has a husband now and will most likely be living at his apartment. We also learn in this scene that Debbie starts her first day of freshman year.
High school, her first day. Debs! High school! This is so exciting! You're gonna have a blast!
Gus shows up in this scene and Fiona has to pretend that Jimmy isn't upstairs in her bed. After sending Gus on his merry little way, she does the same to Jimmy and claims that she never wants to see him again. Fiona heads over to Veronica's, where she learns that Veronica and Kevin are separating. A little bit later on at Patsy's, Sean speculates that Fiona slept with her ex Jimmy due to how she punched him around. She heads over to Angela at Angela's normal booth, who tells her that Jimmy needs to make a decision about their new business venture together, and Fiona's like, I just reunited with him. Like, I'm not in the business of telling him what to do. Elsewhere, Ian is arrested for his erratic behavior because he leaves Yevgeny in a really hot car. Later on that night, Jimmy tries to apologize for leaving Fiona, so the two have sex yet again before she tells him to get off, and then she returns to Gus's house like nothing ever happened. Meanwhile, Ian is released from jail to Lip, Carl, Debbie, and Mickey, and at the end of the episode, he is admitted to a psych ward. Right, so I've just realized that I put the wrong DVD for this season. That was season 4. This is the 5th season's DVD. So, episode 7 opens with Fiona telling Gus about her night with Jimmy.
I have to tell you something.
What's wrong?
I slept with my ex.
Recently? Since we've been married?
Yesterday.
Gus asks to meet Jimmy in an attempt to put all this behind them. Meanwhile, Carl and Chucky start the 8th grade together. Because of her relationship issues with Kevin, Veronica moves into the apartment above the Alibi. Meanwhile, Svetlana moves out of Mickey's and in with Kevin because of the whole situation with Ian from the episode prior. Elsewhere at college, Lip finds out that his tuition didn't go through all of the way. He stands in line all day for an answer before he's sent to the financial aid office. He learns that he's $12,000 short because somebody threw away his mail back at his house. Lip's solution to this is to get tons of credit cards and just use those to pay off his college debt. Meanwhile, Sammy tries to apologize to Frank, but he refuses to do the same thing. Sammy plays a bunch of tricks on him, like moving the couch into the street while he's asleep on it.
Fuck you!
A little bit later on, Fiona and Mickey visit Ian in the psych ward, and we can see that Ian has been pretty doped up. Mickey in particular struggles with this because seeing his boyfriend very sedated is like kind of depressing for him, so he leaves the meeting early. Back in the Ball household, Kevin wakes up from a nap to Svetlana performing some wifely duties on him. Meanwhile, at the bar, Carol tries to convince Veronica to go back to Kevin because Kevin is, quote, a catch. Elsewhere, we also see Derek finally kiss Debbie as they are now officially together.
I don't want you as my friend. I want you as my boyfriend. Look at me. I'm nice, funny, smart, and I'd fuck up anyone that hurts you. I love you, and I'd be a great girlfriend. And if you can't see that, screw you.
I like you too.
Later that night, Sammy warns Frank for a final time to leave the house before Lip arrives home looking for his scholarship papers.
Hello. Did you guys sign for a registered letter this summer? I don't know. Does anyone think to get rid of the fucking junk mail?
I am doing the best I can to keep this house afloat, Lip. Do not get to be my fool.
Seriously, guys, where could it be? It's from the government.
Maybe try the window, Lip.
You fucking kidding me? Look, this is my scholarship papers, okay? Look, I can't pay to go back to school this semester because of you guys. I just had to take out a $5,000 cash advance, okay?
You spot me at 20.
Look, my credit is ruined because nobody told me about these goddamn fucking papers.
Have to take responsibility for our own actions. Comes off as needy and desperate.
I am not needy or desperate. This isn't about you, Lip. This is about me and him. You don't get out right now, I will shoot you.
You see, I knew you weren't a real Gallagher. Maybe a freezer.
Are you fucking nuts?
A few inches in any direction, I could hit a major organ. I want you to tell me you need me. Tell me you fucking need me!
Even you aren't that batshit crazy. Okay, I need you.
Oh, Dad.
Meanwhile, at their meeting, Gus's emotions get the better of him and he punches Jimmy right in the face. Gus leaves the situation and Fiona tries to comfort Jimmy. After the fight, Jimmy reveals he canceled the trip to Dubai with Angela. However, Fiona turns down Jimmy's proposal to get back together because she has a much better life now than she did when she was with him. She then tells Jimmy to quote-unquote let her go. So Jimmy gets on his motorcycle and rides off into the sunset, and we thankfully never have to see his annoying little face ever again. Fiona chooses the better option that is laid out in front of her, that being Gus. Last season was full of her making mistakes, such as leaving Coke out for her baby brother Liam, going to jail, cheating on her really nice boyfriend Mike with his brother. In this season, it's definitely not as bad for her, but she's definitely still falling into the same traps that she did last season. The constant flirting with her boss, Sean, and her jumping into relationship after relationship, and the fact that she was able to get back together with Jimmy so quickly after punching him, all the while she's still married to Gus, shows that there's still a lot of growth that needs to be done on her part. At the beginning of the episode, Ian gets released from the psych ward, and Fiona has put Debbie in charge of making sure Ian takes his medication. Throughout the day, Debbie literally does not pay attention to Ian and accidentally lets him flush his pills down the toilet, forcing the family to try and go get his lithium somewhere else. Meanwhile, Kevin and Lip sell a bunch of weed to college students. Meanwhile, Veronica lets Svetlana perform wifely duties on her, much like Kevin did the episode prior. Back at college, Lip is given 1 week to get the rest of his money for school, or else he's getting booted out. Fiona leaves work early and tries to get the prescription refilled. When this fails, Debbie runs off to go and try and get a diagnosis for herself. Fiona tries to chase after her and runs into Veronica.
What's going on? What is not going on? Everything is fucked. Why are you dressed like that?
I told you I have a date.
And I told you not to fuck up your life. I'm not kidding. I'm serious, V. Do not fucking do that. You guys are happy, and you can be happy again, but not if you go fuck someone else. And the two of you? I mean, I can't handle it if you can't figure this shit out. Okay? And you're Kevin V, so figure it out.
You're married too, Fiona. And you were happy too, and then you fucked Jimmy, so figure out your own shit instead of putting it all on me.
A little bit later on, Fiona says goodbye to Gus, who leaves for tour because he believes it's the best decision for everybody involved if they just have some time apart. A little bit later on, Frank tells Carl to strap the heroin to Chucky's chest in order to kind of clear Carl from having to sell all these drugs, and also to get back at Sammy for being crazy around Frank the last couple episodes. Also in this scene, Frank refers to Carl as being 14 years old when he's in fact 11. Quick timeline checkup, we're likely in the last few months of 2013. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that this is either October or November of 2013 because the school year has started, the weather has started looking pretty gloomy. The writers still somehow think that this is fall 2015 when it is in fact fall 2013. Meanwhile, at the train station, Chucky is arrested. That night, Sammy confronts all the siblings and begs for them to tell Carl to confess.
My innocent son is under arrest thanks to your brother.
Sammy says Carl put drugs on Chucky.
Carl, if you did that, then
It's not a question of if. There is no way that Chucky was smuggling heroin by himself.
Heroin?
What the fuck's the matter with you?
You have to do the right thing and tell the cops it was you. My son is in jail and it is your fault!
He's not gonna be in there for that long. A week maybe. He's only 10.
He's 13!
Chicago police, open up!
Oh, go, run!
He ran that way. What? Sammy?
The police arrive, which reveals Sammy already ratted Carl out to them. At the end of the episode, the siblings tell Carl not to say anything without a lawyer.
Want a fucking lawyer, motherfucker.
Many weeks after the last episode, Fiona asks Sammy to leave after she got Carl arrested in the last one. While in a meeting with Carl, she tries to get Carl to rat G-Dog out, which would give Carl a reduced sentence.
I'm not a rat.
Don't think of it as ratting your drug dealer out. Think of it as justice for the scumbag who made a kid do his dirty work.
I wanted to.
That's not an argument I'd advise using at your sentencing.
Gallagher's don't snitch.
Later on at the hospital, Frank gets his bandages changed by a woman named Bianca.
You didn't rewrap my bandage.
Another doctor will see you. Oh, I need a drink.
Morning drinker, woman after my own heart. What's the occasion?
Cancer.
Cancer?
Stage 3 pancreatic.
When did you find that out?
10 minutes ago.
The alibi room is a couple of blocks away.
Okay, which direction?
Oh, I'll show you.
So she decides to spend her day with Frank. She's trying all these new things like drugs, sleeping with Frank, and drinking. After Lip shows up late to class, Lip's professor Helene tells him to meet her in her office later that day. And when Lip does this, he sleeps with her. They sleep together. Lip is now sleeping with his professor. This again walks the line between the child being seen as the one with all the power here. No, Lip is not a child, but he is much younger than Helene is, and also she's his teacher. So the next day at Carl's sentencing, he does end up getting a full year jail time thanks to his disrespectful nature in the courtroom.
I did something really dumb. I shouldn't have. I trusted a fucking retard with a man's job.
If you want to go into my chambers and speak to me off the record, now is the time. Otherwise, you will end up in juvenile prison. Is that what you want?
Yes, please.
That's not what I was hoping to hear.
I know what you were hoping to hear. If Your Honor would lose 20 pounds, I would consider tapping that.
I think I've heard enough. I sentence you to the maximum of 1 year at the Illinois Department of Corrections Juvenile Justice Division.
Oh yeah, we also find out that Lip's tuition is randomly paid for by a millionaire, and towards the end of the episode, Lip goes over to Helene's house to sleep with her yet again. This time, they are caught by Helene's husband, who laughs it off because I guess they have this, like, arrangement with each other. The episode opens with Bianca waking up to Frank in her apartment with no memory of how they got there. She sends him on his way and tries to get back to getting treatment instead of ignoring the diagnosis. Meanwhile, Debbie has Fiona make an appointment for her at Planned Parenthood because she plans on losing her virginity soon with Derek because things are getting serious. Frank tries to win Bianca over. Eventually, she lets him back into her life because she's just decided that this diagnosis is final. Like, there's no coming back from this. Meanwhile, Debbie meets Derek's family. She sees his sister-in-law and her baby and realizes that that's the life she wants. She wants to be welcomed into this big, happy family. This is where Debbie loses a lot of fans. A lot of people just do not like her in these last 2 seasons we've talked about because she's gone from being like a really sweet, nice, caring, smart individual to one that's oftentimes bratty and boy crazy, is trying to trap her boyfriend into having a kid with her at only 14. The hate train for Debbie is at times completely ridiculous in my opinion. Many people forget that she was literally a child during all of this, so mistakes can be made when you're a literal child who doesn't really have a parent at home anymore. Fiona's off with her boyfriends. Sammy is the one ruling the house now, so Debbie's decisions kind of make sense. Elsewhere, Ian makes Mickey hit him so that he can feel something.
Makes your blood fucking toxic and gets you hammered in like 2 seconds. Flat. Can't do Oh, the fuck, Ian?
I don't need a fucking caretaker, all right? I need a shit-talking, bitch-slapping piece of Southside trash I fell for. But the next time my dick is limp from all the meds, don't go all, oh, it's okay, wah, just suck it harder.
I just don't like this relationship. I'm like one of the only people that isn't a stan of this relationship. I just don't get the hype around it. Like, it's fucking disgusting representation in my opinion. It just paints gay people as mentally ill and also always in toxic relationships, which I just don't like. I find the choice that in order to get straight people and homophobic people to be interested in gay relationships on screen, you have to write them in the most toxic, masculine, and gross way possible. Very ridiculous. Elsewhere, Sean's ex takes his son Will to Pennsylvania without much say from Sean. Fiona tries her best to comfort Sean, but like in a friendly way because she's still married to Gus, who's off on tour. Meanwhile, Debbie makes a conscious effort to have sex with Derek before her contraception kicks in. Kind of a horrible decision on Debbie's part, but this is what she wants, so she's gonna get what she's going to get. Meanwhile, Fiona kisses Sean not even an episode after her husband left her for tour, and towards the end of the episode, Kevin finally returns to Veronica from his stint stint in Lips College. Also, in addition to Sammy getting Carl arrested, she has now gotten Ian arrested by military police for trying to steal a helicopter back in season 4. Who remembers that? That was a deep cut. That was from the beginning of season 4 when we learned about all of that.
Ian, I want you to know you were a really good kid with a big heart. You have some hard times ahead of you, but you're gonna do great. Gentlemen, this is Ian Gallagher. I think they're ready to take him to jail now.
Hi, Sammy.
It's a shame when someone you love gets taken away.
The penultimate episode of season 5 opens with Bianca buying 100-year-old alcohol with Frank before running to the top of a building and drinking the entire bottle. Bianca's end-of-life celebration here is to do as many crazy and outlandish things as she can so that she can try and feel a little bit more alive before she ultimately dies. A little bit later on, Sean takes the Gallagher siblings to Ian's military trial where they try and explain Ian's history with mental illness.
Ian is clinically bipolar. The Army should not be court-martialing him. If anything, you should be helping him.
This diagnosis was made by a doctor?
Yes, sir, and we can get you those medical records too.
How would you characterize his behavior?
Compared to how he used to be, he's different.
He'll go back and forth from, being depressed to, incredibly wound up.
Our mother was bipolar, so we know what it looks like. She put us through hell, and I'm not saying that you put us through hell, but when they're manic, they can be destructive.
Is he unable to care for himself?
Sometimes, yes.
Meanwhile, at the bar, Veronica and Kevin deal with a busted pipe, and after many arguments, they eventually get back together. Meanwhile, in military jail, Ian is visited by special guest star of this episode, Monica. Yes, Monica has returned for the first time since season 2, if you can believe it. She was mentioned quite heavily last season because it was said that Ian was living with Monica at one point when he was on the run from the military.
I'm glad you came. I wasn't sure you would when I called you.
Of course I would.
It's good to see you. I'm really glad you came. I needed someone to talk to who gets it.
Does Fiona know I'm here?
No, they don't know we still talk.
Oh. There's always gonna be people that are gonna try and fix us. And you can never make those people happy. Like it breaks their heart just to look at you.
Yeah, I mean, even Mickey now.
As your boyfriend, right? You need to be with people who accept you for who you are. You, Ian.
Meanwhile, Mickey spikes Sammy's drink and tries to torture her with Debbie before realizing that he overdosed her and she is now dead. That night, Bianca and Frank arrive at the Gallagher house to smoke crack, this being her first time. The next day, Frank and Bianca leave for Costa Rica after her family finds out that they are together, and at the end of the episode, Ian is revealed to have been released to Monica. The finale of season 5 opens with Fiona and Gus having sex for the first time in months since he's been on tour. Back at college, Amanda's jealousy of Helene begins to seep through.
Spend the night over at Mrs. Robinson's again? That's got to be against a few faculty rules.
We're both consenting adults.
Separated by 2 decades, numerous advanced degrees, several published works, a husband and tenure.
I'll be back till after lunch.
Okay, thanks.
Elsewhere, Ian and Monica ride in a semi, eventually arriving at an RV park. Ian meets her shady boyfriend and begins having second thoughts about staying there with her. Back at the Gallagher house, Fiona walks in on Debbie and Derek having sex, and Debbie reveals to Fiona that she is pregnant.
Don't embarrass me like that.
Embarrass you? You can't have a boy in your bed.
Why not?
You do. I'm a grown-up.
I'm pregnant.
No, you're not. Are you sure?
Maybe.
Well, you're getting an abortion tomorrow.
No.
Yes.
I love him.
No, you don't.
We're gonna get married.
No, you're not.
Derek's mom got pregnant when she was 6 months older than me, and they've been together 20 years.
What are you talking about?
I know we're gonna have a lot of babies, and we're gonna be happy.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Deb.
Why won't you ever let me be happy?
Meanwhile, in Costa Rica, Bianca accidentally shoots Frank in the arm.
Oh, sorry.
Gus gives Fiona a bit of an ultimatum. He gives her some time to kind of figure herself out before fully deciding if she wants to be with him, because he can tell that her heart's just not in it. The next morning, it is revealed that Bianca walked straight into the ocean and committed suicide, leaving Frank all alone. Amanda's jealousy boils over.
Disappeared last night.
No.
That was a really shitty thing to do.
And she hits Lip in the middle of the library because he missed their date the night prior.
Listen, I never asked you to come over, okay?
What the fuck was that for?
Making me fall in love with you?
I didn't make you do anything!
Yes, you did. Because you're so fucking you!
And then she proceeds to break up with him in the middle of the library. Fiona then heads to Patsy's to confront Sean and tell him that she's in love with him, despite being married. The final scene of this episode feels really anticlimactic to me. Ian finally returns home after not really liking it over at Monica's RV park. He tells Mickey he doesn't want to be with him anymore, and it's looking like the two will break up.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Too much!
Too much is wrong with me. And you can't do anything about that. You can't change it. You can't fix me, because I'm not broken. I don't need to be fixed, okay? I'm me.
This is it. This is you breaking up.
Yeah.
But then, out of nowhere, Sammy shows up with a gun in hand.
Shit. Is that Sammy?
Nikki! You think I'm a good person?
Gunshot?
You and your weird ass kid!
Are you gonna get fucked, you little bitch?
Hi! What is going on?
After this, Frank returns to Chicago all sad because his girlfriend has died, and Debbie finds out in the post-credit scene that she is, in fact, pregnant. Overall, this is my least favorite finale up until this point. The last half of season 5 is a bit rocky as a whole for me. The timeline truly begins to make no sense here. I ask all of you to bear with me because you sort of have to suspend your disbelief when I bring up the timelines of seasons 4 to 7, especially here in season 5, which is presented to us as it starting in the last week of school, and by the end of the season we land in what appears to be fall still. However, at the beginning of season 6, it's stated that that season begins at the start of the following fall, which just doesn't make any sense with Debbie's pregnancy because she's still very early on in her pregnancy, so the timeline's a bit fucked up. Placing season 6 in fall of 2013 still feels so wrong to me. I'm gonna take some liberties here and say that season 5 definitely begins in mid-June like they say it does, and then finishes the following March or even April of 2014 before season 6 picks up in September or October 2014. That way it's only like a 4 or 5 month break in between the seasons instead of an entire year. Despite the fact that they presented season 5 as ending in the fall of 2013, Frank wakes up on Bianca's grave at the beginning of episode 1, which states that she died April 5th, 2015. Now, this is where your suspension of your disbelief needs to come in because that was definitely not 2015 when she died. The timeline just doesn't make sense for that. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that it was April of 2014. We're just gonna hope for the best there. Here in this episode, we learn that it is fall 2015, which again doesn't make any sense. Since Debbie is pregnant, I'm going to assume it's fall 2014, placing it 5 to 6 months later. School has started at this point for all the kids, so I'm gonna go ahead and assume that it is either September or October. At the Gallagher's residence, Fiona wakes up next to Sean, who she has recently started seeing. Fiona then reminds Debbie of her Planned Parenthood appointment later that day. This is where I'm truly confused, because if she finds out that she's pregnant back in April, according to Bianca's headstone, and it's now fall, confirmed by the show and the weather outside, why are they still unsure that Debbie is pregnant?
We're doing this today, Debs. We gotta know for sure, one way or another.
if she's like 5 months along. Meanwhile, back at college, Lip wakes up Professor Clyde Ewins, which is a kind of frequent thing for Lip, as we've come to learn. We also see Lip teaching a class for Ewins because Ewins is late. Elsewhere, White Boy Carl, as he's now known, is released from juvie early.
7, 48, 49.
Gallagher, 50. Ready to go?
If you remember back in like episode 9 of last season, he was given an entire year sentence, which again confirms the fact that this is at least fall of 2014 because he went to jail in fall 2013, I want to say. So it's been about a year. Meanwhile, at the diner, Svetlana pays Ian to come with her to visit Mickey. He kind of is over Mickey at this point, but he decides to go.
I got another job for you. Joe Franchetti, C Block, 602. They pay $2,500, but you must stab him in the eye.
You're just gonna sit back there the whole time?
Lots more jobs coming in. We make a lot of money with you in here.
Fine. But why don't you take the milk sucker and scram? We'll talk to Ian. She's coming back.
Svetlana paid me.
I'm thinking about you. You ever think of me? You gonna wait for me?
Been here for 15 years.
Yeah, but I'll be out in 8 with overcrowding, so.
You try to kill my sister.
Half-sister, 1. 2, like you give a shit, bitch. At a comic calling fucking MPs on you.
Will you? Wait. Fucking lie if you have to, man. 8 years is a long time.
In the absence of Bianca, Frank has found himself lost and confused and really sad, so he visits many different holy spaces to look for answers regarding his lover's passing. Side note, Frank's character from this point forward starts to feel a little bit like he's a parody of himself for me personally. There's definitely some moments where he shines and we truly see the old Frank yet again, but I feel like here, after Bianca's death, is where the decline starts with his character work. Meanwhile, at school, Debbie finally tells Derek that she's pregnant, and he's a little bit flighty. He does not want to have a baby. Understandably, they're like 15. Back at the diner, Sean asks Fiona to be the new assistant general manager. A little bit later on, Carl finally returns to the Gallagher house and is completely different.
Debs, did you get my text about picking up hamburger buns?
Nah, it's me.
Carl! Holy shit! Hi! When did you get out?
This morning.
Why didn't you call?
Nice, huh?
It's different. I thought you had another couple months.
Got out in good behavior.
Your voice, it dropped like 2 octaves.
And my testicles dropped too.
How'd you get home?
G-Dog picked me up from Kawani this morning, drove me back up.
We also learn a little bit later on in the episode that Derek moves to Florida, which leaves Debbie without a boyfriend and baby daddy. So the Gallaghers throw Carl a welcome home party, but Carl leaves early to go hang out with his new friend Nick, who he plans to have a sleepover with. Despite her better instincts, Fiona decides to take the assistant manager position while on a date with Sean. That night, Lip stalks Helene's house and sees a younger man coming out of it, and he believes this to be Helene's other lover. However, it's her son. Elsewhere, Lip apologizes to Helene for beating up Dylan the day before. This relationship is not good. It's not going to end well. I'm going to tell you that right now. And at the end of the episode, Derek's parents show up to discuss none other than Debbie's pregnancy.
We'd like to talk to you about the baby.
What baby?
Derek and Debbie's baby.
Fiona tries to push Debbie to get an abortion, but Debbie refuses to do it because she wants a baby. Like, she genuinely wants a child at the age of 15.
I just called the clinic. I made an appointment for you for Friday for an abortion.
Not part of my plan.
But now that Derek's gone,
He's coming back. His parents are assholes.
Did you talk to him?
We love each other.
Debs, come on, you're 15.
Yeah? Please. You're always bragging about how you had to raise us when you were 16.
Bragging? I didn't have a choice. You have a choice.
Yeah, and I choose to have a baby.
You can have a baby when you're older and finish high school and college.
Right, so I should just stop being pregnant then.
Yes.
I'm not killing my baby.
It's not a baby, it's a few cells.
The website says my baby's the size of an orange right now.
Debbie is still a child, so she struggles to see any other outcome besides the one where she's happy and in love with her boyfriend while they raise their newborn child. Fiona, who's had to deal with raising her 5 siblings for the better part of a decade, has the foresight to tell her that this is a terrible decision, and it could end with her having another child to help co-parent. A little bit later on at the diner, Fiona starts her first day as assistant general manager. From this point forward, Fiona just continues to rise up from the struggles she had in seasons 4 and 5. Might not look like much, but as we'll come to see, the healthy relationship she now has with Sean, paired with this new stable job, Fiona really starts to move up the food chain, as it were. Her first day as assistant general manager sees her literally fire Ian.
What are you guys doing?
Sorry, Miss Fiona. Ian said it was okay.
You just gonna sit there? Did you pay for that pie?
Me?
I'm the assistant manager.
Keep reminding her.
What's with the attitude?
Look, you're on my ass 24/7. At home, did you take your meds? At work, you're late. Pick up the pace.
How about some gratitude for the job I got you?
Gratitude for what? Flushing through fry muck all day, having people snap their fingers at me, listening to my bitchy sister boss me around.
If you don't like it, leave.
Fine.
Fine.
I will.
Fine.
I don't give a shit.
Really? You're just gonna leave like that? Good.
Good.
Go!
Also here in this episode, we learn that Sean recently shot a heroin and has been keeping that fact from Fiona.
This job sucks. I just fired Ian. Or maybe he quit. I don't know. I don't know that I can handle all this responsibility. You are in and out of here all day long, going to a million meetings, leaving me alone to deal with everything.
I shot up
What?
when I was cleaning out Otis's locker.
You're just telling me this now?
You had a lot on your mind.
I didn't think this was a thing. You're sober.
It's always a thing.
So now I gotta add this to my list of crap to worry about?
You don't have to worry about this at all.
I found a bag of smack and you shot up. That's handled?
You know how many bags of smack I found I didn't shoot up?
Then why this time?
Because I'm an addict.
So you're gonna do it again?
What do you think? I've been going to all those meetings all day.
Meanwhile, in an attempt to recapture the magic he had with Bianca, Frank accidentally kills a cancer patient with meth. After Fiona gets a routine drug test done, the woman testing her reveals to her that she's pregnant.
I'll just make a note of your pre-existing condition.
Pre-existing condition?
The pregnancy.
My sister's pregnancy?
Your sister? No, you. You didn't know you were pregnant? Congratulations. I hope it's good news.
Then Fiona runs home and tries to drag Debbie to Planned Parenthood to get abortions together.
I am not killing my baby.
Why are you doing this to me?
To you? Why does everything always have to be about you?
Because I'm finally almost free from raising you kids and I don't intend to do it again.
Nobody's asking you to.
Of course you are. I am going to get stuck doing it.
Oh, don't worry. I would never let you near my baby. I don't want you fucking it up like you fucked us up. I'm going to Florida.
Florida? What are you
Let
talking
go
about?
of me.
You don't even know where Derek is. Florida is 8 million miles
Too
long.
bad, Fiona. I'll find him.
You are not going to Florida.
Ow! Get off me! Trying to force me to get divorced now!
Get off. No. We are going to that fucking clinic.
Meanwhile, I think I totally forgot to mention this, but Kevin's really loud Republican-ass neighbor named Giannis has been bugging everyone in the neighborhood lately, so Kevin quite literally cuts the wrong cable on Giannis's motorcycle, which accidentally injures him. This storyline with Kevin's loud neighbor is like my least favorite Kevin and Veronica storyline. It's so boring and unnecessary to the progression of their story. Episode 3 opens with Kevin visiting his racist neighbor in the hospital, still trying to keep his guilt in check, as Giannis still doesn't know that he is the one that cut the brake cable. Meanwhile, Fiona tells Debbie that she's pregnant, and Debbie is absolutely thrilled about it.
And it turns out that the pill is a big fucking waste of money.
Are you lying? Are you making this up?
You are the only one who lies about pregnancies around here. Jesus. I'm not making it up.
This is amazing. What are the chances? Well, we can raise them together, like sisters.
I know how shitty this feels. You feel sick and like a little crazy. And I'm sorry because I didn't get that before. And now we can go through it together. We can go to the clinic. We'll make appointments for the same day. It'll be good. It'll be like a family outing, like Disneyland, only with abortions.
Wait, what? What kind of apology is that?
I know that you think that keeping it will bring Derek back, and there will be other guys that you will love.
No. You're the one who sleeps around Fiona, not me. You didn't even bother to divorce your husband. You just ghosted him. And now you're gonna ghost your baby.
Debbie then leaves for school in a hurry because she's still so against Fiona's wish for her to get an abortion. This is where Frank follows Debbie to school. Frank validates everything Debbie feels about wanting to keep the baby. Together they make a plan to have an abortion intervention in order to get Fiona to go through with the pregnancy. Meanwhile, Lip gets Ian a janitor job at the university, and it basically sucks. It's like the worst job he's ever had.
As low man on the totem pole, your job will be to empty the trash all over the campus and to clean up any messes you may find along the way.
So that's it. Empty trash all day.
At school, Carl flirts with his classmate Dominique. However, she wants absolutely nothing to do with him. The principal pulls Carl aside and asks him to sell him one of his guns. And a bit later on, Carl is shown selling guns to basically every single teacher at his school. Meanwhile, at Patsy's, Fiona tells Veronica she's pregnant and that she doesn't want to go through with it.
I'm pregnant. Turns out we got a 2-for-1 over at our place. It's like a fucking sick joke, V. We're both knocked up. She wants to keep hers. Ian hates my guts. Carl is like turning into a fucking criminal, and I'm like, what is this?
It's the hormone that you just start leaking down your face until the babies are born, then you start leaking out your titties.
Fiona leaves for the clinic to get an abortion, and when she gets there, she learns that she has to wait a couple of weeks and make an appointment. Later that night, Lip and Ian go to a college party, and afterwards, Lip asks Ian if he can stay with him.
Yeah, of course. Like for a while. Fiona and Debbie are always fighting, and she treats me like I'm 5. Change the scene would be nice.
Yeah, no, it's just, you know, Pauline comes over sometimes.
Oh, okay, you salty dog. I'll clear out when she's here.
I don't know, you know, I guess I feel like I kind of earned my space.
However, Lip tells him that it's just not gonna work out because he doesn't have space in his dorm room. A little bit later on, Fiona meets Gus at a bar during his set to give him his ring back.
I wrote a song for you.
You did?
You gonna hang out?
The next day, Debbie and Frank have an abortion intervention for Fiona, who is still insisting on keeping it.
We are here to stop you from destroying your soul, this family, and my legacy.
Are you serious?
I came to back you.
I came because I paralyzed the dude. I'd just like to say it.
Gallaghers don't abort.
No, they just abandon their kids once they have them, or they drink so much they can't remember them.
Boom! Are you saying you wish we didn't have you? Because your mother didn't want to.
Don't kill babies, Fiona.
I won't kill any babies. I'll just have some cells in my tummy vacuumed out, okay? I confided in you and you told everyone.
Saying I don't have the right to choose?
No, I'm a feminist. I believe you have that right.
They are the size of warts right now. And when you get a wart, you freeze it off.
Damn, that's cold.
You are not watching a tennis match on TV. People can hear you.
Sorry.
I'm hungry. Breakfast?
That's because you're eating for 2.
Later on, Debbie confesses to Fiona that she got pregnant on purpose.
I want you to support my decision. You don't want to have yours, that's fine. I will support that if it's what you really want to do. But I need you to support me too, because no one else does. Not our family, not our neighbors, not my school. Just Frank, if you love me, you will support my decision in having this baby, because I know I'm going to be a great mom.
We can have babies together in 10 years. When we're ready, we made mistakes, but it's not too late to fix them.
Mine wasn't a mistake. I lied to Derek that I was on the pill, because I know what I want.
Fiona then tells Debbie in a really cold-hearted moment that she is not going to support her.
You're right. Frank is the only person who thinks this pregnancy is a good idea, and that should bother you. If you have this baby, I will not support you. Not physically, not emotionally. I will not change a fucking diaper. I will not be woken up in the middle of the night because it has fever or croup or fucking colic. Because you will not be living under my roof. You are on your own if you do this.
After this argument, Sean arrives at the house, and Fiona finally tells him that she's pregnant and that he doesn't have a say. Lip and Ian get into a fight because Ian is jealous of Lip's life at college and the fact that Ian can't stay there with him.
Well, what's up?
So I actually have to work for a living.
Yeah, no, I work. Right, what's your problem?
This is it for me, Lip. This job, this is where I land. So you want to come to me and talk about how hard your fucking job is as a teacher's assistant?
Never said
well,
that.
I clean up your goddamn puke.
You can go back to high school. All right? Nobody made you drop out.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
All right, I got you this job, man. Now you don't want it?
You share your room because you think you've earned your space. And then you sit around and laugh at me with your fucking shitty bitch college friends.
And towards the end of the episode, Fiona returns home from work to see an eviction notice on her door.
Eviction notice? Are you kidding me?
At the end of the episode, Ian saves a woman from a car crash.
Holy shit.
A fireman helps him up after this, and Ian suddenly has a new calling. Episode 4 opens with Ian baking cookies for firefighters, while everyone else debates where they're going to live. Fiona confronts cousin Patrick about the eviction notice that was left on their door the day prior.
I'm curious what you told the sheriff to get us evicted.
I took a loan out against the house for 60 grand, didn't pay it back, so Dorset Bank foreclosed. I get $500 in rent, usually late, from cousins who want to frame me as a child molester, or I pocket 60 large and call it a day.
A little bit later on at the bank, Fiona learns that she can literally get a loan of her own in order to buy back the house for herself and all the kids. Elsewhere, Frank tries to set Debbie up with an old man. Later that night, Fiona asks everybody for money in order to help out with the down payment. She turns down Carl's offer to use some of his drug money. The next day, Chucky is released to the Gallagher siblings.
Hi, Fiona.
Fiona Gallagher?
Uh-huh.
I'm Lissa with Juvenile Detention Services. Charles is your nephew, correct?
He can stay here until we find another relative. Any relatives.
Need you to sign and confirm that you're a legal adult, that this is a drug-free household, that you will maintain...
Hold on. Much better.
I'm hungry.
Ian, did you get your Nazi nephew some breakfast?
Later on at the hospital, Frank meets Tyler and suggests he and his wife, who has cancer, hire Debbie as a nanny. Also, Ian meets the gay fireman of Chicago and suddenly develops like 15 crushes. Meanwhile, Lip and Helene are in Indianapolis for a speech that she's about to give, and after being corrected on one of the things that she's talking about, she basically gets blackout drunk and admits that she loves Lip. Later on, Fiona pawns Gus's ring to help out with the down payment for the house. She ends up getting a $100,000 loan from the bank in order to buy back the house. The next day, Debbie meets Tyler and Erica and interviews to be their nanny. Meanwhile, Helene tells Lip that she was talking nonsense the night before in regards to her confessing her feelings. Before the house goes to auction, Sean confesses to Fiona that he killed a guy many years ago.
I went to prison in my 20s.
I figured. With all the ex-cons you hire.
And I killed a guy.
Right.
I was drunk and high. I'm sleeping in a van. I get in a fight with another junkie over, damn, I don't know what. He went down. I kept beating him. I guess his head hit the curb or something. He went to the hospital and later he died.
Meanwhile, Kevin confesses to Giannis that he was the one to cut the brake cable.
No, he didn't cut the cable to your motorcycle. I did. But I meant to cut the throttle so you would stop revving your engine. Giannis. No, I know this brings up strong feelings, but... Holy shit!
And at the end of the episode, the Gallaghers lose the house at the auction, leaving them homeless.
60,000 right there. Thinking now 70 would have given 70. Would have given it a go 70. 70,000. I have 70 right here. Would have given 80. Would have been 80. Would have given it a go 80. 80 right here. Would have been 100,000. How about her? 100. Thinking now 110. Would have been 110. Would have given it a go 110. 110 going once. Going twice. Oh, 110 in the back now. 120. You're up, buddy. And now
we're gonna lose it. Raise the car. Hurry up. Raise the car.
We can't go over
130. You can bid it back in.
We're out.
How about her, man? Would have given 130. Give it a go. I can tell you one. 148,000. What do you think? Last call. Sold. You got her. 130,000. Thank you.
Kevin and Veronica talk to Carol about taking in some of her church's refugee kids to foster them, and it turns out that they have to take in 5 of them as opposed to just 1. Elsewhere, Debbie officially moves in with Erica and Tyler. Back at the house, the Gallaghers are fully evicted from the house that they grew up in, with all of their stuff being thrown into the street.
Motherfucker, what are we gonna do with all this stuff? This is everything we have.
Get some boxes. Be right back.
What is going on?
We're getting evicted.
Sean invites Fiona to stay with him at his house, but Fiona misreads this as him inviting everyone in the Gallagher clan to stay with him.
Yeah, you can stay at my apartment.
That could work. It might be a little tight, but I think we could fit everyone.
Everyone? It sounded like Carl and Debs have themselves covered.
Debbie won't listen to me, but Carl will, and he didn't know you were going to invite us.
Well, I didn't. I invited you. Well, Liam's okay. Will staying with me, Fiona.
So?
So if my ex finds out Carl was too, she'd never let Will come again because he acts like he's the Black El Chapo.
Why are you being an asshole?
You're acting like Carl's riding a tricycle. He served time. He's carrying a piece. He's not gonna let you tell him where to go.
How do you think we made it all these years, huh? Every time we got torn apart and beaten down. It's by staying a family, no matter what.
I gotta get my son.
Great, thank you. I'm gonna be sleeping on the street with my family.
After the argument is over, Fiona officially says goodbye to the house that she grew up in. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Frank gets to know Erica. He takes her to buy a coffin, and afterwards they head to the Alibi to share a few drinks together. Amanda asks Lip for a photo of her painting in his room. She goes through his phone and finds a nude photo of Helene. While he's away, she tweets this photo out to everyone in the school, putting Helene's job at risk, but also Lip's education. When Lip sees this later on, he confronts Amanda about it, who refuses to apologize for ruining his relationship.
What do you think? People say hands are the hardest thing to draw, but I think it's tits.
How the fuck could you send out that picture of Helene?
I just saw your phone there and the idea popped into my head like divine intervention. You know, my therapist says that revenge doesn't give you any real satisfaction, but clearly she's an idiot because this feels really, really good.
It's all over the goddamn school.
Yeah, social media's fast, huh? You shouldn't have screwed me over.
I never made any fucking promises to you.
Yes, you fucking well did. Does it hurt? You should change your security code more often.
He then heads to Helene's house, where he is ignored and sent away by the husband. Meanwhile, at a barbecue, Ian asks the gay firefighter named Caleb out on a date. He also reunites with Tony the cop at this gays-only baseball barbecue thing, and we learn here that Tony the cop is in fact gay. Meanwhile, Fiona and Liam move in with Sean after all, and at the end of the episode, in another really horrible choice by the writers, Erica crawls into bed with Debbie, and Debbie just obviously has to let this happen because she is her employer. Episode 6 opens with Debbie at an ultrasound with Frank. Unsure if she wants to know the gender of the baby, Debbie asks the doctor to write the gender down on a piece of paper so that she can choose to look at it later. Meanwhile, Fiona breaks into the house to grab a closet door which has all the children's heights written on it, and this is where she finds out that the new owners aren't even planning on keeping the house because it's in such bad shape and they're going to put it back on the market. In Fiona's attempt to try and buy the house back, we learn that she has to get Gus to sign some agreement that says that he has no legal claim to the house. So this means that Fiona has to get Gus alone in a room, and this whole episode is just her trying to do that. Elsewhere, Lip tries to hunt Helene down, but she completely ignores him yet again because she is trying to distance herself from this horrible situation. At the hospital, Frank learns that Erica is in fact in remission, which sort of soils his and Debbie's plan to have her take over as the new mom of the family. Later that day, Fiona is stood up by Gus because he's in no mood to talk after that whole debacle last season. Oh, what was that about? Oh yeah, he was cheated on twice by Fiona. Elsewhere, during his date with Caleb, Ian is really uncomfortable and like kind of anxious because he's never been on a real date before, and this is like a fancy ass restaurant. Halfway through the date, Caleb is called into the station, so he brings Ian along with him. Later that night, Gus stands Fiona up yet again. The next day, Lip is called in to give a statement about his relationship with Helene. Helene tells the committee that she's officially cutting Lip off and that there will be no contact between the two for the foreseeable future. Afterward, Helene basically cuts Lip off outside of the meeting and says,
Can you stop for a second and fucking look at me? So what, that's it then, huh? Oh, that's how you want to end this?
Don't text me. Stay away from my home, my husband, my son. Don't make this any uglier than you already have.
Meanwhile, at the clinic, Fiona finally has her abortion. Elsewhere, Erica throws Debbie a gender reveal party in which basically everybody leaves early. So I think I forgot to mention this, but in either the last episode or this episode, Nick bought a bike that it was like his dream bike. And he finds out a little bit later on in the episode that the bike was stolen, and then he eventually in this episode figures out where the guy lives. So he tracks this kid down, goes to the house, and kills him. And Carl shows up a little bit too late to stop him from doing so. The family of the boy call the police on Nick, and Nick is arrested, and Carl has to watch from afar. Carl then runs to Sean's house because he has nowhere else to go, and Sean eventually does let him stay there. Also, Fiona finally gets Gus to sit down and sign the papers. However, he refuses to do so unless she gives up his grandmother's ring, which, if you remember, in the episode prior or the episode before that, she pawned.
So my signature gets you something you want.
Correct.
Where's the paper that gets me what I want?
What do you want?
Well, I wanted a wife who wasn't a lying, cheating sack of shit. So basically, this is you asking me for something and offering me nothing in return.
Back at Erica's house, Debbie's plan is to now kind of latch onto Erica instead of the husband, because the husband doesn't see anything in her and Erica is actually quite into Debbie. So Debbie's like pretending to be into her. She even lets her sleep next to her. I don't know if they actually do anything sexual. I really hope not. But to my knowledge, they're just sleeping next to each other, like cuddling. The next morning, we meet none other than Sammy's mother and Chucky's grandmother, Queenie.
Well, look who it is. Squirming around in the filth just like I left you.
How did you find me?
Well, I wasn't looking for you, baby. I was looking for this chubby little menace. Slimy fucker.
And at the end of the episode, Carl lends Fiona the money that she needs to buy back the house. A few weeks after the last episode, Carl makes a few renovations to the house that he now technically owns. Meanwhile, Erica officially fires Debbie because she's in remission and doesn't need Debbie there anymore. Caleb invites Ian to a wedding to scare his homophobic family. They actually really hit it off with each other. Caleb is a huge improvement over Mickey in my opinion. Elsewhere, Lip is kicked out of the dorms because of his painting on the wall. Even though it wasn't really his painting, it was Amanda's, but he's still kicked out. Also, Frank and Queenie defend Chucky's right to write about Nazis in class. I don't really like the storyline for Frank. I think they could have done so many other things with his character in season 6. We also find out that Lip gets a new job as a cook for a sorority house where all the girls are constantly eyeing him. Towards the end of the episode, Debbie returns home and meets Queenie, who tells her all about natural birthing. And with the house becoming so full with Chucky and Queenie, Sean officially asks Fiona to move in with him amid all of these new people moving in and also Carl making all these renovations to the house. At the beginning of episode 8, Queenie tries to force all of the Gallagher kids into eating the breakfast that she's made them. There's a knock at the door and it ends up being one of Carl's drug friends, in fact one of his bosses, and Frank answers the door for him, and then Carl goes outside to see what this is all about. This is where Carl tells the guy he doesn't want to be in the business anymore, and he slaps Carl around. So Carl's solution to this is just to let Frank do all of his rounds for him, and Frank is like more than happy to do this because Frank obviously wants money and he will be getting a cut of Carl's drug money if he goes and does the job for him. Meanwhile, Fiona tries to spend time with Sean's son Will so that he will be comfortable with her staying there. Meanwhile, at Caleb's apartment, Ian decides that he wants to try and become an EMT, so he starts studying. For the first time in about a year, Ian says that he's actually focused on something and he's found like something to look forward to since the whole Mickey relationship went up in flames. Carl heads to Veronica's house to get his cut stitched up. V tries to tell Carl to stop appropriating black culture, which he's very much been doing in this season, and to get out of the drug game. And Carl's like, it's not that simple. Oh yeah, we get this weird side plot this episode where Debbie meets this guy named Larry at a baby store. Larry is an adult man, and again, getting really tired of these underage relationships because she's very much still a child. It is said that she is 15 here in this season definitively. It just kind of makes me uncomfortable that they put her in so many horrible age gap relationships. Also in this episode, Frank gets cornrows like Carl's and attempts to extort money out of local businesses. One shop owner says that he only gave Carl money because of the bodyguard that Carl had walking around with him. So Frank goes and tries to find a scary black bodyguard of his own. Back at the alibi, Veronica confides in Kevin, knowing that he will eventually spill the beans to Fiona about all the stuff that Carl is involved in. He eventually texts Fiona in the middle of her hoverboard date with Will about it, and so she heads down to the alibi and he tells her about the whole Carl situation. After Frank makes all the money for the day, he tells Carl he's disappointed in him for leaving the business.
I'm going straight. I couldn't be more disappointed in you, son. Thanks for nothing.
And a bit later on, Fiona confronts Carl about his gash above his eye, and Carl tells her about the thing that happened with Nick in the last episode.
Can't stop seeing that dead body in my head.
You were there when he killed the guy?
After. Figure I'll start seeing more people get dropped. I stay in the game. I see that.
Is it okay if I say I'm proud of you?
At the end of the night, Larry drops Debbie off at her house after kissing her stomach and asking her on another date for the next day. Disgusting. The next day, Frank is threatened by Carl's boss before he's given a huge bag of coke to sell. A little bit later on, Carl tries to tell G-Dog that he's done with the business and he wants out. G-Dog and his associates steal all of Sean's and Carl's clothes and Sean's car as payment for Carl leaving the business. A little bit later on at the hair salon, Frank and the rest of the employees do all of G-Dog's cocaine and replace it with baby powder before selling it to customers in Indiana. Also, Debbie eventually finds out that this guy that she's been seeing, Larry, has many girlfriends and all of them are pregnant. After returning home naked and without a car, Sean finds Will playing with Carl's gun in his room. Sean blames Fiona for not watching him closely enough while they were visiting the Gallagher house earlier that day.
I'm so sorry. I only let him out of my sight for a minute.
Which was obviously enough time for him to find a gun in your house.
I swear that I didn't know that Carl had that.
He was in prison. It didn't dawn on you that he might have guns in the
I am
house.
just as upset as you are.
No. You're not nearly as upset as I am. You let my son find a gun in your house.
I didn't know. What am I supposed to do? Pat him down?
Yeah! If he's anywhere in the vicinity of your fucked up criminal brother, yeah!
Screaming at me. How many times do I have to say I'm sorry?
When Nicole finds out about this, she's gonna take away my custody.
I will explain to her what happened. It is not your fault.
Of course it's my fault. I'm his father, and I left him with you.
Toward the end of the episode, Fiona makes Carl throw out all of his hidden guns before ripping out his braids one by one. Back at Caleb's apartment, Ian tells Caleb that he is bipolar, and Caleb in turn reveals to Ian that he has HIV. For the first time in Ian's life, he is building a really cute bond with someone who's actually a good person. And to finish off the episode, the next day, Frank is chased by G-Dog's men for selling their customers baby powder instead of cocaine. The episode opens with Frank getting shot at by G-Dog's associates. He jumps into Queenie's van and heads to the commune with Debbie. Lip wakes up from another party. This marks the beginning of a bit of an alcohol problem for Lip that we will explore very heavily in this season. Lip seemingly cannot go 1 minute without down in one. He's basically turning into a clone of his father, Frank, in the absence of Helene. Also in this episode, Kevin accidentally rats Svetlana out to immigration while serving the immigration officer a drink. The officer then sits down with her to ask her a few questions. Meanwhile, at Patsy's, Sean ignores Fiona's attempts to apologize for letting Will near Carl's guns.
I found all of Carl's guns. I went to the police station. I left them there, no questions asked.
Good idea. I can't ask Will to hide this from his mom. I gotta come clean.
Okay. I wrote a letter which you can give to her. It says that it was all my fault and that you are a great dad.
She's not gonna want to hear from you.
What can I do then? I feel awful.
Go. Did you print out sales from last week?
Are we going to talk about this?
Maybe later.
A little bit later on, Gus shows up at Patsy's and asks Fiona for a divorce. His only demand is that she give him his ring back. She meets with a divorce attorney who tells her that they're going to go after his trust fund. Back with Debbie and Frank, they are acclimating to life on the commune. Debbie is treated like a fucking queen here on this commune because she's pregnant and they all see that as something really special. She's given her own tent where men are not allowed because it will disrupt the feminine energy. Throughout the episode, Frank starts to get more and more annoyed because he's tasked with some of the most unsavory jobs that you could probably give somebody. I'm just gonna put it like that. Back at college, Lip invites Ian to a party later that night. Elsewhere, Svetlana suggests she marry Veronica to avoid getting deported.
All right, so I'll marry you. Yeah, you move in with us, and I'll meet with the USC guy, whatever his name is.
Are you forgetting something? You're still married. So you two are not married? We had a pretend wedding, but...
I'm not following.
Gay marriage is legal in Illinois.
What, you marry her? Yeah, I don't know about that.
You said you do it. How's this any different?
Well, all right, if that's what you want, okay, I guess.
Back at Patsy's, Carl gets his first check from Sean. Dominique shows up and asks Carl why he's suddenly not interested in her anymore, and Carl claims he's just feeling a bit low because of how small his check was. She then kisses Carl in the middle of his shift. While at a party where Lip is serving drinks and also downing a lot for himself, Ian gets a call from none other than Mandy. When he arrives at her hotel room, he finds out Mandy killed a guy in self-defense. Ian helps her get rid of the body and then brings her home with him so that she can wash the blood off of her dress. Back at the commune, Frank, things for him are not going well. He is forced into a foursome with Queenie. He leaves in the middle of it and tries to get into Debbie's tent, but is shunned because of the no male energy rule. A little bit later on, Fiona tries to tell Sean about her situation with Gus, who called her earlier and was less than cooperative with her about getting into an agreement about his ring. But Sean has had enough of her issues at the moment, so he leaves in the middle of this conversation for an NA meeting. The next day, Lip wakes up in the ER after sustaining alcohol poisoning. Upon leaving the ER, Lip confronts Brenna, a fellow college student who he forgot the name of the night prior.
I got a ride in an ambulance and an IV bag full of salt water. You know what the hospital charges for that? $2 grand. All right, so congratulations, you got me back.
For what?
For getting your name, Brenna. I am sorry if I hurt your delicate fucking feelings.
I called 911 because you were passed out on a bench in the freezing cold. I thought you were gonna die.
Thanks, Florence Nightingale. Next time, mind your fucking business.
Back at Patsy's, Fiona asks why Sean is avoiding her. She tries to get him to admit his feelings towards her, and he's still trying to hold back in order to spare her feelings. He brings up the Liam incident from season 4 as another example of why she's so dangerous to be around.
I'm not losing another night's sleep waiting for you to man up and have a goddamn conversation.
I keep seeing Will holding a gun in his hand. Over and over, it plays in my mind. If I lost custody, it's your fault. I just tell myself it was an isolated incident.
It was.
Let Liam find a pile of coke.
So, I can get my head around you being a heroin addict, an ex-con having killed a guy, and this is a deal breaker? Are we splitting up or not?
Hold on.
No. I'm heading out to get divorced right now because I jumped from relationship to relationship without ever catching my breath, which is why my life is such a fucking mess. You focus on Will? I'll focus on me.
Back at the commune, Frank asks to do a new job and is saddled with running the generator via riding a bicycle. A little bit later on, Frank tries to leave the commune, but Debbie says she wants to try and raise her baby there because of how welcoming and quote-unquote smart all the people are. And as Frank is on his way out of the commune, Queenie pulls him aside and brings him to the gigantic opium farm that they have there. We also get this kind of awkward moment between Mandy and Lip.
Too damn shy of the dancing shoe. Street cred comes from a soft cedar street. Guitar pines glowing.
And at the end of the episode, during the divorce meeting, Fiona and Gus's lawyers talk terms. Sean then shows up out of the blue with Gus's ring to save the day. Not only does he save the day, but he gets on one knee and uses the ring to propose to Fiona. The best part about all of this is that I don't think he planned it. I think it all just happened because he was caught up in the heat of the moment. The episode opens with Debbie waking up on the commune with contractions. Queenie tells her not to worry as she's not due for another week. She does take her to the birthing tent as a precaution. Meanwhile, Svetlana officially divorces Mickey off screen so that she can marry Veronica behind Kevin's back. At Sean's apartment, Fiona and Sean start packing everything up because he is officially moving into the Gallagher house, and also so that they can start saving their money for a wedding. At college, Ewens tries to get Lip interested in these internships he's getting him. Meanwhile, Carl and Dominique have dinner with Dominique's father, Luther, who absolutely hates Carl's guts. He offers to take Carl with him to work. Elsewhere, Ian gets tested for HIV and cannot recall how many sexual partners he's had. After testing negative, he leaves for his EMT final exam. Back at the Gallagher house, Fiona fetches Monica's wedding dress in preparation for her own wedding in just a few days. Svetlana makes some alterations to the dress while Fiona proclaims she wants this wedding to be special. She says that this time will be different than her last wedding. She wants everybody to be there to share this moment with her. Back at the commune, Frank is challenged by one of the men and the two get into a fight at the pit. Elsewhere, once Debbie realizes they don't have any drugs for her pain, she wants to leave the commune. Lip is confronted by the sorority mother of the sorority he works at, who reveals to him that he peed on her the night prior at that crazy party. She tells him to pack his things, understandably. She then sends him to student counseling to talk about what happened.
I don't have a problem.
You were in the ER.
I overdid it. Look, I've been drinking since I was 10.
Since you were 10?
Why are you writing that down?
And what drove you to drink when you were 10? Was it problems at home?
Jesus fucking Christ.
When a student violates the school alcohol policy, he's required to attend counseling, both one-on-one and group sessions with other student alcohol abusers.
Okay, I'll check my schedule.
It's mandatory.
After this meeting, he confronts Ewens because he saw that Ewens published a paper that completely stole all of Lip's ideas with none of the credit given to him. And so things in Lip's life are actually kind of crashing down at the moment. He's on the verge of being expelled according to counseling. He has no housing and he won't stop drinking. Later that night, Fiona has a bachelorette party for herself. It's here where Veronica and Svetlana reveal to Kevin and Fiona that they got married earlier that day behind Kevin's back. Later that night, Ian returns to Caleb's apartment.
I aced the test.
Congratulations.
And then I get the paperwork to get certified. Have you ever spent any time in a mental institution or been treated for mental illness? You fucking believe that? I get a perfect score on my test and they want to keep me from being an EMT because I spent a few days in an inpatient program.
Lie. It's none of their goddamn business.
Back at the commune, Debbie begs Frank to take her home because of the whole natural birth situation and also the very scary doctor. However, just as they get home, G-Dog arrives to kidnap Frank, leaving Debbie crying for help in the street. It's here where we see Kevin, Veronica, and the rest of the Gallagher siblings help Debbie give birth on the kitchen table.
It'll be okay. It'll be okay. I'm right here.
When I was having my girls, the doc told me to do 3 quick pants and then 1 long blow, okay?
I'm gonna do it with you,
There you go.
okay?
She names the baby Francis after Frank because of the time that they spent together this season, and at the end of the episode, Frank brings G-Dog to the commune to raid the opium in exchange for his life. However, one of the members of the commune shows up and sees that this is happening, and so G-Dog and the guy start shooting at each other. We have no idea what happens because Frank just runs out of there and heads back to Chicago. Weeks after the last episode, Franny's screaming keeps the entire house awake at night. The next morning, Frank begs Fiona to let him walk her down the aisle, which is just really rich coming from him because he's been so absent from her life at every other point.
I may not have been present for your first steps or your first lost tooth or your first blowjob, but as patriarch, I'm entitled to my traditional place of honor next to you for your big day.
It's my traditional right to ask said patriarch to pay for it.
Done.
What?
Done, I'll pay.
In money.
Debbie has decided she's going to go to high school with Franny on her arm. Meanwhile, immigration stops by the Kevin, Veronica, Svetlana house to see how the whole situation works with Veronica and Svetlana, who are now pretending to be lovers. Elsewhere, Carl asks Luther to put in a good word for him to get into a junior police training program since Carl's GPA is very low and he has a history as a juvenile offender. But Luther just tells him to go home and start doing his own laundry and then work his way up the food chain and earn his way into that police academy. Ian officially starts his new job as an EMT. Back with Debbie, her teachers force her out of class because the baby is being disruptive. Also, Frank begs on the streets with Liam so that he can pay for Fiona's wedding venue. Fiona questions if Frank is even going to come through because he's been so absent for like every part of her life. Back at the bar, Tommy teases Kevin about Veronica and Svetlana's relationship, and Kevin wonders if their fake marriage has any real romance to it. Later that night, Frank talks to Derek's dad about child support for Debbie's new baby. Frank plans to use this extortion money to pay for Fiona's wedding. In the middle of the night, Veronica is fully seduced by Svetlana. The next day, when a random brick flies through the window and almost hits Debbie and Franny, Sean tells the Gallagher siblings to stop being okay with this shit. The brick was addressed to Frank. This puts a really sour taste in Sean's mouth. Elsewhere, Frank reluctantly pays for food and drink for Fiona's wedding, much to her surprise. Back at the Gallagher house, while studying, Debbie accidentally drops Franny on the ground because of her sleep deprivation. Back at the bar, Veronica finally confesses to Kevin that she is kind of falling for Svetlana. Like, actually, after getting wasted, Lip questions Ewens during a lecture.
Actually, people stopped using field theory for this shit back in the 90s, which is about when you started pickling your frontal cortex with scotch.
You're losing your shit. Go home. Sober up.
I changed your shirt when you woke up covered in your own vomit.
I listened to you bawl your face off about some student you fucked 8 years ago.
Stop talking now, Lip. You're doing damage to yourself.
You don't give a shit about me. You don't give a shit about me because you don't have to.
And that was your ticket out of the gutter, pal. And you just blew it. You're officially fucking fired.
Fuck you! Fuck you! God!
Meanwhile, Ian's boss finds out he is bipolar and decides to fire him for lying on his application. Back at the house, Sean and Fiona comfort Debbie. Sean and Frank then get into a fight about the brick that flew into the window earlier that morning. Frank reveals to everybody that he accused Derek of statutory rape.
It's amazing what the threat of a statutory rape charge will do to make a man start sweating coins.
You threatened Derek's parents by accusing their son of statutory rape.
You did what? Taking money from them?
Their son spooged a baby into you and then flew the coop. That's abandonment. They owe us.
He'll never speak to me again. Frank told Derek's parents that he statutory raped me so he'd give him money.
Really? Oh, fuck, Frank. That's a dick move.
It's a move that paid for the deposit on your restaurant. You're welcome.
Sean then gets into a literal fistfight with Frank.
You don't deserve to walk your daughter down the aisle.
I thought you were gonna fucking kill each other!
Stop! You're a fucking asshole, Frank. God, you were doing so great. You almost pulled it off. Then you had to go fuck it all up again. Get the fuck out of here. The fuck is wrong with you? You're on parole. You want to go to jail for fighting with that fucking asshole?
I was standing up for you.
I don't need you to stand up for me. I can stand up for myself. Stop fucking standing up for me. That shit's not about me. That's about your fucking ego. My heart is not getting shattered. I don't have a heart when it comes to Frank.
Back at college, Lip decides to destroy Professor Ewens' car, and then he is found by campus police and arrested. That night, Frank rides the L train and meets a hitman. He uses the rest of the extortion money to hire a hit on Fiona's husband-to-be. At the beginning of the finale, Lip is released from jail after being bailed out by Ewens. Ewens informs Lip that he's most likely going to get expelled for taking a swing at a campus cop. He suggests he go to rehab and try and sort through all of his shit, following this most recent alcohol-related outburst. After Frank's plan to hire a hitman falls short, he decides to buy a gun and try and get the job done himself. Elsewhere, Ian decides to beg for his EMT job back. Later on, at the Alibi, Lip tells everyone that he was expelled from school. After a few drinks, Kevin informs Lip that he's sitting in Frank's spot, which is kind of a wake-up call for Lip, who, above everything, does not want to end up like his own father.
Why don't you get out of here, man? Go back to college, learn something.
I'm not going back.
What?
Expelled. I got bored. I was costing a fucking fortune anyway.
Does the ass of that bar still feel nice in one end? It should, because that's where your father always sits.
Meanwhile, Fiona and Sean learn how to dance in preparation for their wedding. After closing at Patsy's, Frank breaks into the diner and discovers something. We don't see what it is, but don't worry, we will soon find out. The next day, before the wedding, Lip throws up in the church bathroom. This episode is a huge turning point for Lip's character, even though he's not like the main focus. He's been kicked out of school and is starting to resemble his own alcoholic father, whom he spent most of his life running from. Next season, we'll really dive into a lot of Lip's issues with alcohol, and we'll see where his story progresses from there. I personally love his storyline going forward, and to see himself start to pick himself back up a little bit after the last few seasons, even if he's no longer moving up in the world of college, he starts to sort of pick himself back up after his alcoholic outbursts. So right as Fiona is about to get married, Frank shows up to crash the wedding, to insult everyone, like literally every one of his kids. Sean begs for Frank to leave, but he refuses, continuing to ruin the mood by dropping one of the biggest bombs of the series.
And now you're marrying Sean. Sean. Oh yeah, I know you, Shawnee boy. Takes a dope fiend to know a dope fiend, and you are world class. I went by your business last night and found some things. Maybe we should go back there, you and your bride-to-be, and show her the little box you hide under the invoices, the bottom drawer of the filing cabinet, you know, with the needles and the spoon, the rubber tubing, and the little baggies with this brown powder. How many hits did it take you this morning? How many did you think it was gonna take you to get through all this wedding shit?
Is it true?
Oh, he's a junkie through and through, your husband-to-be. I'm surprised we're not better friends, Sean. We have so much in common.
Well, you are a fucking asshole, Frank.
But at least I'm an honest asshole.
After this whole debacle, the wedding is obviously off. His only defense is that it just doesn't affect him anymore, and Fiona just sits there smoking her cigarette.
How long have you been using a gun?
A few months.
Every day? Last night, when we were dancing in the kitchen? And now on our wedding day?
Yes. It doesn't really affect me as much anymore, you know, just takes the edge off. I'm gonna, take Will back to his mother's tonight. Beg Nicole to let me keep shared custody. It's the most important thing now.
More than us?
Yeah, he always was. I was always honest about that. Hey, I have to go. Take care of yourself, okay?
Elsewhere, Debbie begs Lip to stop drinking because she, like the audience, can see the path he's walking down. Lip eventually checks into a 30-day rehab facility. Oh, also, we see the Gallaghers, Kevin and Veronica and Svetlana, dump Frank into Lake Michigan for ruining Fiona's wedding.
What the fuck is wrong with you people? No! No!
I had originally planned to make this season the last one included in this video because I really do see Fiona's botched wedding as a sort of ending to this era in the show, but after reevaluating how long that would make part 3 of this series, I decided to include season 7 in this video as well. Overall, season 6 is not my favorite season of the show, but it definitely is not a bad season at all. I think characters like Lip and Debbie particularly get to shine this season with their storylines. This is the first season where I would say Emma Kenny, who plays Debbie, outshines some of the other actors on screen. One thing I didn't like about this season is in the earlier part of the season where the Gallaghers almost lose their house. The show has us believing that they are really going to become homeless for like 2 or 3 episodes before it completely switches it up and it turns out the Gallaghers just end up in the same house as before. It kind of seems like they just wanted to add this big dramatic split up in the middle of the season to try and fill time, but nonetheless, I do love the drama anyway. The finale of this season is definitely the highlight for me. I love the scene where Frank exposes Sean's true colors to Fiona. As horrible of a person as Frank is, at least he's honest with Fiona. I would say some of the major issues of the show really do start at some point in seasons 5 and 6, but I don't think they become glaringly obvious until seasons 7 and 8. And I personally really enjoy season 7. It's one of my favorite seasons of the show. But once we get into the seasons I cover in part 3 of this video, it will become very clear why the show had such a sudden and upsetting downfall. As for the timeline, we know the season starts at some point in fall of 2014 and ends in the earliest months of 2015. When Lip gets out of rehab rehab in the premiere episode of season 7, it's revealed to have been 30 days since episode 12. It's clearly sunny outside, so I'm going to assume that season 7 begins in either April or very early May, which puts the end of this season in either late March or very early April. The first episode of the season opens with Frank waking up in a hospital room where he finds out that he's been in a coma for the last month. Elsewhere, we see Debbie stealing a stroller from a rich woman in the park to sell on eBay because she does not have a job and it is about to be summer. Meanwhile, Lip is released from rehab, so he heads to Patsy's in order to ask his big sis for a new job.
You're the boss now?
Temporarily. I'm filling until they find a new manager. I can't wait to get back to waiting tables. This job sucks. You want something to eat?
Nope. But I could use a job.
What about finishing college? Is that off the table?
It's not for me.
Your future off the table, too?
I got a professor. He's gonna help me find something, a tech startup or IT. It just might be a while before I get paid, you know?
Could use another dishwasher.
Yeah, when can I start?
I can use some help right now.
That's great, yeah.
A little bit later on, Frank returns to the alibi, and Veronica, Kevin, and Svetlana are surprised to see him, leading him to suddenly remember what happened to him and how he ended up in Lake Michigan. In an attempt to try and get more rest at night, Debbie hires a new nanny named Juliemi. While the interview is happening, Fiona walks in and drags Frank from downstairs.
Frank's back? Since when?
A couple hours ago.
Claims he was in a coma.
Is the baby? Yes, Franny, Francis. She's a joy, but not a great sleeper.
I did you a fucking favor getting rid of that junkie. You
Keep
should
a pillow
be
between us so that I don't
thanking
smother
me.
her or anything.
An
Roll over and
HIV
feed
at the
her.
hands of that liar junkie. Stop it. I am a truth teller, but you're too weak to die.
Hi, I'm Fiona.
The next day, Ian and Lip spy on Caleb, who goes on a date with an ex-girlfriend of his, which reveals to Ian that Caleb is in fact cheating on him, and not only cheating on him, but cheating on him with a woman. Oh yeah, there's also this other storyline this episode where Dominique complains about Carl's extra skin, so he goes to a doctor and has that skin removed, and at the end of the episode, Frank somehow makes his way upstairs and barricades himself in Fiona's room. In episode 2, Fiona tosses Frank's things out of her bedroom. Frank uses a ladder to cross into the abandoned house next door in order to avoid Fiona. Once back in the main level of the house, Frank claims that he's going to disinherit all of his kids because they've been so ungrateful to him lately. Frank decides to take Liam with him on whatever scam he's running this time. It turns out Frank is going to hire a bunch of construction workers to brick the upstairs of the house off so that nobody else can get inside besides him. Meanwhile, at school, Dominique accidentally causes Carl to blow his stitches. Back at Patsy's, Fiona gives one of her waitresses a warning for showing up late.
I'm glad you guys feel like you can just change my schedule whenever you want.
Which Sean always let us do.
In case you haven't noticed, Sean's not here anymore. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's too bad.
A little bit later on, she tries to get one of her bosses, Chad, to demote her back to a server so that she can collect tips again. However, we learn that Chad isn't even in charge. A woman named Margot is. Margot tells Fiona that she needs to replace all of the unreliable workers in order to try and turn the building around.
Sorry to bother you. I work at Patsy's. I wanted to let Chad know.
Where?
Patsy's? Pies?
Oh, yeah, the dump on Franklin.
You know it. I've been filling in as manager. I'd like to quit. Go back to waiting tables.
That's fine. Do whatever you want.
You allowed to say that? I mean, don't you have to run it by Chad first?
Red velvet. No, it's not your favorite, boss, but Sherry wanted it for her birthday.
Oh.
Zoning board is on my ass. Where's that environmental impact study for the redevelopment project?
Which one?
For West Side.
I'll call Fitz. Tell him we need it ASAP.
Oh, and this one. She works at that shithole over on Franklin.
Patsy's.
Yeah, she wants to quit.
You do?
Well, as manager, I want to go back to waiting tables.
We should just shut it down.
Well, you can't close it.
Why not?
I depend upon it to feed my family.
You just quit.
That's the problem with having a family.
Well, I didn't think it would lead you to closing it.
Well, it's on its last legs anyway. We're planning on redeveloping that whole block.
If I stayed on as manager, would you keep it open?
Fine. Just don't lose any money.
Well, the only way to do that is to fire people. I mean, the old manager hired so many unreliable...
Did you hear what I said? Just keep it afloat.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Lip starts a new internship.
Head of sales and marketing? Yeah. Black coffee, extra hot splash at 2%. 4 double shots of espresso before noon, wears a new pair of socks every day, throws out the old ones. You'll help him put them on. He doesn't like to take the goggles off. Copy that. Kitchen is yours too. There's a grocery list on the bulletin board.
Elsewhere, Ian confronts Caleb about him sleeping with a woman.
How come you didn't come home last night or answer my text?
Busy.
Care to elaborate?
I don't know, ask Denise.
Is that what this is about? My high school girlfriend?
Your high school girlfriend, who you fuck.
Talking
I
about
saw you with her last night.
You're spying on me?
Yeah, because I knew you'd been cheating on me. So you didn't fuck Denise then?
Cheating would be if I suck some guy's cock, all right?
So you didn't sleep with her?
I didn't say that.
Oh, I'm confused.
How do you think I feel? You're the one calling me a cheater.
You still haven't answered the question. Did you or did you not fuck Denise?
What's the big deal?
What's the big deal?
She's an old friend.
Who you fuck?
We've been sleeping together since we were kids.
You're taking your dick, you're putting it into a vagina.
And you're telling me you've never done that before?
No, I haven't. I'm gay.
So am I. I don't want you freaking out the way you are right now.
Oh, geez, sorry. Hey, how should I react when he say you've been screwing a woman?
This is such a horrible turn of events for their relationship. I was actually really liking their relationship in season 6, and then they went and just destroyed it for no reason. It's kind of unfortunate how quickly characters get cycled through. Like, Caleb was only around for about a half a season last season, and then I think this is his last episode. Back at Patsy's, Fiona puts up a help wanted sign, hoping that it will bring in some new reliable workers so that she can replace the unreliable ones currently working there. And boy, do they start coming in. A girl named Sierra comes in for an interview, so she replaces Olga, the girl that showed up late earlier in the episode, with her.
When can you start?
As soon as you want me to.
That's great. It's minimum wage plus shared tips. See you tomorrow at noon for training.
Thank you so much, Miss Gallagher.
Hey, Olga?
Yeah.
You're fired.
You can't fire me. I'm the only woman of color, and I will sue your ass.
Excuse me, where's the manager? Hi, I saw your help wanted sign.
You're hired. Come back tomorrow at noon for training.
Back at the Gallagher house, Fiona finally gets off work and tries to go upstairs for bed when she sees that the entire staircase has been bricked off. We also see Frank pick up a woman from the alibi and bring her home with him. The next day, everyone wakes up downstairs because of Frank locking them out. A little bit later on, the FBI raids some of the servers from Lip's new job, and he's a little bit sketched out. Elsewhere, Kevin sees a topless maid service while taking the kids out for a walk, and a light bulb goes off in his head. Meanwhile, Ian does end up breaking up with Caleb because he kind of accuses Caleb of trying to get him to sleep with a woman, even though that was something that Ian decided to do all on his own. Yeah, this is just such an unfortunate way to end their relationship, in my opinion. Later that night, Fiona and Lip go out with new coworker Sierra, who comes on to Lip and basically immediately starts making out with him. Also, one of the girls that they're out with signs Fiona up for Tinder because she's just done with men. The next morning, Veronica shows up to wake up the Gallaghers before they start tearing down the bricks that Frank put up.
Why are you sleeping with random dudes anyway?
Why am I not hooking up with random dudes?
Some sort of rebound thing from Sean?
I'd have to care for it to be a Sean rebound thing.
Honey, you said the same thing about Frank.
You seriously think that I give a fuck about Sean or Frank?
It's been weeks and you haven't talked at all about what happened on your wedding day.
Because there's nothing to talk about. So I'm not gonna talk about it. Ever.
And then 2 seconds later, she does this. Episode 3 opens up with Lip sleeping over at Sierra's house, as the two are now sort of an item. Elsewhere, Frank wakes up in the middle of a homeless shelter that he is now living in with the woman from the episode prior. He tells her about a nightmare that he had where his kids were ripping his flesh off of his body, and so he takes this as a sign that he's found a new family. The next day, Frank decides to adopt a few people from the homeless shelter as his new family, even assigning them his old kids' names. So we have new Fiona, new Lip, new Debbie, new Carl, new Ian. Back at the Gallagher house, Luther stops by bright and early and reveals to Carl that he gave Dominique gonorrhea. Meanwhile, Svetlana's father visits Chicago to stay with Kevin and Veronica.
What the fuck? What the fuck is going on here?
This is my father. He's staying with us for a while.
While at work, Ian accidentally sets a woman free from her restraints. Actually, it's not really an accident. He does it on purpose because he thinks that she's not going to hurt herself, but she ends up jumping out of a moving ambulance and into oncoming traffic. Meanwhile, Fiona leaves work early to pick Liam up from daycare after he's been misbehaving. When she returns to Patsy's, Frank and his new family are out at the diner trying to cause a scene. Frank asks her why she's being so heartless.
Okay, can we get some food for my
No, Frank.
hungry,
You all
formerly
stink, and $6 won't even cover coffee.
Okay, good, as we discussed. 1, 2, 3. Oh, no, you're gonna throw up?
Okay, fine. Just shut up!
There we go.
No, none for the adults.
Bitch. You tell him, new Fiona,
That's new Fiona?
if the bra fits.
Okay. Out, or I swear to God I'm gonna call the cops.
You wouldn't.
Here I go.
Wait, you'd call the cops?
Uh-huh.
What kind of a Gallagher are you?
I'm not a Gallagher. You disowned me, remember?
You just keep ripping my bones out, don't you?
Out.
Then she leaves work early yet again to go get Ian, who has just been told by his coworkers that it would be beneficial for him to leave early.
I'm gonna cover for your ass this time, but I need you to watch this.
Rita, I'm taking my meds.
You wanna keep your job, Gallagher?
Ian, if Rita's telling you to go home, you need to listen. Even if it seems unfair, even if you're feeling great.
Come on, Ian. I'll drive you home.
What are you doing here?
She's your emergency contact.
Well, I'm not having an emergency.
I disagree.
Rita, I'm not manic, okay?
You drove way too fast on the way.
You're making breakfast in the middle of the night, Ian. Your meds can go out of balance when you go through a high-stress thing like a breakup.
Just take the week off and go to a doctor.
Frank and his new family head to an open house to steal some of the cookies from the realtor, and then they come up with a plan to literally start squatting in this open house, and somehow this works. When Fiona returns to Patsy's yet again, the store is in complete chaos. Elsewhere, Debbie tries to shoplift from a store.
You're leaving? Yeah, sorry, nothing fit.
Butter. Well, could I tempt you with this new white gold baby cuff? Just got it in this weekend.
Cute. Maybe
Could you have taken any longer? That's her. She's stealing. What? I'm not stupid like your baby's name.
They call Fiona, who has to yet again leave work early. This is the third time.
I'm here. She's sorry. Let's go, Debs. Not so fast. She was shoplifting, so unless you're able to pay for everything she was taking, then
How much?
$2,423.82.
In baby clothes?
And mommy clothes. And if you're not going to pay, I'm calling the police.
Don't call the police.
She wasn't shoplifting. She just forgot to pay. She does that sometimes. She forgets things. It's a symptom of her low IQ.
Fiona!
She's retarded.
That's a deeply offensive word.
That's right, Debs. You tell her.
Meanwhile, Lip continues to be treated like shit at his new internship.
What is that? Well, it's a condom attached to his dick, attached to a tube, and it fills up that bag. Just change it before it overflows. You're an intern. Grunt work is the job, and I've changed it twice already, so.
I have got to piss.
Meanwhile, back at the Gallagher house, Carl tells Ian and Lip that he does not have gonorrhea, but somehow gave it to his girlfriend Dominique. So Ian and Lip kind of have to explain to Carl that if he doesn't have it, he could not have given it to her, so she cheated on him, basically. And so later that night, he follows Dominique to a frat house. Back at Patsy's, Fiona does some research into Margot's past and finds out that she is a high school dropout and owns like half the South Side. This is where a light bulb goes off in Fiona's head, where she decides she wants that life for herself. The next morning, Fiona calls a family meeting between all the siblings where she demands everyone in the family pay a share of the rent and utilities.
All right, so it used to be that we had a squirrel fund. Everybody contributed what they could, but I carried the bulk of it because I was the only grown-up. But time's passed and things have changed. Most of us are grown-ups now, or at least pretending to be. I ran the numbers, and I came up with a system that I think is fair.
What's this?
That's what you have to pay every month towards the bills if you want to stay here.
We want to stay here?
If you want us all to stay together, to stay a family. Otherwise, I'll rent out your rooms or sell the house.
How am I gonna afford $375?
You're not in school, Debs. You could get a job.
Who's gonna watch the baby?
Not my problem. The house and the bills are all in my name, and it's my credit that's fucked if we don't pay.
And then she tells everybody that she needs to be put at the bottom of all of their emergency contact lists.
I want you all to put me at the bottom of your emergency contact list because I have a plan for my life. I can't do it if I'm getting a call every 5 minutes about one of you. And just so we're clear, I am just as likely as anyone else in this family to make something of myself. And it's about time you got that, you arrogant shit.
Personally, I see where Fiona is coming from on this. Like, it would be annoying to me too, but also, girl, you are literally their legal guardian now. And at the end of the episode, Veronica stops by and tells the Gallaghers what's going on down the street with Frank's new homeless shelter.
What is this? Looks like communist Russia.
Gallagher home for the homeless?
Frank, you can't have a homeless shelter here.
I beg to differ, neighbor.
Fiona stands outside the diner and tells her employees they are now open 24/7. She tells everybody her plan to host a speakeasy party for the next day, and everybody thinks it's a genuinely pretty good idea. In the morning, Fiona collects rent from all the siblings before telling Fiona she has 2 weeks to cough up the rest of her share or else she's kicked out. Before suggesting that she go get a job at the donut shop, Fiona then runs upstairs to go get some shut-eye for the first time because she's been out all night at Patsy's, and Debbie leaves Franny with Fiona while she applies for the job at donut shop. Halfway through her nap, Fiona is called into work, so she brings Franny back to Debbie because she cannot watch her. Debbie loses out on the job at the donut place. Elsewhere, Carl spends time with Luther, and the two are actually like now best friends because Carl has proven himself to Luther by exposing Dominique's relationship with that college-age boy. They go to the shooting range before Luther suggests Carl go to the military school he attended in Georgia to escape his crazy family life. Ian returns home from work, and as he's walking inside, he meets Trevor, who complains about recent anti-homeless sentiment by the rich folks in town. Trevor then asks Ian out on a date. Since getting a job kind of blew up in her face, Debbie decides to instead make a dating profile to attract a man to provide for her.
Listen to everything he says. Huh, good point, I can do that. To cook for him. Yeah. To cuddle. Yes. For emotional support. Hell yes. To nurture him. Yeah. Damn straight, I am a kick-ass nurturer. Harry, your mother is a catch.
Keep in mind, she's still only 15 years old. With all the anti-homeless sentiment going on in town, Frank decides to rally all of his family to clean up the streets of Chicago to prove themselves to the rich yuppies. Meanwhile, on his date, Ian learns that Trevor is a trans man, and because Ian's never actually been around any trans people, he kind of sticks his foot in his mouth a little bit and like misgenders him and stares at his nether regions. He apologizes to Trevor because he does genuinely like him, but he's also like trying to figure out how it all works because Ian's been so sheltered from that side of the LGBTQ plus community. Elsewhere, Lip stays late at his new job and learns that his work is up to some really illegal shit while snooping around in the server room. After this, he heads home and Fiona tells him about her speakeasy plan.
Planning this big after hours at Patsy's. Trying to promote our new times, get the club kids in.
Sounds like a lot of work. Why fix what ain't broke, though?
I want to do something different, something that's mine.
Carl and Debbie were blowing up my phone today.
Anything serious?
If it was, I was at work.
I was at work too. And I was getting paid for it.
I have the potential to make a fuck ton of money. All right, and help this family in a real way.
Not doing it for your family.
Hey, how much does restaurant management pay? I bet it's less than a fuck ton.
Fiona then runs upstairs, packs a bag, and leaves for Patsy's because she's tired of sleeping in a house where people don't respect her and people constantly treat her like shit and shut down all of her ideas like the speakeasy.
I took the GED so you would stay in school. I waitressed my ass off so that you could go to college and drink yourself sick. The past 10 years, I've taken care of every single Gallagher in this family except one. I'm done.
The next day, Lip returns to work and is paid off by his internship with iPads after learning about the server room.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, but before you do that, I'm gonna need you to sign this NDA. If you say anything about anything to anybody, you'll be sued. Hard.
Right after this, the feds raid the building and Lip runs out. Elsewhere, Frank meets with the city council about his shelter. The council says that the shelter raises crime in the neighborhood and disrupts the peace. Frank pleads his case that the shelter is helping to house multiple people who are homeless in the neighborhood. But this isn't enough and Frank loses the vote, which ultimately decides whether or not they can stay in the house. Also, Fiona goes to the Alibi to ask Veronica's opinion about dresses and themes and stuff for her new speakeasy.
Hey, can you lend me like 6 cases of beer and 20 bottles of wine? Also, thrift store on Ogden. Which one screams illegal booze party? You okay?
Sure. Except you only come around when you need something.
I've had a hell of a day. Haven't really spoken in weeks, and you waltz in, no hi, how are you? Just give me the...
What about the insane day I had being manager of Patsy's?
When did that happen?
Weeks ago. You'd have known if you'd bothered to check in with me.
I was just at your house yesterday. Suppose you were too busy kicking Debbie out to notice.
I asked her to get a job, like a responsible human. Not staple a photo of her tits to a pole with her phone number beneath it, like your wife told her to.
She has a good chest. She should use it.
Mind your fucking business.
Hey, we have some things we need to discuss. We'll do it later.
You're busy. Babies, a bar, a bride. No time for me and my shit. I got a party to plan.
What the hell was that? Did you see how rude she was to Lana? Debbie asked Lana for help.
She uses people. You have outgrown her. Move on.
So from this point on, they don't really speak to each other that often. Their relationship is in jeopardy, I would say. Their friendship very much is on a standstill for a while going forward from this fight. Later that night, Fiona returns to Patsy's and the speakeasy begins. Lip hands Fiona the iPads from his work as an apology for not seeing the vision in her speakeasy. And at the end of the episode, Frank chains himself to the shelter while the news runs a story on them being thrown out. The fifth episode opens with Frank's house being bought up by a billionaire to save the homeless people from going out onto the streets yet again.
Mr. Gallagher, perhaps you've heard of Simon Epstein, the real estate mogul. After seeing you on the news, he immediately contacted our community service organization.
You're kicking us out?
No, Mr. Gallagher. Simon Epstein purchased this house for the Southside homeless.
A billionaire with a bleeding heart and a big dick bought this place for me?
Back at the Gallagher house, the washing machine dies, forcing Fiona to do her laundry at the laundromat. She learns that Etta, the owner of the building, is considering selling it as she's too old to keep the business up and running.
Some of your machines are broken too, huh?
Oh, people keep using slugs so they won't have to pay. They get jammed in there tighter than a string bikini in my ass. I ain't fishing them out.
You wouldn't have to deal with quarters if you got swipe cards.
Tell that to the new owners. Not that they'd care anyway.
You're selling the place?
Ah, those North Side suits. They've been poking around trying to buy out my lease. I think they're trying to rack up the whole block. I told them to get lost.
What do they want to do with it?
Turn it into a Starbucks or a cheese and wine shop. I can't handle this place since Wendell died.
You know, we tripled customers over at Patsy's when we updated.
I'm too old for that. Worried about my babies, though.
Meanwhile, Kevin, Veronica, and Svetlana agree to adopt each other's children. Frank tells Debbie to go and beg in order to make money for rent. While begging, Debbie gets into a fight with a homeless lady, and this entire thing is filmed by Derek's sister. Elsewhere, Fiona stops by Margot's office and reports that her business is doing really well. She asks for a cut in the profits of the building, but is turned down. Meanwhile, Carl is rejected from military school because he is white, and the rest of the spots are going to people of color. The next morning, Veronica drops Fiona's stuff off as the two are still fighting. Ian judges Fiona for putting herself before everyone else in order to make the diner a better place.
Jesus, any colder in here, we're gonna need parkas. What's with you and V?
Really couldn't go to the laundromat just like everyone else?
Well, just because you and I said we're going out doesn't mean I have to. What's up with you?
What's up with me? I'm working around the clock. I'm doing great. What's up with you?
Jesus, how hard can managing a fucking diner be for you to stop giving a shit about us and V?
Who says I don't give a shit? I'm not gonna apologize for getting my life together. V will be fine once she realizes that self-improvement is not a crime, and so will all of you.
She's really in her boss bitch era, if we're being completely honest. Carl learns that he's part Native American and can still apply for a scholarship. Back at college, Lip visits his friend, and together they decide to hack into his internship to finally get him a paycheck. Meanwhile, Debbie meets Neil, Sierra's brother, who is in a wheelchair. We learn that due to an accident Neil had many years ago, he doesn't have a filter when talking to people and oftentimes sexualizes or jokes about the person that he's talking to right in front of their faces. Back at the laundromat, Fiona offers to buy the building from Etta instead of the quote-unquote suits, but Etta turns her down because rich people always win. Fiona sees this as her opportunity to really make something of herself. We've seen in the last few episodes her go from the manager at a quote-unquote shithole diner to completely turning the place around with fun and creative ideas, uniforms, and a 24/7 menu. By offering to buy up this laundromat, Fiona is essentially looking to own something. Because she doesn't own the diner, she's not getting that much in return for her time and investments like the new menus, the better staff, and the extra work. So she figures why not start from scratch with the laundromat down the street. After returning, Margot confronts Fiona about asking for a raise earlier, and she reluctantly admits that she's completely turned the place around.
Mushroom turkey burger with sweet potato fries is our most popular.
Chad said you stopped by today, asking for a raise.
We're doing great. I think I earned it. Food cost is at 35%.
Lots of new items on this menu.
I removed 20 old items that weren't selling, and I saved 2% on meat costs by getting rid of the triple beef burger.
Labor costs?
Down to 28%. I deserve that raise.
I authorized Chad to give you 25 extra bucks a week.
I asked for 50.
We're negotiating now?
Yeah, we are.
You got a city block for sale somewhere, or rundown apartment building and it's some up-and-coming neighborhood, because those are the only people that I negotiate with. And throwing you a bone, take it, and I will take that mushroom turkey burger.
The next day, DCFS arrives and proclaims Debbie is now under investigation for child neglect due to the video that was taken of her fighting a homeless lady. We learn here in episode 6 that Svetlana is having sex with her own dad. Meanwhile, Fiona offers to buy the laundromat yet again, and Etta actually agrees this time. Fiona lets her stay in the apartment upstairs.
What if you could stay?
Well, they won't let me.
I would. I can go to the bank right now, ask for a loan for $100 grand. I bet they'll do it.
You want my laundromat?
You wouldn't have to leave your apartment. You could come sit on your stool anytime you want. We can even keep Wendell's name on the sign. You get what you want, I get what I want, and for no extra charge, you get to tell these Northsiders to go fuck themselves.
Okay.
At dinner, Debbie reveals to Sierra, Lip, Carl, and Ian that she and Neil are engaged. None of them are really that supportive of them, which is telling, but also it makes sense because it's only been like a few days.
Sierra thinks you're only with me for my money.
What, you said that?
You don't think it's a good idea either.
Look, Debs, you don't need to do this to get the DCFS off your back.
Shut up, Lip. What kind of choices do you think I have? You may see someone who's brain damaged, but I see someone who doesn't lie. Like all the other guys I've ever been with. He'll take care of me, and I'll make sure my baby won't ever get taken away from me. What kind of choices do you think Neil has? Are you gonna always be there to look out for him? Because I will. I'll cook for him, and I'll do his laundry. You think he's gonna find a better deal somewhere else?
We're engaged.
That's why I wanted all of you here.
The next day, Debbie arrives at the laundromat to ask Fiona for her approval to get married because Frank doesn't approve of the union. Meanwhile, the FBI raids and fully shuts down Lip's internship job. Fiona officially signs the papers to buy the laundromat.
So I heard from the bank, they'll give me a loan for 80 grand.
For what?
For the laundromat, the lease?
You'd give me $80,000 for this place? I never thought it was worth that much.
Do you remember our conversation yesterday?
Of course I do.
You said that you'd sell it to me.
I know what I said.
And I'm gonna let you live upstairs, remember? I have a term sheet here. I just have to write the number in.
Give it here. And where do I sign? It's all yours.
Meanwhile, at the alibi, Kevin Veronica confronts Svetlana about Kevin seeing her sleeping with her own father earlier in the episode.
We know about Yvonne.
How did you find out?
Doesn't matter.
He threatened to cut my fingers off if I told you we were married. He even showed me the cleaver he would use.
Hold up, did you say married?
Yes, Yvonne is husband, not father. You knew this.
So you didn't fuck your dad?
Not since I left Russia.
You're married to someone else?
A little bit later on, Lip tells Fiona that buying the laundromat is a huge mistake.
Ask me how my day was.
I'm really not in the mood.
It was fucking awesome. Ask me why. I bought the laundromat across the street.
What'd that set you back about?
80 grand. Well, I'm getting the loan.
What collateral?
The house.
Yeah, you don't own the house.
It's in my name.
Yeah, but it belongs to all of us.
It's in my name.
You're gonna risk the house?
No, because I'm gonna make every payment.
The fuck do you know about running a laundromat?
What the fuck did I know about running a diner?
Well, this dump had no place to go but up.
The laundromat's a great business. No employees, no spoilage. It's a great investment, too. It's only gonna increase in value once I fix the place up. I'm gonna turn it into a scene, like I told you. You were into it. I got a plan.
I don't give a shit about your plan.
Why not? How about, way to go, sis, or I believe in you? Is that so fucking hard?
You're making a huge mistake.
How huge? Huh? Like blowing a grant and getting kicked out of college? That huge?
Also in this episode, Frank's family throw him out of the house that he got them when they find out that he's been hoarding wealth. And at the end of the episode, we find out that Carl has gotten into military school.
Don't make me come down there and embarrass the hell out of you.
I'm gonna come back a man.
Heading home.
Patsy's.
No, it's not too late. You can still back out of that loan.
So it's Liam's first day of elementary school, and when he's on his way over, he finds out that the building is closed. Frank takes him to the local private school, which has replaced Liam's old one, so that Frank can complain about being too poor to get Liam into this school. And after all this complaining, by the end of the school day, the principal of the school pulls Frank aside and offers a spot for Liam. Elsewhere, in preparation for DCFS's visit to Neil's house, Debbie moves all the knives out of reach and rearranges the entire kitchen. A little bit later on, Debbie goes to her first day of sophomore year and tries to drop out because she has a husband-to-be and she doesn't need to be in high school anymore, according to her. The principal says that she has 2 years of high school left, which would make her a junior here in this episode. That doesn't make any sense because she is still 15, so that puts her at sophomore age. Meanwhile, Fiona discovers a list of issues with the laundromat. Half of the machines are leaking, and she eventually finds out that there's a gas leak as well. This forces her to stay at the laundromat and kind of abandon Debbie at the courthouse. A little bit later on, Fiona goes to Margot and asks how she got where she is. And Margot gives her some pretty bad advice.
Can I ask you something, or are you too busy? How did you get where you are?
Just dumb luck.
I bought a small business, and it's costing way more than I thought it would. And if you have any tips for first-time owners?
Yeah, don't do it.
What?
99% of the people who ask for my advice don't have a clue what it takes. They fantasize about skydiving, but they never get on a plane. And if they do, they're too scared to jump. But don't feel bad. Most people are pussies. It costs a lot of money to make money, and it's a hell of a lot easier just to be an employee for the rest of their lives. Less stress.
Fiona then returns to the laundromat and takes her check back from Etta, who hasn't deposited yet, because she decided she doesn't want to own the building anymore when she finds out about all the issues in said building. Ewan shows up at Patsy's to tell Lip that he has an appeal hearing with the school board at the college he used to go to basically kind of undo his expulsion and let him back into classes. And Lip at first does not want to do this, but Sierra convinces him to go because she wants him to pursue his future. Back at the bar, Svetlana reveals to Kevin and Veronica that she, quote, dealt with their problem. Meanwhile, Lip arrives at Sierra's house to pick her up for their date together. Lip discovers Sierra's ex, Charlie, is also a struggling addict. Later that night at the arcade, Sierra gets a call from a neighbor complaining that Charlie left their son Lucas at their doorstep hours ago and has not shown back up. The next day, Fiona decides to rewrite the check and deposit it in Etta's account so that she can fully buy the laundromat because she decides that with all of its quirks, she still wants it. At the beginning of the episode, Fiona is woken up by Etta, who tries to kick her out, as she's forgotten that Fiona is the new owner. Throughout this whole episode, Fiona tries to renovate the entire building by herself because nobody is available to help her. Etta decides to use the big fat check that Fiona wrote her to start ordering a bunch of useless gifts for herself. Meanwhile, Svetlana hides Kevin's van for insurance money and just tells him that it was stolen. Kevin heads back to the house where he finds out Svetlana has randomly started a fake passport business. She then tells him it's going to be their new revenue stream now that the van is gone. After Kevin yells at her for selling the van, she brings him to where the van is being hidden and reveals that it's just an insurance money scam. Meanwhile, Debbie brings Franny over to Derek's family's house. She claims that them calling DCFS woke her up, and now she's on the right track. After this meeting, Derek's family agree to go over to Debbie's house to see where Franny is living and see how the situation is going over there. And after this visit, they say that they will support her if DCFS comes knocking on their door. Elsewhere, Lip goes to the laundromat to ask Fiona for time off so that he can go to his appeal, and when Fiona grants him the day off, he just has to let this out.
Trying to do it all by yourself?
Out of money, so yeah.
I'm biting my tongue pretty hard here.
I appreciate that. What do you need?
Is it all right if I switch my dishwashing shift with Julio's night shift?
No problem.
Great. See how I did that? You know how I asked your permission before trading shifts? You might want to borrow a page from that book next time you're thinking about making any large purchases.
Ask your permission?
Now ask my fucking opinion.
Fiona takes Etta's credit card away because they don't have room in the laundromat to keep all of these giant gifts. Meanwhile, Frank breaks into the Gallagher house to, quote-unquote, be a better father by cleaning up the house and making food for everybody and trying to win his way back into the hearts of his kids. He tries to fix the washing machine, but only makes it worse before it starts flooding. Ian tells a story about how Lip once walked 8 miles to find an action figure of his when he was 7 years old. Lip then speaks to the board about how he wants to be around great minds again, like Professor Ewan's, and that he would like to continue his schooling. He learns that his appeal is is denied because of all the horrible things that happened last season that he did. Ian returns home and chases Frank out of the house once he sees that he's trying to do better, and just on time, Frank's fake old family that threw him out a few episodes ago chase him down the street as well. Elsewhere at the laundromat, Fiona is still pulling up tiles by herself. Kevin drops by to get her opinion on Svetlana being a member of his relationship. Fiona listens to his stories about Svetlana's dad, husband.
And the craziest part of it all is that V doesn't even seem to care. I feel like V might be in love with her more than me.
You're practically married to Svetlana, so I don't want to say anything now that I can't take back later if you're just gonna go home and make up. That makes me the asshole, like, forever.
I need you to tell me the truth. That's what I'm here for.
Okay. I never trusted Svetlana. Not for a single minute, not since the day that I met her. Because I was raised by a con artist, so I know one when I see one. And when V married her to keep her in the country, I understood because she was providing childcare and help at the bar, and I thought it's about convenience. And then the next thing I know, my best friend is married to and in love with a Russian hand whore con artist who's turned her against me, so it's too late for me to say anything about it, which is maybe the biggest mistake of my life because I miss her every fucking day.
Etta then gets a delivery for cat food, which angers Fiona even more because she's already sent back so many different things.
You, Etta?
Jesus, what'd you order now?
A whole lot of cat food. Is this an animal shelter or something?
No, just stack it in the back.
Debbie arrives shortly after to ask Fiona for a fake job at the laundromat.
See my credit card. QVC's running a sale on wine racks. I've always wanted a wine rack.
No, Etta, I've not seen it.
I need a job, and I wasted the whole day trying to make nice with Derek's family, and now I have to go grocery shopping and cook dinner for Neil.
When Fiona offers Debbie an actual job so that the workload can go a little bit faster, Debbie accuses Fiona of not even listening to her.
If I tell DCFS that I work here and they check it, can you confirm it with them?
I can actually do better. I can offer you actual work.
Now?
Yep.
Did you not just hear me say I have to grocery shop and cook dinner? God, you literally never listen to me.
Etta casually lets out a slur while the delivery woman is there, and then the two get into an argument over it.
That goddamn chick down at the market must have stole my car.
Nice language.
Look, she's got dementia. Cut her a break.
Lived through Pearl Harbor.
Fiona, I am in good clothes. Do you expect me to just
The Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. I'm Chinese.
You stole my credit
Are you
card.
seriously accusing me?
She has fucking dementia. She's not accusing you of anything.
Can you just laugh at me this once, Fiona? I have had a shitty day!
Closed up! Do you see it open? It's closed! What would you like me to tell them that you are doing here, huh?
Well, why is everybody yelling?
Are you really laughing at me?
I think she's just tired of Dubs.
Yeah, well, so am I. You know what? Fucking forget it, Fiona. Have a great day.
Once Debbie leaves, the ceiling quite literally collapses, and the only thing Fiona can do is laugh hysterically.
Holy Jesus. I can't tell if you're laughing or crying. I don't know what we're laughing about.
Not only did she have to pay hundreds of dollars to fix the gas leaks and the flooring and the leaking machines, now she has to deal with the ceiling, which has literally just caved in on itself. So Kevin leaves for the alibi so he can go get as many people to come help Fiona as possible because he can see that she's clearly not doing well. When Debbie returns to the apartment, Neil reveals to her that Celia took Franny. Back at Patsy's, Lip attacks Charlie for bothering Sierra, and then the fight spills out into the road.
Stop! Doing! Fucking stop! Stop! Stop it!
Hey!
All right, okay, it's over. Let's go, let's go!
Okay.
You gonna give me shit now?
They didn't take you back. You don't fucking need them, all right? You know what the fuck you talking about?
At the laundromat, Kevin asks Fiona if he can stay at her house, to which she says yes, because obviously Kevin is going through a bit of a rough patch in his throuple. Frank also asks if he can stay at the house again, and Fiona denies this before Etta comes downstairs and believes Frank to be her dead husband. So Frank smells an opportunity, and the opportunity being that he can move in with Etta in the apartment upstairs. The episode begins with a semi pulling up in frame, which reveals Monica has returned to Chicago. While she tries to get back with Frank, she is completely ignored by him when she tries to apologize for leaving the kids and him. Keep in mind, this is her first time back in the show since season 5, and the first time since season 2 that these two have shared a screen. Next morning, Fiona finds Monica on her porch. She completely ignores her when Monica asks about the kids and walks off and pretends as if Monica isn't even there. Monica then calls Ian, who explains to Trevor why she's such a slippery slope to be around. Ian invites Monica to his dinner with Trevor later that day. Debbie then returns to the Gallagher house where she reunites with Monica, who is still sitting on the front porch. Monica then reunites with Kevin and Liam inside the Gallagher house. Debbie tells Monica about the situation with her in-laws stealing Franny, and this is where Monica decides that that's just not going to fly, so they head back to Derek's house.
Attention residents! According to the bylaws of Public Act 9470, the child is only granted custody to the grandparents only when the child's mother is deemed unfit by the court, nor has the baby been declared in any physical danger, nor has the child's home been deemed hazardous, so you have no legal right to keep Franny from her mom. I'm getting my motherfucking granddaughter back. Back that bitch before I knock those cheap extensions right off your head.
Fiona heads to the laundromat where she officially reopens Wendell's. A little bit later on, she gets her first negative review, so that puts a little bit of a dent in her happiness. Meanwhile, at the Alibi, Lip arrives and reunites with Monica. Monica claims she's going to make good on her promise to give back to the kids, and Lip tries to shut that down because he doesn't believe that it's actually going to happen.
So what brings you back to town?
Frank and the kid. I'm gonna make good. You hear that, Lip? I got a plan. I'm gonna set you and the kids up for life. Let me do something for you. What do you need? Money, something for college?
I'm not in college anymore.
Got drunk, smashed a car up with a crowbar.
They kick you out for that? Kids get drunk and smash it up all the time. That's what college is for. Those jerks. Well, in 10 years when you cure cancer, they're gonna come at you with an honorary...
Hey, Monica, fuck off, huh?
Elsewhere, Monica arrives for her date with Trevor and Ian.
Well, hey.
Bar's closed.
Aw, shit. Well, I'm gonna find a cowboy bar.
Oh, no, Trevor won't go there because they card.
Are you underage?
No. Let me see your ID. Fuck. Ah, you are underage. Why wouldn't you just get a fake ID like everybody else?
I'm not fucking underage.
Hey, if he doesn't want to show you, he doesn't have to show you, hon. Forget it.
It's an old license.
So?
Pre-transition.
You're trans? I've been so.
Oh, thanks. Make you show proof of gender confirmation surgery, so let's all gawk at the freak show, yeah?
Whether or not his intention is to see a pre-transition picture of himself or he thinks Trevor's just being dramatic, I don't know.
I was just giving you shit, dickwad.
Oh, fuck you.
No, stop the name calling, okay? It's just getting crazy with you. Ian just gets a little wound up, just like his mom.
Why are you here?
To see you.
No, why are you here now? See, this is what she does. She just parachutes into your life like, hi, I'm here now. I could have used a mom when I broke my collarbone at 12. Or when I got my heart smashed for the first time.
She apologized. Move on.
I'm sorry.
Who won?
No.
Okay.
Ian, come on. Dude, I'm sorry.
Come on,
Ian,
babe.
come on. Ian, I just got here.
And so the date kind of just blows up in everyone's faces. Back at the house, Lip, Ian, and Fiona all air out their grievances with Monica. Lip bets Fiona $20 that she will break and Monica will eventually get on her nerves. The next morning, Monica stops by the laundromat and tries to apologize to Fiona. Fiona gets really flustered, so she heads over to the diner.
I don't blame you for hating me. I hate myself, but I'm gonna make good. So Debbie showed me a photo of Carl in his military uniform. So sharp and medium at Hopkins Academy. Debbie's a mom. Must have done something right. And you did great things too, Fiona. Taking care of all the kids. You, amazing. You did such a better job than I could have. I'm proud of you. I don't know, my head is killing me.
Also, Kevin, Veronica, and Svetlana go to couples therapy to attempt to solve their problems. After the session, Kevin tells them that he feels really happy that they did this and that it's a good step in their relationship to get back on track. And then immediately, When the new liquor vendor walks in and asks for a signature, they find out that Svetlana is the new owner of the alibi, and the marriage papers that they were signing were actually sales documents. A little bit later on at the custody hearing, Debbie is given custody of Franny, despite Monica causing a bit of a scene. Debbie heads to the laundromat and officially asks Fiona for a real job there. She promises to be on her best behavior and to listen to Fiona whenever she's asked to do something. Frank finally reunites with Monica again on his own terms, and she tells him that she is dying. Later that night, Fiona gives Lip the $20 because she's clearly lost the Monica bet. And at the end of the episode, Ian and Trevor finally reconcile after their argument the night before. This is when police come knocking, and Ian finds out that Mickey Milkovich has escaped from prison. Fiona gets a call from Chad, who tells her that Margot is at the diner asking for her. Margot offers to buy the laundromat from Fiona for $80,000. When Fiona declines this offer, Margot raises it to $90,000, which would be a $10,000 profit for her. Meanwhile, Lip wakes up from a bender on the L train. He returns home and is taunted by his parents. Monica then takes Frank underneath the house to show him her hidden stash of guns. She wants to rob a police evidence room so that they can leave an inheritance for the kids once she's dead. A little bit later on, Lip clocks into work drunk, leaving all the other waitresses a little bit uncomfortable because he's stumbling around and breaking dishes and cutting himself on broken glass and stuff, so they call Fiona rightfully. Then Fiona arrives and tells Lip to go home.
You wasted? On the clock?
What, Sierra tell you something?
No.
What are you, my babysitter now?
Are you?
I came in a little hungover. I've got her under control.
Go home before I have to fire you.
Yeah, fire me for what, huh?
You want to piss away every single chance that comes your way, including this job, that's your business. But don't drag me into it. Go home and sleep it off. You're done here today.
Back at the laundromat, Kevin tells Fiona about how Svetlana conned them out of the bar and asks Fiona to make things right with Veronica because she misses her. Also in this episode, Ian reunites with Mickey.
You like the high school bleachers? Spot, man. Cops come talking to you. Think I'd snitch?
Monica and Frank fail to perform a heist at the police station because they get cold feet. The next day, Lip wakes up having broken into Helene's house, and she comes downstairs to tell him to go and move on. Meanwhile, at the diner, Margot offers Fiona $160,000 for the laundromat, which is double the price that she paid for it.
I promised Etta Teasdale a place to live if she sold me her lease. Who? The old lady that I bought the laundromat from.
Well, you can take her cats in her chair and put her in an assisted living. She probably won't even know the difference. They get to play lots of bingo. They love that.
I'm starting to turn a profit. My family works there. People in the neighborhood depend on it. Why should I sell if I'm doing well?
All right, name your price. 120?
I just don't think that my conscience will allow me to sell.
You've been doing your research, huh? I'm redeveloping the whole block. I will give you $160,000, which is double what you paid for that lease. It is that, or I will go redevelop another shitty block. And there are plenty of those left around here.
After pondering it for a few hours, she does eventually decide to take Margot's deal and sell the building. The next day, Ian leaves Chicago with Mickey and starts ignoring Trevor's calls. Elsewhere, Fiona and Veronica finally make up after their fighting all season. And at the end of the episode, Lip finally attends an AA meeting. Ian and Mickey make it to Oklahoma. Elsewhere, Fiona receives the check from Margot, which confirms that she did in fact sell the laundromat.
I didn't have to hire a new dishwasher. If I catch you drinking on the job again.
You want to breathalyze me? What's that for?
I sold the laundromat.
Already? How much you lose?
I didn't. Can you believe it? Once I pay off the mortgage and pay Etta back for the improvements, I'll have 75 grand.
Fuck, I can't stop staring at it. I didn't think I'd make this much money in my life.
Yeah, you better cash that before it bounces.
Figure I should be smart with the money after I blow a little on something fun. Can you pretend to be happy for me?
Oh, no, I gotta go. You know, those of us in the underclass, we have shit to do.
Fiona uses the check to buy a car for herself, which would be the first ever time she's had transportation other than the L train. Also, Frank and Monica decide to get married yet again. Even though they're already married, they decide to renew their vows. During an AA meeting, Lip meets fellow recovering addict Brad, and the two become friends. Fiona decides to bring Etta to live with her temporarily as the laundromat is being completely renovated by Margot. During their marriage ceremony, Frank and Monica get into a huge fist fight.
I forgive you for promising me to that drug dealer in exchange for crystal meth. I forgive you for dragging me 3 blocks with the car.
Okay, sweetheart, that was an accident.
No, it wasn't, my love.
How was I supposed to know that your dress was caught in the door?
Because I was screaming.
The radio was blaring. Layla, remember?
No, don't fucking lie to me, Frank.
It was a blowjob!
Elsewhere, Fiona meets Ryan at the laundromat as it's being torn down. A little bit later on, she goes to his apartment and sleeps with him before he just randomly offers to sell her his apartment because it's becoming a little bit too much for him to handle. Fiona heads back to the house and toasts Frank and Monica.
Who wants to give the first toast? Stand up, get up, come on.
I'll do it. All right.
What can I say about Frank and Monica that hasn't already been said? You deserve each other.
Here, here.
You're here.
The next day, Fiona brings Etta to an assisted living facility. Also, Ian decides to leave Mickey at the border.
Ian, we're one step from the finish line.
I love you.
Then get in the fucking car.
It's not. This isn't me anymore. I'm sorry.
That's it, huh?
And at the end of the episode, Frank wakes up and discovers that Monica has died in her sleep.
Wakey, wakey. Wakey, wakey. Monica? Come on, sweetheart. Come on, open your eyes. Come on!
The episode opens with Ian returning to Chicago. We also see Carl getting told the bad news while in military school. Meanwhile, at the hospital, we do learn that Monica did die last night of an aneurysm.
Monica, your mother?
Yeah.
We made every attempt to revive her, but we were unsuccessful.
So she's dead?
Yes.
Drug overdose?
No, she died from a massive cerebral hemorrhage.
After Fiona breaks the news to Frank, he leaves them at the hospital. Back at the Gallagher house, each kid takes something that they want to keep from Monica's purse. The next day, Carl finally returns home and makes breakfast for everybody. Elsewhere, Fiona heads to work where she looks up the number for Monica's father's company and leaves a message stating that his daughter is dead. Later on, Fiona looks over the paperwork to buy the apartment building from Ryan. She's ultimately hesitant about taking on another investment opportunity, but she does decide to go with her gut and sign the papers. Afterwards, she and Veronica go over burial options for Monica. Elsewhere, Ian heads over to Trevor to apologize for going AWOL on him. Meanwhile, Frank, Carl, and Debbie raid Monica's storage unit to find $70,000 worth of meth. During the family meeting, Fiona threatens to flush all the meth down the toilet.
It's her gift to you.
No way. Nope, it's getting flushed down the toilet.
Fuck it is. Hey, hands on.
Give me the meth,
This
Frank.
is not... Nobody flushes $70,000 worth of maternal bequest down the drain.
Wait, how much?
A pound of high-quality methamphetamine, which this clearly is, worth 10 grand on the street.
She probably stole it, Frank.
What you do with your pound is your choice, but this is not a dictatorship, Fiona. This is America. And in America, we like democracy. All Gallagher's in favor of flushing $70,000 of your future down the drain. Raise your hand.
Lip, Ian.
I don't know. Maybe we should sleep on it.
Lip.
What?
Debbie?
10,000 will go a long way for childcare.
Carl.
Call one of my corner buddies, see if they can unload it.
And I am proud to be a citizen of Gallagher Nation.
I am ashamed
of
all of you.
Because Fiona is recently coming into her own, she doesn't need $10,000. Lip, Debbie, Carl, and Frank are the most vocal about keeping the meth. And that's because none of them are in good financial situations currently. The only one that has a decent job other than Fiona is Ian. Even Liam wants to keep it. Monica's father, Bill, then shows up to attack Frank for stealing his daughter away from him. He accuses him of literally killing Monica, even though that's not really the case. Bill then insists that he will pay for a proper funeral for Monica. Because Debbie hid the meth from Frank, Frank then goes crazy and starts hitting Debbie around, which causes the rest of the siblings to get involved as well.
Give me the goddamn meth!
Or what?
Hey!
so they throw Frank out yet again, like we've seen countless times in the series. Fiona chases him outside and lectures him about hitting Debbie. Frank tries to defend Monica in death for leaving them an inheritance. He claims that Fiona's just ungrateful, and Fiona says that Monica was never there for them.
You don't know anything about your mother.
She was never here. She deserted us.
She loved us.
That was love?
Yes, it is.
Okay, then why did she leave? Why wasn't she here?
She tried. She
wasn't
always
here.
tried.
She was never fucking here. She left. I was 9. 9 and taking care of you. Staying up all night with Ian when he had chicken pox. I washed Carl's shitty diapers. I picked lice out of Liam's hair. And I was here when Debbie got her first period, not Monica.
She didn't love me. She didn't love you. She didn't give a shit about anyone but herself.
I'm glad she's dead. At least now she can't fuck us over anymore.
I've said it before, but Emmy Rossum deserves an Emmy. Days later, Fiona views Monica before the funeral begins and hides 2 bags of meth with Monica's body. She then violently punches her mother for all of the pain that she caused her while she was alive. Fiona reads a passage from Monica's book and says Monica always had a good time, and that was most definitely her best attribute. Frank finishes the eulogy by telling stories of his best times with Monica.
She taught me how to live. She changed everything. First time I ever did a line of coke was with Monica. Every time I look into one of you kids' faces, I see her face looking back at me, smiling, laughing. She was strong, and you're strong. And she was brave, and you're brave. I know you didn't think much of her, but she loved you. And you wouldn't be who you are, and I wouldn't be who I am if she hadn't come into our lives. So hate her if you want, but she's in you, and that's a good thing.
This episode really serves to kind of change in the way Frank is presented to us. Throughout the entirety of season 7, Frank was a bit of a dick, a bit of an asshole to his children, and going forward, he's a lot better of a dad, I would say, in seasons 8 to 11. Not perfect, but a lot nicer to his children for sure. Props to William H. Macy, because this monologue is probably one of his best in the entire show. After the funeral, the Gallaghers have a party at the house to celebrate Monica's life. Even Fiona dances with her father for a moment. In only the show's second time using an end of the season montage, Debbie starts welding school, Ian continues working as an EMT, Carl and Frank spray paint Monica's name on the side of a building, Lip starts attending AA, and Fiona enters her new apartment building, completely putting a cap on season 7. For the longest time, I could never quite figure out why this season wasn't the final one. In my opinion, it's definitely the last good season of Shameless. Season 9 is also pretty decent, but 8, 10, and 11 are huge missteps in my opinion. Season 7 seems like a really natural end to the series. With the death of Monica comes a sort of finality to these characters' stories. By the end of the season, Fiona finally buys that new apartment building and starts to finally own something for herself. Lip finally starts attending AA and starts sorting through his alcohol addiction. Ian finally says goodbye to longtime boyfriend Mickey. Debbie starts a new career in welding. Carl continues to attend military school, and Frank says goodbye to the love of his life in order to move forward as a better father figure. I personally see this finale as the turning point for the show. If I could point out one specific thing that changed the quality of the show forever, other than Sheila leaving in season 5, I would point to the show getting renewed for seasons 8 to 11. The seasons aren't terrible as a whole in my opinion, but there is a huge drop in quality, mostly from a writing standpoint. In part 3 of this video series, I will dive into what specifically makes those seasons different from the first 7. With each passing mediocre season, the show's legacy becomes more and more tainted for me as a result. And I'm not saying there aren't great episodes and performances and writing in certain parts of seasons 8, 9, 10, and 11, but if you really take a look at the writing as a whole, the premiere of season 8 is genuinely the first one I don't really like that much. Seasons 4 to 7 of Shameless are what I genuinely consider to be the peak of the show. Seasons 1 through 3 are really good as well, but I don't think the show really started to hit its stride dramatically until season 4 in particular, and then it would eventually continue that streak into season 5 and had some really dramatic moments in season 6, but ultimately waited until the finale of that season to reveal its biggest secret yet. While the majority of season 7 is pretty lighthearted, I wouldn't say it's without drama. Fiona taking up all of these new business opportunities can feel really emotionally taxing at times, but in the best way possible. Her family constantly badgering her for help. Everywhere she turns, there's a new problem for her to deal with, when it comes to her siblings or her father or the diner. You could also look at the last 4 episodes of this season as one giant finale that truly ends Monica's story. Monica is such a divisive character for the show. Obviously, we're not meant to like her, but the performance by Chloe Webb is truly iconic. She is responsible for some of the most comedic and dramatic moments of the entire show. She didn't show up too often, but when she did, it was amazing television. Her timing lended itself perfectly to the more comedic scenes she took part in, and her incredible rapport with actors like Emmy Rossum, Jeremy Allen White, and William H. Macy also made for breathtaking dramatic moments. Take the reunion scene in episode 9 of season 1. This scene, along with the funeral one from this episode, make up my top 2 favorite scenes from the entire show. I guess what I'm trying to say is that you would be hard-pressed to find anyone else who could play Monica as well as Chloe Webb. There are only like 2 or 3 episodes this season that I can point at positively and say, I like this episode. Those 2 or 3 that I can pick out are really the only ones that I think hang with the first 7 seasons of the show. The episodes I can point at positively are episodes like 3, 6, and 7, which I genuinely think stand toe-to-toe with the rest of the good episodes prior to season 8. But once you get into season 9, 10, and 11, it becomes harder and harder to find really good episodes of Shameless. The majority of episodes from this point forward are kind of a waste of time. Like, there's a lot of wasted time in the next 4 seasons. So you'll notice that this video is probably a lot shorter than part 2 of this video, despite there being more episodes to cover in this one, and that's definitely because of the fact that in the later seasons, not a lot of important stuff happens. This season is not the worst of the ones that we will be talking about, just wait for season 10, but it begins a trend that the rest of the following seasons will continue to use, a trend where storylines and arcs start to disappear and are replaced with characters having new challenges and motivations every single week. Season 8 is not all bad, do not get me wrong. Some of the storylines involving Fiona and Ian are really captivating to me, but most of the other characters feel a bit lost here. For better or for worse, Frank's character is completely different than it was in the first 7 seasons. They definitely used Monica's death as a soft reboot for his character. It's up to you to decide if you like it or not, but I personally think it's just used to give him something to do this season. The writers have begun to really not know how to use him properly. Aside from some really interesting moments in the middle of the season between Ian and Fiona, the show has completely stopped centering on the drama portion of its dramedy label. This can be seen most prominently in the last half of the season, which is completely made up of almost entirely comedy. I've been sort of vocal about the fact that the show works best, in my opinion, when it focuses on the drama aspects of the show and sprinkles in a little bit of comedy here or there, so it's not overwhelmingly like a sitcom. I don't really like that aspect as much as I love the drama that the show so heavily featured in the first 7 seasons. And all that being said, season 8 isn't all that bad. So without further ado, let's get into the first not amazing season of Shameless, in my opinion, of course. You can disagree with me. The first episode begins with Fiona ditching her Tinder date and returning home. She tells Lip that she is done using Tinder and wants to find a serious relationship for herself yet again.
Closing my Tinder account. I'm done with meaningless gratification. I want connection, conversation, shared interests.
This comes after an entire season of Fiona trying to forget about getting into a relationship with a man, post season 6 finale when she basically saw her wedding go up in flames thanks to Frank. Meanwhile, back in the house, Carl makes breakfast for himself.
Is that grits?
And eggs, flapjacks, sausage and biscuits, and breakfast meats.
How are you gonna eat all that?
Gotta stay combat ready for the fall. I'm a cadet corporal now. Corporals deal with Hell Week. I can't wait to torture those little 7th grade
One thing you may have noticed in this scene is Liam has been recast and has actually been given some character traits and actually has storylines going forward. Quick timeline update, I have zero concrete idea of when this season takes place. What we do know for a fact is last season ended in December, and we know that because there are Christmas lights in Fiona's place of work, and it just makes sense because winter has started at the end of season 7, so we can concretely say season 7 probably ends in December. Now, what year? The show seems to think that it is December 2016. However, I am suggesting that it ends in December 2015 because that's just how the timeline makes sense. Season 8 appears to begin in either late spring or early summer. So One would probably think it would be the next spring and summer. However, because Liam has been recast and is a completely new character with actual, like, storylines and lines, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that this is the following spring, so like a whole year later. So that would put us in like April 2017. A few things don't match up with this theory at all, like Fiona's apartment building, but you know, sacrifices have to be made. We're just gonna pretend that she never visited her place of work and her building until a whole year and a half later. They do in fact have a calendar on the wall that says 2017 as well, so we're just gonna hope for the best with this. Meanwhile, we catch up with Frank, who smokes Monica's breath and has like a little shrine for her in what I believe is a Buddhist temple.
Just one left, my love. One rock. And then I must return to life.
Also, Debbie starts her shift at the parking garage, and let's just say people aren't very nice to her.
Lost ticket pays full price, sir. $24, please.
I'm not giving you $24.
We take Visa, MasterCard, and American Express.
I came in 10 minutes ago, right there beside you. You didn't see me?
No, sir. My job requires that I focus on the exiting vehicles. Have you tried retracing your steps? See if you can find where you may have lost your ticket?
I'm not retracing anything. Take the goddamn money. You want me to get out of this truck and you up?
No, sir. Because if you were to get out of your truck, I would have to tase you and then super glue your mouth and eyelid shut until the police arrive. Now, will that be cash or credit, sir?
Elsewhere, Lip tries to flirt with his coworker Eddie, to no avail because she is very much not interested in him. Lip now works here at Born Free Motorcycles, which is an interesting turn of events for his character because I just wouldn't have expected him to start working at a motorcycle shop. Meanwhile, at Patsy's, Fiona and Veronica discuss her feelings about quitting Tinder before Veronica talks about sharing the bar with Svetlana.
What if I run over Svetlana with Kevin's truck? It'd be vehicular manslaughter, right? I get what? 8 years, probably do 4. I could do 4 years.
It's enough already with the killing Svetlana fantasies.
Later on, at the apartment, Fiona meets her tenant, Nessa, who she believes is flirting with her.
Yeah, Lincoln Square lumberjacks are definitely migrating south. I'm not gay. Oh, cool, I'm not looking. And you're not my type, anyway. What's your type? Blonde and bitchy. I'm a masochist. Not physical pain, but emotional turmoil is my thing.
Jesus, Nessa, what the hell is taking so long? We were supposed to be there like 10 minutes ago.
Mel, our new landlady, Fiona. Fiona's an endangered species. Genuine South Side.
Come on, we're late.
A bit later on, Lip and his coworkers arrive at Patsy's for lunch. This is when immigration shows up and takes a couple of the employees from Patsy's, which is another reminder of the fact that we are in 2017 because this is like a whole commentary on a certain president of the time. Meanwhile, Ian's coworker lectures him about trying to get back together with Trevor, who is still very much upset about the fact that Ian was on the run with Mickey and just like completely ignored Trevor for like 2 episodes. Elsewhere, Liam is paraded around his school as a show pony for inclusion. This is another reason why I believe the season takes place firmly in 2017, because it is stated that Liam is a first grader in this scene. We know that Liam started kindergarten in last season. For this to be the following April, that just doesn't make any sense, because if he started kindergarten in fall of 2015, how would he then be a first grader in April 2016? He would be a first grader in April 2017, so that's why I believe there is an entire year separating these last 2 seasons. Also, Frank returns to the Gallagher house as a new man.
Where the hell have you been? In mourning and meditation after the death of your mother. Acceptance, resurrection, enlightenment. And we have to deny the existence of a permanent entity that remains constant behind the changing corporal or incorporeal components of a living being. All things are in a constant state of flux. All is changing. Your mother, Holy Buddha, rest her soul, stole my chakra when I was 20 years old, and she kept it until her death, and now she's gone, and I'm free. Can I use a shower?
He then tears out one of his teeth right in front of Carl.
Want me to sell you that meth? As soon as I sell Ian's, I could find a buyer for yours.
I smoked it.
An entire pound?
No, like half. I gave the rest away to the needy. Damn. Aww. Nasty side effects, though.
Frank then makes a list of everyone he needs to apologize to on his quest to become a new, better version of himself. A little bit later on, Veronica returns to the alibi and attacks Svetlana. Meanwhile, Debbie goes to work, leaving Franny with Neil. Let's just ignore the fact that Franny looks like she could be like 8 or 9 months old and she's supposed to be 2. Let's just ignore that. Back at Patsy's, Lip overhears Sierra struggling to pay her bills. Meanwhile, we learn that Kevin is working at a gay bar at the moment because he can't work at the alibi since Svetlana is the owner of it. He learns from one of his customers that there is a lump on his chest, so the guy writes him a referral to go get that checked out. Elsewhere, Debbie drinks with her coworkers before flirting with a hairdresser at the bar. The next day, Frank makes amends with his kids, including Fiona.
I'm off to deliver more amends. My beautiful daughter, Fiona, for whatever I've done to harm you all these years, I am truly sorry. I fell in love with your mother when I was 20 years old, and off we went down Alice's famed rabbit hole. But now, I am released, emotionally stunted, but still a young man in many ways, 21 at most. My whole young life spread out in front of me. So I am off to learn how to try to be a grown-up.
He smoked half a pound of could be major brain damage. Too early to tell.
A little bit later on, Lip uses his money from Monica to pay Sierra's electric bill. Back at the apartment, Fiona hosts an open house and a bidding war then commences. Elsewhere, Veronica rats Svetlana out to ICE and gets her detained, as well as all of her friends. Also, Ian is rejected by Trevor yet again. Doesn't look like things are ever going to get better for them. And toward the end of the episode, Lip offers to babysit Lucas for Sierra, and this is where Lip finds out that Sierra has decided to get back together with none other than Charlie instead of him. And at the end of the episode, Lip runs to Professor Ewens' house to pay him for the rehab bill. At the apartment, Fiona gives her tenants who are unwilling to pay 1 day to fork over the money. Also, Frank tries to become a functioning member of society by applying for a couple jobs.
Lip, you're 21, right? I'm 23, but that's fine. You're in the ballpark. Why?
What would another 21-year-old wear to a job interview?
Well, 52-year-old who was in a delusional crack case thinking he was 21 would wear the green shirt doesn't belong to him.
Just gonna pick the same one. Young minds think alike.
A little bit later on, Ian goes to a bar with Trevor. Also, Debbie flirts with the hairdresser guy at the bar. The next day, Frank starts his first day at Lumber Lawn and Lighting. Meanwhile, Fiona's tenants still refuse to pay their rent. Kevin has surgery to remove the lump on his chest and finds out that he didn't actually have cancer. Meanwhile, Ian gets a tattoo for Monica, but fails to mention his relation to her.
How's it looking? Girlfriend's gonna love this one, bro.
Oh, it's not my girlfriend, it's my mom.
Your mom? Bro, you should have told me that before I started working on these.
Oh.
Also, Debbie brings Franny over to Celia's house so that she can go out with friends. Meanwhile, Lip sabotages Charlie by buying a pizza for him with a baggie of in the center. Lip is obviously doing this so that Charlie will rehaps so that Lip can slither his way back into Sierra's life with no interruption from Charlie. The next day, Fiona fails to collect rent from her tenants yet again. So Lip feels really guilty about the whole Charlie thing, so he decides to head back to the apartment and take the from the pizza box before Charlie can do it, but he is attacked by Charlie's dog. When Lip returns to Patsy's, Charlie says to Lip that he knew that it was him to get rid of it, but he's too stupid to realize Lip's motivation in doing this. Also, Ian and some of the others meet Monica's ex at the storage unit, who is very upset that they stole the drugs from him last season. The beginning of the episode sees everybody discussing what they're going to do about Monica's ex-boyfriend, who has it out for them for stealing them.
So how scary was he?
Was he big? Was he armed?
Did he know my name?
No, because we could be pretty scary too if we have to.
Agreed. Meeting adjourned.
Meeting adjourned?
Yeah, what, you got some magical way to get 70 grand in?
I do not. I simply don't wish to discuss it further.
Are you high, Frank?
High on life, high on possibility.
Frank and the younger kids try to hide this fact from Fiona, who would most definitely be upset about the whole situation because it was not her idea to do this, it was everyone else's idea. Elsewhere at the bar, Veronica tells Kevin that she regrets ratting Svetlana out because now they are out of childcare and help at the bar. Meanwhile, at the bike shop, Lip is given a new bike to fix up for himself as like a little side project so that he doesn't relapse. Also, we are shown Professor Ewan's getting into a huge car crash where he drives his car into someone's house. Then he is arrested for a DUI. Lip then uses Fiona's car to pick up his former professor.
The woman you evicted, white baby shit everywhere?
Yeah, parting gift. And I'm hoping it's baby shit. You here to tell me what your little family meeting was about this morning?
I was gonna ask about borrowing your car. I got a friend who's in trouble.
Oh, what kind of trouble?
It's a DUI.
It's here where Nessa's stuck-up girlfriend drives away a potential tenant of this apartment by telling him that there are bed bugs everywhere. While getting a genetic test done, Kevin learns that he comes from a very inbred population in Kentucky. At least now he has answers to his family lineage. Elsewhere, Veronica meets with Svetlana and together they make a deal about getting Svetlana out of ICE holding so that she can help out with the bar and the kids again. Back at the Gallagher's house, Monica's ex shows up and tries to drown Carl.
Hey! Let go!
Monica's dead. We don't know anything about
Monica is fucking indestructible. I am still owed 75 grand!
Also in this episode, we find out that Neil has broken up with Debbie.
It's over, Debbie. I'm in love with my nurse and you're a horrible person.
No offense.
No offense.
You know he can't edit his thoughts.
You don't love me like Keisha does. You helped me discover my date and my nipples and my other erogenous zones, and you were just using me for my money, which is mean.
A little bit later on, the younger kids convene and decide to ask Fiona for help. When the kids get there, Fiona has not many nice words to say to them.
If we weren't so screwed, we wouldn't ask for your help.
You don't have to help us, but it would be really helpful if you could just
Tell us what you did with the last 2 pounds of meth.
This is the part where you lecture us, because if we could just speed it up a
You
little
want to
bit.
be smart ass? You want my help? I'm taking my time with this because I want you all to remember this. How hard you tried not to have to come to me. Because if you didn't have to come to me, then maybe you could just get through all this without having to admit one simple truth, which is that I was right. When I told you that keeping the math was a bad idea, I was right. When I begged you not to take it, I was right. When I told you that selling it and turning yourselves into f***ing dealers was a terrible decision that could go horribly wrong, I was super f***ing right. I am the one who saw to your survival since you were babies. I am the only reason that you are still breathing and have limbs intact. So I want you to remember this moment so that the next time that I try to warn you against a plan that Frank and Monica thought was a good idea, maybe, just maybe you will f***ing listen.
Are you going to tell us where the meth is or not, Fiona?
I am. Right after every single one of you says you were right. And I was wrong, Fiona.
I wasn't wrong. I took what was mine. I'm not sorry for it.
This is when Frank shows up and proclaims that he started feeling guilt. This is a big step in Frank growing up. So this is where all the kids, plus Frank, go to Monica's burial site to find the last 2 bags of...
Oh, God, who buries her mother with... Shouldn't you be asking what kind of a mother leaves her kids?
I wonder what other new feelings life has in store for me. I've known glee, passion, joy, grief, despair.
Were you planning on naming all the human emotions? Because maybe you could help dig while you did that.
Regret, that would be a new one. Remorse, don't think I've had that one either.
Ugh.
Jesus Christ. Crucifixion I have known. The woman we're digging up saw to that.
She nailed you to a cross?
It was a sex thing. I don't like to talk about it.
You were right, we were f***ing wrong.
Oh my God.
After retrieving the bags, they head to Monica's ex and pay back the debt that they owe him.
I have my hot tub. It's worth like $4K. It's like $33,000 in all.
That's not enough. You still owe me 37 grand.
Let me handle this, please.
Eric, half of the belong to her, and we have done all we can to pay you back for your half. That smell, that reek, Eric, that's Monica. She died. We buried some drugs with her, but that's neither here nor there. And then we dug her up. But 2 bags of $9 grand in a hot tub, that's all we've got. And now she's 6 feet under again. And if you come near my family, Eric, as God is my witness, I will bury you with her.
Also, towards the end of the episode, Kevin calls his family and learns that his name was Bart before he was put in the foster system. And at the end of the episode, Svetlana is released from ICE holding. At the beginning of the episode, Debbie moves back into the Gallagher house. Also in this scene, Sean shows up at the house and tries to apologize to Fiona for leaving her at the altar 2 seasons ago.
Hey. I was hoping I might be able to catch you for a sec.
Let's go, Debs.
Liam, how many times have I told you not to answer the door for...
I know I don't deserve your time. I just really want to talk. I'm gonna text you the motel I'm staying at's got a restaurant right next to it. Maybe you could meet me there later?
Something good out here?
I'm fine. You're on
Also in this episode, Kevin reunites with his birth family in Kentucky. Meanwhile, Frank joins the PTA group at Liam's school and flirts with all the mothers there. A little bit later on, Fiona does decide to go to lunch with Sean to sort of hear him out.
What do you want?
Well, I had time to figure out some things. I feel like about what I put you through.
You should. I couldn't sleep for weeks, you know that? It wasn't easy for me to open up and trust you, and I did.
I was an addict, Fiona. I loved you. Best as I could at the time, but that wasn't good enough. You deserve better.
I did.
I'm sober 1 year. I want to own up to what I did.
What the hell is this?
It's money for the wedding. I thought
You're trying to buy your way back in? No. You think you can just show up and everything's gonna be okay? Like you didn't drive a stake through my heart?
I know I can't make it right, but I want you to know I'm really sorry.
You destroyed me. I moved on with my life. I made something of myself. I'm glad that you're clean. I'm glad you got your shit together now. You can't just show up and apologize and expect us to suddenly be back in a relationship.
Fiona.
I loved you.
I probably still do. I mean, how am I ever supposed to trust you again?
Fiona, I wasn't suggesting we get back together. I got married.
You got what?
Came back so I could make amends. I couldn't really move forward without...
Am I a f***ing step in your rehab?
I had no idea you still had feelings for me. I wasn't trying to confuse you.
The next day, Lip and Eddie from work have after her ignoring him all season for episodes on end, and let's just say she's very violent. Back in Kentucky, Veronica has started to become a little bit uncomfortable while staying in the same house as Kevin's really redneck family. A little bit later on, Frank and Liam wash cars for Liam's school fundraiser. Frank is doing this as a ploy to kind of attract as many of the moms from the PTA as possible, and at the end of the episode, Carl catches a neighborhood burglar and keeps him down in his basement.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh. I see you found a little copper treat I left you.
Who are you?
I'm your worst fucking nightmare.
At the beginning of the episode, while on a run with Carl, Ian checks out an abandoned church that he wants to use for a new shelter for Trevor's kids. Elsewhere, Carl learns that he has lost his scholarship to military school and now has to find $12,000 because his scholarship is gone. He heads downstairs and forces his prisoner to shine his shoes. Also in this episode, we have Fiona finding out that the same church that Ian found earlier in the episode is going up for sale, so she inquires about the church through Margot, who is the one selling it, conveniently enough.
So you're selling the church over on 86th?
Yeah, I was looking to develop the whole block, but I can't get it rezoned to increase the density, so now it's a liability. If one of those dope heads ODs in there, then they're gonna sue my ass.
You got any offers yet?
A shelter is looking to lease it.
A shelter?
Won't that be hard on property values? My building's only 2 blocks away.
Well, the only other interest is from these two brothers who are looking for an art gallery. They found another space. And I can't say as I blame them, because that church is a hellhole.
Well, you could fix it up.
Well, I gotta unload it soon before they declare it a goddamn historic landmark, so...
Elsewhere, Ian and Trevor talk a rich guy into giving them $10,000 for the down payment on the church so that they can lease it. While in this meeting, Ian recognizes the rich guy and later tells Trevor that he used to be one of his customers. Interesting because he has a wife. A little bit later on at night, Ian seduces Trevor and the two get back together. The next day, Carl takes Fiona's car and uses it for his Uber driving business. Elsewhere, Svetlana seduces Veronica in order to get a higher percentage of the bar's profits. Meanwhile, Debbie reunites with Derek while dropping Franny off at Celia's, and he's been recast this season. So Ian learns that he has to buy the church because they're no longer interested in leasing it. So he heads back to the rich guy's house and sleeps with him and his wife in order to ask them for more money so that they can buy the church. Also in this episode, Lip finds out that Brad relapsed. The next day, Carl starts his own rehab business when the burglar he caught from before returns to him and gives him money from the guy's parents as a thank you for getting their son clean. And at the end of the episode, in one of my favorite moments of this season, Ian goes to Patsy's and asks Margot about the church that she's selling and finds out that Fiona is the one helping her sell it to those artists instead of the shelter.
Hey, Fee.
Hey.
You Margot?
I am?
Well, your office said we could find you here. Have a check for the church. It's a down payment.
Who are you?
The youth shelter. We were gonna lease it, but now we want to buy it.
Wait, the shelter is you and Trevor? You two know each other. This is
It's
my
my
brother.
sister.
Those guys are buying the church.
Wait, has anyone signed anything yet?
Well, no, not yet.
Oh,
But
okay, so go tell them not to.
Ian, you don't want that place. It's a piece of shit inside.
Oh, no, we love it.
Well, you'll find another place. I mean, trashed buildings that nobody wanted before are popping up for sale all
They'll
over.
find another place. We found it first.
The neighborhood is against the shelter.
Speak for the neighborhood now?
People want to feel safe.
My kids want to feel safe.
These guys are South Side. They want to give back. They want to engage the community.
Kids don't need art classes. They need homes. They're at risk.
They're not at risk. They are risk, Ian. That girl you brought into our house bit off a dick.
That's exactly why she needs help.
I have worked too hard and risked too much of my ass and put it on
I promised those kids that church, Fiona.
Find another church.
At the beginning of the episode, Fiona discovers her dead tenant's body, and the woman's dog is eating her flesh. Elsewhere, Lip and other AA members convene at Patsy's about Brad falling off the wagon. Also in this episode, Debbie wakes up next to the hairdresser guy randomly in Missouri. She then claims that she needs to run to the store to get the morning after pill so that she can get an abortion because she feels it in her bones that she's pregnant again and she does not want to have another baby. This doesn't work out for her though because the laws in Missouri are much different than they are in Illinois, so she can't get the morning after pill. So she asks a woman to go in and buy it for her. However, this ends up not going well either because the woman just takes her money from her, which results in Debbie getting into a fistfight with the woman and getting herself arrested. Meanwhile, Fiona clears out her dead tenant's apartment. Veronica then stops by, and Fiona tells Veronica to her face that the reason why Veronica is so into Svetlana is because Veronica likes to be bossed around.
Something about that angry bitch that gets me off even when I want to stab her with a rusty carving knife.
It's pretty obvious, isn't it? Like it when she bosses you around.
I do not like it. It pisses me off.
Well, it doesn't piss off your vagina. B, you like to be dominated.
Dominated? Have you met me?
Later on, Fiona's tenant's estranged niece shows up to help clear out all of the stuff in her aunt's apartment. Meanwhile, Frank gets his own credit card and uses it to buy his own car. Elsewhere, Lip finds Brad and takes him home with him to sober up. Meanwhile, Fiona goes to Ian's work to apologize to him about taking the church from the shelter, which is something he doesn't want to hear.
Do know that I didn't realize it was your shelter, right?
What difference does that make?
I just want to put it behind us.
Do what you gotta do.
We're family. Come on, there's nothing more important than that.
There is to you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Money.
That is so unfair. If I had known that it was you trying to buy it, I would have come to you first to talk about it.
You still wouldn't made the same mistake. So what?
I didn't make a mistake.
Right. That's what's good for Fiona can't be a mistake.
You're wrong.
Bunch of kids with nothing just needed a place to sleep, but you getting rich is more important than that.
Rich? I'm barely scraping by. I've been cleaning a dead body out of an apartment all day. I've been working my ass off trying to make a life for myself, and you turn on me? For what? Bunch of strangers? Why should I sacrifice everything I've worked for just so they can move into that building?
Because they're helpless and you're not.
That's bullshit. They have just as much of a chance as I ever had. Fuck, I'm not gonna apologize to you or anybody else for trying to better myself. Better all of us.
I don't know who you are anymore.
The next day, Debbie is bailed out of jail and runs to the store to get the morning after pill. Back at work, Frank is fired due to the company filing for bankruptcy, suddenly putting a stop to Frank's adulting era. And at the end of the episode, Fiona decides to keep the dog Rusty, who was eating human flesh. The episode opens with Ian waking Fiona up with a bucket of water, so clearly he's still upset about the church being sold. Frank tries to get another job at Lumber Lawn and Lighting's competition, but isn't able to because none of the places that he looks at are hiring. Meanwhile, Lip gets Brad ready for Ewans' court date. Elsewhere, one of Carl's addicts, Cassie, has him fake a ransom video to pay for his tuition. This is where Cassie and Carl's relationship starts, and let me just tell you right now, it's one of my least favorite aspects of this season. At Fiona's apartment, she is harassed by Ian and his friends for the whole church situation that's been going on the last few episodes.
Now you're trespassing on a vacant lot.
A sweet old lady named Connie Rupp owns it and has granted me temporary occupancy for $11. Now, I'm allowed to express myself on my property, as are my guests. They gotta pitch their tent somewhere. Thankfully, I have access to a very large lot.
Where should we set up the kitchen tent and dig the latrine?
There, as close to the property line as possible.
I get it, okay? Believe me, I am aware that you're pissed. But you can't just build a homeless tent city here. I have an open house and prospective renters.
I want her to smell our shit.
Meanwhile, Lip takes Ewans to court, and during his testimony, the entire court realizes that Ewans is drunk. He's definitely not going to get a good sentence. While Ian and his friends protest, Fiona meets a man named Ford, who helps her with a small remodel in the apartment.
You want to take out a 19th century pocket door?
Yeah, so I can increase the rent.
Victorian cherry, hand-applied carvings. There's probably only 3 or 4 dozen like this left in all of Chicago.
Well, I'm looking at it, and all I'm seeing is the broken armpit in the middle of an otherwise swank apartment. So let's 86 it. Excuse me?
I can't let you do this.
He's the one being an...
The door. Can't let you toss it.
I feel like this probably looks kind of bad because, you know, usually only asshole landlords get protested against, but this is a family thing. I come from trash just like everybody else in this neighborhood. I raised 5 kids by myself. And did I get any thanks for it? No. I tried to take one tiny little step up the economic ladder, and my own brother tries to pull me back down into the with him, but I am not going.
I'm gonna go get my tools now.
A little bit later on, Ian leaves the protesters to do their thing while he goes off to work. So Fiona goes outside and bribes all of them with money and I think pizza. Also, Debbie quits her job. Meanwhile, Frank starts a business where he smuggles people and drugs to and from Canada. Back in the Gallagher's basement, Carl is seduced by Cassie, and from here on out, they do get together. And I hate it. At the end of the episode, Fiona and Ian reconcile.
I want things to be okay between us.
Yeah, I shouldn't have wasted my energy on that bullshit anyway, not when there are larger concerns to consider.
Larger concerns like what?
Is there anything else you wanted to talk about? I was almost asleep in here.
Night, Ian.
The 8th episode opens with Frank smuggling a group of immigrants to Canada. Meanwhile, Lip takes Debbie to Planned Parenthood and sees Charlie there with a mysterious girl who is very pregnant. Lip then finds out through Charlie that the girl is his ex, and Sierra just doesn't even know. A little bit later on, Lip tries out a new sponsor since Brad is a bit of a mess lately, and let's just say this doesn't go very well. All of his options are kinda shit. Meanwhile, at the bar, Kevin bosses Svetlana around to make Veronica happy. family. Also in the episode, Ford and Fiona get to know each other a little better as Ford takes her on a tour of his favorite buildings in Chicago. When they return to his apartment, Fiona comes onto him, but he turns her down, which is a little confusing to her because why would he bring her to his apartment and lay down in his bed with her if he wasn't planning on jumping her bones? The next day, Ian confronts a hateful pastor with Trevor. The disruption is filmed and goes absolutely viral online. Elsewhere, Lip pressures Charlie to tell Sierra about his ex-girlfriend's pregnancy, and let's just say he doesn't do it. He just doesn't do it. He says he's going to do it, but he never does. So we'll see how that develops. Also, I think I forgot to mention, but Mel and Nessa are both pregnant, so Fiona attends their baby shower and finds out that Ford is the father to both the kids, and also that he has other kids that are already born that he's already fathered. The next day, Lip meets with his sponsor yet again and decides to give her another chance. And at the end of the episode, we find out that Frank sells his car for a van to make crossing the border easier. The 9th episode opens with Frank taking another group to Canada, but he is caught by Canadian authorities. Later on, Frank and one of the immigrants are able to escape from the authorities, and so they run off handcuffed to each other, and this whole episode is them trying to get back to the States. Meanwhile, Fiona hires a couple of roofers to deal with some leaks on top of her roof. Meanwhile, Kevin forces Svetlana to wear a uniform and basically is not done parading her around and treating her like shit to get back at her for buying the bar and basically treating the whole relationship as a power play for her. Elsewhere, Debbie gets an extension on her tuition deadline. While out bowling with him, she finds out that one of her roofers had an accident and fell off the roof, so she and Ford run down to the hospital to see if he's okay. Elsewhere, while on a date with Sierra, Charlie ditches her to go to the hospital and be there for his ex-girlfriend while she gives birth. I forgot to mention this, but Eddie has a niece named Zan who is staying with her, and so she tells Zan to go in another room while her and Lip can have sex in the middle of the bike shop. However, before they can get down and dirty, Sierra runs in and interrupts them. The next day, Fiona tells Ford how she feels about him kind of giving her the cold shoulder as of late, and I just want to reach through the screen and tell Fiona, hey, listen, he never really showed any interest in you. I love you, but he never actually showed any interest, so why are you assuming? Meanwhile, Carl buys a ring for his new girlfriend Cassidy because he wants to make things right between them. Does not go well, because as soon as he gives it to her, she thinks that she's getting proposed to, so she says yes, and Carl has to go along with it. Meanwhile, Ian's group of followers only grows because he revives a pastor who he is arguing with and everybody thought was dead. So now all of Ian's followers think that he is some kind of messiah that can bring people back from the dead when he was just doing basic CPR. And at the end of the episode, Ford kisses Fiona after she goes in and apologizes to him for yelling at him the day before. The episode opens with Cassie giving everyone in the Gallagher family gifts as a thank you for letting her into the family, even though no one even really knows that much about her. Meanwhile, Fiona and Ford go shopping for furniture for her new apartment, and she ends up buying a really nice old chair. Also in this episode, Lip finds out that his old Professor Ewans died while in prison. When Fiona returns back to the apartment, she finds out that Rodney, the guy that fell off her roof, and his family need a place to stay because they are homeless, and so she offers to let them stay in her apartment until they get up on their feet. A decision that she's gonna end up regretting. Meanwhile, at the bar, Svetlana has a date, and things do not go well.
Gerald.
Gerald. Sounds like bald man drowning in hot soup.
What would it run if you and I would have taken a walk out to my vehicle and you would keep me company for 30 minutes?
$900,000.
$40. You take off your shoes so I don't get any dirt on my seat. Oh!
Ian then brings all of his supporters and friends who believe in him to the house where he holds a meeting with all of them about what they're going to do and what their game plan is, and Ian basically has a cult, is what I'm trying to say. Cassie tries to get Carl to stay with her instead of going back to military school in the fall, and things they're not looking too good for this relationship because Carl does not want to stay. He wants to go and pursue his dreams of being in the military, but Cassie wants him to stay and actually get married with her. So Carl eventually does agree to get married to Cassie as long as it's as soon as possible so that he can still make it to military school, which he's supposed to leave for very soon. Meanwhile, Lip attends Ewan's funeral. The next day, Fiona and Ford finally sleep together. Fiona returns to her apartment, where she finds out that Rodney's family has invited extended family to stay with them, and they're basically trashing her apartment. Her chair is ruined.
This is my sister, my cousin, his wife, and their son.
What's going on?
They're paying us to crash here, so we'll have some cash for the shelter.
Oh, my chair!
Sorry about that. Good thing it's an old chair, right?
Meanwhile, Cassie pretends to commit suicide to get Carl to stay with her. There is not a character in this show that I have hated as much as I hate Cassie. So far. There's other ones that come in, but Cassie so far is the worst. Ian gives a rousing speech at a church full of his supporters, and it's starting to look like Ian very much has a cult. Meanwhile, in one of the grossest scenes in this entire show, Debbie suffers a work-related injury on her toe, and that's as far as I'm willing to describe. It's really gross, and in the next episode, it's gonna be really bad. It's gonna be really bad for Debbie, let me just say that. And at the end of the episode, in a shocking twist, Fiona is served with a $6 million lawsuit from none other than Rodney and his family for the injury that he sustained while working on her apartment building due to unsafe conditions.
As a result of one or more acts by defendant L. Donner and defendant F. Gallagher, plaintiff R. Latham has been injured, damaged, and incapacitated? Who the f*** is R. Latham? Rodney.
The dude that fell off your roof? He's suing you?
Plaintiff demands judgment against defendants in the sum of $6 million?
Mother.
Episode 11 opens with Sierra staying with Lip after her criminal father was released from prison. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Debbie learns that she might lose her toes. Meanwhile, Fiona returns to her apartment and tries to play nice with Rodney and his family, but she finds out that they changed the locks and are holding her dog hostage. The next day, Ian saves a boy from his homophobic father and holds him hostage for the entire episode. Meanwhile, Fiona meets with a lawyer who tells her that she will probably lose the lawsuit.
So you let them stay in your apartment?
Well, yeah.
You shouldn't have done that.
Why?
Because that's an admission of responsibility.
But I didn't do anything wrong.
Your contractor had no insurance. You only have $500,000 in liability.
So what's the worst case?
You lose in court. And your insurance pays out $500,000. That leaves you owing $5.5 million. Other assets, well, you sell your building. You got about 50 grand in equity there, and your family home is worth maybe 62. So that leaves you only owing this Rodney $5,388,000. Jury's going to take one look at that man and his starving family and the slumlord that ruined their lives by hiring an unlicensed contractor, and you're going to be lucky if they don't put you in jail.
I think I forgot to mention this, but Svetlana reunites with an old friend of hers and finds out that she was able to get out of that business because she is to be wed to an old rich guy. And so Svetlana, whose goal is to do that, is a bit jealous about this. So later in the episode, she kidnaps Freelania and attempts to take her place because this old guy doesn't even know what his own wife-to-be looks like. Elsewhere, Liam asks Frank if he can go yachting with his friend before together they make a plan to rob the guy's house while the whole family is away. Also in this episode, Lip brings Zan along with him to get Sierra's dad arrested again.
Because where I'm from, guys that beat women, they're Are you a little woman beat?
Debbie asks Liam to cut off her toes for her, and Liam passes out, which causes Debbie to pass out, and then Frank waltzes in and just does it himself because he sees the black and blue toes right in front of him and he can only guess that that's what they were doing. At the end of the episode, Ian sets the homophobic dad's car on fire for attempting to take his kid home with him, and then this whole thing is filmed, and we will see what comes of that in the finale of season 8.
My God is trans, a junkie.
At the beginning of the episode, Lip tells Sierra that he loves her.
I love you too.
Meanwhile, Fiona calls Ian after she learns that he has a warrant out for his arrest due to the whole, blowing up a van the night prior. Meanwhile, Debbie attends a party with Derek's family and attempts to play nice with everybody in the wake of everything that she's had to deal with the last couple of years with them. Also, Cassie handcuffs Carl to the bed so that he cannot make it to the bus in time to leave for military school. Meanwhile, Fiona meets with Margot and asks her what she should do to get rid of the squatters in her building, and she tells her to give them money.
They're suing me for $6 million. There's always some lazy staring up at you from down in the So what do I do? Well, you make a final offer that doesn't kill you and that they think is a winning lottery ticket.
Like, how much?
$5 grand, 10.
Meanwhile, Frank has Liam get the code to Dylan's house. The next day, Carl is able to escape from Cassie and make it onto his bus in time. Meanwhile, Svetlana is officially married to Freelania's boyfriend, officially ending her arc in the show. Everyone say bye-bye, Svetlana. No, truly though, she was one of my favorite characters, and it's so sad to see her go. Like, she didn't do that much. She was really just there for comedic relief. We're losing a lot of the comedic relief characters. Sheila left in season 5. Back at the apartment, Fiona throws a smoke bomb into the room that the family is squatting in. She then decides to pay them off before making them sign a contract stating that they will drop the lawsuit.
This $4,000. And I will give it to you right now. If you get in your shitty car, point yourselves west, and don't stop till you hit the Pacific Ocean. When you get to the Pacific Ocean, you call me and you give me an address so that every month for the next year, assuming you drop your bullshit lawsuit, I can send you a money order for $500. Go to hell. Think about it, Rodney. Lawsuits can take years before they get to court. And who knows? In the end, you might lose.
We won't lose.
Maybe yes, maybe no. My lawyer thinks I'm gonna win. Oops. Offer just went down $200.
Damn it! We'll take the cash.
Okay. How do we know you'll send us the money like you promised?
Because I gave you my word.
And around here, that means something.
Elsewhere, Lip officially breaks up with Sierra after doing all these things like getting her dad locked up and supporting her while she was in distress over the whole Charlie and Charlie's ex-girlfriend thingy.
I think you should give Charlie one last chance. He f***ed up, but we all f*** up, so.
I told you I was sorry.
You two weren't together when he got that other girl pregnant. And when he didn't want to lose you.
Where the f*** is this coming from? You don't love me.
I'm drunk or high almost every day since I was 12 years old. And Brad was off the wagon and Ewan died.
Love me?
I don't know.
You just said that you loved her. Like, what's going on? I did read something on Reddit that kind of changed my perspective on Lip, like, years ago, about how he literally only treated one woman right in his entire life, and that was Helene. That was the older woman. That was the woman that was not on his level. Every other woman, he was just a complete dick to. Meanwhile, Ian is found by police and is arrested. Towards the end of the episode, Frank narrowly avoids getting caught by police while robbing Liam's friend's house. After finding out that Eddie ran away and left Zan at the bike shop, Lip decides to start taking care of her because she has nowhere else to go. So, this season is definitely my least favorite one that I've covered in this series. Not a whole lot of important dramatic stuff happens in this season besides Fiona and Ian getting into huge arguments about the church, as well as Lip trying to maintain some sort of sobriety while also trying to keep all of his friends intact, and up now taking in a literal, I think, 10-year-old. Those are genuinely the only two storylines that I really care about this season. It might be different for other viewers, but in my opinion, Frank's storyline this season just feels so out of character and useless to me, when in season 9, he just goes back to being the same deadbeat drunk that he's always been. Svetlana, Veronica, and Kevin also feel less engaging this season now that they are no longer a throuple, and with Svetlana leaving, Kevin and Veronica start to feel a little bit unneeded, and their scenes feel useless sometimes. Everyone as a whole and everything as a whole starts to feel more useless. Even characters like Carl and Debbie really struggle this season. I really despise Carl's new relationship with Cassie. I know it's supposed to be frustrating, but Carl's goal is to get back into military school, and the majority of the season sees him working at Patsy's and running a few side hustles to achieve that. And it's just like, why are we stalling his storyline for something that isn't going to matter in the next season? Overall, this season kind of loses me once we get to the halfway point. Ian's storyline with Fiona about them fighting over the church is traded for Ian building a literal cult for himself and calling himself Gay Jesus. I find myself losing a lot of interest once we get to that point. As far as the timeline goes, I mentioned that the season appeared to begin in spring and slowly over time make its way into summer, but I have absolutely no idea when it ends. My best guess is either August, September, or October, because that is when school starts again and Carl is going back to military school. But what also kind of confuses me is, how is he doing that and high school at the same time? Like, did he fully drop out? Is military school only for like a couple of weeks and then he goes back to regular high school? It's just really confusing to me. I don't know enough about that, but like, genuinely, I'm confused. The timeline of this season is yet another confusing one. In the coming episodes, the 2018 midterm elections will be discussed and also shown, which kind of throws the timeline off a little bit because the midterms and most general elections in the United States take place in November. And if you look at the weather outside, it is very much not giving November. It actually looks like it is the summertime in the beginning of the season, but then there's also the fact that Liam is still in school, so that kind of debunks the fact that this takes place in summer. So we can go ahead and assume that this is springtime. This means that the season starts roughly 6 months after season 8 ended in September 2017. Obviously, the only thing debunking this theory is the fact that the election is talked about quite a lot in episode 4, which clearly does not take place in November. So we're just going to ignore that aspect when we talk about the timeline, because every other clue points us in the direction of it taking place in spring and summer. The first episode of season 9 opens up with Fiona doing a few touch-ups on her apartment before her appraisal later that day. Ford leaves for work before Fiona finds a hidden second phone of his. Meanwhile, Frank sleeps with some of the other parents in the PTA, and let's just say he gives them all STDs. This is where a doctor tests every single one of them and forces everyone to reveal their sexual partners, and a huge number of them are able to say they slept with Frank, which reveals to everybody that he is the reason they all tested positive. Meanwhile, Carl is given his year-end review, and the only notes that his superiors have for him are that his crazy girlfriend, who is camped outside the school, is causing a commotion. Elsewhere in prison, Ian is visited by Fiona, who tells him that she is getting her apartment appraised to get money in order to bail Ian out of jail.
I'm close to getting the bail money. The court just did an appraisal on my building.
How soon?
Tomorrow, maybe.
I need a few more days. There's oppression everywhere in here.
What are you talking about? Busting my ass to get you out of this shithole.
My work here's not done. I'm saving the submissives from their sexual oppressors.
And I'm getting you a $50,000 gift of freedom. Are they giving you your meds in there?
I'm protecting defenseless slaves from having their emotional and physical spirits slaughtered. Fiona.
Since getting locked up, he's kind of become a spokesperson for the bottoms of the prison. At the Alibi, Debbie finds out that her male coworkers are making more than her. This causes her to leave to confront her misogynistic boss. Also, Lip and his now child that he's kind of fostering, Zan, not officially of course, go to Brad's wedding. At the wedding, Lip meets Cammy's sister Tammy, who arrives late. He hits it off with Tammy, and after the ceremony, they go sleep together in the communal bathroom. Elsewhere, Ford suggests to Fiona that she shouldn't be worrying about Ian, and she shouldn't be trying to bail him out. All these concerns from Ford are valid. From an outsider's perspective, like Ford, it's absolutely insane that Fiona just continuously tries to clean up all her siblings' messes. Later that night, Fiona confronts Ford about his second phone. The next morning, while waiting for Ford's phone to ring, Fiona accidentally drops the phone in the toilet as someone starts calling. Later on, Ian tells Fiona that he's not sure if God wants him to be bailed out. Also, Brad tells Lip to go after Tammy because he thinks that the two would be great together. So after Lip goes and tries to do this, Tammy completely shuts him down. At the beginning of the episode, Frank starts stealing Ruiz signs for his opponent, Wyman. Elsewhere, Zan agrees to watch Kevin's kids because no one else can. While watching the kids at the park, Zan runs off with a woman's wallet, completely abandoning the twins. Fiona and Liam meet Max Whitford.
So, what do you think?
Got good bones, but I'm really looking for something more upscale, more, artisanal. What do you think the rental increase per square foot is going to be year to year with gentrification?
At least 20%, maybe more.
Really? Huh. Aren't things actually leveling off? Down a few percentage points last quarter? CBD heading towards an equilibrium?
Sorry to interrupt. Fiona, gotta get you to your next closing by 1.
Anyway, nice to meet you, Mr.
Whitford. Hey, you know what? You seem savvy. Why don't you let me show you something else? I got another property just off Malcolm X, not even listed yet.
Okay, just this once.
Fantastic. I'll text you the address.
Fiona and Liam negotiate with Max to get in on his Sunset Brook deal.
So, interested?
In Sunset Brook, I am.
Listen, I got to get to a drinks thing at Fig and Sherry, but if either of the properties I showed you interest you, just give me a call. Unless you want to come along to drinks. Drinks can turn into dinner, it can turn into maybe more.
You should really let me in on this Sunset Brook deal. I got cash in hand. I know the neighborhood.
Drinks? Yay, nay?
I think I already have a thing, don't I?
Dinner with investors. We needed to leave 5 minutes ago.
Well, nice to meet you.
Absolutely, let's stay in touch.
What a douchebag.
Beyond.
Later on, Liam finds out that he is expelled from private school because of his father's actions the episode prior. Meanwhile, Carl is forced to volunteer at a pet euthanasia clinic. Also, Ian makes bail, and his hair is suddenly a different length when he gets out of prison. Elsewhere, Kevin and Veronica look for preschools for the twins because they've been so rowdy lately. Meanwhile, Debbie starts protesting at another welding company for equal pay and is told to leave by someone named Alex. Later on, Alex drops by the Gallagher house, somehow knowing where Debbie lives, and informs Debbie that she is a woman and she's just pretending to be a man so that she can get fair pay. A little bit later on, Ian is brought back to the church where he's meant to give some big welcome home speech to himself, I guess, but he runs off before he can. Elsewhere at the Alibi, Frank rallies everyone in the bar for a previous candidate for Congress named Mo White. Later on, everybody in the bar heads to Mo White's house to convince him to get back into politics because they are unsatisfied with Ruiz and Wyman. Oh yeah, also in this episode, Lip becomes a sponsor to this really nice guy named Jason, who just had a baby and has to take care of the child all on his own. The episode opens with Debbie and Alex vandalizing her co-workers' cars. While on a jog, Fiona stops by the vacant lot, soon to be home to the elderly home.
So you can only lose all your investment. Which was how much again?
100,000.
100,000 dollars.
With a 30% return expected in less than a year. Come on, still got 12 blocks to go.
Also, Zan is rushed to the ER, so Lip heads down there as well. The hospital calls DCFS because Lip has no right to keep her. So instead of meeting with DCFS, Lip just leaves with Zan and causes a commotion in order to get out without being seen. Also, Debbie gets breakfast with Alex and claims that she loves having a gay friend. Later on, during their shift together, they make out in a bathroom, and Debbie has her gay awakening. Elsewhere, Kevin and Veronica fix up the bar after being put on a sleazy, rapiest bar list. Also, Frank shows up to give out Mo White merch. He then gives a speech about how Mo White is the greatest candidate of all time and he's gonna fix everything for the white man. Elsewhere, Carl shows up and asks Veronica for a favor regarding a certain congressman who is unwilling to endorse him, only because earlier in the episode, he found out that Veronica used to be a dominatrix and one of her clients was this congressman. Frank then starts campaigning for Mo White, which involves him going door to door. While on the campaign trail, Frank learns that Mo is a pedophile.
It was years ago. She told me she was 18. But what, Mo? She wasn't. She left me on her 20th birthday.
Oh, so she was 15.
Frank, will you calm down?
This makes Mo's campaign a little bit more complicated. Frank and Mo head down to the bar where everybody realizes that Mo is indeed a pedophile. They temporarily back off of him for a minute before Frank gives a speech, and then everybody's like, yeah, give him a second chance. This sounds vaguely familiar. Meanwhile, Fiona promises not to sleep with Max because Ford is extra paranoid that she is going to get together with him. Also in this episode, Debbie tries to come out to Ian, who does not believe her. Shockingly, because you'd think that the man who spent all of last season as a gay rights activist would accept his sister for her identity. fourth episode opens with Debbie sleeping over at Alex's house after having a bit of a sexual awakening last episode. Meanwhile, Fiona starts campaigning for Ruiz, who will protect her as a landlord. Wyman, on the other hand, proposes a rent control bill that will basically put a limit on how much Fiona is allowed to charge for rent, so that is why Fiona is going with Ruiz here and not Wyman. Elsewhere, Carl is challenged to a duel over a spot at West Point. Meanwhile, Zan's mother shows up out of the blue to take her from Lip.
Where is she?
She's at school.
Where? I gotta go get her.
Where are you living? What? Where will Zan live?
None of your goddamn business.
The next day, it is midterm day. Senate and House elections occur every 2 years in the United States in the month of November. We know this is 2018 for sure because the calendars and the ages and everything matches up for it to be in 2018. However, it does not look like it's November, and also the time in between last season and this season is just not a year and 2 months. It's just not. If anything, it's 6 months, which is why I believe that this strictly has to take place in like May. I know that's probably when they filmed it as well, May or June, but like timeline-wise, it also makes sense for it to be May 2018. I think the only reason they threw this election storyline in there is because it aired around the midterms. So do with that what you will, but I'm gonna go ahead and just assume that this is just a Shameless thing and there was a random in-universe excuse for why there's an election in May. Anyway, Frank and Terry Milkovich block non-Mo supporters from voting at the booth. After an entire episode of Fiona getting pressured by Ford to vote for Wyman, Fiona finally caves and does just that, because it's the right thing to do. Meanwhile, Alex dumps Debbie because she's, quote, not a real lesbian. Also, Carl wins that duel I was telling you about. And toward the end of the episode, we learn that none other than Mo White won the election, ? How does that even make sense? He was third party. So him and Frank and everybody down at the bar rejoice. And at the end of the episode, Lip tries to pay off Zan's mother.
I give you 10 grand, and you agree to stay away from Zan.
Mom? Come back for me.
The episode opens with Ford telling Fiona not to forget about their exhibit date later that day. Fiona then shows up at the Gallagher house to pick up Ian for his meeting.
You ready? I told you I don't need a ride.
Oh, I'm taking Liam to school, so it's on my way.
I'm headed to Patsy's, trying to make things work with Alex.
Who's Alex?
My girlfriend.
Your girlfriend? You gay now?
Yes.
No.
Okay. You two, let's go. Someone should wash a dish around here once in a while.
Later that day, at the meeting, Fiona and Geneva get into a bit of an argument.
He is pleading insanity. End of story.
He admits he's bipolar. Suddenly, our entire movement is about mental illness.
So you want him to go to prison for 10 years?
Does anyone want to hear what my lawyer has to say?
If you make him plead insanity, you are putting lives at risk. Kids all over the world say, Ian, save them.
He put his time in. Now you save him.
They don't want gay Mary Magdalene. They want gay Jesus.
Well, they can't have him.
It's bigger than family.
Nothing is bigger than family. And if you send my brother to prison for 1 second longer than he needs to be there, I'm gonna torch a van with your pixie in it.
After the meeting is complete, Ian begs Fiona to leave him alone because he thinks that she's being a little bit too controlling about the matter. Elsewhere, Frank passes out in the bathroom of the alibi after complaining about Mo White abandoning him. Ev and V take him to the ER, where Frank learns that his body is rejecting his new liver. All the way back in season 4, when Frank first got his liver, the doctor did say it would last him 5 to 7 years, and if we look at the timeline, it's been about 5 years since he got it in early 2013. It's here where he learns he needs to take medication that'll cause horrible side effects just to keep the liver functioning. Meanwhile, Carl attends some sort of party and he meets this girl named Kelly. When Kelly tries to bring Carl upstairs to have sex with her, she passes out and hours later wakes up and accuses Carl of trying to date her. Meanwhile, back at the house, Ian dyes his hair and skips town. This causes Fiona to search high and low for him. This results in Fiona missing her exhibit date with Ford, which she promised she would attend. Fiona tries to apologize for missing the exhibit, but Ford is just not having any of it. I mean, he just doesn't get why she's so devoted to her siblings and why they will always come first. Meanwhile, Lip attends an AA meeting that only one other guy attended, and he finds out that this guy is a sober coach, which basically means he babysits drunks. After an entire episode of Debbie listening to Alex tell stories about her past, she just decided that she's bored. So Debbie leaves in the middle of their conversation and says that she doesn't want to be a real lesbian anymore because Alex is so boring. Later that night, Kelly confronts Carl and tries to apologize to him because she realizes that he did not try to rape her. Also, Ian returns home and decides he wants to go through with his trial instead of skipping town. The next day, Frank meets a woman named Ingrid in the hospital, and he accidentally sets her free from her restraints.
Say you're sorry, Timmy. Say you're sorry. For Sarah Beth, you fucker.
And at the end of the episode, during Ian's sentencing, Ian pleads insane and is given 2 years. Episode 6 is one of my favorites of this entire season. It's definitely the episode that starts the upward trajectory of this season. The episode opens with Fiona and Ford touring a new apartment. After meeting the sober coach last episode, Lip babysits one of his clients, a famous actress and recovering drunk named Jen. Yes, that is Monica Geller from Friends. Elsewhere, Fiona learns that she owes her LLC $25,000 extra on top of the $100,000 that she put down earlier. Things aren't looking too good for her. With this new information, she tries to back out of moving into the apartment with Ford.
I'm having second thoughts.
We paid a deposit.
We'll just cancel the check.
We signed the lease.
To be honest, I smelled mold in there. These old apartments, they got so much water damage, and mold is so bad for your lungs.
What's your excuse going to be in the next apartment?
I have a perfectly good apartment right here.
It's too small for me to move any of my stuff into.
It's not the right time for me to be spending that kind of money.
Well, let me know when it is the right time, and maybe I might still be around.
Elsewhere, Frank waits for his new true love, Ingrid, to get out of psychiatric care, and he follows her home later that night. Meanwhile, at the bank, Fiona tries to get a loan for $25,000 in order to pay her LLC, but she learns that she cannot get the money because she already has one pending plus a mortgage, and that's just too many. She's basically fucked. She has no other money to give them. Meanwhile, at the Gallagher house, Lip introduces Jen to everyone else in the house. Basically out of options at this point, Fiona downs quite a few. Eventually, she kisses her own employee before pulling away because she's trying not to be that person anymore that cheats on her boyfriends when things start to go really well for her. This is where Fiona returns home, and Ford is nowhere to be seen after their fight earlier in the episode, so she tracks where his phone is. This is where she drunkenly finds out that Ford is married and living with his wife, whom he has a son with.
Hi, is Ford here? Do you know what time it is?
Fiona. I got this, Patty.
Patty. You said Patty was your mother. I'm his wife.
Daddy, the kids need.
Let's go back to bed.
Fiona.
Oh, I'm such a fucking idiot.
Fiona, wait. Patty and I are separated.
It didn't look separated to me.
We're getting a divorce. We stayed together for the kid.
Oh. Holy shit, you're.
Just listen to me. Don't do this, Fiona. Oh, I fucking know.
Take your fucking hands off my car!
Fiona! Fiona!
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Relax. Relax. Fiona!
The next morning, Ian says goodbye to all of his siblings, except for Fiona, of course, because of her drunk driving the night before. Once Ian gets into prison, he is reunited with none other than Mickey Milkovich, everyone's favorite. Also, another thing I just completely forgot to mention, but I don't have ages on these characters anymore because the ages are so The episode opens with Frank partying with his new friend Ingrid. Later that morning, Frank attends Ingrid's therapy sessions. After this, he returns home with Ingrid, who acts very erratic.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Mwah. I'm just reorganizing my books by years of publication while learning Italian. Ho avuto edizione projette A.
I heard a big crash in here. Did something break?
Oh, no.
No?
I made a snack over there, if that's to which you are referring.
Maybe it's time for us to get some shut-eye.
Oh, no. I can't abandon my project. That is a fool's game. Winners finish projects.
Honey, do you feel all right?
I made a savory snack. a nice big piece of brie with some crackers. You want some?
I'm okay. Thanks.
Eat the brie.
Meanwhile, Debbie finds Fiona in her apartment and helps her on her feet.
Holy shit. It's fine. Your face. This is not fine, Fiona. Fine. You need stitches.
It's nothing. It was a car accident.
You got into a car accident? Why didn't you call us? We just thought you stood Ian up because you were pissed.
Oh my God, Ian. Oh my God.
Hey, no, Fiona, hey. No. You can't sleep. You may have a concussion, okay? Gotta get you to a doctor.
After Fiona gets a cast on her arm at the hospital, her and Debbie find her totaled car.
Did you file an accident report? We gotta find whoever did this, Fiona.
I did it.
You did what?
I did this. I was drunk and I didn't call the police because I was drunk.
You were driving drunk? What the hell is going on with you?
Adult. Okay?
I'm not a kid.
All right, fine. The zoning fell through on my old age home yesterday, which means I got Max Whitford stalking me for $25K. Or else I lose my entire $100K investment, which f***s me, because without an immediate profit off that, I actually cannot afford my first and second mortgages on my apartment building. And it means I'm gonna have to sell my building. Also, it turns out that Ford's married. Yeah, I found that out right before I totaled this car, which is gonna cost thousands to fix. So that, on top of the $1,800 that I just spent at the ER, and the $500 that the tow place just charged me, means I'm so far up Schitt's Creek, I don't even have lunch money. And I'm such a piece of that I forgot my own brother was going to prison.
Elsewhere, Lip stops by Patsy's to see if Fiona is okay, and she tells him that she's selling her building to get money for the $25,000 she owes Max and the LLC. After returning to the building, Fiona puts out an open house sign. This is when Max shows up and begs her to give him the money.
Who's your listing agent?
I can't afford you, Max.
Maybe I'd waive my commission for you. Or me some warm shard and roll out the tour. I might have a couple possible buyers interested in the quick sale. Probably get $425K for it, but it would cost you $40K in closing costs plus 120-day escrow. You don't have that kind of time. How much is your mortgage?
I've got two. One is...
What's the total?
$292,000.
I'll give you $292 for it.
Wait, you want to buy it?
Yep. I'll take it off your hands today in cash, as is. No inspections, close in 30 days. You can pay off your mortgages and walk away. And I'll take care of the $25K you owe the partnership so you don't default.
That'll leave me with nothing, Max.
That'll leave you with your credit intact. And you didn't get foreclosed on. You're pretty, but I'm not a charity.
Fiona takes his offer and packs a bag and tries to bring her dog with her, but her dog decides to stay in the apartment because the dog has never actually left the apartment. After this, Fiona buys a ton of alcohol and party supplies before she goes broke. Meanwhile, Kevin tells Veronica that he wants another baby. After the two get into a bit of an argument, Kevin runs back to the alibi and remains a bit upset about it for the rest of the episode until Veronica shows back up and reveals that she would be okay with adoption. Later on, Lip reunites with Tammy at Brad's son's christening. Also, Kelly forces Carl to study for his West Point exam. And towards the end of the episode, Fiona moves home, already picking up that bottle again. This is when Debbie shows up and reveals that she has a surprise for Fiona.
Right here. Are you ready? Uh-huh. Open up.
Holy is that Ford?
Instead of taking videos, could someone help me get down, please, for sake?
I think we got a couple minutes before the cops come, so choose quick. Paddle, stock full of rocks, paintball gun, or crossbow.
Paintball gun hurt?
Oh, yeah.
Touch the sun. Or...
Ya burned!
Shut the hell up!
You shut up! I'm a goddamn mermaid!
Back at the Gallagher house.
Episode 8 opens with Carl sneaking Kelly back into her house after spending the night with her in a tent outside the house. Meanwhile, Lip wakes up in Tammy's apartment after sleeping with her the night prior. Also, Kevin and Veronica foster Santiago, a 12-year-old immigrant who doesn't speak any English. Meanwhile, Carl and Kelly steal and sell those, communal scooters. Elsewhere, Fiona finds out that Max sold her building for $475,000. $475,000 and ended up making a profit.
$475,000. Max, you motherfucker. You sold my building.
Hey, we are out of a ton of stuff. Eggs, straws, ground beef, hash browns, tomatoes, blah, blah, blah. But I ordered it because I take initiative. It'll be here today. And I say this because I love my fellow employees. Hopefully you're getting your paychecks out tomorrow.
Yep, thanks.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm tired.
If only she had had him be her real estate agent instead of her buyer. Meanwhile, Ingrid takes Frank to the clinic and tells him she wants kids.
I froze my eggs.
You want to see them up close?
Oh, yes. Let me see my babies. Hi. All my life, all I ever wanted was to be a mother. But Randy was always so against it.
Elsewhere, Debbie finds out that Fiona forgot to pay the bills. After Frank fails to produce any viable sperm, he returns home with the bottle and tries to get Carl to produce for him. Meanwhile, Fiona begins day drinking and causes a huge scene at the restaurant after seeing gum under the tables.
Ah! Hey, not the sound you want to hear when you're eating in a restaurant. What's up?
Have you seen the gum under all the tables?
No.
It's disgusting. What do you guys do? Make sure to chew gum on your way over? Like going to Patsy's, better chew some gum so I can shove it up under the tables?
Sorry.
She okay?
I'm not sure.
She's acting kind of crazy.
A little bit.
After her shift, she drinks with a homeless lady where the old folks' home is supposed to go. Later on, she returns to the restaurant and holds a guessing contest for how many pieces of gum are in the jar.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, please. This is a jar full of gum from under the tables. Yeah, yummy. Is this a reprimand? No. I'm a fun person. I like to have fun. So, whoever can correctly guess how many pieces of chewing gum are in this jar wins a 12-pack. We will pass the jar around. You can write down your guesses and hand them into your server. An 11-pack.
Back at the clinic, the doctor reveals that Frank has very active sperm. Obviously, it's Carl's, but anyway, and the chances of implantation are very high. Meanwhile, back at the alibi, Fiona finds out that Kevin and Veronica's new kid.
Who's the new bar back?
That's Santiago. He's staying with us until we find his father.
Where'd he come from?
What we thought was child services. Santiago said that there were 1,000 boys living there. It's a trail of tears. I don't remember exactly what that was, but they wouldn't call it that if they weren't crying.
Well, they are here illegally.
They were escaping violence.
They came to Chicago to escape violence?
Now see what the big deal is. They got some hot meals, somewhere to sleep. It's kind of like a summer camp.
Yeah, Tommy, it's a regular fucking country club.
What are you doing? I am not with you on this.
They got separated from their parents. You know, their lives were so shitty that they risked everything to come to this country of all places. Land of the free, home of the brave.
Some guy tries to offer Fiona drugs, and Kevin prevents Fiona from literally going with this sketchy-ass man.
Can I buy you a drink?
Yes.
Hey, pump the brakes, School P. She's had enough.
Let the guy buy me a drink if he wants to buy a girl a drink.
You want to fight?
Sure.
Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. But I dropped something.
Elsewhere, Lip tours apartments with Tammy. Not that they would be living together, but they kind of don't like that both of them have to live with other people. So by either one of them getting a solo apartment, that would allow them to have in peace. At the end of the night, Veronica and Kevin bring Fiona home from the bar. This is exactly how they used to bring Frank home, by the way, whether it was the cops, Kevin, Veronica, or sometimes even Fiona. And it's just really sad to see Fiona follow in her father's footsteps. Not only has she slipped into her mother's erratic behavior at work, but she's taken up Frank's drinking habits and is even accepting drinks and drugs from strangers. At the beginning of the episode, Debbie asks Fiona to pay her back for paying the bills. Also in this scene, Ford confronts Fiona over his tools going missing the night prior.
Come in peace.
Oh, no.
Just want my tools back.
Why would I know about that?
Come on, Fiona.
What, you think I just wandered onto your site and picked them up out of your truck or something? Maybe I came into your house in the middle of the night and I watched you sleep for an hour, and then I just took them on my way out.
Do you have them or not?
No. Huh? You egotistical f***. I haven't thought about you in weeks.
Guess I'll be going then.
Yeah.
Damn straight you'll be going.
My tools happen to turn up, let me know. That's how I make my living.
Oh, if they happen to you! Thanks. Breakfast is on me at Patsy's after I shower.
Nope, no money, no shower.
Christ.
Where are you going?
To shower at Veronica's.
Elsewhere, Lip meets Tammy's ex during a 5K. Later in the episode, Lip works out that Tammy is still sorta kinda together with this guy who's only just now back in town because of the family 5K. Meanwhile, at the clinic, Frank and Ingrid learn that she is pregnant with sextuplets. A little bit later on at the alibi, Ingrid forces Frank to be okay with them having 6 children.
We'll take money, and our 3 unborn children, thank you in advance.
Triplets? Sextuplets.
Holy shit, is that like 7?
6.
No, you told Dr. Kwan 3.
I know what I said, but I know what I
But what I'm saying is that
That's
a
my
verbal
body, my
contract
choice,
in the
Frank.
state of the-
I am not gonna kill my babies. We're gonna have all 6. 6!
Okay, it's okay. Everything's okay. Yeah?
Okay.
It's all good.
6.
That's great, isn't it?
Ooh. I can feel them now.
You okay?
Not that Frank is okay, but he is pretending to be okay with the fact that he will have another 6 children to take care of, or not take care of, because he never did take care of the first 6. Meanwhile, Kevin and Veronica start selling a new beer, or like line of cocktails, I guess, by a company called Hobo Loco. Frank decides that this competition is for him, and that he is going to win this competition because he's like the poster child for it. He also wants to win because he has 6 new children to provide for, and the prize is in cash. Meanwhile, Liam and Santiago try to earn enough money so that Liam can live at the Gallagher house, because Debbie is charging everybody rent money now. Back at Patsy's, Ford confronts Fiona about the tools yet again, and in response to this, Fiona attacks him.
I want a completion deadline, so I don't have time to f around, Fiona. Just tell me how much you want for the tools.
I don't have them.
500,000.
Go.
I'll give you $1,500 if you give them to me right now. I can know you could use the money.
I don't need your money! I don't need anything from you!
Hey, how
Want my
about...
tools, Fiona?
Yeah?
I want them.
Hey, you just got your cast off.
After Eliza breaks up the fight, Ford leaves, and an employee accidentally brushes up against Fiona.
Just touch my ass.
Hey, Fiona! Yo! I fucking felt you! I felt you! Do it! I am not... Get off me! Stop! You cannot touch people!
Lily, how about if we get this guy a couple of free burgers? If he promises not to sue, I'm so sorry. Sit down, drink this, and calm the down.
In response to these outbursts, her coworker Eliza tries to bring her to box to get her aggression out in a more suitable fashion. Also in this episode, Kevin and Veronica track down Santiago's birth father, who they witness getting deported. After his jealousy about Tammy and her ex being kind of sort of still together, Lip decides to sleep with Tammy's sister, and at the end of the episode, Fiona does in fact have Ford's tools, and she returns them to him by throwing them through his windows.
What do you do?
At the start of the episode, Fiona is drinking on the job around midnight. This is when 3 scary-looking dudes walk in and attempt to rob her. She sends them on their way and then locks up.
Shit.
You all right?
Yeah.
Next morning, Frank meets a guy named Mikey while signing up for the Hobo Loco competition. After returning home, Fiona decides to throw out all of her alcohol. Meanwhile, Ingrid's husband and her doctor try to convince her to get a reduction, but Ingrid is dead set on keeping her kids. And at this point, Frank is kind of becoming a bit flighty with her. He's starting to focus a little bit more on the games and less on her. So she's just kind of lounging around at the Gallagher house. Later on, Zan returns to Lip after being abandoned yet again by her mother. Meanwhile, Liam sells lemonade in front of some yuppie woman's house. In response to this woman calls the cops on Liam and his friend because they are disrupting her. Elsewhere, Margot confronts Fiona about her closing up the diner early last night.
Police got a 911 call last night about a possible robbery. Frantic woman called saying that 3 men were threatening her. And she said they left, but she was afraid that they were going to come back. When the police arrived, the restaurant was closed, which is interesting since we're open 24 hours.
Maybe they had the wrong address?
Stop. I don't want your lies. And you smell like booze. I don't know if you're drunk now or if you just drank so much last night that it's just coming out of your pores.
No, I'm sober.
You're fired.
What? Why? I haven't had a drink today, I swear.
I've been getting calls for the past month from customers and vendors and employees saying that you have been drunk on the job or asleep on the job or angry on the job.
But I've turned a corner.
People who say they've turned a corner, they haven't turned a corner.
I promise I'll straighten out.
Good.
Yes.
But not on my watch. You're acting manager now.
All of you ratting me out. If it weren't for me, none of you NA motherfuckers would even have a job. I wanted to fire you because you suck.
Fiona, I think we should just...
Fuck up, Eliza. I'm leaving. Oh, and guess what? The cook rubbed his dick on all of your meals. Yeah, enjoy.
Meanwhile, Santiago's sister shows up at Kevin and Veronica's doorstep. She tells them that she wants to leave America because their dad was deported. After getting fired earlier in the episode, Fiona grabs her booze from the trash. Debbie tries to reason with Fiona, who's at the doesn't give a shit about anything phase. Also, Debbie goes downstairs to check the furnace for carbon monoxide leaks, and she is temporarily stuck down there in the crawl space. Meanwhile, Ingrid is on a call with her client when her husband and the doctor arrive to try and reason with her.
The good things she does.
Sally, your therapist is having a tea party with stuffed animals.
We're looking for Ingrid. I'm her ex-husband. This is Dr.
Oh, I don't go who you are. She's right here.
Yeah, you know, Sally, we will have to continue this later, same time next week. I cannot believe that you betrayed me and brought her here.
You'll bleed out and die if you carry 6 babies to term.
Then why did you implant all those embryos in me?
Because there was only a 5% chance of any of them surviving implantation in your shriveled up uterus.
So what you're saying is I'm a medical miracle?
You'll be a medical tragedy if you carry all 6 of those fetuses to term.
I am willing to take my chances.
No, I will take you home.
No, get out of my house!
If you don't come to my office right now, I will go North Korean on you and reach into your vagina and rip the embryos out of your
Please, she's trying to kill my baby!
It's here where Ingrid runs downstairs and starts hearing Debbie in the walls.
Ingrid? Oh, crap. Ingy.
Somebody down here? I'm trapped!
Ingrid!
Well, we all feel trapped at some point. Do you want to talk about it?
No, you crazy! I need to get out of here! I turn off the gas before the house blows up!
Debbie?
It's actually so funny. Like, the later seasons aren't as funny, but this episode is hilarious, you guys. Meanwhile, Kevin and Veronica let Santiago and his sister leave the country. And at the end of the episode, Liam tells Fiona about his lemonade stand getting shut down, so Fiona takes it upon herself to rally the entire neighborhood to confront the woman who called the cops on Liam. During this rally, Fiona gets up close and personal to this woman and even punches her in the face before the cops arrive and arrest Fiona.
Your fence.
As if things couldn't get any worse for her. Episode 11 opens with Ingrid calling Frank and demanding he come home.
How's my 6 embryos today?
George, Gordy, Glenn, Gladys, Gina, and Gabby Gallagher. We're Frank, and we're tired of hiding from Dr. Kwan in this dark rat cave basement.
The finals today.
I want you home now. I want you home now. I want you the f home now. Right now.
This is for the future of our children. You can't ask me to quit now. You can't ask LeBron James not to play in the playoffs.
Today is the finals of the Hobo Games, by the way. Also, Debbie and Kelly remove the furnace, while Ingrid asks Debbie yet again if Frank is going to be there for her and her baby. Debbie suggests Ingrid test Frank. Elsewhere, Fiona wakes up from a long night of partying. She runs away with someone's oxy and makes it back home, where Debbie is there to ask her for the rent money. Elsewhere, Veronica forces Kevin to get a vasectomy. Once Kevin learns about the procedure, he runs away from the hospital and lies to Veronica about getting it done. Meanwhile, Frank and Mikey pretend to be gay veterans in order to hustle money from people as one of the challenges. Later on, both of them also win the emergency room challenge. Also in this episode, Carl is promoted to Friar at Captain Bob's, and Lori continues to hit on him. Meanwhile, we see the new low that Fiona is willing to stoop to in order to pay rent. Also, Lip schedules a house visit with DCFS so that he can file the paperwork to adopt Zan. Because Kevin isn't feeling too well, Veronica stops by to drop off the twins with Debbie, who's supposed to be watching them all day. This is when DCFS drops by for the inspection, and no one is home with the kids, except Fiona, who is upstairs, passed out from all the drinking.
Hi, Peter Naylor, here to see Philip Gallagher. You at home?
Lip! You home?
What about Alexandra Galvez?
Sorry, I was sound asleep. Yeah, Zan crashes here sometimes. Why?
I'm with DCFS, here to do a home safety check for a case opened up by Philip Gallagher.
Oh.
Yeah, come in?
We're just doing a few home improvement projects today. Your tetanus is up to date, right?
Is that an open hole in the floor?
Yes. But it's not what it appears to be. My sister's actually a welder, so she's very qualified to. Debs, can you come down here, please?
Who's in charge of these children?
Debbie. Debbie is.
The woman you can't find.
Well, she's definitely here. She's just probably getting a tool or something. Debs!
Doesn't seem like Debs is here.
I was here. I was right upstairs, so if the kids needed anything, I would have heard them and come running.
Weren't you sound asleep?
While all this is happening, Kelly and Debbie are outside having a bit of a sprinkler fight. Fiona is just continuously blurting out the wrong things. It's here where Lip arrives and tries to continue the tour with the DCFS officer. However, the guy says he's seen enough, so he leaves. And after he leaves, Lip lays into Fiona for her recent alcohol issues.
Why the hell did you let DCFS in here?
I had no idea who that guy was. I didn't.
What the did you think it was? He's wearing a tie and he's got a clipboard.
I'm not a mind reader. Why didn't you tell me they were coming?
Why didn't I tell you?
Yes, maybe if I'd known DCFS was dropping
Do
by.
you have any idea how much you f***ed this up for me?
I did not invite DCFS here. I did not leave a furnace in the house, or kids in a pack and play, or an open hole in the
No,
floor.
but you sure as shit didn't help Fiona. The old Fiona would have handled this, would have spun shit, would have covered for me.
What was I supposed to do? Bake him a cake?
No, I expect you to not be drunk in the middle of the day.
Maybe I'm tired of playing Susie Sunshine all the time, huh? Think of that. As if I want to be drunk in the middle of the day. That is my business.
A little bit later on, Carl returns home and accuses Debbie of hitting on Kelly. Back at the Hobo Loco challenge, Ingrid does try to test Frank, which he fails. Meanwhile, Fiona tries to find Lip at Born Free, and she is met with his sponsee and co-worker Jason. It's here where she accidentally gives this guy alcohol. Later on in the episode, Lip finally tracks down Tammy, who tells Lip that she thinks she's pregnant. Lip then gets a call from Jason, which he has to answer as his sponsor.
I'm in the middle, so I'm gonna call you back. What happened?
Elsewhere, Frank loses the Hobo Loco challenge. Back at the house, Carl tries to get Kelly to go upstairs with him, but she refuses because she wants to hang out with Debbie. Meanwhile, Jason confesses his mishap to Lip and reveals that Fiona was the one to give him the alcohol. Also, Veronica figures out that Kevin lied about his vasectomy. After the Hobo Loco games kind of blew up in Frank's face, Ingrid says goodbye to Frank, and her husband Randy gives Frank a check so that he will stay away from her and her family. At the end of the episode, Lip returns home and yells at Fiona yet again for her incompetence and refusal to get clean.
Who?
Jason, my sponsee.
Who?
Jason from the shop. You just got my sponsee fucking drunk.
He didn't say he was your...
100 days! He was sober!
I'm not sad. I'm sorry for him. But it's not my fault. I didn't know.
Oh, nothing's your fault anymore, huh?
I didn't know.
No, you didn't care enough to know. Listen to me. I want you out of this fucking house.
The episode opens with Zan getting taken away from Lip after the DCFS visit went south last episode. Elsewhere, Fiona collects her final check from Patsy's, makes a big huge scene about it.
No need to panic, Eliza. Just here for my final paycheck.
Okay, sure. I'll be right back.
Hey, you got my tip out? What? My tip out. You know what a tip out is, Karina. Where are my tips?
Well, we didn't think that you were...
You guys just stole my tips? Wow, that is cold. That's okay. I'll just take this. Thank you. Okay, what's up, Judas? Hey, winner. Here you go. You know those eggs aren't really cage-free, right? The menu's full of lies. Enjoy.
Have you been drinking?
Have you? You're drunk. You, Eliza.
You got your last paycheck. Please leave or I'll have to call the cops.
Oh, let's call them. They can find out where my stolen tips went.
Also in this episode, there's a huge blackout that forces all of Chicago to lose power. Thanks to this blackout, Frank and Fiona work together to run a scam. After this, Frank and Fiona meet at the Alibi and celebrate their wins together, and this is where Frank tries to justify Fiona's alcohol issues through his own alcoholic lens.
Uh-huh. You're a bad drunk.
Oh, well, if that isn't the pot calling the kettle black.
No. I'm a good drunk. Makes me happy. When you drink, you get mean.
You seriously telling me to stop drinking?
I would never say that to my worst enemy. I am telling you there are good drunks and bad drunks. A good drunk is fun. A bad drunk wants to have a fight. I've always been the most fun member of this family. You know why? Because I get it. Sobriety is a fool's game.
Also, Kevin and Veronica start a barbecue in the alley of the Alibi. Carl, Kelly, and Debbie arrive, and Kelly starts to become a bit uncomfortable by Carl and Debbie constantly fighting over her. Everyone at the barbecue realizes that the South Side is the only area of town that has not regained power, so Fiona then leads a protest march, I guess, to show that the South Side is tired of being fucked over. While the protest is happening, Veronica stops by the Gallagher house and asks Lip why he threw Fiona out. After the power comes back on and everybody returns to the Alibi, Fiona is still very much fired up, and nobody else really seems to care. After returning to the Alibi, she lays into everyone in the bar.
Today we found the true power. Southside.
Yeah.
Here's to the greatest day ever.
You f***ing p***s. You never stop talking about how tough the South Side is, how we survive. And then you do nothing. God, I am embarrassed. You know, we talk a big game, but we don't actually do shit. We get exactly what we deserve. So fuck you.
Fiona is laughed at by everyone and almost loses it.
Take it easy, sweetheart. Sounds like somebody needs to get f***ed on the south side.
Right, okay. Somebody's a little bit fired up.
You okay? I'm tired of that bullshit.
This is where Veronica tries to calm her down, and in the same breath says that she is unwilling to let Fiona stay with her because they just don't have enough room for her. But it's more like they don't want Fiona's influence around them and the kids.
And with the girls and everything, it's just a little too much right now, having you stay with us. I'm really sorry. I am.
V. It's not a big deal.
Really? You don't know. I'm gonna talk.
Yeah. It's great. I totally get it. I understand.
Also, back at the house, Kelly confronts Carl about him being so clingy lately. Tammy then shows up to the house, and Lip promises he'll be there for her and the baby if Tammy decides to keep it. The next day, Fiona wakes up in her old apartment with no idea how she got there. She struggles to make it to her feet before she vomits all over the floor. The only remnant of her in the building is a business magazine with her name on the shipping label, a subtle reminder of where she was at the start of the season. At the end of the episode, Fiona finally attends an AA meeting.
I didn't feel any pain till much later, but I didn't care about myself.
These last two episodes have been absolutely amazing in my opinion. Fiona's arc is coming full circle, and I really love how they handled each and every little detail involved in it. Her story this season has included some of the best writing and acting this show has ever seen, and the last two episodes of this season will continue that streak. At the beginning of the episode, Frank injures his leg on his way out of Fiona's old building, which is being torn down. Frank returns home and Fiona takes Frank to the hospital due to his leg injury. Frank then gets surgery done on his leg by a new doctor. Also, unfortunately, Carl is rejected from West Point, which has been his goal for the last 2.5 seasons. Meanwhile, Fiona gets a job at a gas station because she's really kind of out of options right now. She has no money, so she has to start from the bottom. A little bit later on, she attends another AA meeting and reconciles with her ex-coworker, Eliza.
My name is Fiona, and I'm not sure if I'm an alcoholic. I know I'm supposed to say I'm an alcoholic, but I
I don't really know. I've been drinking too much to get by, but I haven't had trouble with alcohol before. There's a lot of reasons to think that I could be an alcoholic. My mom was a junkie. My dad's a drunk. My brother's an alcoholic. And I love him to death. So I guess I should be here, just in case.
Meanwhile, Kevin and Veronica make a deal with the nuns after they find out that they've been hiding the fact that they're sending 2 Amy's to the school. I think I forgot to mention that, but there was like only 1 slot open at the preschool that Gemma and Amy were attending, so they just made both of them pretend to be Amy. Meanwhile, Debbie kisses Kelly and Kelly rejects her. Later that night, Carl and Debbie put aside their differences and reconcile with each other. And at the end of the episode, late at night, Fiona is working her first shift at the gas station, and she is met with none other than Max Whitford.
Have you been?
Been better.
Yeah. Listen, I was meaning to call you. Zoning on that lot you're a partner in got approved. It's like the nursing home's still gonna purchase it. And we still have some due diligence to do, but should close in the next 6, maybe 12 months. I don't remember exactly how much you have in the partnership, something around 90,000?
100.
What if I bought you out now?
What?
Yeah, that way you don't have to wait a year for your money, and I don't have to waste my time hunting down your next of kin after you get shot selling cheap wine out of this box. Still have the same phone number?
Yeah.
Good. Call you in the morning, we'll get it done.
Fiona gets her check from Max Whitford. All she can do is stare at it because she's never seen this much money in her entire life. Meanwhile, Carl and Debbie leave early in the morning to vandalize Kelly's truck. This is where Fiona heads downstairs and has to listen to Frank complaining and begging for more meds.
Debbie?
Fiona. She needs Frank.
Oxy time.
Doubt it. Yep, Debbie gave you one at midnight last night, so you don't get another one till 8 a.m.
What time is it?
It's almost 6.
It hurts.
I'm sure it does.
The bottle says takes needed for pain. I'm in pain.
I don't even know where Debbie keeps them.
Where she hides them, you mean? Wake her up, find out.
She's not here.
Bullshit. Debbie!
Jesus.
My bandage needs changing.
It's not my turn.
Need a sponge bath.
Not a chance.
I'm starting to smell.
And that's new how?
You could call Debbie.
Jesus, how long did the doctor say you were gonna be like this?
3 to 6 months.
Jesus.
Later that morning, Fiona talks with Lip about them having to take care of Frank for the next 6.5-ish months. The Gallaghers then decide that Frank needs a nurse because they can't keep watching him and giving him his meds because they have lives of their own. After everyone else leaves, Debbie asks Fiona what's next for her life because she quit her job at the gas station, obviously, and now that she has $100,000, she has a second chance. Later in the episode, Carl gets recommended to be an assistant manager at another Captain Bob's location. At the Alibi, Fiona tells Veronica about her check.
Well, zoning went through on the lot that I invested in, and Max Whitford bought me out of the partnership.
No, how much?
$100,000.
Oh,
Right?
That is fantastic. So what are you gonna do with it? Buy a new building?
Oh, hell no. Fool me once.
So what now?
Well, I quit my job at the gas station.
Damn right.
And now I don't know. I feel like I got a second chance.
And a third, and a fourth.
Meanwhile, Debbie finds out that Liam moved in with his friend Todd and has been living there for the last day and nobody seemed to notice. Elsewhere, Lip begins training his sponsee Jason at work, and this is where Tammy shows up. After an argument, Tammy abandons Lip. Later in the episode, Tammy comes back to Born Free to apologize to Lip. At Fiona's preliminary hearing, she pleads guilty to punching the neighborhood racist in order to settle her case. Later on, Fiona meets with none other than our boy Ian in prison and tells him that she wants to move.
Didn't know you were coming today.
I wasn't. I'm thinking maybe it's time for me to go.
Go.
Leave. Move someplace else. Shit. I can't believe I actually said it out loud.
Someplace else, like...
Somewhere nearer the equator. I'm sick of winters, you know? Ice and sleet and freezing my ass off.
Tell anyone else about this yet?
Thought I'd try it out on you first.
You should go.
What?
You should get the out. You deserve it. You were hoping that I was gonna try and talk you out of it?
Maybe. I'm scared.
And now I'm crying.
After Carl tells Debbie about his future at Captain Bob's, Debbie tells Kelly to make Carl fight for a better career than fast food. At Captain Bob's, Kelly shows up and takes Carl back to his place and also forces him to quit his job at Captain Bob's. After their little argument, Carl and Kelly get back together. Meanwhile, Liam gives Debbie a list of demands that the siblings are to follow in order for him to move back into the house and become part of the family again. Also, Debbie hires a new caregiver named Shameless for Frank. This is where Debbie heads upstairs and finds Fiona packing her bags. Lip then arrives and heads upstairs and realizes he can't really reason with her. She's made her decision and she's going to move. Fiona then makes Lip swear that he'll take care of the rest of the siblings.
Take care of him for me, will you? Promise?
Promise.
Lip then leaves to gather supplies for Fiona's goodbye party. Fiona then heads downstairs to say goodbye to Frank one last time.
Well, I'll see you around.
Frank, in his own special way, says thank you to Fiona for taking care of the kids because he was such a piece of shit and never did anything.
You did a good job. Monica wasn't up to it. You stepped in and helped. Thanks.
Helped? I did it all, Frank.
That helps you sleep better.
See you around, Frank.
I doubt it.
Fiona then takes her suitcase and walks out of the Gallagher house one last time. Before heading to the train station and getting on a train. Elsewhere, everybody returns from gathering supplies for Fiona's party to find out that Fiona is gone. Debbie then finds a check from Fiona for $55,000. The end of this episode sees Fiona getting on a plane and heading to an undisclosed location, but probably somewhere tropical. Fiona's departure from the show was definitely the closest thing to a last straw for me as a viewer. If I ever decided to stop watching the show, it would have been here. Season 9 as a whole was such a lopsided crop of episodes in my opinion. The first 4 are some of the most uninteresting and boring and recycled episodes the show has ever offered us. I'd even say that they were a slight step down from Season 8, which I've gone on record as saying is my least favorite so far. The middle of the season, though, is purely old Shameless vibes. I love the 5th and 6th episodes so much. The tension of Fiona trying to keep Ian from going to prison for 10 years in episode 5, as well as Frank's liver transplant from season 4, finally having repercussions in the grand story arc of the show, were both done really well in my opinion. Episode 6 goes down as the best episode this season in my opinion. Fiona's downward spiral truly begins here when her LLC deal begins to fall apart. Fiona finding out that she cannot provide the needed $25,000 to stay in the deal, along with her finding out that Ford is married with a child, as well as the following drunken car crash, brings us some of Emmy Rossum's best acting in my opinion. These 2 episodes truly act as a needed 180 for the season. From this point forward, I don't really have many complaints about the season, although outside of Fiona and Lip, and sometimes Frank, I find it hard to care about what the characters are up to, which was a huge problem for me as well in season 8. Like Carl euthanizing dogs, or Debbie and Carl's love triangle with Kelly, I just find to be a waste of time. Frank's new relationship with Ingrid is his best storyline in ages. I really love his rapport with her, and I love the shenanigans they get into. The hobo games, though, are not as fun in my opinion. It kind of drags for a little bit too long. Kevin and Veronica are kind of boring this season, but I'll always love their dynamic, even if it's just for the comedy. I just feel like after Svetlana leaves the picture, they have little to do. Ian obviously leaves the season temporarily, so I won't complain too much about his storyline, but like, seriously, I really do hate his religious arc, because to me that was never where his character should have headed. The big thing about Ian as a character is that he's not a messiah to gay people. In earlier seasons, he's treated as a normal everyday guy who just happens to like men. I understand why they did this, and I'm not upset at all that they made Ian more gay by surrounding him with an entire community of people who support him, but I am certainly upset that they made him a figurehead for the gay community. I just feel like it ruins the whole quote-unquote everyday aspect of his character. And this isn't me saying that he's too woke now or the show is too woke now. I just hate Messiah storylines, and I'm glad that they dropped it in season 10. But yeah, back to the star of the season, Fiona. What is there to say about a departing character you love so much when they are so pivotal to its existence? I almost don't know how to describe how important Fiona is to the show's DNA. I truly believe in my heart that if Emmy Rossum didn't leave this show, it would have been on air longer. The fact that the show even went on without her is sort of a slap in the face in my opinion, because after she left, the show completely lost its identity and its impact and its importance. A lot of the writing in season 10 seems like they just completely forgot who these people are. Fiona Gallagher was the glue that held this family and Shameless as a whole together. People will argue till they are blue in the face that it was Frank, but they're all wrong. I truly believe that Frank is like the Han Solo of this show, the anti-hero. Fiona, on the other hand, was our hero, Luke Skywalker. Without Fiona there, it just becomes a joke. Lip, Ian, Debbie, Carl, Liam, and the Ball family are still there, but with no glue to hold them together, the writers struggle to have an emotional core going forward. I will forever resent the show for not ending in season 7 to avoid the mistakes made in the last 2 seasons. Season 9 was also a great opportunity to end the show because what is a show without its central character? Alright, so season 10 opens up with Debbie trying to take over for Fiona as the new leader of the household. Quick timeline update, we learn it's been roughly 6 months since Fiona left Chicago. Liam starts to explore his cultural identity with Veronica. Also, Carl graduates military school after spending a considerable amount of time in lockup for something that he did. Carl is not sure if he wants to re-enlist because of how they treated him in military school. Meanwhile, Debbie tells Frank that she's hiding the money from everybody because everyone else is irresponsible and she's the most responsible adult in the family when it comes to finances. A bit later on, we see that Debbie is fibbing because she heads to a storage unit and reveals to everyone, and by that I mean everyone in the audience, that she has been buying and returning designer clothes with Fiona's money. Meanwhile, Kevin has started to have a bit of a midlife crisis over him slipping during a basketball game. Elsewhere, Frank steals a woman's pain meds. Also in this scene, he reunites with Mikey. Elsewhere, Tammy is rushed to the hospital where she is given an emergency C-section due to complications. After the birth, Tammy is rushed into yet another operating room because she requires emergency surgery. Meanwhile, Frank and Mikey run a scam. Also, Carl has a bit of a sex bender with Kelly because Kelly is home from Annapolis for a couple of days and they need to squeeze in as much sex as they possibly can. And at the end of the episode, the kids meet Lip's new son, Fred. Episode 2 catches us up with Mickey and Ian, who are not doing that well in prison together. The show's decision to reunite Mickey and Ian is not one that I'm a fan of. I've made it pretty clear my thoughts on their relationship, but just know from here on out, Mickey is yet again a main character, which is why I've given him a picture on the board again. Meanwhile, Debbie demands rent money from Frank and Mikey if they are going to stay there. Mikey tells Frank that he is the patriarch of the family and thus deserves to not pay rent. Elsewhere, Carl sells his military gear to some kid starting ROTC in the fall, again confirming the fact that this is most likely summer. Meanwhile, Liam struggles with the reality that he is a true Gallagher. He wants to take a DNA test to prove that he's not related to Frank or Monica and that he was just somehow swapped at birth. Lip then returns home and tries to adjust to being a parent. At the alibi, a delivery driver is found dead in the bathroom. Back in prison, Ian treats a few of his patients and one of them gives Ian relationship advice. Later on, Ian tries to work things out with Mickey, who isn't on the same page about breaking up. Elsewhere, Frank and Mikey try to scam an Uber driver. Meanwhile, Carl gets his job back at Captain Bob's. He meets a woman named Anne, who is the new manager, and Carl is yet again hit on by his boss, Laurie. A little bit later on, Lip falls asleep in the bathroom, and Veronica shows up to bring over a new bassinet for Fred from the truck that she and Kevin were raiding.
You can't leave a baby alone like that.
I fell asleep.
You can't fall asleep.
Hey, it was 2 seconds.
Something could have fell on him. Someone could have stepped on him.
Yeah, well, there's no one else here.
When's Tammy get now?
She's still in ICU. I don't know.
I brought you a baby gift. It's a bassinet, but you need to assemble it.
I'm tired, you know?
Welcome to parenthood.
Frank then returns home and starts complaining about Debbie's wealth hoarding. This causes Mikey to follow Debbie to her storage unit, where he finds out that she has been using the money to buy herself designer clothes. Meanwhile, Liam finds out that someone on his maternal grandmother's side was black, and that's why he's black. Oh yeah, this also kind of breaks canon, because in season 1, Frank confirmed that it was someone on his side that was black. It kind of just makes you scratch your head about what the writers were thinking. Liam meets his cousin Mavar, who he turns to for advice about how to be black while in a white family. Meanwhile, Kevin tries to get Veronica to make new friends. Liam then shows up and asks Veronica to come with him to the basketball game with Mavar. Lip meets a woman named Sarah outside of AA, who informs him that there is a new mom's version of AA that he would benefit from if he attended it. Elsewhere, Frank throws a party as the king of the household after finding out about Debbie's storage unit. Also in this episode, Carl tries to hit on Anne despite Laurie's efforts to prevent him from going after someone his own age. And towards the end of the episode, Veronica meets a woman named Mimi.
It's hard to get out when you're our age.
So hard.
It's hard to meet people. It's hard to put yourself out there. Do you want to get a nightcap, V? Maybe somewhere that people aren't staring.
At the start of the episode, Debbie demands that Frank clean up the remnants of his party from the night prior. It's here where Mickey confides in Frank that he wants to be a businessman. Frank then takes Mikey to make a wish in a fountain, where he gets the idea to have Mikey and him dress up as businessmen for the day to give Mikey his wish. Elsewhere, Lip attends that new mom version of AA, and he actually finds a community of women who really understand his struggles as of late as a new single parent. With Tammy still being in the hospital, Lip breathes a sigh of relief that he is not alone in the world. Elsewhere, Carl gets to know Anne and her family as they narrowly avoid getting deported by ICE. Meanwhile, Liam learns that his great-great-aunt died the night prior. Afterwards, Mikey confesses to Frank that he is going to get himself locked up because he doesn't want to let Frank see him die, and the best medical care that he can get as a poor person is behind bars. Elsewhere, Debbie reunites with a friend from high school who tells her to go after all of Derek's money. Debbie then heads over to Derek's house to beg him for his money.
Yes.
Hi, Peppa. Is Derek here?
Derek is dead.
Yeah, knock that shit off. Seriously, where is he? Oh,
Meanwhile, at Captain Bob's, Carl offers to let Anne's family stay with him, although once all the family does move in, Carl then clarifies that he really only meant Anne. Also, Mimi asks Veronica to take over her black clients because they, quote, won't listen to an Asian. At his great-aunt's funeral, Var finds out that Liam is stealing donations from people. Later on, Kelly arrives at the Gallagher house, making things very awkward for Carl and his new crush, Anne. And similarly, at the very end of the episode, Tammy returns to the Gallagher house and sees Lip hanging out with Sarah. The fifth episode opens with Lip picking up Ian from prison. Lip, Carl, and Kelly leave to go get supplies for her family's tamale business. Anne speculates that Kelly is cheating on Carl with her friend Mitch, who she cannot stop talking about on this trip. Meanwhile, Kevin reunites with a former team member of his. Also, Debbie meets with her friend's lawyer so that she can get Derek's death benefit. Later on, she attempts to meet with Peppa about the death benefit, however, Peppa ignores her. Frank returns home and Ingrid's husband Randy shows up to bring him her twins because randomly out of the blue, shocker, she decided that she didn't want them. Meanwhile, Ian meets his corrupt PO, Paula. Paula does the urine sample for him before stating that she did a line of coke the night prior, so she's using this to blackmail him because she's going to say that the urine sample is his, and obviously it will test positive for cocaine. So she's doing all of this so that she can manipulate him and treat him like shit, basically. Again, what is the purpose of this storyline? I don't know. It's not really funny. It's not really dramatic. What are we even doing here at this point? She then gets him a job as a fake EMT. Frank then agrees to take one of the kids because selling one of them is going to be easier than selling both of them. That's where Veronica tries to sell Mimi's drugs. During one of her last meetings for the day, one of the doctors invites her to a barbecue where she can go off and try to peddle these drugs to as many different doctors as possible. Debbie spends this entire episode trying to get the summons to Peppa. Eventually, she chases her down an alley and onto the L train in order to finally serve her with the summons. Towards the end of the episode, Debbie finds out that her lawyer isn't even a real lawyer. Peppa then offers to give up 1/3 of the death benefit in return for full custody of Franny. Also, Carl and Kelly sorta kinda break up at Ian's welcome home party. Back in prison, Mickey attempts an escape. He learns later on that he is getting released. Elsewhere, Frank has Liam help him try to sell Carl's baby. Meanwhile, Carl and Anne figure out that her family business has direct competition. In response to this, Carl tries to rally Anne's family in order to get them to fight back against the new competition in town. Back at the house, Tammy accuses Lip of sleeping with Sarah. Also, Debbie tries to foster a redhead named Bella to take Franny's place at Peppa's house. Elsewhere, Veronica attends a barbecue full of black doctors and experiences a bit of a culture shock. No one wants to buy her drug, and everyone there hates her potato salad. Also in this episode, Mickey finally returns to the Gallagher house. Later on, Paula arrives at the Gallagher house and threatens Ian for trying to save someone, like, for real, earlier on in the episode. Tammy then comes home and Lip tries to apologize to her. She then claims she wants her own place because the Gallagher house is getting way too crowded. The next day, Debbie brings Bella over to Peppa's house and chaos ensues. And at the end of the episode, Liam lets the Nigerian couple watch Carl's baby so that Frank can negotiate with the Chinese couple. When they return, they find out that the Nigerian couple ran off with the baby without paying. Oh yeah, also Lip reveals to Tammy that he bought them an RV to live in. The start of the episode sees Carl fail to save a woman from getting shot while sitting at a bus stop. The next day, Lip and Tammy adjust to living in an RV. Meanwhile, Sandy Milkovich, a Milkovich we've never heard of before, stops by the Gallagher house to bring Mickey some of his belongings now that he's living in the Gallagher house. That right there is Sandy. Also, Kevin and Veronica find out that one of the barflies named Billy died last night in the bar while they were closed. This is where Frank takes his keys and goes to his apartment and loots him. A little bit later on, Frank returns to the alibi and meets a rich-looking woman named Faye. After getting to know a little bit more about each other, Faye takes Frank to her car, which is evidently where she sleeps. Also in this episode, Ian's crazy PO Paula becomes Mickey's crazy PO. Meanwhile, Debbie sleeps with a woman she met at the bar. This woman then pays her hundreds of dollars for her services because she thinks Debbie is a prostitute. And at the end of the episode, Carl enacts change by getting the city to replace Streetlight. The episode opens with Paula being killed by an unknown assailant. Once Ian and Mickey find this out, they both accuse each other of doing it, and neither one actually knows if the other one did it or not. Faye takes Frank to her house and chains him up. Because of a rash that Fred has, he is turned away from daycare, so Tammy has her aunt Oopie watch him. Also in this episode, Carl starts attending a police training camp thing, and towards the end of the episode, Ian proposes to Mickey, and as they make their way to the courthouse, Ian gets cold feet halfway through, so Mickey then pushes Ian down a flight of stairs. Oh yeah, by the way, the whole reason why they are getting married is because once you are married in the state of Illinois, you cannot testify against your partner in case either one of them happens to commit the murder of their PO. The episode opens with Faye getting Frank to remember his past with Kyle, Faye's husband. We learned that back in the 90s, Frank was the reason why Kyle was arrested because he used his white privilege to get out of a sentencing by accusing Kyle of being his dealer. Later on, she drugs Frank and dumps him in a car full of empty pill bottles. Later on, Mickey starts seeing a guy named Byron, who he moves in with. Also in this episode, Debbie meets Claudia's daughter named Julia. After spending an entire day together, Debbie kisses Julia. Also, Lip takes on a new project at work in order to pay Debbie's large hospital bills. Elsewhere, Kevin and Veronica provide abortions for women from Missouri. Elsewhere, Ian tries to propose to Mickey with a promise ring, but Mickey turns him down in favor of returning to Byron. The episode opens with Frank being arrested after being found with all those pills in his car. Later on, he is sentenced to 30 days in rehab, which is not the outcome that Faye wanted. Meanwhile, during a Tammy family meeting, Tammy and Lip are just randomly given her grandmother's house. A little bit later on, Lip and Tammy take a tour of this house, and Lip begins to see his future here. The only problem is that it is in Milwaukee. Oh, also in this episode, we get this really fucking weird storyline where Kevin and Veronica are auctioned off to a rich couple. Julia then forces Debbie to attend the winter formal with her, which we will see more of in the next episode, don't you worry. Elsewhere, Carl starts his first day as a trash man, and he finds out that the company he works for is dirty, literally.
Come on, bro, you're killing me. I'm gonna be out like 1,500 bucks.
Call the sanitation department. Tell them you lost something on truck 3871.
This isn't truck 3871. Let's go fish.
Ian and Mickey go on a double date, and after the date goes south, Ian finally proposes to Mickey, and Mickey does say yes to this. And at the end of the episode, Lip tells all his siblings that he is moving out of the Gallagher house.
Me, Tammy, and Fred are moving to Milwaukee. Her family gave us an old house up there. It's nice. It's only 2 hours away. You know, it's big, so you guys can all come up and visit.
At the beginning of the episode, Frank is released from rehab after spending 30 days there, and we learn through Faye that it is at some point in mid-fall. And a little bit later on in the episode, he becomes a personal trainer to some rich guys. After the school dance is over, Julia reveals to Claudia that she's sleeping with Debbie. Frank decides to squat in Faye's house while Faye is away, and what do you know? He discovers that there is a second squatter here in this house. Meanwhile, Lip tells Tammy that he put a down payment on a house down the block because he doesn't want to move all the way to Milwaukee. And at the end of the episode, Debbie and Sandy get together randomly. Lip discovers that Tammy has moved out with Fred, despite him trying to get her to be okay with them moving into that apartment down the street. Oh yeah, also in the episode, Terry Milkovich, which I don't have on the board anymore, has burned down Ian and Mickey's wedding venue, so they are forced to go to this Polish polka dancing place to do like a last-minute wedding. Yeah, the only problem is they are homophobic there, so Debbie has to pretend to be the bride and get married to Ian when it's really Ian getting married to Mickey, obviously. At the wedding, Tammy threatens to leave Lip. Lip then breaks his sobriety for the first time since I think season 7, and Ian and Mickey are finally married after an entire season of them fighting constantly. You know, I'm just not really going to complain too much about it because you've already heard my thoughts on Ian and Mickey as a couple. Whether or not the fandom tries to do revisionist history with them, you can't just look at one episode about how their relationship is. Their relationship at its core is toxic, and it always was toxic. And yes, Mickey was always a Nazi. I don't understand how people can be so supportive of a character who has done some pretty awful things and said some pretty awful things as well. And yes, part of it is the environment that you grow up in, but maybe the relationship just isn't meant for me. I don't know. Kevin, in the middle of this ceremony, proposes to Veronica because they were never married in season 1, if you remember. The next day, Debbie is arrested for statutory raping Julia, who, if you remember correctly, is a minor. Yes, so Debbie is arrested because Debbie is not a minor herself. I think she's like 19 or 20 in this season. I mean, Debbie learned from all of her partners, like literally all of her overage partners when she was underage. And at the end of the episode, Tammy agrees to move in with Lip. Overall, season 10 is definitely the worst season of Shameless. It lacks the emotional weight of the first 9 seasons. Season 8 might have had some of the same issues, but at least they made an attempt at drama. Season 10 doesn't at all. The show has definitely overstayed its welcome at this point. I don't think Fiona leaving was necessarily the end-all be-all issue either, because each episode focuses on new things for the characters to focus on, and the overall arcs for each season are disappearing, which I believe is the main problem because it starts to feel more and more like a sitcom. There are some arcs this season, but nothing hits you in the face like Fiona's arc in season 9, or Frank's arc in season 4, or Ian's arc in season 5, or Lip's arcs in season 6 and 7. I could literally go on. Most of these characters' best moments are behind them, and aside from some decent episodes in the middle of this season, I struggle to find a reason to really care about this show. It's still fun and comedic, but as I've said 100 times times, that's not the reason the show works for me personally. Heading into the show's final season, you'll notice me praise it a bit more than season 10, but that's because an effort was definitely made for the show's 11th and final installment when it comes to the drama. Whether or not you think the effort was successful, though, is entirely up to you. Also, timeline update at the end of this season. The end of this season looks to be headed for fall, but it's apparently set in early spring 2020. I'll explain why at the end of the video, but essentially it's confirmed that this season ends on March 22nd, 2020, just days after the COVID-19 US shutdowns went into full effect. And just like that, we are here at the final season of Shameless. Personally, season 11 is definitely low on the totem pole for me, much like the previous season was. There's a lot of useless stuff thrown in here, but at its core, I love some of the storylines in this season. On my rewatch, I actually noticed myself enjoying it a lot more than I did when I first watched it. The overall arc of this season feels a lot more complete than the overall arc in season 10. The final season of Shameless begins with Frank giving a history lesson to a documentary filmmaker about Chicago and its relationship with his own family, the Gallaghers. Elsewhere, Lip and Tammy wake up to start their day with a crying baby in the background. We learn that during the pandemic, everything basically got fucked for all the characters. Kevin and Veronica never got to get married. Lip and Tammy are barely scraping by financially and are struggling to pay their rent every single month. Speaking of Kevin and Veronica, they have started a weed business out of the Alibi. Also, we learn in this episode that Debbie has an ankle monitor on now for what she did to Julia last season, even though, I mean, it's kind of a blurry line there because I believe they were only 2 years apart, but Julia was still a minor. Back at the house, Ian finds out that Mickey spent all of their wedding money, and when he confronts him, he claims that he will pay it back. Elsewhere, Lip runs errands for Tammy while she's at work. Carl helps get his ex-boss Otis convicted in exchange for a job on the police force. So Carl is now a big boy cop, and we will see his journey this season. It's one of the more interesting storylines this season, I would say. And back at the Alibi, Kermit and Tommy argue about weed. Tommy believes that weed is a gateway drug and that real men drink beer, whereas Kermit says that he'd be open to trying it. Elsewhere, Debbie loses out on a job because she's on a sex offender website, and said website lists her victim as being 7 years old when Julia was in fact 17. Meanwhile, Ian complains to his new coworker about Mickey spending all of their money. After finding out that Debbie is on a sex offender website, Sandy makes her an Instagram account dedicated to embracing her convict status. And at the end of the episode, the Gallaghers have a party at Lip's new house. Episode 2 opens with Frank teaming with Kevin and Veronica to start up their weed business. Meanwhile, Debbie throws Franny a princess party. This means that this episode takes place in January 2021, which is a whole 4 months after the last episode. And I know it's January because that is when Debbie gave birth back in season 6. The writers just don't care about the timeline anymore. Meanwhile, in response to Ian's concerns, Mickey tries to get a job. After his interview kind of goes to shit, he decides to steal stuff instead in order to make money. Elsewhere, Carl's first day on the job sees his partner teach him how to be a terrible cop. Also, Lip and Tammy's house is vandalized by some of their neighbors because Lip's home improvements will drive up their property values. The next day, Lip and Tammy are convinced by their neighbors to vandalize their own yard in order to put a sort of cap on their rent. Frank and Franny buy weed. Later on, Frank fails to remember where he is. This is sort of the beginning of something that Frank is going through this season. We won't know exactly what it is, but he's starting to lose it a little bit. Meanwhile, Carl makes his first arrest on the job. He also gets a new partner this episode. Meanwhile, Sandy and Debbie try to find Franny, who is with Frank the whole episode. After Kevin is robbed, Mickey offers to be like a bodyguard of the Alibi. Oh, also in this episode, Lip and Tammy try to come up with solutions to earn money for Brad and Cammie's baby, who could die before childbirth. In this episode, Debbie and Veronica fight over Little Miss Southside. Meanwhile, Frank, Kevin, and Liam try to kick out their new neighbors, the Milkoviches. Oh, also, Carl is forced to police people that he grew up with in the neighborhood. Meanwhile, Ian and Mickey get a new job at a cannabis farm as bodyguards. 5th episode opens with Lip and Tammy waking up to their house being put back on the market. Lip's landlord then shows up and begs Lip to forgive him because he meant to be there on time to tell him that it was going back on the market. It's here where Tammy learns that Lip didn't even sign a lease. It was just like a handshake agreement. Back at the Gallagher house, Debbie finds out that Sandy has a car and just failed to mention that fact to her. Debbie then puts an air tag in Sandy's bag so that she can track her all day. And a little bit later on in the episode, Debbie finds out that Sandy is at a strip club. Also, Liam grows more and more paranoid about the Milkoviches living next door because they are known to be very racist. Elsewhere, Mickey and Ian are robbed by Mickey's family. After their meeting with the Milkoviches goes south, Frank attempts to kill the elderly woman living upstairs to piss the Milkoviches off. But this kind of fails. Ian and Mickey then decide that they need a better ride to smuggle the drugs in, so they decide to steal an ambulance. After Lip suggested him and Tammy buy a house, they decide to take a tour of a house that is on the market for really cheap. Also, Carl gives Liam a gun for protection from the Milkoviches because he's extra paranoid as of late. And a little bit later on at Born Free, Lip is fired by the new owners. Back at the Gallagher house, Debbie confronts Sandy about all of her secrets, including the fact that she was at a strip club, and this is where Sandy reveals that she works there. Then, out of the blue, Sandy's husband shows up. Yes, you heard that correct. Sandy has a husband and has been hiding this from Debbie. Later that night, Lip breaks his sobriety yet again for the second time in 2 seasons. It's here where the two make a plan to go and rob his former place of employment. And at the end of the episode, Liam shoots the gun into the air and the bullet hits Terry Milkovich in the back of the neck, permanently paralyzing him. At the beginning of the episode, Mickey, Lip, and Brad steal bikes from Born Free. While at the doctor's, Frank learns that he has alcoholic dementia. It is one of my favorite storylines this season, and it's the best storyline that Frank has gotten since, like, season 4. Also, Carl meets a woman named Tish, legitimately Carl. Like, she forces him not to wear a condom when he wants to wear a condom. Carl just kind of, like, uncomfortably lets the situation happen. And at the end of the episode, Lip calls a family meeting to reveal to his siblings that he wants to sell the house.
We were thinking we want to sell the house. You know, if we fix it up a little bit, like Tammy and I did with Milton's, we can make a nice profit. We'd each take our share, and, you know, we could get on with our lives.
That? Good idea, but no way. We're not selling my house.
This family meeting is very similar to the one that he had last season, where he revealed to everybody that he was moving out, except this actually affects everyone in the house, because now they all have to find a new place to live. Throughout the episode, Debbie tries to bribe her siblings into taking her side about not selling the house. Meanwhile, Frank gets lost throughout the episode, and he spends the entirety of it trying to get back to the Gallagher house, and it's just kind of sad to see him like this, even though he did it all to himself. Meanwhile, Ian and Mickey try to make new friends with other gay couples. This kind of fails though, because they end up not really liking any of the other gay couples, because Ian and Mickey fall under the mask for mask category. Elsewhere, Carl shuts down Tish when she tries to hang out with him again, understandably so because she forced him to have sex without protection. Debbie then finds out that Sandy has another secret, that she has a son named Prince. Lip stores some of the stolen bikes in Kevin's workout gym, and later on in the episode, Kevin takes one for a spin and gets pulled over by a cop. This forces Kevin and Tommy to move every single one of the Born Free bikes somewhere else so that the cop doesn't see them, which kind of slip over because he was kind of depending on all that money to buy a house. Elsewhere, back at the furniture store, Carl tries to force Tish into getting an abortion because he thinks that she's trying to trap him with her child. This causes her to reveal to him that she's on the pill. This will come back up way later on, but basically these two are not together. They're never going to be together. This whole thing would have been avoided if she had just said, hey, I'm on the pill, it's okay. And she refused to say that. Like, she left out every single detail about why she wanted him not to wear a condom, and it just kind of came off to Carl as her wanting to trap him. And at the end of the episode, Tammy tells Lip that they need to move in with her dad because Lip wasn't able to get the bikes back. So this forces Lip, because he does not want to move in with Tammy's dad, he goes to the Gallagher house and just starts renovating it.
What are you doing?
Creating an open floor plan. We're selling.
Debbie leaves the house in a panic before the police arrive and ask if she's seen Lip.
Excuse me, does Philip Gallagher live here? We have a few questions about a robbery where he used to work.
He's inside. Just be careful. He's got a sledgehammer.
At the beginning of the episode, Lip is released from police custody. Meanwhile, Mickey and Ian hire a nurse for Terry, who cannot take care of himself anymore because of the whole, getting shot a few episodes ago. We find out throughout the course of the episode that this woman literally kills Terry. Also, Debbie tries to let loose in response to her and Sandy's rough patch. After Carl is deemed bad luck by everyone in his precinct, he is transferred to Vice, where his bosses order him to do their dirty work. At the Alibi, Kevin and Carol surprise Veronica with a surprise wedding because they didn't get to have their wedding during COVID. Also, police finally get a warrant to search Lip's house for these stolen bikes. After the cops find nothing, they leave, and Tammy comes home to reveal that she moved the bikes to her dad's house. Later on, after finding out that Brad is going to be subject to the same questioning that Lip was, Lip and Tammy head over to kidnap Brad to keep him from spilling the beans. Also in this episode, Frank exposes himself to everybody in an assembly at Liam's school that was supposed to be for choosing a new name for his school. And towards the end of the episode, Debbie breaks up with Sandy, and at the hospital, all of the Gallaghers find out that Frank has alcoholic dementia. Throughout the episode, Frank tries to get his old gang back together to perform a big heist. Also, Veronica helps Carol move into her new place in Louisville, and throughout the course of the episode, Carol tries to convince Veronica to move out there with her. Meanwhile, Ian and Mickey track down Terry Milkovich's body, which is being buried in a communal grave. And at the end of the episode, Frank actually does this heist and robs the Art Institute in Chicago. Elsewhere, Mickey and Ian buy an apartment on the west side. Mickey kind of hates this idea and had absolutely no part in the decision, but Ian thinks that it can be the start of something new for them. Elsewhere, Debbie tries to find an apartment for herself, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Carl tries to arrest a rich guy, but he can't because his fellow cops are paid off and they won't let anything happen to this rich guy, yet again exposing how corrupt the police department is. Oh, also, Frank costs Liam a deal with one of his classmates because of his worsening condition. Also, Frank buys heroin for himself and has to write a little note on his hand to remind him that it's there. Meanwhile, back in Louisville, Kevin and Veronica visit Carol, and while Kevin is unloading Carol's things from a U-Haul, he is given a new bartending job. Also in this episode, Carol's friend offers Veronica a job working on a campaign for a congressman. Veronica and Kevin then decide on a whim they're just gonna move to Louisville with Carol because they both have new job opportunities and owning a bar is financially killing them. Lip continues to renovate the Gallagher house. He tries to get Debbie to understand that he's only doing it so that everybody in the family can move on with their lives. At the police station, Carl refuses to apologize to that rich guy he tried arresting the episode prior. Also, Kevin and Veronica reveal to Kermit and Tommy that they sold their house. Debbie shows up and asks them why she can't find a good relationship, and it's here where Veronica says that she just needs to love herself. Elsewhere, Ian and Mickey try to adjust to life at the new apartments. Back at the Alibi, Kevin refers Lip to his real estate agent that bought the house. At the salon, Debbie asks Tammy what's wrong with her, and it's kind of weird because a few episodes prior, the two were at each other's throats, but Tammy tells Debbie that the reason why she can't find love is because of her parents being horrible examples. Also in this episode, we get Carl and his ex-partner doing the renegade dance. Meanwhile, the real estate agent makes an offer to Lip for $250,000. Back at the bar, Debbie confronts Frank about him quote-unquote ruining her love life, and this is where Liam, poor Liam, tries to soothe his dad's anxiety and depression, and it's just so sad that nobody else is there to help Liam help Frank, or get Liam the hell away from Frank so that he's not completely heartbroken if anything happens. Also, Carl gives a ticket to Tish, who remembers Tish, and she reveals to him that she is pregnant and doesn't give him a straight answer about whether or not it's his baby. Was she trying to get pregnant with his baby earlier on in the season? I don't know. We'll never know. Out of nowhere, we are introduced to a woman named Heidi. Heidi gets released from jail before she returns to her mother's house to torture her, and later on she runs from the cops randomly. We don't really know what she did, but it's here where she meets Debbie. Back at the house, Lip sells all the items he bought for the home improvements a little bit too early, as the real estate agent shows back up to reveal that her boss has declined Lip's offer of $275,000. Frank then returns home and is confused about all the remodels happening, and at the end of the episode, Frank writes a note addressed to his family before going downstairs and shooting up all of the heroin in his pocket. The episode kind of ends on an open-ended note. We aren't sure yet if Frank is going to commit suicide and be successful in that, or if he's going to make it to the finale. Yes, the underwhelming, upsetting, divisive, some might even say horrible finale of Shameless. Now, I'm just gonna go ahead and preface by saying this episode, in my opinion, is not the worst thing ever, okay? I think a lot of people were extremely hard on the episode. You kind of have to remember that this season came out during COVID and was filmed during COVID and written during COVID, so the best conditions were not necessarily met for this season to be amazing, but I think under those conditions, it was just decent. Okay, it's not the best finale, it's not the worst finale, but it definitely is underwhelming in my opinion, and I'll explain some of the reasons once we get done with the final episode of Shameless. The finale opens up with the family finding Frank with a needle in his arm. Also in the scene, Kevin invites the Gallaghers over to the alibi later. Debbie kind of revels in the fact that Lip failed to sell the house, because now that means she doesn't have to move. Lip and Tammy go outside, and Lip reveals to Tammy that he got a job as a delivery driver now that he doesn't work at Born Free anymore. She then tells him out of the blue that she believes she's pregnant again. This is actually one of the only scenes that I actually like Tammy in. I'm not the biggest fan of her. I don't hate her or anything. She's just kind of annoying to me, but I actually like her in this scene because she's actually willing to work with Lip instead of constantly blaming him or bossing him around or accusing him of sleeping with his friends. She was really annoying in season 10, but I actually like her in this season because they are a unit and they work together. She's still kind of a non-character, like there's not that much to her that's that special, but I like her nonetheless in this scene, and it's really sad that it's not better written because I think I would have loved her if it was better written. Downstairs, Frank wakes up and realizes that he survived his suicide attempt, then leaves the Gallagher house before returning to fan favorite locations such as Patsy's Pies and the church that Fiona was meant to be wed in. It's kind of obvious that they're trying to show off as many fan favorite locations to kind of pay homage to Fiona without necessarily having Emmy Rossum in the room because she couldn't make it to set that day because of the COVID-19 restrictions. The Monsignor then call an ambulance on Frank because he's clearly out of his mind. Meanwhile, Kevin and Veronica remain really unsure about whether or not they want to sell the alibi, and it kind of leaves their story really open-ended. Like, we don't know if they end up selling the alibi and staying in Chicago, or if they do end up moving to Louisville. At Kevin and Veronica's place, Mickey and Ian have a chat about whether or not they want kids. Mickey thinks he'll be a really bad dad, but Ian suggests otherwise, and the two bond over the fact that both of their dads are kind of either dead or dying. And towards the end of the episode, Lip tries to get his neighbor to buy the house, but again, it's left open-ended. We're not sure if the Gallaghers end up selling the house to this guy or not, because the offer was super duper low. Back in the house, Franny draws all over Frank's letter, making it so that the Gallaghers won't be able to read it. At the hospital, Frank calls one of the nurses, seeing him Fiona. It's clear here that he's trying to spend his final moments with his daughter, the one that got away. He tries to reconcile with her as if she's in the room, and I genuinely get emotional during this scene every single time I watch it. There are little flashes from season 1 that pop up, and yes, it's nostalgia bait and it's also fan service, but like, I don't care, okay, I'm baited, I don't care, I love it. It does pull at my heartstrings because this is a very emotional show for me. I feel so attached to all these characters at the end of the day, and no matter how much I criticize the bullshit along the way. I still love this show at its core. Frank is very much on his deathbed here, and what comes next isn't necessarily the most satisfying for some fans. In his last moments, he has visions of seasons past. It's honestly such a real shame that Fiona couldn't make it to this set because of the COVID-19 pandemic. They honestly should have just halted production until the pandemic was over, because to have Emmy in this finale, it would have been perfect. It would have been absolutely perfect if she would have gotten one more scene, even if it was just with Frank, even if she didn't see everyone else. Man, if she would have been the one there to say goodbye to him in his last moments, it would have put a bow on the entire series and really completed their arc together as characters. Even in his last moments, Fiona would have been the one there taking care of someone who did not deserve it. It would have shown that Fiona, as a character, at her core, is the same person she was when it began. Meanwhile, at the Alibi, Mickey surprises Ian at a wedding anniversary party after spending the entire episode pretending he didn't care at all to remember the date. This confirms that the finales of season 10 and 11, so that being this episode and the last episode of season 10, take place on March 21st, 2020 and 2021 respectively. Actually, season 10 ends on the 22nd because it's the day after their marriage, but here we confirm that their marriage happened 1 year ago exactly from this episode. Lip then reveals to Ian that his neighbor made an offer on the house for $75,000. Later on, Frank imagines himself at the Alibi. He sees his family in the bar and allows himself to be okay with leaving them one last time. Frank then begins floating up into the sky before he gives one last monologue, very similar to the first one he gave in the first episode.
I'm not gonna ask your forgiveness because you bunch didn't do shit for me. So let's just call it a draw. I know some of you think you hate my guts, and truth be told, I never liked any of you much either. Nobody ever said our neighborhood was the Garden of Eden, but it's been a good home to us, to me and you kids. I'm proud of all of you, because every single one of you reminds me a little bit of me. Lip, you're smart as a whip. You just can't seem to get out of your own way. And you'll figure it out. Ian, industrious, incredible work ethic, not a clue where you got that from. Touch of mental illness from your mother. Only way I can understand how you ended up marrying a Milkovich. Carl, I never could figure you out. Debbie, you remind me of your mother. Not in a good way. Good luck in life. You're gonna need it. Liam, you're the apple of my eye. You handsome devil. Everybody says you look just like me. Oh, Kev, Veronica. You're overrated as friends. Always sticking your noses in my family's business where they don't belong. You're moving. I say, good riddance. And me, Frank Gallagher, father, teacher, mentor, captain of our little ship. People say, you can't drink your troubles away. I say, you're just not drinking enough. I guess that's it. Time's precious. Don't fucking waste it. Have a good time. I sure as hell did.
This season overall is decent. I appreciate what it's trying to do, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. It's way better than season 10, and it isn't given enough credit for attempting to recover from that mess. As I mentioned before, the finale was incredibly underwhelming, but I will stand by the fact that it wasn't as bad as everyone said it was. I mean, the episode has the lowest IMDb score, which is insane when literally every episode in season 10 is worse. Even Ian and Mickey's wedding episode, which was fun at least, is worse than this finale. I think people were upset that the season finished on an open-ended note, but let's just be honest here, this show is about a chaotic family. It's not supposed to quote-unquote end. Frank dies, and that's about all the finality that we get. Most characters' endings are simply hinted at or teased, like Ian and Mickey, who remain uneasy about staying on the west side of Chicago. Kevin and Veronica aren't exactly shown moving to Kentucky, so we don't actually know if they do or not, and the Gallagher house is never actually shown to be sold by Lip. I know these endings piss a lot of people off, but I genuinely do not mind this at all. It allows each audience member to sort of have their own headcanon about what happens after the finale, which I like. Shameless is an incredibly left field show in that it always does the unexpected in the end, so why would they, in the finale, finally have a cut and dry by an expected ending. To me, this episode makes sense, and the fact that it didn't for some people is understandable. These last 4 seasons haven't been perfect. In fact, the only portion of a season that I really love in the last 4 has been the last half of season 9. From episodes 5 to 14, everything was almost perfect. If I had liked the first 4 episodes of season 9, I would have said that that season was my all-time favorite because it's just too good. But yes, season 8, 9, 10, and 11 all have major issues. The main problem with the last 4 seasons are that they lack an emotional core. This problem is particularly noticeable in the first season without Fiona, that being season 10. Similarly, the first few seasons were also pretty lighthearted and comedic, but they still had fantastic drama riddled throughout them. Look no further than episode 9 of season 1, which I've already mentioned in this video probably a million times. That is probably my favorite episode of Shameless, just because it's the first real, like, sucker punch to us as an audience. Everything else before this was pretty comedic, and if it was dramatic, it was just normal drama, but this episode hits you like a fucking wrecking ball when we get to the confrontation scene between Fiona and Monica. This is truly the moment that I believe Shameless cemented its legacy as the best dramedy on TV. I'm probably biased because it's one of the only dramedies that I've watched. It'll always have its comedy and over-the-top performances, but at its core, its dramatic and gut-wrenchingly depressing moments are what makes the show work for me. Season 2 included a second return for Monica, which ended in her getting admitted to a psych ward thanks to an attempted suicide, which is obviously really dramatic and fucking sad. The penultimate episode of season 2 juxtaposes this horrific and terrifying moment for the kids with the birth of Lip and Karen's baby, which is joyous and happy, before diving straight back into tense and uncomfortable drama when Lip finds out that the baby is not his. Even if the earlier seasons are pretty lighthearted, they still knew that they needed these dramatic sucker punch moments, as I like to call them, to balance out the comedy. The last few episodes of season 2 are genuinely some of the best this show has ever given us because of this. Season 3 has drama riddled throughout it, from Fiona trying to get custody of her siblings, to the Gallaghers almost losing their house, to Fiona and Jimmy bickering at each other all season. There's a lot of drama here. But season 3 also has a lot of comedy. As I mentioned in part 2 of this series, seasons 4, 5, 6, and 7 all handle drama incredibly well. I don't really think I need to explain why season 4 is the darkest season of the show. I kind of already did that in part 2. It's a really dark and pretty sick and twisted season of Shameless, if you ask me. Season 5 brings a lot more comedy to the forefront, but it's still, again, really dramatic, and it knows when to drop those dramatic beats in the story, like Ian finding out that he's bipolar after he runs off with Mickey's baby and has to get admitted to a psych ward. That's pretty dark. Season 6 doesn't appear to be all that dramatic on the outside, but upon further examination, Fiona struggles to try and keep the family together while also trying to force Debbie out because of her pregnancy, all the while finding out that she's pregnant herself can be incredibly emotionally taxing at times, but like in the best way possible. In the finale, everything crescendos with the reveal that Sean is still doing drugs. Fiona finding out that her husband-to-be is still doing drugs has got to be one of the most diabolical things that the writers have ever come up with. Like, that twist, it's easy to see coming because they built it up for episodes and episodes and episodes, but it's still gut-wrenching. Season 7 in the beginning is pretty lighthearted, and the drama doesn't really come into full effect until later on, like episodes 7, 8, and 9, and 10, and then obviously once we get into the last 2 episodes, it gets very dark with the death of Monica. Again, speaking to that balance. And here in the last 4 seasons, there doesn't really seem to be that much balance. Season 8 has a lot of comedic moments and a lot of dramatic moments, but the dramatic moments really only happen in like 2 or 3 episodes in the middle, and then it just kind of switches back into comedy mode for the rest of the season. Season 9 brings a lot of the drama back, particularly in the middle of the season when Fiona's life starts to go to shit. This is definitely the most drama that the show has given us since like seasons 5 or 6. And then you have season 10, which, as I said earlier, is truly the least dramatic of the bunch. To me, at least, 75 to 80% of the season feels incredibly unneeded. A lot of it is akin to a deleted scene that you would find in a DVD extra, in my opinion. Like, not that much of it feels important because there isn't a dramatic core that I've been trying to stress this entire time. And finally, season 11, as I said earlier, made an attempt to try and put in more dramatic moments. I am missing Fiona. I'm so sorry, but she was truly the emotional core for the show. Frank can have emotional moments. Ian can have emotional moments. Lip can have emotional moments. Debbie and Carl can have emotional moments. Even Liam can have emotional moments. Kevin and Veronica can have emotional moments together. But it's never going to be the same level of drama without Fiona. This lack of emotional weight, as I like to refer to it, is the main reason why I believe the last few seasons did not hit like the middle ones. Seasons 8, 10, and 11 don't even have good comedy. Like, they try for comedy, and most of the time they fail. But season 1 was so good because it had great comedy and a few dramatic moments throughout the entire season. I know a lot of people watch the show for the comedy, and let me tell you, when the comedy is good, it's really good. But even the comedy in the last few seasons doesn't hit as hard as the first few because characters like Svetlana and Sheila left the show early, and by the end of the series, Frank is a shell of what he used to be, in my opinion, so he's not really carrying the show comedically anymore either. And now I'm going to tell you about the timeline of every single season because you haven't heard me yap about it enough in this video. I did create a chart. So basically every other one of these squigglies behind me is read from left to right, and the other line is read right to left, and each line is a year, by the way, a calendar year. So you can see here on the sides, I have January or December, whichever one it is on that given line, if that makes any sense. And the colors are coded to each season. So here up at the top, we have season 1, which is like a light blue. We know that the pilot begins on November 15th, 2010 because of the calendar in the Gallagher's house. We can also assume that the season ends around St. Patrick's Day 2011. There is a St. Patrick's Day party that Fiona goes to in the penultimate episode of the season. That means that all of the first season takes place in just 4 short months. Season 2 is yet another season that is completely straightforward with its timeline. In other words, the season takes place exactly when it was shot. Obviously, I'm not sure about actual dates, but I believe that it begins at some point in late June and finishes off right after Thanksgiving 2011. The penultimate episode of the season takes place on Thanksgiving, so episode 12 would be right after that. Season 3 is also pretty consistent between the timeline and the filming schedule. The season starts when the kids are still in school, so that leads me to believe that it happens at some point in May because summer starts pretty early on in the season. In the finale of the season, it is said to be the week or the day before Christmas break, which means that this season ends firmly in mid-December. I've already kind of covered how messy this season's timeline is in part 2 of this series. The season started filming in October 2013, but takes place right after season 3, which ended in December 2012. So there's a little bit of a timeline discrepancy there, which fucks the entire timeline up for the rest of the series. But we do know that the season ends and it is still winter, so we're gonna go ahead and say that it ends at some point in March 2013. Season 5 is yet another messy season when it comes to the timeline. The season begins on the first day of summer break, so around mid-June of 2013. This is also the first season that I have absolutely no concrete idea of when it ends, but we do find out in one of the episodes in season 6 that Bianca died in April 2014, so that leads me to believe that the season ends in early April. It's a bit far-fetched because it looks like it's fall outside, but you know, we're just gonna have to go with the flow here. This season definitely begins towards the end of the year as we start to see snow pretty early on in the season, so I would say this is like September or October when it begins and ends in the earliest 3 or 4 months of 2014. I'm pretty confident in saying that season 7 begins in May of 2015 because it is said to be 30 days since season 6 completed, and we know that season 6 ended in late winter. It looks like early summer outside in season 7, so I'm gonna say it's either late April or very early May when this season starts. And we also know that this season ends in December thanks to Monica's headstone in season 8. And this is also confirmed because there are Christmas lights in Fiona's diner. So I'd say this is a pretty confident May to December. Season 8 likely begins in March or April 2017, even though there are some discrepancies here, like the fact that that would mean that this season takes place an entire year and a half after last one ended. And with some of the storylines, that just seems impossible. But hey, Liam looks about a year and a half older, and he is confirmed to be in the next grade up. And then I don't have any concrete idea when this season ends, but I think before school starts, or right as school is starting, so like September. Season 9 begins in spring 2018 and ends before the snow comes towards winter, so like October or November probably. The only thing that ruins this is the midterm elections that we see in episode 4, which would mean that that episode inherently takes place in November, which is just not possible. Season 10 begins 6 months after season 9 ended, so that leads me to believe that this is either May or June 2019, and it is confirmed that the season ends on March 22nd, 2020. Even though it doesn't look like any part of the season took place in winter, season 11 is by far the most confusing season timeline-wise. The season looks to be set in summer, however, there are multiple clues that state that the season takes place at the end of 2020 and in early 2021, except we never actually see any snow, and I think this is because they must have filmed the outdoor scenes before the snow came and like filmed the season all out of order. Because there's never any snow. It's also possible that it just didn't snow that year that much. I don't care enough to go look. The season looks to have started in September or October thanks to Liam and Franny going back to school. And it's also confirmed that the season ends March 21st, 2021 thanks to Frank's urn in the post-credit scene. Alright, so not only did I make a timeline board, but I made posters for each character breaking down their storylines in chronological order. In the first few seasons, Frank was definitely one of my favorite characters, and he had some of my favorite moments throughout the first few seasons. I love his arc in season 4, however, I'm not entirely sure I like what comes after that all that much, because season 4 definitely gave him his redemption arc. Basically around season 5 and 6, he was a lot more toned down as a character, which I'm not entirely sure about. However, I do love him in the last season, because obviously William H. Macy has some acting chops as well as some comedic timing, so the dramatic moments for his character were played to perfection. Fiona is my favorite character of this entire show, and I don't think I've been shy about that in this video. Emmy Rossum, I'm not entirely sure how she never got nominated for an Emmy for this show at all. Her acting here is some of the best that I've ever seen. Her acting was amazing in season 1 and all the way until season 9 when she left. It was always the best part of an episode when Emmy would get a monologue or when she would have an outburst. Her acting was amazing throughout the entire show, so props to Emmy, because that woman is amazing. I noticed myself liking Lip less and less each time that I rewatched the show, and I think that's because he's a horrible boyfriend to his partners. With each girlfriend that he got, no matter if they were a great girlfriend back to him, he was always a dick in every conceivable way, at least until like season 8 or 9. He was kind of an asshole for the majority of the show, but that doesn't mean he's a bad character. I love Lip as a character. It's just, as a person, I have some issues with him, and I don't think a lot of people bring up his issues like they do with Fiona and Debbie, which I think is a double standard there. I love Lip anyway, and I'm glad that he finally got clean. It always feels like the writers forget about Ian for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why this is. I know that Cameron had to leave many different times throughout the show because he had other commitments, but at the same time, even in seasons that he's in, he just doesn't feel as important as a character to like Lip, Fiona, Debbie, and Frank. Those are the ones that the show focuses on the most, and it always kind of feels like Ian is just like the middle child that everybody forgets about. I do love Ian, it's just sometimes I fail to connect with his character. I love his storyline in season 5, that's definitely his best storyline. As mentioned before, Debbie gets a lot of hate that I think is unwarranted. Most of the bad stuff that she's done happened when she was a child, and once she becomes an adult, there's a noticeable improvement in her personality and also actions. Obviously, she did sleep with Julia, who was a minor, when she was an adult, but I don't know if she fully knew that Julia was a minor. Julia was in high school, but she was a senior, so obviously Debbie should have made sure. So that's a little sketchy, but at the same time, most of her actions as an adult are a lot better than they were when she was like a teenager, going off and raping men that were like 5 years older than her. Obviously, that was a problem. Her getting pregnant without telling her boyfriend, you know, just stuff like that. Obviously, fans have a reason to be upset about, but I think that they give her way too much slack. I love Debbie. I think she's one of the most underrated characters comedically. A lot of viewers tend to focus on how annoying she is, but that's what makes her so funny to me. And Emma Kenny deserves praise because it's not easy to be the most unliked character in a show. She did it with a fucking smile on her face. Carl is definitely the most shocking character in terms of where he ended up, because in the beginning of the series, he was not destined for great things, but by the end of it, he becomes a cop that wants to take down the systems of oppression from within. Whether or not that can be done, I don't have the answers to, but his intentions are really good. I love how kind-hearted he ended up becoming as a character, despite what his early years looked like. Also, I did not make a character board for Liam because he doesn't actually have that many storylines until the last 4 seasons, and even in those last seasons, his storylines are pretty sparse. So yeah, I didn't end up making a board for him, but Liam was actually one of my favorite characters towards the end of the show, because I always felt so bad for him since none of the Gallaghers were ever taking care of him. Like, he was always left alone and, like, meant to take himself to school and do all of everything basically on his own, which is really unfortunate. Okay, so now I'm going to rank all the seasons in order from least favorite to favorite because, I don't know, I think that that's just a fun thing to do at the end of a series like this. So yeah, let's just get on into the ranking. In at number 11, the worst season of Shameless is obviously season 10. The lack of drama is just so noticeable here, and the fact that Fiona isn't in the show anymore kind of makes me not like this season at all. And in at number 10, I sadly have season 11, even though I liked it a lot more than season 10. It was a lot more enjoyable than that season, but it's still not enough drama and too much comedy for me. You also have to kind of take into consideration the fact that this season was written and filmed during the pandemic, which probably contributed to the quality. And at number 9, I have season 8, which is a bit boring in my opinion. It lacks the dramatic weight that the first 7 seasons had, and that is just a fact. I also really did not like the gay Jesus stuff towards the end. The end of season 8 is gotta be one of my least favorite arcs in the show. The beginning is better, but the end is pretty rough for me every time I have to watch it. In at number 8, I have season 3, which is yet another enjoyable season, but it's just not my favorite. I can't quite pinpoint what it is about it that I don't like. It's just a perfectly fine season of Shameless in my opinion. I love the dramatic moments, I love the comedy, but just compared to the ones that come after this one, it's just not as good. And at number 7 and 6, I have a tie. First of all is season 9. Fiona's storyline is the only reason that this season is so high on my list, or I mean, like, why I like it so much. Emmy Rossum saves this season for me because the first few episodes are just not as engaging in my opinion as the last like chunk of them. Also, Ingrid is absolutely amazing. I wish she would have stayed in this show because she is so funny. She's got to be one of my favorite like side characters that only shows up for like a couple episodes. Everything in this season besides Fiona's storyline was just okay in my opinion. I just think her storyline was the best. And next we have season 2, which is another pretty okay season in my opinion. I love the comedy this season. This has got to be like the funniest season, particularly with Sheila and Peggy and Frank and Jody. That whole situation was just pure comedic gold anytime any of those characters were on screen this season. But the season still has a lot of drama. Think Lip boycotting going to school and Fiona trying to get her GED to get her brother to get back in school, and then also Monica coming back and that whole situation which happened on Thanksgiving. There's a lot of drama in this season as well. The balance that's present here is obviously not present in the later seasons, which I've spoke on many times in this video. There are still way better seasons that come after this one and the next spot, which might surprise you. The only reason I'm putting season 1 here is because I just have so much nostalgia for it, because obviously it was the first season that I watched. It's not a perfect season, and that's because the creators were still figuring out what the show was. The dramatic moments are few and far between, but when they do show up, it's very, very powerful. Just look at episode 9. That is a stellar episode, all because of the dramatic performances throughout. In at number 4, I have a tie, so the first one here I have is season 6. This season is so enjoyable and so underrated. Not enough people talk about how good this season is. Literally most of it is pretty good, and when I first watched it, I actually didn't like it that much, but upon rewatching it, like 5 times, I started to like it more and more, especially dramatic moments in the first few episodes between Fiona and Debbie. I know that's not a lot of people's favorite storylines, but I'm here for the performances. I'm here for the performances, and Emmy and Emma did a fantastic job this season. I also love Lip this season. He does phenomenally. Jeremy Allen White is such an underrated actor. Season 5 is almost perfect if it weren't for Sheila leaving this season. I have very little negative things to say about this season, which was not the case when I first watched the show. The drama this season is just chef's kiss. It's perfect. From Fiona's relationship issues to Ian's bipolar disorder, that storyline, Frank and Bianca, that was really dramatic towards the end. And obviously Debbie getting pregnant was also pretty much a shock. A lot of really dark shit happens in this season, comparable to season 4. It just doesn't look as gray. And in at number 2, I have season 7, which is almost perfect, you guys. Everyone's acting this season is phenomenal. That's one of my favorite things about this show is the acting. So this season ranks pretty high just based on that alone. My only complaint here is that Frank feels like a bit of an afterthought. He's a bit irrelevant in this season until Monica shows up, which is fine, because Frank's not my favorite character, but Fiona definitely rules this season. I love her dynamic with Lip, particularly here. It's just TV gold. And here at number 1, we have my favorite season of Shameless, season 4. The season is dark, it's gritty, it's dramatic, but it's still so fucking hilarious. Like, the amount of comedy that they were still able to smush in here, despite how dramatic and dark it is astounding. Literally every storyline about this season basically gives me goosebumps. Like, I love the writing in this season. The acting is phenomenal, specifically Emmy Rossum, Jeremy Allen White, and William H. Macy. They all do a fantastic job this season. I personally just believe that this season is the most real season of Shameless that we've ever gotten. A lot of the seasons can seem outlandish and a bit too in your face, but this one is really grounded, which is why I think it's the best season of Shameless. And that brings me to the end of this video series. I really hope you guys enjoyed. I spent countless hours. I literally cannot even count how many hours I've spent on this video and this series in general. I started all the way back in like May or June with this series, and it is now December. So it's been a majority of this year that I've been focused on Shameless. I don't even know how many times I've rewatched every single season at this point. Without further ado, I really don't know what else I can say about this show that I haven't said already. I'm sure I got a few things wrong along the way, and I'm sure you all will correct me down in the comments. Feel free to do so. And if you haven't already, please go down and subscribe. I do post other content other than Shameless related videos, so if you would like to go down and watch any of those, I have videos on a variety of TV shows. I'm not stopping anytime soon, so stay tuned. It's kind of hard to end a series that you spend so long talking about, but as Frank says, have a good fucking time and don't waste it.